Okay, another quote, again I'm afraid not from what you're reading, from an essay called Words this time. He's talking about doing what the poet does, what I just said. Now, the poet, remember, is finding this way of saying, finding the appropriate word, saying something unique that hasn't been said before, to bring out something that hasn't been brought out before. In order to do this, names are necessary. They are words by which what already is and is believed to be is made so concrete and full of being. That's what I was been calling richness and clarity. Made so concrete and full of being that it henceforth shines and blooms and reigns as the beautiful everywhere in the land. So we've got all those words in there now. Shining and something like clarity and something like richness, and only when the poet finds the right words do you bring that off. Now, the nearest thing I could find in our reading, so it doesn't look like we're just off in nowhere from what you've read, is on 135, in the end of the top paragraph, before the quote there, or the poem there, or the whatever he's quoting there, Pergolin. For appropriating saying brings to light all present beings in terms of their properties. Their properties must be what is most proper to them, I presume. I didn't have time to go back and look. Greg, can you? Okay, it can't be. What? It is Eigenschaft. That is unfortunate, but then he must be making a pun. Sort of on Eigenschaft would be their own most. Oh, Eigen is own. So properties has in it, what is most proper. So it may not sound to him as if he's saying something misleading. But when I hear properties, I hear something like the features of objects, like this property of this to be brown and hard and so forth, and that's certainly not what he wants.
Just quickly, what are the years on...
Oh yeah, they're all clustering right around the same place, but I'll tell you. So first I was reading from The Nature of Language, which was 58. Then I was reading from Words, which is 58. The Way to Language is 59. So those are sort of all I mean, the way language condenses all this stuff which he has spelled out in other essays that got more detail. What happens? Eigentum, not Eigenschaft. That's interesting, isn't it?
Well, Eigentum would just be
Eigentum is property in the sense of stuff you own, isn't it? It's not property in the sense of features. So that's better for me. But that is it a pun? I guess it's a sort of a pun. It's properties which are sort of your owned richness, your property. It's all playing around with the word proper, which is what you want. So let's go back. For appropriating saying brings to light all present beings in terms of, I want to say, let's say what's most proper to them. It lauds, that is, allows them into their nature. Well, that's a condensed version of what I just read that poets do when they use language. So what's Heidegger done? Well, I think he's done what he's so interesting and good at doing. So far, he has found something which seems to me sort of clear and uncontroversial when you see it. This phenomenon of finding the le mot juste, the perfect word, and how important it is, and how it does something more basic than using the banal public words. And in typical Heidegger way, he's found this phenomena that is sort of so pervasive and so obvious that it's been missed not only by the subject-object representational way of being, and by the postmodern cybernetic information understanding. It seems to have been missed from the start in the West. He doesn't even claim to go back, and as far as I know, and say that the pre-Socratics knew it. The nearest thing is at 700 BC, Anaximander. He only has one sentence from Anaximander. There's only one sentence existing. And in that sentence is this word Braut. And that's the nearest thing he's got to claiming, I guess, that anybody ever had it. And even Anaximander doesn't bring Braut into relation to language, I guess. No, never mind. Nobody's got it till Heidegger. And so much for what I think is, once you see it, obvious. I don't feel I've said anything that isn't sort of staring you in the face once it's said. But I do think he makes two controversial claims, and I think it's important to know also what he's saying when he's saying something more than is obvious and more than I can justify, though it doesn't seem wrong to me. So the question is, I don't know how to get into this exactly. I mean, it's clearly language for Heidegger is more than words. He's stretching the notion of language. It's what bids us to respond and bring things out in their own. But language is close to words, so that it includes all the ways that things speak to us. And we can respond to them. But it's always tied close to words. I mean, Heidegger is not going to include under language, I think, really different forms of activity, like dancing, though I'm not sure. But he certainly isn't going to include something like building a car, which I'm going to say in a minute seems to me a candidate for what appropriation might like somebody to do and call Henry Ford to do. But let me start. So language, to begin with, is broader than words, but it's not broad enough to cover the way appropriation really works, is what I'm going to say. I just want to disagree with Heidegger, because I really do, and because also, when you disagree, then you see what somebody's saying, and then maybe you want to disagree with me, and then you'll understand better what Heidegger's saying. But to begin with, so on 126, where I was reading about we ourselves speak, and so forth. Now after that, right after that, you see ourselves in italics, just a little below the middle of 126. Then the next sentence. Saying is in no way the linguistic expression added to the phenomena after they've appeared. Well, that could just mean, and that's how I used to think, well, of course it's not, because saying the right words is what brings things out in their own most. I mean, the general doesn't just add a comment to the feast which corresponds to what's going on already. That's exactly the wrong way to think about it. The general brings out the feast into shining when he talks. But it's not quite what Heidegger's saying here. Saying is in no way the linguistic expression added to the phenomena after they appear. Rather, all radiance appearance and all fading away rests in the showing saying. Now, that means maybe that showing saying could be broader than language. Anything that brings things into their radiance, that makes things shine. Saying sets all present beings free into their given presence and brings what is absent into its absence. I think that has to do with the way poems can bring something absent right into the classroom, but I'm not sure. And saying opens the clearing, and so forth. But it looks to me like whatever he's saying here, and it's not very clear to me, though it's broader than using words, it's still in the business somehow close to speaking and using words. And he'll later claim that using words is the best version of it. Now, I want to say there could be things just utterly unrelated to using words. First, let me show you where it comes close to that he's talking about words. I said that it's clear that he thinks that no, it isn't. That quote won't do.
So the disagreement is that you think it isn't just words, it could be words and more things.
Right. No, I think it could be something without any words either. Not just words and something. And I'll try to give you two examples where there will be words are running around all right, but they'll be just public banal words. There won't need, no poets are necessary for Henry Ford to make automobiles. But automobiles seem to me to do a whole lot of gathering and coordinating of practices and bringing, it's a new sort of thing, and it brings all sorts of new understanding of space and of who we are. It gathers together and it coordinates roads and gas pumps and garages and parking lots and repair shops and shopping malls. It brings about the end of the inner city. It supposedly changes sex when the back seats of cars are available before people can just bring their girlfriends and boyfriends home. And all of this is happening, and Henry Ford is doing it by making a mass-produced car. Now, why isn't that? way of being an entrepreneur and making an object that changes the practices and opens up a new disclosive space, an equally good thing for appropriation and as poetry. And as I want to say, he did it with a lot of machinery and just banal, ordinary Wittgensteinian kind of language. Speech acts, lots of speech acts, I'm sure, were involved. Ordering and describing and requesting and promising and so forth. Or another one, which I like a lot, is I take Marilyn Monroe, my favorite goddess. I think she brings forth a new feminine style. And she does it by the way she smiles, and the way she walks, the way she sits, the way she looks at men, and she talks. But I don't remember anything very special about the way Marilyn Monroe talks. Maybe I missed it. But it just doesn't seem to be the mode in which she's doing her form of helping Arigness, helping appropriation, gather and open up a new world. So anyway, that's my disagreement, and you can think about it and decide what you think. And if you have a clear view about it, it could be a possible paper topic. Heidegger certainly holds, this much is sure, that words are the best way of doing it. Even if language is very stretched and saying is very stretched, so that not only dancing but car manufacturing and just being Marilyn Monroe are modes of language, are sign systems or something, nonetheless Heidegger thinks it's really words that do it best. Remember, he already said in Origin of the Work of Art, the same time, remember, I objected already then, poems are better than temples for truth setting itself to work. Poems trump temples and thinkers, and which is very modest of him. He always thinks that he's second-rate to poets, I believe. Like Hölderlin, he sort of has to be parasitical on Hölderlin. So poems trump thinkers and statesmen and gods, like Marilyn Monroe, and martyrs, and everything else in bringing about a new style. And of course, he hasn't given that view up. On 134, here you still see it, where he says about in the middle paragraph, about 6 lines, saying is in need of being voiced in the word, period. I mean, not danced, not mass-produced. It needs words. And the strongest formulation I know isn't in here. It's unfortunately, again, in this essay, words. It's so strong, it's hard for me to believe Heidegger kept it. He says on 146, the word first bestows presence, that is being, in which things appear as beings. So there, I mean, the word is just fundamental to letting there be any beings as anything. That's the sort of just below the middle of 146, if you want. This should be, I mean, I have to put this on reserve, I guess, now that I'm quoting from it. If it isn't on reserve already, in the philosophy library, can you help me remember, Forrest or Liz? I mean, let's hope they've already got it, or if they haven't, let's hope we can run out and buy it. If anybody sees on the way to language, say at Cody's or no more, Moe's or something, see it? You found it at Cody's. It's in print again, in paperback. Oh, yeah. Good. Well, then I can get one and put it in the library. Yeah.
I was just going to suggest, it strikes me that you seem to be identifying the rightness with understandings of being and these historical things.
I see. Oh, no, I think it's behind them.
Well, that's my point. So it wouldn't be a style. It would be the style of style.
Okay, well, that isn't how I put it, but I agree with you that it's behind them. It's what makes it possible for there to be styles, because styles are ways that practices are coordinated. And this is the tendency of practices to coordinate themselves or to become coordinated. So yes, it's more basic than style. I tried to say that when I said that sort of appropriation uses language and saying to bring out things, styles, whatever.
But you're talking about new styles, and all of these instances you were pointing to were things that were presenting new styles, as opposed to what underlies the styles. Well,
but, okay, what underlies there being any style, I agree with you, or new styles, either, one.
If it makes any sense to talk about the style of having style, that would be closer to a rightness, it strikes me.
Well,
the very nature of this kind of culture that has styles in the first place.
Well, interesting. I have a quote that's very relevant to this, but it's on 146. It may cast some light. No, it isn't the one on 146. I'm trying to think. Somewhere he says, well, it must be very near it, that in
the
effect...
point of saying this, then, Bert, is that language would have a different role under those circumstances when you look at it as a style of styles instead of particular styles, because particular styles could be revealed through the kinds of things you're talking about. But the style of style itself may have to do with this level of linguistic.
Well, I would be happy with... Well, no, I wouldn't. I mean, are you bringing appropriation now? How close to linguistic? That's what we have to discuss.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, to call it the style of style seems neutral on this issue about linguistic. I mean, words. Let's keep using... I mean, language is so tricky because Heidegger's got this silent language, which is not words. But the question is, what about words? How important are they? In what way? Ariadne seems to need language as saying, and language as saying seems to need words. And it seems Heidegger's thesis that appropriation comes out in its fullest and richest by using words. Now, maybe that's what you just said, or maybe it isn't.
The saying is the showing now.
Yes, the saying. I think saying is Is it the showing or what makes possible the showing?
No, it is the showing.
Well,
the saying is the showing because it's the German he wants to.
Okay, so, and how about this? And the showing makes possible the shining, or is that also how much are these supposed to be equated according to you?
Well, I'm not sure there's that much, shining going on with the saying. At least at that level.
It's saying.
The saying is a gathering and not a showing.
The saying is a gathering and not a showing.
Not a shining.
Not a shining. The saying is the way gathering works, and that brings things out into their richest. And sometimes when he talks about that, he'll say they shine, because that's, I think, really finally synonymous for bringing them out in their own most for him. And sometimes he doesn't. But I read you a few quotes where they did shine. Okay, but what I want to say is, I think Forrest and I probably disagree about something, but I don't think we should try to say more here, just because I think I'm going to run out of time. But there is a claim, which is sort of extreme and interesting, and I've been disagreeing with it, is that appropriation, that is gathering, that is rightness, comes out in its own most. You've got to raise the ante one level, when it, by way of language, by way of saying, by way of showing, calls us, and we use words. Then appropriation is at its best. Now that's the claim that I'm not convinced by, but I'll read you the claim in the middle of 127. Third sentence in the middle paragraph. This owning, which brings them there, what are we talking? Maybe I better begin at the beginning. The moving force in the showing, I'm beginning at the beginning, of saying is owning. It's really ownness. That's this properness. It is what brings all present and absent beings each into their own. That's nice. From where they show themselves, and what they are, and where they abide according to their kind. This owning, which brings them there, and which moves saying as showing in its showing, we call appropriation. I mean, behind it all, so to speak, is appropriation. That's what brings things out and moves saying to bring them out and so forth. It yields the opening of the clearing in which present beings can persist and from which absent beings can depart, while keeping their persistence in the withdrawal. That's fine, but that isn't the quote I want, because the quote I want has words in it. So now I have to find what has happened to the quote I want, where appropriation comes out most in words. Well, I'll find it in a minute.
Are you thinking of at the very bottom, the being itself?
No, I don't think so. But I think it must be very... It might be. And I could look over here, but I think I'll look over here. I guess it's here on the middle of 129, maybe. So the man... Well, no, that's human beings, certainly, according to Heidegger. By the way, while we're at it, another thesis of Heidegger's, which I was going to have in here and dropped, and which I think I do agree with, though I don't know what the argument for it is that man comes most into his own when he's speaking. That he says on 129.
Relationship there has to be that speaking makes us mortal.
Oh, really? Well, okay.
That's why it comes most.
Gee, that's.
That's the argument.
Okay. In showing saying which consists in appropriate, the most appropriate number, saying. No, I think I'm just putting things together on 131, which I may not have a right to put together. I'm not sure. Let me read the top paragraph. What I'm trying to get him to say, and we can just see whether he says it. There are two possibilities. That he says that appropriation comes into its own most when it's saying, showing, and so forth. Or does appropriation come into its own most when it's saying and we're saying in response by speaking with words? I'm not sure. Let me read what we've got here and see what comes out. At the top of 131. What looks like a confused tangle becomes untangled, and you see it in the light of the way-making movement and so forth. That movement delivers saying to speech. That's what I'm getting into. Saying, speech is words, right? That's speaking. Of course, there's speaking that isn't saying. That's just speech acts. And then there's poetic speaking and pure prose, which is. That movement delivers saying to speech. Saying keeps the way open along with speaking, as listening catches from saying what is to be said and raises what it thus has caught and received into the sounding word. This is how I got here. The way making of saying into spoken language is the delivering bond that binds by appropriating. And then language delivers its own, and so forth and so forth. Now it looks like the rest is still under the general business of finding the sounding word. And then I skip a paragraph. Language which speaks by saying, and speaks means finds words, is concerned that our speaking in listening to the unspoken corresponds to what is said. That's find the mot juste again. Thus, silence too, which is often regarded as the source of speaking, is itself already a corresponding. So sometimes it can be appropriate to keep silent. That's all right. Silence corresponds to the soundless tolling of the stillness of appropriating, showing, saying.
But that first speaking above is the speaking of language, not words.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, language, you're right. Language speaks by saying.
Yeah.
We respond, back up to the top paragraph, by speaking back in spoken language. Now, here's the question. The crucial sentence is, we now got silence is also going to do it. And now, as showing, saying, which consists in appropriation, as showing, saying, which consists in appropriation, is the most proper mode of appropriating. Appropriating is by way of saying. Accordingly, language always speaks according to the mode in which appropriation as such reveals itself or withdraws. Now, does that say that human speaking is the way appropriation is comes most into its own or not? I really don't know. But I bet that's what Heidegger thinks. Given the way he says that poetry is better than temples and so forth. Do you think
I don't think he's making any commitment to that here.
One way, okay, well then all I can say is, I think he believes it. I have no quote that says it. So many quotes go in the direction that poets, my picture is, I think Heidegger thinks that poets do for appropriation what appropriation does for everything else, namely brings it out in its best. And if he doesn't say that anywhere, then he should.
Well, rather than saying poets do this, poetry is a paradigm.
Yes.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that...
No, they're not the only. Poetry isn't the only thing. Poetry is the paradigm, which is another way to say poetry does it at its best, and that brings out appropriation at its best.
Which is to say it's all language, not poetry. Poetry as paradigm
okay, right.
is language.
Okay,
therefore, all art is linguistic, but not all art is simply poetic.
Yes, but poetic art is higher than any other art, according at least back in origin,
because
on the way to language.
It's the paradigm.
Okay, but that means, I'll grant you again, the best way to do it is with words. What?
The best way to see.
Okay, the best way to see, the best way to let things shine is with words, no? And that means if Arrhenius is trying to get everything to shine, which is my picture, I know, not yours, if Arrhenius is trying to get everything to shine, and the best way to do it is with poetic words, of course, or pure prose, then Arrhenius comes into its own most, that is, it's at its best, when it can use language, the silent language, and the saying in that language, to call us to respond with poetry, the paradigm kind of response, and thereby light up new stuff. That's what I think. And I think that's what he thinks. And I think it's wrong. But and that's because I like my Henry Ford and Marilyn Monroe doing it just as well. But there you are. You can think about that. I want to go on, because how are we doing? Well, not too badly. But there are still two things I want to cover. Let me see where I am. Okay, so the strongest formulation, I read that. See, that's why I want this formulation on 146, which, by the way, that strong formulation, that the word first bestows presence, that is being, in which things appear as beings. I mean, if he went that far, then my case is made. Then it turns out finally that there wouldn't even be anything if it weren't for words. And I can't believe it. What?
I think on the passage on 146 in the context of his stating what he takes the poet's position in the first stanzas of the Orgus poem.
I see, and he doesn't go along with it.
Well, no, he thinks that the poet renounces precisely that. That's what the experience of renunciation.
I thought that you thought, I'm really partly influenced by your paper, I thought that you thought that what the poet renounces was the attempt to put the language itself or into words, that is, Arrhenius into words, the deepest thing going on. You can't finally find the words that enable us to get a grip on it, so to speak. Are we disagreeing? Anyway, let's talk in my office, because to have a discussion of something they haven't read is not good for, and something I haven't read either for a long time, only through your paper, is not going to be a good idea. You know what you said better than I. Yeah.
That is exactly, I think, the point of this. The poet renounces this notion of language as naming.
The
That he
poet
has the
renounces
ability to
of
name.
naming anything or of naming the way language works?
No, I think naming anything, that's the responsibility of the poet. I think this is middle Heidegger's position, and that about language, and that later Heidegger sees that doesn't work.
But this is 58, this thing.
No, that's what I mean. That's why you have a renunciation in this.
Wait, let's hear that again. What's the middle position that he renounces?
That it is naming. That language is about naming things into being. And that subsequently the poet has to see that this isn't the text, that he is not the one who names these things, that there's something else going on. But as you say, this is another.
Okay, too many unsettled
things
points.
In the fire.
Okay, but you've got enough, I hope, of the overall picture to be able to now think about it sort of critically, and think about the phenomena, and think about what Heidegger's claiming and describing, and how much of it you buy. And I'm going to go on. So now we've got to the Carlos question. We get there by going back to the gentle law, because from now on we're going to talk about, or for a while we're going to talk about, how the gentle law is so gentle that it lets itself get bent out of shape. And that's what makes it such a funny kind of gentle law. Most kinds of laws, sort of Kantian laws, and the kind of laws philosophers generally believe in, are just plain laws, and you can't go against them. Like the laws of physics, you can't go against. But Arrhenius, you can. I'm looking for the general law passage.
128.
Okay. Yes. So on 128, I'm going to read that important paragraph again. Appropriation grants to mortals their abode within their nature, so that they may be capable of being those who speak. And speak is always use words, right? I take it. And you can do it in two ways. But we are talking about speaking as responding, that is, as saying. If we understand law as the gathering that lays down that which lets all beings to be present in their own, in what is appropriate for them, then appropriation is the plainest and most gentle of laws. I think that's all I need. Yeah, okay. Now, and And the law, and what is that law? Well, the things are gathered into mutual belonging together. At the little paragraph on 125, saying is itself the abode of a rest which grants the quiet of mutual belonging to all that belongs within the structure of the being of language. Structure is always, what word do we think is there always for structure? The fused, which
Joining.
is the
Gathering, joining.
the gathering.
Fit together.
Fitting together, I think, is sort of near the German. The structure sounds too Kantian or something. So, but there's a word there, fugue, like a Bach fugue, which is the way everything fits together and the way a fugue fits together. So saying is the abode of rest which grants the quiet of mutual belonging, that's the gathering stuff, to all that belongs within the fitting together of the being of language. It's a question mark, but that's just a rhetorical. So it's a claim of Heidegger's. Now, I have to say that because now comes the amazing claim, and now we're at the, which Darien, remember last time, jumped ahead and said, but how could this be, if this is the law that covers everything, then at the bottom of 131, even enframing must be a mode of appropriation. And then you get the very peculiar idea that enframing, which is the way everything is dispersed, disseminated, disaggregated, and flexibly, constantly spread around and rearranged, like the electricity that is switched about ever anew in the technology essay, that should be a mode of gathering what belongs together. This is very upsetting and amazing and confusing. But Heidegger's going to sort of take it head on. He is really going to argue that, yes, indeed, enframing is a mode of appropriating, and it is, you could put it this way if you want to hear it in its weirdest form, challenging forth is a mode of calling forth, but, and of course the thesis is, they're very perverted modes. That is not just very perverted, but the most distorted. The right translation at the bottom, I'm going to read now, starting where it says appropriation on 131. Appropriation can still only... For a thinking that pursues the appropriation can still only surmise it, and yet can experience it even now in the nature of modern technology, which we call by the still strange-sounding name of enframing. Remember, it's just a difference of translation. Because enframing challenges man, that is, provokes him to order and set up all that is present being as technical inventory, and framing persists after the manner of appropriation, specifically by simultaneously, and now I don't think the only right word there is distorting, verstellen, so simultaneously distorting appropriation, in that all ordering finds itself challenged into calculating thinking and speaks the language. I don't want to go to the language yet, that's the next topic. Right now all I want to say is that this isn't just any old distortion, but it's the most extreme possible distortion. The most extreme distortion of calling forth, nurturing, is challenging forth. The most extreme way of bringing things out into their own is to bring them out as flexible resources that don't have any own or any essence. It's so extreme that you wonder whether it isn't sort of off the chart. And the question is, can Heidegger make that claim seem plausible? In the question concerning technology, you can see him, I mean, he knows what he's up to here. He says about enframing, at the bottom of page 20, enframing means the gathering together. So he's setting it up there. The gathering together of that setting upon, which sets upon man, challenges him forth to reveal the real in the mode of ordering as standing reserve. Okay, so how can it be the gathering together of the setting upon that challenges him forth to disseminate everything? That's the peculiar claim.
But it's a way of revealing.
Yes.
As such as
Okay. And yes, well, that's the right thing to say. But now I want to try to spell it out. What is it about the mode of revealing that makes it a gathering, even when what is revealed in that mode of revealing is a disseminating dispersion, just the absolute antithesis of gathering. Now, I agree with Forrest. The trick is to say, well, appropriation is going on the level of the mode of revealing, and what's going on, and it's bringing something out into its own, namely, resources are being shown to be as dispersed and as flexible, and people are shown to have no identities whatsoever, but to switch from situation to situation, and all of that is produced by the gathering on the level of mode of revealing. I'm going to try to explain what that means.
I just don't see how it's disseminating.
Oh, disseminating is just a shorthand word I'm using from Derrida. I want to say things are becoming resources, which means
But they're all
switched
becoming
about.
the same, then they're not disseminating, they're all converging.
Oh no, they're all becoming the same, but they're becoming the same, namely, they're all becoming switched about ever anew, interchangeable, flexible, disaggregated. Now, of course, on a certain level, they're all becoming the same what I just said. But that would just seem to me to be a trick. I mean, if you said that what they all were the same, namely utterly, taken apart, ripped up, torn into pieces, scattered about, that's what makes them gathered and coming out into their own. That gets very hard to picture. I don't want to do it that way. I mean, if Forrest can make that work, that's, fine. My story is half of Forrest's story. I want to say he's got gathering on the level of the mode of revealing, and things are gathered on the mode of revealing. Things that are gathered in this most distorted mode of revealing are, no, that's not what I want to say at all. Something is gathered at the level of mode of revealing. That's the passage I read from the question concerning technology. And what's gathered there is a certain kind of clearing, a certain style. And that style, which is gathered, is a style in which every specific thing isn't gathered at all, but is disseminated around or broken up and scattered. That's what I want to try to argue. Yeah, Darren.
I just thought that your Henry Ford example was a good example of Michelle working as a gathering in order
Not my version of Henry Ford. I mean, I was talking about how the car has gathered roads, parking lots, shopping malls, people, adolescent couples and everything all
But
together.
Is that all gathering up in a sameness and mediocrity and...
I don't think that's relevant how mediocre they are. The question is, are they being brought out in their own, where their own means that they have an essence. The picture is, at dinners, fathers are most fatherly, and mothers are most motherly, and kids are most kid-like as they throw the food at each other, let's say. But whatever, that there is some sort of properness, and you can bring it out. But the essence of this story is that there's no properness, not just because it's been leveled, but because it's the actual job to figure out. I mean, in business now, there are a million different kinds of stock options, and there's all kinds of instruments for saving money, and they just keep thinking of new ones, and everything gets more and more distinguished. Or what struck me most once, but you're too old to know, is that there were once only about 6 kinds of cars. There were Chevys, and Chryslers, and Fords, and Studebakers once upon a time, and there was one variety of each, and you could recognize it, and then they proliferated till there's a kind of Chevy that goes up to almost to being a Lincoln, and there's kinds of Chryslers that go down almost to being the cheapest car. Everything gets just proliferated, and I grant you that there's a kind of banality and mediocrity about it, but that's not the point. In fact, I'm just business talk now. The claim is that now we've got a lot more quality because we've got a lot more varieties, and we can fit each one exactly to the needs of each family. So it's not crude banality, if you want. It's dispersed specificity or something like that. Yeah, Cliff.
So you're wondering how things are gathered out in their own ways. But maybe the way to gather this is to think of practices being gathered in their own ways. It's this practice of making things efficient.
I think that's exactly right. That's exactly what I want to say too, with just a slight modification to make it, I think, closer to the phenomena. I think instead of saying practices here, it helps to say skills. that we have skills for disaggregating things, and that those skills are getting more and more rich, more and more refined, more and more collected. So we have more and more skills for disaggregating more and more things in more and more subtle ways. It's the skills, or as Cliff says, the practices that are being brought out in a new gathering in their own most. And for us, it's not easy just to be a resource. You've got to have a lot of skill to keep quitting one job and taking on the next, to be able to take on a new identity on every time you go to a different chat room, and a new identity every time you go to a different job. That takes a really refined bunch of practices and skills. That's what I want to say. So to be a receiver and preserver of any style, there are skills you have to get better at. You have to have skills for cultivating, and then you have to have skills for objectifying, and you have to have skills for disaggregating yourself and everything else into pure, flexible stuff, resources. And you have skills for morphing, which is the latest thing, for changing your identity to fit the situation. And those skills, they do gather in more and more skills. And then they bring you out in your own most, and this is where it sounds like a joke, as a resource that has no own most. And that's what Heidegger's trying to get away with. And I think maybe he does. I'm not sure. You bring out everything in its extreme flexibility, its lack of essence, in its difference in each different situation. That's why I call it Derridean dissemination. I think that's what Derrida does.
Are you willing to acknowledge that flexibility could be the essence of something, in the sense of Vesa, not in the sense
Yes.
of...
Oh, good. Well, that's good. Forrest has put in a neat move. When I say things have no essence, that's a kind of pun in Heidegger. I think they have no own most, if that means something about them, like an old-fashioned identity, which gets clearer and clearer as you get older and you get more and more character, or being an old-fashioned father, which you learn to do gradually from when you muff it at first with your first kid, but by the second or third you're good at it. Now but it could mean, and this is what Forrest says, where essence just means how it works. And then, of course, you bring even the resources out in their essence, because they work as flexible.
Because it's a way of revealing is going to bring things in their own most. The way of revealing of technology is going to bring things in their own most as total flexibility.
Well, yes. I mean, if you can buy that, where own most no longer has any, where you've switched the meaning of, it's the right move. What's proper to them is that there's nothing proper to them, except because they'll be different in every situation. But that's not what's proper to them.
Well, proper is the flexibility.
That's right. That's right. That is what makes them, what brings out a resource in its own most is that it could be just anything, depending on the situation.
That's what every way of revealing does, brings things into their own.
Right. But in every other mode of revealing, there was there was some content in the own most. Now the point is that the own most is precisely to have no content, but to be changeable in every situation. And then, so you have to make a move about where own most gets generalized in a very interesting way, and you have to decide whether you think that's true to the meaning of own most or whether it's a trick.
It's content. It's just movable content.
Well, it's like saying my identity has content when I'm different in every chat room and in every job, and I have 15 of them in the course of my lifetime. What's the content? Namely, I'm flexible enough to do that. Okay, well, that's the trick again. I don't know. You can take it or leave it, but that's certainly what Heidegger's doing. Let me just catch up with us, because you all ran ahead of me. I thought this was going to be hard to explain, and here you're explaining it to me. Okay, let's see. So, well, while our identity gets dispersed, our skills get richer and richer and more refined, and bring in other skills at morphing, at being able to disperse our identity. So, as preservers of enframing, we're getting better and better at the very time that we're getting less and less of an identity. So entities don't get gathered and more focused, and people don't get gathered and more focused. They don't come to shine in that way anymore. If they shine at all, they shine by getting ungathered and unfocused. while the skills get more gathered and focused and more articulated and better at tearing things and people apart. That's the funny thing. Okay, and the opposite intuition, just to keep the sort of Derridian intuition, because we need to see an opposite, is that what skills are for isn't for getting better and better at revealing things in some way, but what we just said, Derrida would say, is that skills are for getting better and better at constantly doing new things. And so what we want to do is develop skills for having a different identity and dealing with things in different ways, and it's just somehow a joke to say that the skill is we're getting a richer and richer skill when what we're really getting is skill at doing different things all the time in different situations.
I'm not sure I get the contrast.
Okay, let's try.
Is it between having the skills themselves gathering, so you have one skill that enables you to be maximally flexible versus having a bunch of distinct skills?
Let me try. I'm not sure I get it either, so let me try. So, if you're having skills, the old-fashioned thing was you get better and better at doing one thing, namely your identity, and you help things like dinners get better and better. Now you've got skills which are better and better at doing lots of different things and constantly being able to adapt to new situations. Our skills are now Heidegger wants to say, but those skills are a kind of gathering, namely the gathering of the gathering of the ability to do different new things all the time. I think the opposite intuition is that when you've got skills for doing new things all the time, there really isn't any such
any
thing.
One skill
right,
that
exactly.
define.
Any one
Okay.
skill called skills for
Called
doing
being
new things
flexible,
all
yeah.
the time. You've just admitted that gathering is over, that technology is won, and you can either be sorry about it like Heidegger or cheer for it like a postmodern. That's the point. Now let me see if I can, because I want to get on to the next thing if there's time. Yeah. Well, let me just read where I am. So now that's the story of how appropriation as a general law can get bent out of its shape, clear into its opposite, seeming opposite. And still, behind it all will be, according to Heidegger, a kind of gathering that brings things out in some way at their best and makes them work the way they're supposed to work according to the current style. Now, I guess I should stop, but you've been saying things already, but if anybody has still got something they want to say that they didn't get a word in edgewise, I'm ready to hear it. Good. Okay, I'll hear it. I may not follow it up because I've got 15 minutes.
Before, when he talks about technology and stuff, he wants to set up the danger and the saving power and works of art and humble things. And here, it's like he's less optimistic, or does he?
There's still a mystery.
What does he think about works of art and humble things? In deference to his new
I
ideas
see.
on things.
I see. Okay.
Like there's
It's easy. It's easy to say what the answer to that is. I see what you want. Remember, this is appropriation at its most distorted, not at its most appropriate, and not being brought out at its best. It would be brought out at its best if it was not only gathering ontologically as a mode of revealing, but if it was a mode of revealing that let every individual entity come out at its richest and shine. There's no shining for resources, I think. So the answer from Heidegger is, this is a very primitive and distorted form of appropriation, but notice it's still a form of appropriation. Therefore, if you get into right relation to it, you can still be in touch with what is important about human beings, namely that they're vehicles for appropriation, speaking through them. But it would be better if we had a new God where there was a new temple shining, or better if we could preserve the humble things shining, because there's a lot more own most being brought out in those cases than there is in the technology case. I think that's my version of the answer. Liz doesn't like that answer.
Well, no, I like that fine, but now I'm worried about the extent that technicity is a mode of appropriation. I wonder about the claim of the greatest danger, that where the greatest danger is that our role as preservers will be undermined, and that there will seem to be being or showing up.
Yeah.
It seems like you're saying, well, yeah, you're still, I mean, everything we've been saying today, well, you're still preserving this mode revealing, so
Yes.
why
yes.
is that, why is our role as, how does the capitulation of us as orderers into mere resources ourselves follow out of?
Yes. I see that.
Like we're not in danger anymore.
So
It's like
you're
we
right.
just go along merrily doing
Right.
this.
Well, okay, we've got to balance both sides. This is good. I mean, Heidegger's got this, there's something terribly wrong and dangerous about technology, and even technology could be the saving power if you get in the right free relation to it. Now, what we've gone is way over on the right free relation to it now. It looks like just fine. I mean, it's just another way that you can be a vehicle for appropriation, and that's what your job is. And now you're disclosing what he calls, interestingly enough, an unworld. I mean, not a world in some places, because it's so dispersed. And the question is, are you being called? Is that enough, or are human beings really called to make up worlds and styles and let individual things come out in their own most? But the question is, why should they be? And just to your point, why isn't it enough for them to fully, live out their essence and have lives worth living, just to be the vehicle of appropriation and saying, in helping everything get into being resources? Why isn't that enough?
Why is that dangerous?
Why is that the greatest danger?
The other thing we need to respect is that every mode of revealing
Is dangerous. And why is this the greatest? Is that one of the paper topics?
Yes.
I don't think you should be asking me to answer.
Well, it's not the end. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, but anyway, I'm ready to think about it. I should be able to answer.
It just seems like in the light of what we're saying specifically.
Yeah,
it's
it seems
a little
very. It
different.
seems. Why is it the greatest thing? You have a view?
I do, but that's a paper topic.
That's right. I guess.
Okay, so it's
I
close
really
enough.
think.
Yeah, well, it's true. If we answer it, then either if you take it, you're going to get a C for saying that something that isn't new, or you're going to have to trump the three of us and say something that we don't know, which would be an A plus. But I think maybe we should save that.
All right, it's close enough.
Saved by the bell. Thank you both, because I have the slightest idea. That's the truth of it. It's a hard one. But will you help? Will you both help? We have to think about it. You have an answer in mind? Don't tell.
Somehow not coming at it this way. I mean, I had an answer before, but I don't know.
No, I don't know how to get it from this angle. We have to regroup. I have to think of it, but I'm not going to say what I think. I just want to think, so I can pin it down to think about it more later. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to talk about the next thing. So, the last topic is, which is a small topic, so we were able to get through some of it anyway, is how, I mean, I've done how in framing is a mode of revealing and yet a distorted one. This topic is how in framing seems to both require and distort language, which is a kind of sub-case of this. And he ends talking about that. Language is, and what he says about it is sort of interesting to me, because it's a kind of criticism of artificial intelligence and a whole formal and analytic philosophy and logical analysis and everything. He thinks, and he's quite right, I think, that there's a tendency now to turn language into information. People would love to be able to do that. And he talks about that at the top of 132. Everything's being channeled into calculative thinking, and that's what you expect from in framing. And everything's going to be turned into information. And we're looking for formal languages. He says at the end of the middle paragraph on 132. and everything should be formalized. Of course, you can see why, because then everything will be switch-aroundable, and you can put it all into computers and send it around and put it on CD-ROMs and so forth. The desire to formalize it is extremely strong. And so he says, and this is interesting, everybody sees that natural language is very hard to formalize and maybe impossible to formalize, but even that's looking at it the wrong way. That, as he says at the end of the paragraph, information theory conceives of the natural aspect of language as a lack of formalization. I mean, it's from the point of view of and framing and artificial intelligence, it's really a failure on the part of the researchers and an annoying feature of natural language, which is too badly sort of unfortunately all ambiguous and lexical and so forth. But those are just sort of failures to be formalizable, sort of a kind of residual mess because they were stamped. But anyway, and what Heidegger sees, and Wittgenstein shares this, is that that's the great thing about natural language is that because it can't be formalized, it can be projected into new situations, it can describe things in new ways, it can have metaphors, it can reveal new worlds. It couldn't do any of that if it were formalized. So it's not just a kind of drawback about natural language that it's not formalizable, it's actually is in a way the important feature of natural language, that it's not formalizable. And Heidegger's onto that, and he's talking about that on 132, all of it, and I've just sort of summarized what he says. And he does think that, of course, natural language can't be formalized because it looks like it's because he thinks that each language embodies a style. And it's the style that enables it to project into new situations, and the style that enables it to bring things out into their own. This seems to be what he's saying in the middle of 133. And it's sort of, this whole paragraph is extremely interesting. All human language is appropriated in saying, and as such is in the strictest sense of the word true language, though its nearness to appropriation may vary by various standards. That's a mysterious remark. I wonder what that means, that different languages are differently near to appropriation. I guess it means that they have a more or less strong style, that they are more or less poetic. It's
German
not.
is the best.
What's
German is the best.
and German is the best, or Greek. I mean,
Yeah.
Greek is the best, the second best German. And what have they got? Well, what German and Greek have got is that they are sort of primitive languages, relatively speaking, but what is that they've got? I don't know. Yeah.
And I forget which essay he says this, but he talks about how language, or writing is the relation of all relations, and there's an importance of words in that. So it might be related how like ancient Greek and German, like in Greek when you say octopus, you're saying 8 foot. So like the relations are more strongly preserved in these languages.
Well, that's funny.
In English, which just has
yeah.
Latin,
Well, that's
French,
that's
German.
it is one of the features he likes about German. My son calls it a Lego language, or used to when he was learning it, because it's got all these little pieces and you can assemble them in all kinds of different ways, so that everything, and you can take these words apart and find by the pieces what's going on. So, and Heidegger certainly uses German that way. But I don't know if that's, but maybe that's it. But I don't know what to say more about that sentence. All true language, because sent, that is signed, I don't think that's in the German. No, it is, assigned, yeah, sent, destined to man by the way-making movement of saying, is in the nature of destiny. I take it that means that each culture has a style that in its language it's going to determine how things show up for it, and of course there could be several styles. And that's what he says next, which is surprising. There's so much surprising here. There's a cross-cultural claim about all languages all through this essay, which is already sort of late Heidegger, instead of just talking about what's happening in the West. And then there's a point here, which I don't know what to make of it, where he's sort of so Western that he is reading what he used to say is the essential feature of the West into all languages. He says there's no such thing as a natural language that would be the language of a human nature occurring of itself without a destiny. I take that without a specific take on what it is to be human, embodied in the language, in the style, and in the way the words are divided up. So all language is historical. Can you imagine? Even where man does not know history in the modern European sense. Well, that's just science of history. That all language must be historical in this important way, that it's got in it a sense, total understanding of being, and even that can and presumably will change from epoch to epoch. But of course, that's crazy. I mean, that doesn't work for Egyptian hieroglyphics and so forth. So I don't know what he's talking about. Even language, okay, but this claim that all language is historical, in his sense of historical, is just amazing. Do you understand that, Forrest?
Well, I think it's all sent, this play on historical
Right.
destiny, and I think all he's saying is all language has a place. Language never floats.
So it's, well, okay. I mean, historical used to mean not only that it was sent, but that what was sent when it was sent was an understanding of being.
I don't think that's true.
Anymore.
Anymore.
Okay, well maybe
Exactly.
that would get him out of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's see, I want to get quickly to the end because we're just about done. So we've got these cross-cultural claims. I want to get back to Humboldt and we're finished. So what was Humboldt close to with his idea? Humboldt was close to getting something right because he had an idea that language gives us a world view. And when we change our language, we change our world view. That's what he's saying on 36 when he's quoting the end of that first quote from Humboldt. You could change language and so impart a form to language handed down that would turn into a wholly other, wholly new language. Heidegger liked that. Languages give you worlds, and new languages would give you new worlds. But the trouble with Humboldt is that he's caught in a world picturing view. And what does that mean? That means he thinks somehow that it looks as if it was somehow up to people, sort of Rorty-like. They could change their language and change their world view. That's, of course, wrong. We dwell in language. We can never get a grip on language. Now, one more quote, because I want to prepare you for the turning. There's a moment here where he mysteriously says that maybe the appropriation could just turn around and get back to where it was at its best instead of the way it is now. About 5 lines down on 133. What if appropriation, no one knows when or how, were to become an insight whose illuminating lightning flash enters into what is and what is taken to be? What if appropriation by its entry were to remove everything that is in present being from its subjection to a commandeering order and bring it back into its own? That's what happens in the turning. The turning tries to explain what it would look like if that happened. I think that's it. Okay, on to the turning. We have to go on to this question of the other way to begin. I mean, from now on, we're sort of doing this fascinating move where toward the end of the book, Heidegger tells you how he and the course are the vanguard that is what seems like imminent future that's about to march in and save the world. And the way, of course, it happens. I mean, all of this I'm going to say now, I almost, when I was rereading it, felt that you must know this to the point of boredom by now, and I almost can't remember whether I've said it or not. I've prepared to say it so often. But anyway, I think I haven't said any of this. If you feel that I'm repeating and you just want to raise your hand and say, get going, get on to the next thing, is sort of, what is this other beginning? Now, of course, you sort of know it. I mean, let's just make sure that you sort of know it. What is the other beginning, and how does it differ from the first beginning? If you don't know that, at least in broad outline, things are in bad shape. Somebody tell me. Maybe it's so obvious you don't want to tell me. Maybe it's not obvious at all, and then I feel good about this lecture. Well, surely, what is it? What is the new beginning, and how does it differ? How will it differ from the other beginning? Well, let's try this. What came over people in the other beginning? What did they become sensitive to and aware of that nobody anywhere had ever noticed before?
The being show up.
Yeah, that being show up, and that thesis that everything has the characteristic of showing up, welling up, whooshing up. So, and that was a terrific beginning, and it was so impressive for them to discover that, so overwhelming that they spent their time elaborating it and fascinated by it. And what didn't they see? That they show up, that thanks to the clearing that they show up. So the new beginning is going to have to be the beginning that takes account of the clearing. There's a more, I'm going to read you passages, because this is obviously not obvious. I'm relieved in a way to see there's still a job here. Okay, there is a more basic kind of openness than just that things are out in the open. Namely, there's got to be an open for them to be out in. And that's what he's talking about on 163. And I'm going to read you a big thing. I haven't read this yet, I hope. Have I? I don't think I did. I think I kept track where I was. About 10 lines down, after what we have experienced about the necessity of the question of truth, it turns out that, well, I have to back up again. Openness is then, maybe I wonder if I mean, there's so many important things on this page. Well, maybe I should begin at the bottom of 162. Maybe I'm going to discover that I put this someplace else. But they discovered, about 4 lines down, the openness of beings. Certainly it was only a hint to Aletheia, the unconcealedness of beings, which, as was shown, express less the essence of truth than it does the essence of beings. But why should Aletheia not pre-announce that openness without, however, being identical with it? And this is all telling you they saw the openness of beings, that they showed up, but they didn't see another openness that made it possible for anything to show up in any way at all. Remember, to put a little refinement in, they showed up as whooshing up, as showing up. They could have showed up as creatures, remember this, they could have showed up as objects, and what it makes possible for everything to show up as something, they hadn't seen that. So let's go on, this is all very important stuff right here in 162 and 163. But why should Aletheia not pre-announce that openness without, however, being identical with it? That is, the one openness of beings pre-announces the openness of being, but it's not the same thing. For the openness we have in mind can no longer be experienced as a characteristic of the being standing before us and around us, not to speak of the fact that to us the unique experience of the Greeks and the possible ground of our future history remain denied, and so forth. But perhaps something else is held out to us as a necessity to bring the openness itself, what comes to presence in it, and how that comes to presence upon its ground. Have I read that? To bring the openness itself. To bring that out. That's it. Openness is then no longer the basic characteristic of physis. It's taken up in simple acknowledgement. The physis that makes it possible for techne and so forth. Open is also not only the condition of the possibility of the correctness of assertion. Now let's see. A little skipping. After what we have experienced about the necessity of the question of truth, this cannot be the original access, that is, correspondence to the essence of truth. That access must proceed out of our need, out of our distress, out of the abandonment of being. While we take it seriously that being is withdrawing, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm going to come back to that, I'm pretty sure. So, that is then, we're supposed to look at what makes it possible to understand beings as physis. Well, let me just read a little bit further. The access must proceed out of the need. Our access out of the abandonment of being is by being. That is, we've lost any touch with the clearing. We don't understand it. Of course, it's still there, and of course, it's still doing its job. Otherwise, things wouldn't show up as anything. But we have no sense of it anymore, and it doesn't affect how we act anymore. While we take it seriously that being is withdrawing from beings, whereby beings disintegrate into mere objects of human contrivances and lived experience, subjects and objects, in other words. What if this were the still unrecognized truth, never to be experienced or expressed, of the whole metaphysics of the West, namely that being is in its essence self-concealing? What if the openness were first and foremost the clearing in the midst of being, in which clearing the self-concealment would be manifest? I mean, that gets us back to the original question. So there's an openness that makes possible the other openness. Now then, we go on, and if you look way back on page 188, the very last page of the whole thing, it isn't even labeled 188, and you hear him talking about the same thing, about the third sentence on the supplement to 41. Is this by any chance 41? I have no idea. Yes. What a coincidence. I was just looking around for more evidence for this and discovered something interesting on page 188 that was evidence for this. I didn't pay any attention that it's actually named more evidence for this. So, okay, the second half of the top paragraph. For openness expresses something even more original than aletheia, not only the unconcealedness of present beings, but also what is illuminated in the clearing, and the clearing itself in which an unconcealed being can stand forth in the first place. That's a very clear statement of what I've just been trying to say and what Heidegger's been trying to say. Now, then we just should look next at what he has to say about the clearing, because though we talked about the clearing on and off, we haven't really called attention, I don't think, to where he first names it as the clearing and why he calls it the clearing and what structure it has that makes it withdraw, though we mentioned it on and off. So on 178 and 179, which I remember I told you were the important appendices, he gets very clear about that. So he says on 178, when he names it as a clearing at the end of the first full paragraph, we may determine this closer, talking about the luminosity. We'll get back to that. And recapitulate by saying that being stand in a luminosity, in a light that allows free access and entrance, they are lighted. Remember, it's like the illumination in the room. Keep that in mind. You couldn't see any chairs or as objects or anything if we were in the dark. There's got to be this illumination. This is this metaphor. We speak of the clearing in the woods, a free, luminous place. The openness of beings is such a clearing. So the clearing, if there weren't a clearing in the woods, you wouldn't see anything. It would be dim confusion, and you'd be bumping into one thing after another. But when you come to a clearing, then you can see specific plants, specific trees, other people, yourself, and that's why he calls it a clearing. And he's playing off the notion of light. In German, it's even clearer. It's called a Lichtung, which is a lighting. The word for the clearing in a field and a lighting is the same word. But it's still pretty much reflected in our word, clearing. So I'm still looking on 178. The end of the next paragraph, it says, consequently, the latter, on 178, next paragraph, yeah. This latter, which is the clearing, by which beings are distinguished from non-being, and owing to which they are, and are as such and such, does not stand in the clearing, but in hiddenness. That is, of course, the clearing it's not itself in the clearing. The condition for everything being intelligible as anything is not something that shows up as one more something that's intelligible. That's why the clearing is so hard to talk about and so hard to notice. I'm going to come back to something that I want you to notice there, because he doesn't say it very clearly anyplace else. Two things are illuminated in the clearing about beings. Two different aspects of them or something. That they are, that's the existence of them, and are such and such. So when something shows up as something, like say as a tree, it shows up as something that exists, and exists as a tree. Or on this general level of being, it shows up as something that exists and as something that's showing up for the Socratics. But there are two things like that. Let's see. So the clearing and so forth does not stand in the clearing, but in hiddenness. Consequently, the attempt to grasp this being with a capital B, which probably shouldn't have a capital B. I mean, I talked about that. It's just an accident of German that it does. But it doesn't matter. As long as we all agree that it isn't a kind of godlike thing, it's the name for the clearing, the way he's using it here. Consequently, we attempt to grasp this being. So here he's got this nice simple way of thinking about it. Beings are the element things in the clearing, and being is the name for the clearing. Consequently, the attempt to grasp this being as if it were a being yields emptiness. That's one of the important senses, by the way, in which being is nothing. People get all worked up about that, particularly if you read the What is Metaphysics, to which The Way Back into the Ground is the preface, which we're going to read next. The most important sense in which the clearing is nothing, and is not an empty nothing and a negative nothing, but a very positive nothing, and that we don't normally realize that there could be a very positive nothing, is just this point that if you try to think of it as a being, you get emptiness or nothingness, because it's just not a being. It's no thing. That's the sort of simple thought in the background. Being is not merely hidden, it withdraws and conceals itself. Because, just to put it in that language, we're used to talking about things and dealing with things, and it's no thing. So we don't have any way of talking about it, dealing with it, noticing it at all. From this we derive an essential insight. The clearing in which beings are is not simply bounded and delimited by something hidden, but is itself self-concealing. That's this thing which I keep saying over and over again. The clearing withdraws. But it's so important that it withdraws because it's what sets us off in this tradition, of which it's the first beginning, namely all the moves that happen when you pay attention to beings and ignore the clearing. I'm going to run through all the steps in a minute. So you've got to get very clear that it withdraws. He says it again at the end of the next paragraph, the one that begins now, however. The ending sentence is, we can and even must understand the determination of the self-concealing, seen in terms of the clearing of beings, but the clearing is what we're talking about, as a first essential designation of being itself. Being is that which is nothing, no thing, which withdraws. I mean, its being concealed is necessary for the way it works. That's what he's saying. You see, this is interesting because the fact that beings show up is something you don't normally notice. But it's not essential to it that it be concealed for it to function. And all of a sudden, wow, the Greeks notice it. But the clearing isn't like that. It's not something that you just don't notice and then one day it's staring you in the face. It's not the sort of thing that can stare you in the face. You can't see the illumination in the room insofar as it's functioning. It's got to withdraw so that you can see the things. I say this over and over and over because it's a super important Heidegger point. Without it, he can't get the whole tradition going. So now let me see. So that's the sense, I take it, in which the whole philosophical tradition is inevitable. I feel I owe you some explanation of what happens on page 156 because it's inevitable and it's not inevitable, and that's sort of tricky. I take the way to read this is that in the first round it's inevitable that it will be not noticed because the way things show up will be so striking and shining, and because its normal state of functioning is to withdraw. It is inevitable that the pre-Socratics missed it. It's not a stupid mistake, he keeps saying. But it isn't to say that it's inevitable that we have to keep missing it, otherwise we wouldn't be able to make any sense of this. Once we've gone through the whole tradition of all the bad things that happened once they missed it, we will find some way to be able to be aware of it, in tune with it, talk about it, whether that's a kind of transcendental argument, like in being and time, that there must be something that's the condition of the possibility of everything showing up, or whether it's more like what's happening here. I just put myself out on a limb. This is certainly not I mean, he has that argument here. It's still the condition of the possibility of truth is correctness. But that's not the whole argument here. How is it confronting us? Well, I'll leave that as a question because I don't know the answer yet, but maybe in the course of the lecture I will find it out. I can say only this much, that once the distress that comes from not being aware of it, and worse, denying it, and thinking that there is nothing but beings, once that distress gets great enough, somehow or other, that clearing will come and beat us on the head, and we'll have to see it. In some way or other, see it. Boy, I mean, I do think that's a very deep and important question, what I just flunked into. I mean, because what could ever make you see the light in the room? I mean, let me just review this, because I'm interested in myself right now in this, and if I start to forget it, bring it back to my awareness. I mean, if you say that we haven't got language and we haven't got skills for coping with the clearing, if we say that of course you can't see the light in the room, seeing is seeing the things in the room. Or if we say the conditions of all intelligibility aren't themselves going to show up as something about which we can make intelligible, it's bound to be obscure and mysterious. If you do say all that, which sounds like the right thing to say, just in what way does the clearing finally show up for us now that we need it, thanks to Heidegger? And I don't think the answer is just sort of transcendental arguments about the condition of the possibility. There is some sense in which we get directly aware of it and in tune with it, and I don't quite know what to say. Great paper topic for me. Don't let me forget it. I owe you an answer to that. Okay, now let me see. Okay, now on 156, I'm just going to read you the inevitable passages, because they really are sort of bothering, because you don't want to think of this as determined, either sort of like determinism in physics, or even like determinism in Hegel, that somehow it isn't determined in that way. It's not as if people are in some way forced to ignore it. Remember, it's just structurally inevitable, given its withdrawing and given the way individual things show up and shine, that they will ignore it. It's inevitable, but not determined. That's what he's trying to say here. That's a phrase from Tillich, who was a friend of Heidegger's. I bet he got it. It's a Heideggerish experience. That's what Tillich says about the fall. Never mind. I mean, I don't think that's a coincidence. I think there's going to be a similar structure there, but no, we're not going to worry about it now. While the grasping of beings, the acknowledgement of them on 5 lines down on 156, while the grasping of beings, the acknowledgement of them in their unconcealedness, unfold into techne, inevitably and increasingly, the aspects of inevitably and increasingly the aspects of beings. See, the grammar depends on keeping your eye on that S. The ideas which are brought into view in such grasping become the only standard. The grasping becomes a sort of know-how with regard to the ideas, and that requires a constant assimilation to them. At bottom, however, it is a more profound and more hidden process. It is the loss of the basic disposition, the absence of the original need and necessity, a process linked to the loss of the original essence of aletheia. So they lose track even of what got them to see the showing up of beings, and things get worse and worse, not better and better, is all he's saying there. I'm going to read more of this later, but not right yet. Okay. So I'm back on 178. Yeah. And now the next paragraph has a lot to say about the illumination and the clearing, and sort of the story about how it withdrew. So I want to read that. All this is so good on 178. I mean, I can't do better than read it. So I'm now reading, since beings and what is known as being stand in the clearing, being reveals itself in a particular way. In self-concealment, its self-concealment is therefore one primordially proper to it. That's like the inevitable of the first round. It shows itself and withdraws at the same time. Sometimes Heidegger says this weird thing, which is like this. In the 5th century BC, the clearing showed up only to immediately withdraw. I mean, that's a funny way to put it, because I'm not even sure it ever showed up to withdraw, but it shows itself and withdraws at the same time. I don't know how it shows itself, you see. I'm still puzzled about that. I guess I sort of... No, I had a thought that it showed itself in the totality of the attunement of wonder, which is about... But wonder's about all beings, so I don't think that's how it shows itself. Yeah?
Well, what about the first sentence that you just read? Since beings stand in the clearing, being reveals itself in a particular way.
Well, being is the clearing, and now how does it do that?
It reveals itself by there being a showing up of beings.
Well, that's the transcendental story again. Yeah, that's all the further I can get. I do feel that there's more to it than that, but that's too intellectual. You've got to ask yourself something like, what disposition could reveal to us the illumination in the room as it is while it's functioning and invisible somehow, and I don't know the answer yet. But I keep repeating it, because if I did know the answer, I'd be making progress. Okay, I'm going to go on because this vacillating self-refusal. Now, vacillating is just wrong, but I don't know quite what to do with it. I tried holding back, but that just makes it redundant. Yet zögern in German does mean hesitating and vacillating in ordinary German, but that can't be what's going on here. I don't know what he's trying to tell us.
That suggested reluctant.
What's that?
Reluctant.
Reluctant, I also said, right. I mean, to me, I guess, any sort of psychological term that personifies the clearing as hesitating, reluctant, vacillating, and so forth seems to do more harm than good. But this zögern word is a kind of psychological term, and I don't know what to do with it. Perhaps reluctant is the best translation, I think. And it reminds you, and should, of Earth trying to resist being pulled into the clearing. It's a different reluctant, but it's the same kind of psychologizing there, and I don't know what to do with it. John, you look like you want to say something.
I suggest that maybe it's part of the same semantic play that's going with withdrawal. In other words, the setting up.
It is like withdrawal, except I can hear withdrawal as structural. It doesn't, let me just put it bluntly, it doesn't bother me at all when I say the lighting in the room has to withdraw for us to see things. But when I say, and the lighting in the room is so hesitant and vacillating and reluctant when it does it, that begins to make me nervous. I mean, maybe withdrawal, I agree, is already you've got a foot on the road to hell with that, because it's already a psychological term, and one wants to say, really, the clearing just structurally isn't going to show up, because it's the condition for showing up, and never mind withdrawal and hesitate and reluctant and struggle and all that stuff. But he has it, and maybe it's important that he has it. I mean, usually if he says it, it's important.
Aren't they also temporalizing terms?
But temporalize it. I don't think so. Zögern, this sort of... Yeah, well, that is. But hesitating, is that?
Absolutely.
Reluctant?
I don't know if the German...
Okay, but I don't see that he's getting anything out of making it temporal. I mean, you'd have to show me that it matters. I mean, the clearing, according to Being in Time, is temporality. And although he has given that view up by now and thinks it's some other thing called space-time, because why should it just be temporality? He's got more and more into the spatialness of the clearing. But I don't... And for that very reason, I'd be surprised if he made it temporal as a big deal at this point. I think that would be surprising. Though I'm prepared to be surprised.
Doesn't it seem that he has to make it reluctant rather than just slamming the door, because otherwise it would be inaccessible even to him?
Well, I see what you mean. I mean, the reluctant, that psychological attribution is a way of saying that it's not that we can't get it to show itself somehow. It's just a lot of, it's going to be hard, just as some reluctant person is going to tell you their secret, but you're going to have to struggle to get it. I mean, I see that's what he's trying to say. And if you just can try to hear that without any kind of psychology in it, which makes, you certainly can't put any psychology in it, the clearing's not a conscious being. So anyway, whatever it does for you, if it does anything for you, use it. If it doesn't do anything for you, dump it. That's my advice. And it doesn't do anything for me, so I dump it. Let's see now. I'm reading that that paragraph, the bottom paragraph. Let's see. I've just gotten stuck with vacillating somewhere. This vacillating self-refusal. See, it shows itself and withdraws at the same time. I can buy that. This vacillating self-refusal, we've switched that to reluctant self-refusal, is what is properly lighted up in the clearing, and yet for the most part it goes unheeded. For the most part, right?
I don't understand why the vacillating, I thought the vacillating self-refusal was the vacillating self-refusal of the clearing.
It is.
Well, then how can it be properly lighted up in the clearing?
Whoa. Well, that's I see that as I read it. I see that as another name for the problem. That it is, wait, the vacillating self is what is properly lighted up in the clearing, and yet for the most part goes unheeded. That's the same puzzle. How is it, it's like saying the illumination in the room is lighted up, of course, but in a certain way goes unheeded. But then I want to say, well, the illumination in the room isn't lighted up, the chairs are lighted up. But I mean, this is, I think, the same question. It's something there that somehow we ought to be able to, quote, see, and yet somehow we don't see it, and I don't understand how we were expected to see it. Good. I'm just getting deeper into my puzzle here. And it goes unheeded, corresponding to our comportment in the midst of beings. Well, we got that again. We're going to deal with the chairs in the room, not the light in the room. But the idea, let me just repeat that we could have dealt with the light in the room, but we didn't, or that we could have named the light in the room, but we didn't, that's very, very puzzling. And we don't know what that means yet. How is he going to use language to talk about that? How does he think that we could have been sensitive to it in some way? Okay, well, I'm sure there's an exciting answer lurking around somewhere. Let me see now. If we stand in, where are we? For example, if we stand in a clearing in the woods, we see only what is found within it. Terrific, simple, clear example. The free place, the trees about, precise and precisely not the luminosity of the clearing itself. And how? That's the problem. Are you with me? I mean, and yet he wants to tell us that we should have seen it. Not that we made a mistake in missing it. That's the wrong way to put it. We should have seen it. We can see it now. That's the question. As little as the openness is simply the unconcealedness of being, but is the clearing for the unconcealedness, so little is this self-concealment a mere being absent. It is rather a reluctant refusal. Well, we didn't gain anything with that sentence. But up to there, we were as near to getting something straight as we have been able to get. Okay. Now, I wrote a little story here, but I wonder now, in the light of what I've been saying, whether I should tell it. Let me read this, a summary of something. Well, it's just another story. Tell it in terms of style is what I was doing here. It doesn't get us any farther, but I'll read it. What shows up is things lit up as having a style. But the style is so pervasive it's overlooked. Just as we don't see the color of the lighting, we don't see the content of our particular style. But you could see it, and then you would see the being of beings, or beingness, and metaphysicians are good at that. And when the Greeks do see it, and name it physis, then they become so fascinated that they don't see the clearing that makes style possible at all. And there's the puzzle. It's still lurking. That's surely all true, but then what is it to see the condition that makes style possible at all? Certainly not a meta style. So what? Okay, now I'm going to give you my 6-step summary of what the story is then that we've just been through. Okay, 1 we've done. The clearing, the truth of being happens and necessarily, structurally withdraws. 2, the pre-Socratics are so fascinated by the truth of beings that they were the last to notice that anything had happened, had withdrawn. So Plato, following the next generation, overlooks the clearing altogether and just tells us lots of interesting things about the being of beings. Namely, that they are, namely that they're poiesis, that they are, we don't go back over that, the product of productive seeing and all that. Then Aristotle, because Plato overlooked it, Aristotle denies it. That's a big step forward. So the pre-Socratics sort of are distracted and look at something else.
But they experience it.
But they experience
But they don't
it. Yes, that's important, whatever that means.
Yeah.
They experience it. That's the code name for what we don't understand. And then Plato just overlooks it. He doesn't even experience it. And because of that, Aristotle is in a position to just plain deny it. And to plain deny it is to say truth is correctness, aletheia means correctness, losing the whole idea that in Greek aletheia means unconcealedness.
But he doesn't know he's denying anything.
No, right,
Like he wants
okay.
to say, oh, there's a bad view.
Good,
of
denied it is a bad way to put it.
cuts it
Aristotle,
off.
by making truth as correctness, implicitly denies it?
Or he cuts it off, I think.
Okay.
is the way.
Excludes it.
Yeah.
Okay, excludes it. I mean, even that gives us the funny problem. You have to sort of know it, maybe. But we'll find. But anyway, Aristotle, when he says truth is correctness, that is, he's taking this Greek word aletheia, which clearly means unconcealedness. Heidegger can't be wrong about that. But he doesn't even notice that that's what it means. He just says, look, we got this word aletheia. That means truth. Truth means correctness, in effect. So he's covered it up completely. And then that leads to the gradual loss of meaning in the culture, because I think there's a long story there, but we haven't got it yet, that it's the clearing that gives us the meaningful differences. And if you had only beings, you wouldn't have meaningful differences. I think we get it. That's sort of running around sort of in the background of the Age of the World picture, and maybe it'll also come out when, I might as well tell you this now, Hans Sluga is going to talk to us about values and how values don't capture the meaning of life and meaningful differences. Hans is coming on October 7th when we're in the middle of doing the Age of the World picture. But anyway, something happens that if you lose track of the clearing, meaning becomes values, and values can't really give you meaningful differences. As Heidegger says, nobody dies for values. That's what Hans is supposed to explain to us. And then we're at nihilism, our kind of nihilism, which I call, look at that. Have you got a page missing?
I've got 7 coming after 6.
But have you got page 3?
No.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, sorry, Forrest. The machine printed them in a weird order. Okay, so now I'm puzzled by where I am. Okay, 6. We're in nihilism. What is our kind of nihilism? Well, I call it laid-back pluralism. You're supposed to be in it, so you ought to recognize it. Laid-back pluralism says, well, there are all different kind of ways of looking at the world. You have yours and I have mine. Mine doesn't have any more authority than yours, but I just happen to have these values and you happen to have those values. And it's all just sort of not very serious what values anybody has, because if I didn't have these values, I could have your values and so forth. That's what I call laid-back pluralism, that it would be no meaningful differences have authority in the culture anymore.
You're not committed to.
Right, you're not committed to your meaningful differences. No meaningful differences have authority in the culture, and no meaningful differences have authority for the individuals in the culture. Okay, and that gets us, that's number 6 in my story of the stages. That leads to our new kind of distress, which is this mixture of, which, well, basically is horror. I think Heidegger has a horror plus Shoya, but not the normal people. It just leads to this terror or horror, which is a funny, over-dramatic word, I think, for nihilism. I would think it would be more sort of being kind of bored, like Rorty sounds when he's talking about sort of the human condition. It would be, and even he is a lot more involved than he sort of claims to be, I think. But I mean, the horror would be this kind of blah, really. I think it's very strange to me to call it horror. I don't know. But it's our condition, with the mood we're in. You try to figure out what mood you're in when you're in your big deal cultural mood. I mean, you have lots of day-to-day moods, but if Heidegger's right, you've got one sort of underlying mood all the time that goes with this nihilism.
But I thought we didn't know it.
We wouldn't normally know it, but I think, I mean, it's not something we couldn't know, I think. And if you tried to figure out what it was, I'd be very surprised if you found that it was horror or terror in some normal sense of the word. Yeah.
seems like we're in a different condition from Heidegger, considering World War I and II, and people were thinking that the bomb was going to blow people up. I mean, depending on when he thought of this concept of horror.
Oh, well, that's...
We're completely different from this kind of style, I think.
Well, yes, but the horror is interesting. I think that, but this is kind of ontological terror and horror, which goes with, I'll just give you a funny quote from Heidegger, which we're never going to come across. It's in something we don't read. That it could be that science and technology will get all our problems under control, meaning presumably, reverse the ecological problems and get rid of all the bombs and make people happy in every respect. And then things will really be terrible. So it's the horror that people would feel even then, whatever that is. Because why would it be terrible? Well, they'd still be in nihilism. Now there wouldn't be any bomb anymore, and the Great Lakes would be full of fish, but they wouldn't know the meaningful differences wouldn't have any authority, and they still have this bad mood, whatever you want to call it, I think. Yeah.
All these moods, we feel like we can only describe them using psychological terms.
Good, yeah, and they're really not. They're ontological.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
Are
there any non-psychological way to describe a mood?
That's a good question. I don't know.
If not, then I don't see how it's not psychological.
But nonetheless, that's a very interesting point. However, it seems to be there are better and worse. To say that we are in ecstatic mood on the one extreme as the basic mood right now, or to say that we're in terror right now, seems farther from somehow getting it right than saying something else which I don't know what to say.
I just want to say something about psychological. This is issue keeps on coming up, but you might want to say something like, it's not exactly that there isn't any psychological component, there's no psychology, but rather that that's not the point. That the point
Wait, I just discovered something very upsetting. I just wiped out the first half of the last lecture. We had to do something. Okay. So, somebody who was recording last time, not on micro cassette, but on big cassette. Somebody, were you?
It's in the process of being erased.
Oh, the last lecture. How ironic. Anybody got the last lecture on tape? You have. Okay, please loan it to me when you get a chance, and I'll dub it, and then I'll use it to make the last lecture onto the net. Okay, so here we go, where we were. Now, go ahead.
I was going to say something to Rick about psychological terms, but I think we should stay on this.
Okay. So we were then, our distress then gives us a new beginning. We have a new kind of distress, and it makes possible a new kind of beginning, he seems to be saying, on 160. That's where it talks about nihilism. I read the nihilism part, but I want to go on, about 2/3 down. What if the abandonment of beings by being, that beings still are, and yet being in its truth remains denied to beings and consequently to man, the denial understood as the essence of being. And if this event, which proceeds out of beings as a whole, with the concealed ground of the still veiled basic disposition, which compels us into another necessity of another original questioning and beginning. So we're in some kind of distress that's parallel to, but not the same, as the distress of the pre-Socratics. It's now not that everything is coming at us and whooshing up. It's now that presumably nothing matters or has authority for us at all. And that compels us to a new beginning. He says a little bit more about it on 171, the last paragraph. The need of the new beginning has its own form, and as a consequence, wonder is there the compelling basic disposition. The first beginning, sorry. The need of the first beginning has its own form, and as a consequence, wonder is there the compelling basic disposition, and the primordial and lasting question is there the question of beings. What are beings? That's a good summary of their problem, where they got an answer to thesis. On the other hand, the need of the other beginning has the form of an abandonment by being to which corresponds the basic disposition of terror. There it is again. Therefore, even the primordial question is different in the other beginning. The question of truth, the question of the essentialization of truth, that means really the question of how truth works. That's this essentialization word, the vasion of truth. And the question of how truth works is gets you back to the question about the clearing. It's funny that he should put it that way there, but that's how he does. So, conclusion. Because the Greeks thought about unconcealedness, but not of the prior necessity of concealedness, that is, this really essential withdrawing, they only thought of these things coming out of concealment, but they didn't really think about the basic kind of concealment. The West was led step by step to truth as correctness, and from there to nihilism.
What page are you on now?
Well, now I'm on 183, where he runs through this thing in a hurry. In the middle, he doesn't quite get to nihilism. I wish he had. But in the middle paragraph, truth belongs to the essentialization of being. That again, remember, that's how being works. Without exhausting its essence. Without what? I don't know. Without it completely exhausting how it works, because it not only makes possible things coming into the open, but it stays concealed. Truth belongs to the appropriating event. Do we have to talk about that now? Well, the appropriating event, I'll just tell you, here is, it's got to do with how human beings receive a clearing. That is the appropriating event. And truth belongs to being. Truth belongs to the appropriating event, and truth belongs to being. That is why the Greeks experienced for the first time in the thinking of beings as such unconcealedness of the beingness of beings. Because they did not ask about being itself, truth degenerated into correctness, and so forth. I guess we've said that enough. Now, if we could experience the clearing, whatever that means, we will experience our current metaphysical style as a style and be out of it. That much I can understand. That much, I mean, there are two parts, really. To see that our current understanding of being is an understanding of being is something that Heidegger can help with by telling you this whole story, which is that there has been a lot of them, and why shouldn't ours be just another one, like the medieval one, and the Greek one, and the modern one. I mean, of course, it's not enough, as he would say, that you now learn to tell the story, and you've got to really experience the story, live it in some way. But he thinks that he can help you on that, and you're going to see him trying to help you when we get to the age of the world picture, and particularly the question concerning technology, help you see your current style, the technological style, as a style. Yeah, that much he can do. But whether that would be, and that would be, then we would know there was a clearing, and that it was making styles possible. That's as far as I can get. Maybe that's as far as he can get. I don't know. Let me go on. And would we be in wonder then? Well, yes and no. Things wouldn't be whooshing up and overwhelming us, but we would be grateful that anything showed up at all. And we'll get to that again. Even technological, I keep telling you, but you'll see. Even technological things we'll be grateful for. And we'll see them as unusual, even when they're usual. Now let's see. I'm going to read this, but I don't know where it gets us. For the pre-Socratics, wonder was both the preparedness and the new style, which began history for the first time. Having been through the big understandings of being with the big meaningful differences, we need more content in our new style. Oh, I see. This is all Dreyfus now. I mean, in the sense that I don't have any quotes from Heidegger, but I think this is. I'm going to give you this as what Heidegger is saying, and if you can find the evidence for it, please tell me. So the story, I think, must be, having been through the big understandings of being, with big meaningful differences, we need more content now than they were satisfied with, namely just that things show up. If and when we get a new style, then the wonder will fade, because we will then be struck by all beings being creatures, or something, not that, because that's happened already, but something like that. And being, a new kind of beingness will be obvious, with its new kind of meaningful differences. And our job will be preservers of that. We will understand that those meaningful differences depend on us living according to them. Just as the Luther's people understood that the Well, no, sorry. That they were preservers, and it did depend on how they lived that the meaningful differences of Protestantism were put in place and held there. But they didn't understand themselves as preservers. But having seen this history, we will have to get a new, serious, meaningful difference, and Heidegger can't give it to us. And when we do, Heidegger can help us see that we are the preservers of it. And having been through the first beginning, we won't make the mistake of forgetting the clearing and aletheia. We will no longer think of truth as correctness, that is, that our new meaningful differences are the right meaningful differences that everybody else missed and were the right ones for human beings all along. That's a metaphysical mistake. We've made that mistake. It's run out. And if we ever do get a new God or a new understanding of being, we won't make that mistake again. That seems to be the story. Now the question then finally is, okay, that's the sense in which there's nothing Heidegger can do about it, because he can't give us a new style or new meaningful differences. I mean, if there was a new style moving in on us, as he would put it, and if he were a thinker, he might be able to focus it for us. Nietzsche was the last thinker who focused the last style moving in on us, the one we're in now, sort of flexible ordering of ourselves and everything else, which we'll hear a lot about later. But, I mean, who knows what new style is moving in on us? When I try to talk about this, I always give two examples just so it doesn't sound completely empty. One is, neither one of them are completely satisfying by any means, but they give you a clue. I mean, you don't remember Woodstock, of course, you're too young, but I remember Woodstock. And Woodstock was perhaps a new style moving in on us. Marginal practices like unjealous love and nudity and positive use of drugs and all that, and Dionysian musical things, all that was marginal stuff in our culture already, was becoming central, they thought, and technology wasn't being dumped. They had a lot of technology to do Woodstock, and they were glad they did, but it wasn't what it was all about anymore. It was just in the service of a new understanding of what it was to be a human being, and they were rejoicing in it and grateful for it. Anyway, it didn't work. But I mean, Woodstock could have been a new God. Woodstock could have been the instantiation of new meaningful differences, a new outlook of people on themselves and on everything else, and a new style of life, the hippie style. I mean, it was in San Francisco, there was this new style. It just didn't take off. It was too thin. It was too, I don't know what was wrong with it. Maybe there's no answer to that. That's the kind of causal explanatory question. Why did it start? Why didn't it take off? Can't tell. But anyway, that's one story. We're never going to get that one again, I think. That one fizzled. But, I mean, imagine a new one. When I think of a new one, I think that is new meaningful differences that have authority for everybody, a new style of life, a new understanding of who we are. Anybody got a glimmer of what that could be on the horizon? It's a scary one right nearby. Well, that would be sort of eco-fascism. That is, people would believe that the earth was alive and that we were animals and belonged in the biosphere, and that and our job was to preserve the biosphere, and the earth was in distress and needed us, and whoever expressed that best would be the new shining exemplar of that, and so forth. Well, that might be a whole new style. It might happen. And it's certainly not one Heidegger's going to name into being. He thinks that we've got nothing to do with life and animals. The distinction is so great that we're more like angels than we are like animals, Heidegger said at some point in something he wrote. And it's one of the criticisms of the echo types to say that Heidegger must be wrong, because we are basically animals. Boy, is that a hard one to decide. I mean, animals are certainly not world disclosures, Heidegger would say, and being a world discloser is what we are, and it is so different than what even the higher apes are that there's just no comparison. I can see it. I can see Heidegger's way, and then you can see the other way too. Boy, there are a lot of things about us that look like we're part of the animal world. Anyway, so I just want to give you some feeling. That's what it would be like to get a new God, and when you got it, then, thanks to Heidegger, you could see it as a style, and you could understand that you were the preservers of it, and you would have a different relation to it, and somehow the fact that the clearing was in there making it possible was something you would experience the way the pre-Socratics did, and even more, be able somehow, I think, to express and get a grip on, whatever. But that's the mystery that keeps coming up. But anyway, this much is clearer. What can we do now? That's the last thing to talk about. About this, and we can go on. We're going to finish.
You don't think that's the illumination in the room that withdraws that concept of that new style and figuring it out, but we're always reluctant because we're wanting to think that there has to be correctness and structure and one way to do things? You don't think that?
No, I don't think so. But I don't think the illumination in the room is enough to give us a way of acting, to give us meaningful differences. What would it be? That there are the people in the light and the people in the dark or something? It's hard for me to figure out how I could aspire to a life in which the highest point was somehow to express that there is the clearing. Seems too empty to me. But I don't know. I mean, you're welcome to try to work it out. Since Heidegger says every once in a while that he's waiting for a new God, a new work of art, he'll say that at the end of the question concerning technology, I think it fits more with what I'm saying. In the middle period, then I'm not saying this is what Heidegger always held. This is what Heidegger held roughly from 1935 when he wrote The Origin of the Work of Art till something like 1955 where he wrote the question concerning technology. And even then he didn't hold it all the time, because Heidegger was a peculiar kind of philosopher. I'll say this every once in a while. He was on several paths at once, inconsistent paths. He was trying them out. He was not being a metaphysician and not feeling that he had to have the answer and then defend it. He was trying out several things, but he was, among other things, trying out the idea that we needed a new God, certainly up to 55, because he says so in the technology essay. At the same time, you'll see, he's trying out stories about language and things thinking which don't need a new God.
I don't know if this helps, and I don't know if it's right, but maybe one thing to say is we'll get a new form of an understanding of being, one that reflects on being rather than beings. But we can't specify what that content is.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's exactly it. So, and now on 163, let's find where, so far as we can connect up with the text. I claim it in my notes that it's the last half of the bottom paragraph. This question, what we're going to get out of being a rational animal, we're going to look into the question of truth. This question will point in the direction of the possibility of whether man is not only the preserver of unconcealed beings, he's surely that, the pre-Socratics got it, but is precisely the custodian of the openness of being. Right? And the very clear statement of this new beginning. Only if we know that we do not yet know who we are, that is, we don't understand what it would be to be that yet, do we ground the one and only ground which may release the future of a simple essential existence of historical man from itself. So that's sort of like her point. I mean, there he's stressing the form of it again, at least, that what we need to discover for the future is that we are the custodians, that's just another word for preservers, of a new understanding of being. Okay, let's see now. So if we acted this way, we wouldn't be rational animals anymore. Rational animals are metaphysicians, presumably the way he uses it, because he says since Aristotle we've been rational animals. But we'll have a new intermediate way of life. Now this is interesting. Heidegger can get us to this state of preparedness, he thinks. We would be in this business of waiting for a new God, seeing that our current understanding of being is just an understanding of being, seeing that if a new one came along, we would be the preservers and we would be the grateful receivers. So we would be practicing preparedness. But that's all we can be. We only can be preservers, and all that Heidegger is claiming is to help make us preservers. He isn't so ambitious as to claim, as far as I can see, that he is the thinker who can name the new style. And so Heidegger thinks at this stage there's one total problem. We've got nihilism. We don't have meaningful differences anymore, and that's because we're out of touch with the clearing. The connection there is not obvious, but that's the best I can do. And there would be one total solution, this new God, that all we can do is be prepared for it. And that's on 139. At the top. That third line. since the between is the whole of these undifferentiated beings, there is nothing outside of it to be possible. I've written down something wrong. That can't be right. I don't know where I'm referring to, so I'll have to just not have a quote there. It would be near the end of the book, but it can't. Is there a 193? No. Well, I'll have to find it later. Just a quote that I said backed up my claim that we can only be preparing if there's nothing positive we can do to bring about a new style. Just be open. So, but you get the feeling, and this is my last remark on this, that there's a kind of excitement that a new future is approaching, and that Heidegger and his students are the vanguard of it because they will be prepared in this two-stage way of knowing that they've got an understanding of being now, and they're grateful for that, and they would be the preservers, they would be welcoming and preserving a new one. Yeah, Dan.
He's emphasizing here the preserving, the being ready, the open. Do you think that he excludes the idea of taking the understanding of being or imposing it by force, kind of maybe, politically, like maybe a Marxist revolution, I imagine, would want to build a style from the ground up.
Yeah.
Impose it.
He's surely opposing that, but the evidence is sort of not in this text, but you've got a good transition. By 1938, which is only a year later in the Age of the World picture, he thinks that imposing, what he calls positing, is exactly what's wrong with modernity, and he thinks he even names the Marxism as one of the mistakes, that thinking that we can impose something. We'll get to that. Marxism is just one more form of thinking that there is a subject, the subject there being the working class, the subject of history. That's a big mistake. And so is thinking that the folk has the answer. That is not the fascists, the National Socialists. That's another big mistake. So by 38, he's out of that business. Whether he was in that business in 33, when he was ready to take over and help the National Socialists turn us all back into sort of modern pre-Socratics, that's a different question. But okay, now, we do just have time to do the way back into the ground, because I'm certainly going on to the Age of the World picture next time. There's only sort of 4 things I want to talk about in the way back into the ground. It's short. I asked you to read it because I thought it was a very clear statement of the issue about the ground and the light, about the clearing. And I thought it also was valuable, I'm going to show you these quotes in a minute, that he got the difference between thinkers, philosophers, and metaphysicians sorted out. And it's interesting because he explains what ontotheology is. And I'm going to go over all of those in a minute, right now, for the next 15 minutes. It's also interesting to those who have had the being in time course to go back to see how he's reinterpreting being in time to make it do the job of being an attempt to get us to understand the clearing as a clearing and so forth, which is not a total change, but it's a different slant. But if you haven't read Being in Time, as I said, just don't pay any attention to half the essay. Sorry about that, and probably now that I realize that, I might not have asked you to read it at all, but since I did, there's certainly plenty to say. One thing that I'm curious about, this is just a transitional remark, is the remark on 281 in the 3rd paragraph, at the end of the 3rd paragraph. If it's true, and maybe I'm misreading it, that he thinks in basic questions that he and his class are at least in the business of preparing everybody for a new God, that is reversing the oblivion of the clearing, which has been getting worse and worse up to then, and thereby making them ready to get a new clearing when it comes along. If that's what he's saying, and it looks like that's what he's saying, he's gotten a lot more pessimistic, because he says at the end of the 3rd paragraph, what if there were signs that this oblivion will enter into oblivion still more decisively in the future. There's no talk about how we better be ready because the future may be just about upon us, where we will want to be prepared. It looks very dark. And later he'll say, or maybe it's at the same time, I don't know, he talks about how we could, the West could just go into a kind of night that would last, a darkness and oblivion that would last forever. But that's not the main thing. I just thought that was curious. Okay, so on 278 first, this is an easy one. He's talking about the difference between thinking and philosophy and metaphysics at the bottom of 278. Metaphysics, insofar as it always represents only beings as beings, does not recall being itself. That's so metaphysics becomes the name for all the stuff in the philosophical tradition that thinks that names the being of beings, says all beings are such and such, physis or created. Metaphysicians talk about the being of beings or beingness. Now, philosophy does not gather itself upon its ground. It always leaves it. Well, now we're back to the tree. Philosophy, then, is being equated with metaphysics here. That doesn't surprise me, that Heidegger doesn't want to be a philosopher. That the whole philosophical tradition, starting with Anaximander and named by Plato, is always the story of the tree, as he puts it. That's what I really wanted you to read, this metaphor, this tree which is growing out of the ground, the background. And the tree is the beings, and philosophers name the being of these beings. But philosophers don't have any sense of the ground, the clearing, the background, out of which these beings get to be able to show up as anything. So it always leaves its ground, philosophy, leaves it by means of metaphysics, and yet it never escapes its ground. Insofar as a thinking sets out to experience the ground of metaphysics, insofar as such thinking, and now we find out what thinking is, that's Heidegger, such thinking attempts to recall the truth of being itself instead of merely representing beings as beings. Thinking has, in a sense, left metaphysics. But thinking isn't philosophy. Philosophy can't leave metaphysics. From the point of view of metaphysics, such thinking goes back into the ground of metaphysics. Okay, now what's interesting there, and what you have to keep in mind, is he's changed the meaning of thinkers from the thinkers in the origin of the work of art. The thinkers in the origin of the work of art are the people who name the being of beings, and thereby focus and stabilize a new epoch in the understanding of being. Those people are now metaphysicians, and the word and the name thinker is reserved for Heidegger. Nothing is at stake except just getting the vocabulary straight. But it's very confusing if you don't get it straight, because it's clear that the definition of thinkers here contradicts the definition, or head on, the definition of thinkers in the origin of the work of art. They're both important jobs. Heidegger thinks metaphysicians are very important. He's not denigrating them. Being able to name the being of beings and thereby stabilize an epoch and give people meaningful differences and so forth, that people like Plato and Aristotle and St. Thomas and Kant and Nietzsche can do is fantastic. It's just, but it's not what Heidegger's doing. That's sure. Are you worried about that?
No, I just want to check. We have two categories, not three.
That's right. I think that philosophers, it looks pretty clear that philosophers are, that I said get clear about thinkers, philosophers, and metaphysicians. By get clear, I mean thinkers and philosophers philosophers and metaphysicians are doing one thing, talking about beings, and thinkers are doing something else, talking about being. So then I just want to read you this very nice story about the earth and the light in metaphysics. It's just the same old point, but every time I see it, I like it. And at the bottom, metaphysics thinks beings as beings. Wherever the question is asked, what beings are, beings as such are in sight. Metaphysical representation owes this sight to the light of being, which the footnote, meaning a marginal note, is clearing, of course. The light itself, that which such thinking experiences as light, no longer comes into the range of metaphysical thinking, for metaphysics always represents beings only as beings. Within this perspective, metaphysical thinking does, of course, inquire about the being that is the source and originator of this light. Now, I'm at the bottom of 277. Now, this is taking us to the next point, which is ontotheology. So metaphysics not only asks about the being of beings, but it asks about what is the source of beings and of the being of beings. What's the source of everything? And then it's going to come up with something like the good in Plato, or the unmoved mover in Aristotle, or the master monad, or the transcendental unity of apperception, or substance in Spinoza, some answer like that. And that is the source and originator of the light. Of course, they don't know about the light. They just know that, but they will put it this way, that there is some most intelligible being. And in terms of that being, we can understand how everything else gets to be intelligible. That's their job. But the light itself is considered sufficiently illuminated through its granting the transparency of every perspective upon beings. That is, they don't realize that there's anything more that they need than to name some one being which is so clear and so intelligible that everything else can be understood in relation to that being. That's as close as they get to the light. But that's not the clearing, and it's not, and the earth out of which all of this is growing. Let me just read that part with the second paragraph. He loves that quote, which is fascinating. That philosophy grows out of the earth. But the quote, of course, comes from somebody in metaphysics who doesn't care about the earth, but he cares about the earth. So second paragraph on 277. Staying with this image, we ask, in what soil do the roots of the tree of philosophy take hold? Out of what ground do the roots and thereby the whole tree receive their nourishing juices and strength? What element concealed in the ground and soil enters and lives in the roots that support and nourish the tree? I mean, philosophy is living out of the fact that the clearing has opened up an understanding of being, in which there are beings showing up as something. But it's living out of it, but it doesn't know that. What is the basis and element of the essence of metaphysics? That's again this clearing. What is metaphysics viewed from its ground? What is metaphysics itself at bottom? Well, what is metaphysics viewed from its ground? It's something that has a ground that it doesn't know about. It's something that grows in a ground that it needs to grow, but it doesn't know that it needs it. That's just another statement of the same thing he's been saying over and over. Okay, now one more thing. Since I use the term ontotheology a lot, and it gets explained pretty well on 287. So ontotheology, let me say it my way first. Heidegger has discovered, as I pointed out to you, that metaphysics reveals beings as such and as a whole. That phrase comes up every once in a while. And I said beings as such means the essence of everything, what everything is. And beings as a whole means the existence of everything, the whole bunch of stuff. I would say the world, only Heidegger's got a technical term for world, and I can't say the universe because that's what science studies. Heidegger's language would be either the totality of beings, he says that, or sometimes he says what there is. So it reveals what there is and how it is another way he puts it sometimes. Now, when you get that, then metaphysics comes along and does two things. It tries to find out the general characteristic of everything, what there is. It tries to tell us about beings as such, beings as beings. And it says, we'll get used to this, what sort of thing does it say when it tries to tell us about beings as beings? What kind of magic words? Give a magic word. Physis, it says, or creature, or object. That is to say, that's what being as such is. That's what beings are. That's their essence. So that's half of what metaphysics does, and that's what we've been hearing about. But metaphysics also asks the question, and how come there is anything at all? And then that's asking about beings as a whole. And then it says, well, it's a creator God that did it, that's why they're all creatures, or it's a ultimate sort of, the ultimate subject that did it, and that's why everything is objects. It's the transcendental unity of apperception that does it, and that's why everything is representations, and so forth. So let me just read you this now. I'm on page 287. I just want to read the last part of the paragraph that begins, metaphysics, I'll read the whole paragraph. Metaphysics states what beings are as beings. It offers a logos about the being, about beings, that on. The later title, ontology, characterizes its essence, provided, of course, that we understand it in accordance with the proper significance and not through a narrow scholastic meaning. Metaphysics moves in the sphere of the on, the being as beings, is what that says. Its representing concerns beings as beings. In this manner, metaphysics always represents beings as such in their totality. Now we're getting these two parts of it. It represents the beingness of beings. The metaphysics represents the beingness of beings in a twofold manner. In the first place, the totality of beings as such, with an eye to their most universal traits, like we talking about. That's the beings as such. But at the same time, also the totality of beings as such in the sense of the highest and therefore divine being. Well, he's not very clear there. He's got a much clearer essay. But I mean, that means the totality of beings as they are grounded in the highest and therefore divine being. That is, whether it's creation or whether it's the way the good makes everything flourish in Plato, or whether it's, we're back to that again, whether the subject makes everything objects, that's the divine being. The divine being can be us as transcendental unity of apperception. So let's see now. In the Metaphysics of Aristotle, okay, now that's all. Let me go on. It may not want to go on. Yes, I have to go on a little. Next paragraph. Because in it represents beings as beings, metaphysics is, in a twofold and yet unitary manner, the truth of beings in their universality and in the highest being. According to its essence, metaphysics is at the same time both ontology in the narrow sense and theology. This ontotheological essence of philosophy must be grounded in the way in which being opens itself up, namely as beings. As beings, I think that says. Okay, so there you get, I mean, just so when the word ontotheology comes by every once in a while, it's just a more detailed account of the structure of metaphysics. And he wrote a whole essay, if you're interested in it, called The Ontotheological what? How does it go? The Ontotheological Basis of Being? I don't remember. But he wrote an essay on ontotheology in which he explains all this in a lot of detail, but gives a lot of examples. But I think you get it. And it's only just, it helps you to understand the jargon that you need to get it. I think it's a brilliant move to try to find the structure of all philosophy and why it's got this structure. That's what he's really asking himself. How many know Nietzsche? It's funny when he applies it to Nietzsche. Okay, well, this is for those who do. I mean, he tries to say that about Nietzsche, that the will to power is the being of beings. Everything, Nietzsche says in so many words, everything is will to power. That's easy. And he says the eternal return, that is, of the same, that's what it is to exist. And that takes the place of the other half of the ontotheology. That's the answer about sort of what is the, I don't know, something, it's a very minimal theology, of course, but it's something like, and what is the status of beings as a whole? Well, the general characteristic of beings as a whole is that they are will to power. But the fact about beings, their existence is that they return again and again. That's not, so to speak, what they are. That's what it means for them to, how they exist, or something like that. Never mind. All I want to show you is that he wants every metaphysician to fall into this structure, and he finds it very illuminating. I'm not sure you do. I'm not sure I do. But he finds it very illuminating to bring it to bear on everybody, even Nietzsche, who is totally, says God is dead and so forth. Still, he wants to claim, because Nietzsche's a metaphysician, he's going to have to answer the question of the whatness and the thatness of everything. I guess that's it. Now let me see where we are. We are now going to do, next Tuesday, all of at some level, of it's not that hard. You're so prepared for it now, to do the Age of the World picture. And I want to do an overview of it, because Hans Slug is going to talk on Thursday, and then we can come back to it again after that and pick up the pieces, particularly if Hans and I seem to disagree about it. Okay. Every Tuesday morning from roughly 10 to 12, I talked to the TAs, and all kinds of interesting questions come up, and in office hours too on Monday. So now I have all kinds of new things to talk about. And the main one is the answer to this question: what does it mean to say that the pre-Socratic Greeks experienced the clearing even though they didn't interrogate it? How could they possibly be seeing the illumination in the room, which is what it sounds like Heidegger is saying, if you follow the metaphor. Now, I talked about this to several people in office hours, and gradually it dawned on me, finally with a kind of aha, this is a paper topic, and therefore I better be careful about what I tell people, and because I don't want to take away your chance to think about it for yourself, and therefore you find yourself only saying what I said. However, I didn't really have any interesting ideas about it in office hours yet, so I don't think I did this damage. But now I am going to do this. That is, I'm going to, in effect, give you my answer to the paper topic. It's such a hard topic, and it's such a central topic, that just giving you my answer should help you see what you might be able to come up with as your answer. But if it turns out that all you've got to say about it is what I'm just about to say about it, then don't take that topic, because you don't get credit for repeating what I said, particularly now that it's all on tape and on the internet. Okay, the question is, so we want to find out for the course, sort of what did those pre-Socratics do, which we have to do again, and we can do better. And there's this other question about, why we have to do it again and how we could do it better, which I'm not going to talk about. That's sort of what Heidegger's doing in basic questions. But we do have to try to answer the topic. And the topic really has two parts, and they're both hard. One is you have to get it right about what the clearing is in the first place. Get it right, that's the wrong, not correspondence, truth. You have to have an interpretation of what Heidegger means by the clearing in the first place, and then you have to explain why it's so puzzling that anybody could experience it. And then you have to give a story of what would it be like to experience it. So I learned a whole lot of new stuff, believe it or not, after 20 or 30 years about the clearing. It was really exciting. And I see now why I assigned the way back into the ground of metaphysics. I knew that it was important for you to get a grasp of the clearing, that you see Heidegger doing the illumination metaphor, and that it's the light in which everything is visible, and throwing in this new thing, the ground, the dirt metaphor, that it's the dirt in which the tree of metaphysics grows. But I didn't see that you need both of them, that to get what the clearing is about, neither metaphor can do the whole story. It's the ground and it's the light, and now I have to explain that. Okay, to begin with, the clearing is a kind of activity. You can hear it as a verb, a kind of lighting, and that is, in Heidegger language, an activity of unconcealing. Now, it turns out that this unconcealing has two aspects, and the light gets one of them, and the dirt gets the other one. As unconcealing and this is aspect one, as unconcealing and opening up a space in which we can encounter things, or they can show up for us, and we can make correspondence, true statements about them, and we can relate to other people and so forth. It has to withdraw in order to work. That's the light story. It gives us all this intelligibility, and it does that by not itself being part of the world, or that it opens up. It gets out of the way. That's the light idea. It gets out of the way. It goes into the background. It has to get out of the way to go into the background. In Heidegger language, withdraw, in order for us to be able to encounter entities, ourselves and things. Okay, now that's the part I've been stressing more over and over. But I discovered that that isn't going to get you anywhere. At least it wasn't getting me anywhere when I tried to think about what it would be to experience it. Because that gets you into this sort of head-breaking puzzle. If it withdraws, if it has to be invisible so that things can be visible, then it looks like under that aspect, you're not going to experience it. So it turns out there's another aspect of it which was staring me in the face and which I sort of know about but never thought much about or talked much about. It's the unconcealing. The light part is the open that results from the unconcealing, so to speak. But there's also the fact that something must be concealed for there to be unconcealing. And this unconcealing isn't sort of ever completed. It's sort of bringing stuff out of the background, but you never bring it all out of the background. You never get it all conceptualized. And now now I have to talk the tree metaphor. The tree grows in the ground. The ground is like, well, let's say like a reservoir. This is the first way to think about it. I mean, you can say it's like Earth, but that doesn't, and it is like Earth in the origin of the work of art. But what's that like? Well, it's a reservoir of other marginal practices, and even sort of stuff like ways of acting that aren't even organized as much as marginal practices, out of which you could organize marginal practices, or that could become gathered and organized as marginal practices, and from there it could become gathered and organized as a whole understanding of being. It's a reservoir of the stuff out of which future understandings of being could be made. But of course it's not like a storehouse of that. It's not a shelf in which there are these positive other understandings of being waiting to be grabbed off the shelf and instantiated. But it's the sort of stuff out of which other understandings of being can be made. And that's why it's the earth in which the tree of philosophy grows. It can be drawn up by the roots, Heidegger says, and that means interrogated and conceptualized, but it is never absorbed into the tree, because it's this reservoir which is never, it's the reservoir of earth and concealment, which is never completely drawn up and conceptualized, and so forth. That's why you need the earth one. But you notice both of them, neither one of them does the whole job. The one of the illumination in the room doesn't have the reservoir, the part, the murky part, the earthy part. It has the withdrawing part very well put in. The only way the illumination in the room could do the murky part is if it was very murky illumination, if the room were very dimly lit. But then it wouldn't be doing the job of the clearing, which is to be, so to speak, the bright illumination in which we encounter things and they are clear for us and become intelligible. So the light story doesn't work. In fact, it works against it. So you need another story. And so the murky story, the dirt story, does well for the reservoir and the background. But notice it doesn't withdraw. You don't say, it doesn't help any to say somehow, and the dirt has to get out of the way in order for the tree to grow. I mean, it doesn't even right. Yeah.
There's a different but analogous point, which is that the dirt is so obvious you forget to pay attention to it. Right?
That's true.
So the tree is what we end up paying attention to.
That's
the
true.
dirt's always lying there.
Right.
You could pay attention to it,
right.
but you forget to.
Good.
But the light story is even stronger claim.
The light has to get out of the way. If you pay any attention to it, it gets in the way. Yes, the dirt can be the background, but it can't be somehow the necessarily withdrawing background. Good. And that's what I think is right about that. So to get the dark earth as reservoir, okay, I've said that. And the idea of the clearing is supposed to have both. But the clearing doesn't do either one of them very well. I mean, it's got a sort of, you ignore the clearing in the field, the clearing in the forest, which is what he's talking about. Well, there is the sort of uncleared forest around, but it's too definite, and it's just made up of the same sort of trees that you've got cut down to make the clearing. I mean, it's not sufficiently murky and earthy, but that's the idea. There's a lot more forest there. that out of which you could make other clearings. And it's not so obvious either how the clearing has to withdraw. I don't know. The clearing is a good name for the phenomenon that Heidegger's trying to point at. But it isn't going to, but without the world, without the earth, dirt story, and the light in the room story, it's sort of like the world, isn't it? Is it? I haven't thought about that. Is it true that the light is the world and that we're getting just the two components of truth setting itself the world? Maybe. Sounds likely. Sounds likely. I was staring in the face, sort of. So without the light world story and the dirt earth story, the way the clearing works as an opening in which you can encounter something as something couldn't be explained. So I'm retroactively very happy I assigned the way back into the ground of metaphysics, even though it costs an outrageous amount, $250 each, just for the rights for that little piece of paper in there in the reader. It was important. Okay, so much. Now, so I've learned a whole lot more about the code in this discussion, and even up to the point where now I think you can map it on Earth and world, which is a new aha. And remember, and where a world looks like the light metaphor and Earth looks like the dark metaphor, and it's all fitting together. I'm amazed. Okay, let's suppose we now got a new grip on the clearing in this A+ paper I'm writing. Now, thanks to the help of the TAs, which you can all have too by seeing them in office hours, just like I do. Okay, so now the question becomes, and what in the world would it be to experience it? Well, now I have to tell you a story which, how many have had Philosophy 6? Anybody? Well, for once you're in the catbird seat, because that is you know something that will be very helpful that I can't. I'll sort of tell it in very short to everybody else. In Philosophy 6, we read Aeschylus's Oresteia. The Oresteia is written at the sort of time, roughly, as far as I can tell, where Physicus is going over into poesis. It's about the understanding of being. It's the sort of realization of the understanding of being as nurturing, as bringing forth. And it's Athens, 5th century BC. A little after the temple, I think, if anybody knows the Greek story clearer than I do. Because I think the temple is supposed to be Physicus' focus. And the Oresteia is clearly poesis focus. But what's important about the Oresteia is it tells a story about the special way that the light and the dark, the earth and the sky, has been gotten together by the Athenians, and in a way that nobody else was ever able to do it before. It's about the earth has got to do with the Furies, and the sky has got to do with the new gods, Apollo and so forth. But I can't go into all that. But the important thing that we want to say here is this, that the amazing thing about it is that unlike every other tragedy that the Greeks had, they performed this one over and over. Usually, believe it or not, these great tragedies like Oedipus and so forth just get performed once. But Aeschylus's Oresteia was so important to them that they performed it again and again. That's one thing. And they actually took part in the performance. The way it's written, the audience, the Athenians, finally march into the story, so to speak, and march out together with the Furies who have become the Eumenides. Now, what is all that? What am I trying to say, telling you all that story? Well, I'm going to say that they did this, that they wrote this play, that they all went to see it, or that they chose this play, repeated this play, all went to see it and marched out as part of it, means that they sensed that their nature as poesis, their nature as human beings, as nurturers, and somehow the city as the result of nurturing, and nature as a whole as something that you can bring forth, this whole understanding of being wasn't some independent fact about the universe that they could just sit back and make correct statements about, but that it needed them as preservers. And that's Heidegger's word for it. When you experience the clearing, you experience that it's up to you and your practices to keep this understanding of being, in Heidegger language, stabilized, sheltered, in my language, focused, and so forth. And they were also expressing their gratitude for that way of life. Experiencing the clearing then in my story would be to, if a culture understands themselves as preservers, partaking in keeping that understanding of being going, and are grateful that there is such an understanding of being, then they have a sense of the clearing, even though they don't interrogate it or think about it. Yes?
You might not want to answer this, but can you give an example or a sense of it, how this would be for Lucis rather than Poesis?
How it would work for Croesus rather than Poesis? Not in the least, I'm
Because it
afraid.
seems to depend sort of essentially on the nurturing aspect.
Well, that the Aeschylus story does, but I can say roughly. I mean, the Poesis story would have to be that they did things in front of the temple, if it's a Poesis temple, in which, and they felt that it was they that called the god, or that, well, if they weren't there, the god wouldn't whoosh up in the temple or something. Not that they could bring it forth, but that they had to be there to appreciate the god, to make it whoosh forth, and that the temple only did what it did insofar as they were around to reflect the light of it, and they would have to do something to show that. I can't do much more. I agree, but does that help at all? I mean,
Yeah.
something. They would have to show that they understood that the fact that the temple shined and they could see things in its light was required them to do it. And of course, nurturing is much easier because it's more obvious how it requires them. Much more obvious. So what I had this in the back of my mind as a bother that now Liz has nailed. That gives you an even harder paper topic and something to do. You can't use nurturing because you're supposed to do it for the pre-Socratics, and I did it for the contemporaries of Socrates, I think. I mean, one generation after the temple. But I mean, they in the Oresteia, it was more clear how they experienced the clearing. I don't know what story to tell about how, except the very pathetic one I just told, about how the Phoesus people and experienced the clearing by way of the way they related to the temple. But now, let me remind you now of your job, if you want to take this hard topic. You explain the clearing in your own way, and for that you're responsible to the book, so to speak, the text. I mean, you are supposed to get it right about Heidegger's view of the clearing. Then you're on your own to make up a story about the rest, because Heidegger doesn't tell us anywhere I know what he means. I couldn't even find where he says the Greeks experienced the clearing of pre-Socratics, though I know he says it, and I certainly don't know any place where he explains it. Yeah.
Just to make clear, this is if you want to do question number 6.
Yes, I'm talking about question number 6 all the time. That's the question that says this. It's the centralist question, and probably the hardest question. And but now that I sort of tried to give you some help, I hope I haven't sort of walked all over it so that there's nothing left for you to do. I doubt it. It's so hard. Anyway, I'm going to say this one more way, and then I'm going to stop. I kept trying to put it. Here's another way to put it. They couldn't just sit back and enjoy their understanding of being as if it was a metaphysical fact. They felt that their practices and participation were called for, and that in return they received a gift that things showed up as something, and that there were meaningful differences. That's the form of what it is to experience the clearing. And of course, they did not experience the clearing as a clearing. If they did that, they would be what Heidegger wants the future people to be. That's what we're supposed to be able to do if we understand Heidegger's lectures and basic questions. Now, heaven only knows what that means. I mean, I'm not going to try to tell you what that means. That if you think you know, you can certainly write on that. That paper topic isn't in here, but since you are allowed to speculate about what it was for them to experience the clearing as a clearing, and you have nothing to go on but your own wits and plays that are lying around like the Oresteia, if you want to try to figure out what this future world would be like, in which there was a new God shining and a new clearing, and moreover, human beings experience the clearing as a clearing.
One clearing among other possible things.
Yes, it would be one clearing among other possible clearings, and that's a clue already. Something that they have that the Greeks couldn't have. You could write about that for sure. Okay, I think now I'm ready to make a transition to the Age of the World picture, but I want to stop after all that. and ask questions. Boy, I hope I don't erase this. Anyway, they're backup people, because this is really interesting new stuff. Okay, anybody want to say anything about this? You shouldn't really. I think that your chance to say anything is now in office hours with your TAs and in your papers. Okay, and I want to go on, because it's time we got to the age of the world picture, partly because Hans Slug is coming in next time to talk about a specific aspect of the age of the world picture, the footnote that nobody dies for values, and the whole issue about values, which I'm not going to talk about, that I have to talk about enough of it so that you are ready for him when he does talk about it, and then what's left over we'll talk about next Tuesday. Okay, so here we go. The transition is that we've been doing this meta-level talk about clearings, about works of art, and how they work to establish clearings, and how they set up a history in which there is a conflict of interpretations and new beginnings, though not a big deal beginning. One of the things we talked about among the TAs is this sort of ambiguity, which is in what I've been saying, but I think it's in Heidegger. In a certain sense, there's only one beginning to history in the West. It began, it ran down, and now it'll get a new beginning if we're good and follow Heidegger. But there's a lot of there are 5 or 6 epochs. We're always naming them: physis, poesis, techne or production, creation, objects, and resources. Those are all sort of radical different understandings of being, all within that one history in the West, which always, by the way, the name for that one is, it always understands being as presence, Heidegger says. We haven't really talked much about that. Anyway, we talked all about the meta story, that they're clearings, how they work, who sets them up, what you can know about them, what you can't know about them, and so forth. Now it's time to actually do the history I just run through the history of being, namely the series of clearings that there's been in the West. But we don't have time to do that. So we're going to jump right from the physis clearing and remarks about the poesis clearing with Plato's productive seeing. Plato's supposed to be the poesis person. We're going to jump right from that to the beginning of modernity. The age of the world picture is about the modern clearing. Now, one might want to say, well, that's the one we're in. And that's sort of correct to say that, because we are in modernity. But we're in sort of late modernity, or maybe post-modernity, which is really a different clearing than the one that he's going to talk about in the age of the world picture. And we are sort of transitional. You'll see lots of things that are still very familiar in the age of the world picture and the modern understanding of being as yours. But when you read the question concerning technology, which is next and takes us from modernity to post-modernity, you'll see lots of things that also are very familiar and also look like the understanding of being which is yours. And that's because we're somewhere in between them. Now I've written, I don't remember why, besides that transition, that we're going from the meta level to the actual history of being, that there's something on page 156 of Basic Questions, which is also a transition. I've written Age of the World Picture. I see. Okay, at the end of that section on 156 it says, he's talking about aletheia remains by necessity unquestioned. We've been talking about that. But the sustaining of the beginning position in the sense of techne leads to a falling away from the beginning. Beings become, to exaggerate somewhat, objects of representations conforming to them. Well, he doesn't really mean to exaggerate somewhat. He just means to leap ahead over a whole bunch of stages, production, creation, at least. But beings do become objects of representations conforming to them. Then aletheia itself is interrogated. But henceforth, from the point of view of techne and aletheia, from the point of view of techne, that is production, and aletheia becomes the correctness of representations and procedures. Well, so you go, he's saying, look what happens, we're going to go into production and techne, that's Aristotle, and then God is the big deal producer of everything. And then we're going to go into objectivity and the correctness of representations and procedures. That should sound familiar. Remember, procedures is one of the things he spends a lot of trouble trying to explain in the Age of the World picture. So now we're really in the Age of the World picture. And the first page, it's so good, it's so clear, and it's so nicely, and condensed, but not in a way that makes it hard to understand. There's just no nonsense that I can't help reading whole chunks. So here comes a chunk from page 115, which is the first page, which has no number on it. And this is still a kind of summary of something we now, the meta story. I'm giving you a transition both ways. In basic questions, he points toward the Age of the World picture, and in the Age of the World picture, in this first paragraph, you could say, this is the next year after he gave this lecture for us. He's now in 38. That was 37. He takes up this meta issue and he's going to apply it. So he says, in metaphysics, reflection is accomplished concerning the essence of what is, and a decision takes place regarding the essence of truth. Metaphysics grounds in age in that through a specific interpretation of what is and a specific comprehension of truth, it gives to that age the basis upon which it is essentially formed. The basis holds complete dominion over all the phenomena that distinguish the age. Well, that basis is the understanding of being, of course. And the metaphysicians, remember, are what the people he calls thinkers in the origin of the work of art. I'm going to straighten out a mistake I made in there. The thinkers in the origin of the work of art are the people who name being in these various epochs. Thinkers always name being. But there are two kinds of thinkers, or maybe three. There are thinkers who name being and know they're doing it, or at least sense that they're doing it, who don't forget the clearing. Those would be the pre-Socratic thinkers. They don't name the clearing. They don't name being as naming being, but they sense something like that is going on. Then there are the really metaphysicians, the ones who forget the clearing altogether, like Plato, or deny it, like Aristotle and then on. Those are the metaphysical thinkers. They go from, sometimes he says that all of them have done that. I mean, it depends. Thinkers name being, for sure. That is, they name the totality of what is. Now, that's what everybody does from Parmenides up to Heidegger. If you say metaphysicians name the totality of what is, and they name it as beingness, that is, as the general property of everything that is, you might think that starts with Anaximander. Sometimes Heidegger says that we've been metaphysical from the start. And sometimes it looks like that starts with Plato, because sometimes he implies that the pre-Socratics didn't totally forget the clearing and just think. See, when you think that you're naming the being of beings in a way that is the correspondence story, namely, that's the facts. Being is, let's say, to be an object. That's what everything is. It's an object, except for us, and we're an objectifier, which is part of the same story. Then you're surely in metaphysics. Descartes thinks he just tells the truth about it, the correspondence truth. If you think that the pre-Socratics somehow thought that they were unconcealing it instead of corresponding it, then maybe they weren't. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be confusing you, but Heidegger is confusing. He's not clear on this. So let me be clear. I think all metaphysicians name being. It's not just messed it up. Cancel. All thinkers name being. Metaphysicians, whoever they are, name being as if it was sort of once and for all times and for all places, the truth in a correspondence way about all beings. Now let's see. where's my, I think I dumped this out of my word processor. What? It isn't in here, is it? Ah, I pushed it too. Well, so let me see now. I had it. There's something also called, what's the word? Provisionary? No, preliminary? No.
You said preparatory.
Memorial.
Preparatory.
That's what
Preparatory thinkers. Heidegger calls himself a preparatory thinker. That means, that seems to be a thinker who names the clearing as the clearing and prepares the beginning of a new history. So there may be thinkers at the beginning who name being in a non-metaphysical way, it's not sure. By the time you get to Plato, there are thinkers that name being in a metaphysical way. And by the time you get to Heidegger, there are thinkers that name being in a special way whereby they understand that clearing. Yeah.
So the preparatory thinkers reveal the clearing as one clearing among multiple possibilities, but Heidegger doesn't provide the content of the specific understanding.
That's what I was thinking, but I didn't say it because I wasn't sure it would help. But I'm sure it does help. Okay, a preparatory thinker, if that's what Heidegger says he is. I don't know where he says it, but I believe he does. A preparatory thinker tells you that there's a plurality of clearings, tells you, in effect, the history of the West, names the clearing as the clearing, but he can't give you a new clearing, remember. That's only a God can do that, or a work of art, or a statesman. Now, it isn't excluded that by some wonderful opportunity, Heidegger suddenly gets a new name for being, which opens up the whole new thing, and that he saw a Woodstock festival all on his own, but or whatever it would take. But he never has claimed to be that, and he never claimed that he even had a chance at that, and therefore I take back one thing I said that was misleading. I said Heidegger was running for reconfigurer, and I don't think that's right. He was running for articulator. You'll see that when he tries to focus our current understanding of being in the technology essay and give it a name, because no thinker has given it a name yet. He wants to name the being of beings, our beings, and so he is an articulator. And he's one of these, I've already forgot the word, what kind of preparatory thinkers. But he is not a reconfiguring thinker. That is one who names a new concrete content, a new content into being, like physis, poesis, and so forth. Now we're going to read about, in effect, right now, the best example we've got of a real reconfiguring thinker who really does name a whole new age into being, namely modernity, and that's Descartes. Yeah.
I'm sorry, can I just ask you something about
Sure.
this last thing you said?
Yeah.
I understand how you're saying there's no content, and that's what differentiates, but it seems like Heidegger does want us to ask questions in a particular way.
Oh, yeah.
And why isn't that a style, like a specific way of asking questions?
Good question. I had forgotten the word style in all this, and probably just as well say it another way. But he might give you a style of question, but he certainly hasn't got a way of giving you a style of what every entity has and people have. I mean, he'd have to have a universal style for all beings. And though he does have this sort of way of lecturing, way of questioning, and it's certainly recognizable as a new style among thinkers, you can't get out of that what the style of people and things, everything, is. And that would be the new content thing. Everything is a creature of God. Everything is an object for a transcendental consciousness. You can't say, well, how would you fill in the everything is from Heidegger's style? Yeah.
Seems like if you put it all, it would sound a lot like the piece of Greek. It would be everything is disclosed by man in the clearing, right?
Yes, and then it begins to sound more like a formal thing.
Exactly.
Disclosed as what?
Exactly.
Yeah, but it would be closer to the pre-Socratics, because the pre-Socratics had this sort of ambiguous insight in which they said everything shows up, and that's what they meant by disclosed. But they had a sense that everything shows up in the clearing. But they had there was a sort of content in their Physis story, sort of. And there's okay, we agree about all that. let's not go back into it. Let's go onward. Okay, I want to say one thing about this first paragraph, because I constantly get beat on more and more by sort of pluralists who say, you can see how Heidegger's a kind of fascist totalizer, when he says that this understanding holds complete domination over all the phenomena. And they want to say nothing holds complete domination over all the phenomena. That's just a kind of Western metaphysical craziness that we've got over, and Heidegger should know better. Well, I think it's important that it holds, and Heidegger shouldn't say it himself, because where would be the marginal practices? And the sort of reservoir of fertile mush out of which some new understanding of being is going to occur, the dirt, if this was the whole story. Well, it holds complete dominion over all the phenomena that distinguish the age. That's very important. So, insofar as if the age of the medievals were all about creativeness, then insofar as anything shows up as creatures, this is going to be dominating it. But there may be some strange things around, witches who don't think that they're creatures of God, and sort of enclaves of unreformed pagans who think that things are still welling up and so forth. And Heidegger is the last to want to say that there is one meaning in all the practices, but he does want to say that anything that counts as, how will I put it, the totality of beings that, I don't know, count as anything or something according to the age. And then there are these marginal stuff that doesn't. Yeah.
But I think you need to be careful about, like the witches, right? They're going to show up within the Christian understanding, but they're going to,
they're going to sort of count as crazy.
Right. But they're not, they're going to be like doing the devil's work or something else, right?
That's
But then
what
there are going to be
Christians
other
do.
things, right? But then there are going to be other things that you can't even name. You
That's
can't
right.
even
There'll be people like the witches who are already, the Christians will think they're doing the devil's work, but of course the witches don't, and so we don't know what to think of them or how to name them. And then there will be, of course, the dirt will be even more mushy and oozy. There will just be lots of stuff going on that isn't recognizable as anything. Good, yes.
Well, my reading of this is that he says it holds dominion over all the phenomena that distinguish the age, and those things that are the marginal practices are not for Heidegger the things that distinguish the age.
That's what we want to say.
So I think he said it actually quite
I
clearly.
do too.
He didn't say holds dominion over everything.
Good.
In
Well,
the age.
you're just seconding me. Yes, right. Don't pin on him a view that is more totalitarian and totalizing than it is. In fact, this whole essay is against a totalizing view. He can't be saying that the metaphysicians name something that holds dominion over everything in the age, because what he thinks, he would call that total mobilization, and he thinks that sort of our age is an age of total mobilization, but that isn't that's a misunderstanding that is very definitive of us, but it's not really what's going on. What's really going on has got to be these marginal practices, the clearing, the unconcealing. But that's just an aside, practically. He does want to say that everything that counts as being, as mattering, as intelligible, that would be a good way to put it, everything that's intelligible gets named as creatures, or physis, or objects. And if it isn't a creature of God, we just don't know what to make of it. And if we're in the medieval age, if we can even see it, and if it isn't an object in Cartesian in modernity, we don't know what to make of it. We can hardly even see it. Okay, I think that's what's going on there. So the metaphysician, back to my old story, will name the style of the culture, and thereby will determine the intelligibility, or what shows up as something, what it makes sense to do, what is worthy and unworthy, give you the qualitative differences. I've said that earlier. And now we come to the question, and what is the style of the modern world? What is our understanding of being? And sort of who named it, and what are the implications for us? But he doesn't jump right in and start talking about Descartes. He starts by asking about a bunch of questions about, well, what are the essential phenomena that define the modern age? On 116. And it's an interesting list. And the list is in a funny order. I don't know why it's in the order it is. But maybe it's because he's going to take up science in the rest of the essay. He does science first. One of the essential phenomena is science. And then also technology. And he says in the middle, machine technology is itself an autonomous transformation of practices. A type of transformation wherein practice first demands the employment of mathematical physical science. And that really prepares him for the essay on the question concerning technology. So he's got two stories. Science is modernity, and technology, roughly, is this next thing. But he wants to talk mostly about science, it turns out, because I think the machine technology is a further transformation for him. Okay, then he does next the, by the way, the machine must be second, because then he says third, an essential phenomena of the modern period. Oh, maybe I'm being unclear about something, because again, it's complicated. It sounds like machine technology is the essence of the modern. He's listing it among the essence of the modern. How to put this? There are really two kinds of machine technology. The kind where a subject dominates an object, where you sort of blow up a mountain and build a highway or a railroad through it, that's very much modernity. And then there's a kind of technology which is much more subtle and which makes everything flexible and orderable. The computer. He already knew about computers, and he knew that they were going to do that. The emblem of it. I mean, there's nothing there like subjects dominating objects and blowing up mountains and building railroads. Instead of sort of question of sort of heavy-duty stuff. What do we have? We have a word for this. The two kinds of technology. High tech and low tech. Is that what it is? Sort of. I guess there's sort of low tech is part of modernity. Cars and locomotives and stuff. And that's why it's on this list. And high tech is what the question concerning technology is about. It's something further. So machine technology, I think I misread this. Machine technology is still modern. It's applied science. So, okay, now, then let's go on. The next one, the third one, is art moves into the purview of aesthetics. Now that's interesting. I want to stop for a while on that one, because the art is just an example of a general phenomenon where, because we are subjects dealing with objects, everything turns into subjective experience on the one hand, and a lot about objects on the other. But now he switches from the object side, science and technology, to the subject side. And he says, and this is so interesting, that what does it mean to say that in a way everything turns into experiences of X? But let's do it with aesthetics, because he does. Remember when he talks about the work of art, he says it's absolutely wrong-headed and irrelevant to talk about the feelings that you have when you look at a Greek temple now, which are ooh and ah and all kinds of maybe very, very exciting private experiences. He says that has nothing to do with art. That only happens when the work of art is dead. When the work of art is alive, you don't have private experiences. You see everything in the light of it and act in the light of it, and it has authority over you, and you're drawn into it. That it's not a question of contemplating an object and having private experiences. That couldn't be further. But art becomes aesthetics. Aesthetics has to do with feeling, like anesthetics, which cancel your feelings. So art becomes a matter of feelings and subjective experience. And I just want to add, and it's not just art. Religion becomes a question of religious experience. You hear that all the time. What is religious experience? Well, it was more obvious in the 60s. It was having peak experiences. It turns out you can get them by dropping acid, or you can get them by going to church on Sunday and dancing and singing a lot. But what really matters is having this peak experience. That's what religion is about. And I think in a certain way, and it doesn't have any special authority over you. The point is to somehow develop the techniques that give you the whoppingest peak experiences, the most zing. Then that is what it's all about. Some of you know Houston Smith. Did anybody have Houston Smith in the philosophy? Houston Smith, who was once in the drug, you may not know this, in the drug dropping business, and a good friend of Timothy Leary's, and believed in these peak experiences in the 60s, later said that drugs can give you a religious experience, but they can't give you a religious life. I think he was half there when he said that. He's still around, I should really have lunch with him and see if he still holds to that, because Heidegger would say there isn't, religion, that's still not getting it. As soon as you think of religion in terms of experience, you've lost the fact that it's something independent of you, that has authority over you, that you see the world in terms of, and that makes things intelligible. Nothing private and nothing feeling. You might have some feelings alongside that. Nobody would object, but it's not the essence of it. Okay, now, then comes the thing Hans Slug is going to talk about. That culture, and it becomes, there's something called culture, and it has values, and these values are what sort of direct human activity. That's another mistake. I'm not going to say anything about why that's a mistake. And I guess the number 5 is the religious experience one from the other side, the loss of the gods. On the one hand, the picture is Christianized, the world is possible. I haven't said much about that. I don't have much to say about the loss of the gods. I write at the end of that paragraph, when the gods have fled, what we get is historiography and psychological investigation of myth. You know who has in mind there? It's Jung and Campbell. Heidegger didn't like Jung at all. I don't know if he knew him personally, but he didn't like Jungian stuff. And of course he would have hated Campbell, which is the ultimate sort of nihilism, in which all that's left of religion is a story about various myths and sort of what they have in common, which is, again, what Heidegger would have hated, because each religion is supposed to be a different understanding of being, totally incompatible with the others, focused in its God. The idea that there's sort of one big, flat story about all human beings captured in these myths is just... I can't even say how disgusting it seems. Okay, anyway, so it goes. These are the part of the modern picture. I understand. And it's all of this is about the fact that I think none of this has any authority over us anymore, because it's all either objects that we choose among, like the values, or private peak experiences which we manipulate, like the religious and aesthetic experiences. So, but the interesting story Heidegger wants to tell is to find out what the essence of the modern age, you could have investigated any of these things, and you would have seen something important about modernity. But the most interesting and pronounced and revealing practice in modernity is science. So he says, let's study science, and we'll understand the essence of modernity. And from now on, we have still half an hour, which is good, we go into this brilliant story about Forschung, about research. It turns out science is much too broad a category. There was empiria, which is a sort of science understood as empiricism. There was scientia, what is scientia? I don't remember. Maybe it's in my notes. There is doctrina, which is sort of deducing a lot of truths from the Bible. There have been all sorts of ways of trying to understand the world, and you can lump them all under science, particularly if it's the German word science, which is Wissenschaft. They were all disciplines, but there's a special modern way of understanding the world, which he calls research, and that's what's going to tell us about modernity. And what he's got is a completely Kuhnian view of research, which is just amazing that he should have it so clear and so early. Again, read The Structure of Scientific Revolution if you want to get a more complete view of this. What he's got is, now, these characteristics of research. The first one is, I think there are really three, although each one comes with several different names, particularly the first one, which is the most important. It's called projection, it's called procedure, and it's called rigor. I think those are all pretty much the same thing, or aspects of the same thing, and they're the most important thing. What is that? Well, it's the idea that in research, and only in research, do you get this new approach to understanding everything, which is that you project a ground plan, which we don't have a very good word for this Grundriss, which they're trying to translate. The idea is it's a total interpretation of everything. Yeah.
How is this different? Well, I thought, what's the word for risk design in Origin of Organic?
It's risk. This is a Grundriss.
I thought we had Grundriss too. I thought
Did we
was
really?
in the...
Well...
And that made sense to me.
Okay, but this couldn't be a rift here. It's got to be a ground plan. Because the point is that it sort of sketches out beforehand
But he
everything.
says that in the Origin of Work of Art too.
Does he really?
He talks about a sketch or drawing.
That's right, if the risk is a sketch or a drawing.
And it makes sense as a way of laying out what's possible in the confrontation.
Except
for now you're giving us strong...
Well, except this is very interesting, a new paper topic. But I'll try to answer it. I mean, the feature of the risk, the rift design, as it's translated in Origin of the Work of Art, is that it's how the world and earth struggle in each particular epoch, which gives you the style of the epoch. Here, it's all on the side of the world, so to speak. Well, we don't know what the Grundriss is. The Grundriss example he gives is, you take a domain, say nature, and you make a projection such as nature is basically matter in motion. And then once you've said that, you have now a field of research, because you can now investigate everything. And now we're in methodology, by the way. That's the second thing. The methodology is you'll have that's still part of this. Once you say that it's all matter in motion, you have a procedure for how to investigate it. For instance, you don't have to look at the color of it, but you do have to look at sort of where it is and how fast it's moving. He's telling you about Galileo and Newton and so forth. But and this is what I think, I don't know if we disagree, what's extremely important about the ground plan and the new idea is that you say beforehand, a priori, as he would say here, what everything in nature has to be. And then you check up and see if everything is like that. That's the procedure. You go about measuring it. And the rigor is that if something doesn't fit that ground plan, then you have an anomaly. And you have to deal with the anomaly by showing that it really does fit the ground plan. And that gives you the third thing, ongoing activity, what Kuhn calls normal science. But it all looks like world, because it isn't a struggle between earth and world. It's just, you just put this interpretation out as the answer to everything, and then you see whether you can fit everything into it.
But why isn't that?
Well, if you want to bring in Earth, I can see, you would have to bring it in as the anomaly. Is that what you have in mind?
And that's how we talked about Earth before.
Ah, you're right.
There's still a struggle with science over
Yes. Okay.
What I would say is
well, this is
that's
fascinating.
Question number
This
3,
is fascinating.
Paper topic, because it looks like this is the particular way in which the ground plan
Fantastic. I think you're right. I never noticed it, and I resisted it. So, in the way the ground plan tries to cover everything, which is the world aspect, and comes up against anomalies that resist it, which is the earth aspect, we get an example of what the style of modernity is, and what the way the Grundriss, the Rift design, works. Wow! Unifying things like mad. Well, that's wonderful. I mean, that's then what we would be doing to find out about modernity is saying, well, let's look at the Rift design of modernity. Why didn't he say it? We can write a better thing than he can. But that's what he's doing. And now let's look at it in some detail on 118, or for a minute anyway. He says the essence of what we today call science is research. In what does research consist? And then he says it consists in procedure and methodology. But he says for every procedure requires an open space in which it moves. And it is precisely the opening up of such a sphere that is the fundamental event in research. We're now saying it's like that's the world part. This is accomplished through the projection, which in some realm of what is, in nature, for example, of a fixed ground plan. We now see that might well be the same term as a rift design. A fixed ground plan is better for this essay.
But if you look at the footnote.
What is it? It says going through his terrain sketch design. Okay. Sketch ground plan. Okay. So it can mean both. And in here, it helps to follow it, to think of it like a whole plan laid out for all of nature, right already. For instance, just to give you an example that'd be very relevant, Heidegger hasn't made this move yet. It looks to Heidegger as if living things is another domain that needs a different rift design, because he was a vitalist. But it's a big success for the Galileo-Newton rift design that people now think, given DNA, they are going to be able to give a completely mechanistic explanation of all these mysteries about how you could have an embryo that grew up to be this thing rather than that thing, and a piece of the embryo grows up to be a piece of me and not some other piece of me. And lo and behold, that's part of the project of this mechanical modern view. And probably, maybe it's not really going to work. There's a famous scientist here who thinks that it's going to run up against anomalies to try to make a treat life mechanistically. But that's not the point. The ground plan claims that you can do it. Then there's going to be anomalies. Can't think of the name of the retired guy in the National Academy, Levy or something, who has thinks that life is holistic and who has anomalies for the DNA people to worry about. But then, of course, that's fine. From their point of view, great, new anomalies. We have to show that they're really mechanisms, too. It just looks whole, like the top. He thinks that life is somehow, as people used to, sort of determined by the whole organism, determines what's going to happen for all the parts. Whereas the rift design of modernity, which is mechanistic and atomistic, thinks that it has to be somehow explained in terms of the elements, finally the DNA code. So, in any case, you get this ground plan and you put it over all natural events, and life too, it turns out. The projection sketches out in advance the manner in which the knowing procedure must bind itself and adhere to the sphere opened up. This binding of adherence is the rigor of research. Now let's say something about the rigor. That's really the most interesting part, and it goes by really fast. But he does know, and it's Kuhnian too, that the rigor is what's really new in the research business. He doesn't stop to give you much of a counterclass. It's clear that if you look at it this way, you'll see that you can produce anomalies if you have an idea of how everything has to be. Then if things aren't that way, you get anomalies. Another way to put it is an anomaly means something that doesn't fall under a law. And he thinks that, for instance, now I give you a counterexample. Aristotle described how things behaved as a rule. If you think that that's on 121. If you think that what your job of science is to describe things as a rule, it's very hard. This is the very middle of 121. That means Aristotle wanted to make generalizations. That if all you've got is how things are as a rule, you don't have anomalies. Because sometimes, swans are white as a rule. But if you have, let me just finish, a law, he thinks, then you can have experiments and falsification. He says a little further down, experiment begins with the laying down of a law as basis. But it's about 2/3 of the way down. If you've got a law, you've got anomalies. And law is what Galileo introduced into this. It's not the same as generalizations and as a rule.
Well, I was just going to say that rule is ambiguous between those two.
Right.
things.
But the way he's understanding it, it's clearly going to be making how things behave as a rule would be to make generalizations about them.
Where that means sort of by and large.
Yes, right, right. I mean, if you found that more and more swans were black until you could hardly find any white ones, it wouldn't be so much an anomaly. You just have to, your generalization wouldn't work. To have an anomaly, you got to have a law, and you've got to, the law covers every case. And as soon as you've got one case that doesn't come under the law, that overthrows the law unless you can fix it. And that is an anomaly, and then the normal science, or what does he call it, ongoing activity, tries to fix it. So Galileo discovers that feathers and cannonballs, according to his theory, ought to fall at the same speed, but they don't really fall at the same speed. And then it looks like an exception, but it isn't. Then you think about friction and the atmosphere, and you discover, well, they really do, but there are countervailing forces. But you can't just say, and here's the important thing, well, that's an exception. Let me give it to you. In Aristotle, you could say, well, that's a monster. We go out and we categorize all the kinds of things there are, and we say that every animal has one head, for instance. And then you come across an animal that has two heads. Well, as a rule, animals have one head, and then there are monsters. And in Christianity, you have a general principles about how things behave, and how God generally orders the universe. And then every once in a while, there's a wild exception. It says in the Bible, what, did Joshua stop the sun for a long time? Well, that's a miracle. And that's all right. I mean, we never said that the sun always took 24 hours to go around. So you can't have research and anomalies and procedure and the ongoing activity until you have a total ground plan. The Greeks couldn't have it. The medievals couldn't have it. That is, scientia doctrina can't have it. Scientia is probably sort of Plato. Let's try Plato. Plato had rigorous total theories, but Plato thought that they didn't fit this world very well. We were in a kind of messy condition, the receptacle, where these pure, rigorous theories were sort of stamped on this receptacle by the demiurge, but of course it didn't take. So so you can't expect this world to follow those rules. So there again, no anomalies. Just what do you expect from a messy spatial world? And the same thing in Aristotle. There's matter. Matter never takes on the form of anything very completely. So what do you expect? Every once in a while you get a monster. But thanks to Galileo, you get a whole new story. It's that you project a totally clear picture, and you demand that everything fit that picture. That's rigor. And then you go out and you find anomalies and you have to fix them. That's ongoing activity. The method, by the way, I skipped it. Let me just give it to you in three parts. I think there is this first part, which is ground plan, procedure, and rigor. And then there is the method stuff. And the method is formulate universal laws, find anomalies, and solve the puzzles that gives you. And then there's ongoing activity. Let's put that down. Solve the puzzles. That belongs down here. He's not clear. I'm trying to impose some kind of clear order. So the method is formulate universal laws and find the anomalies. And the third thing is ongoing activity, that is, solve the puzzles that show up. Or you have to have a revolution. You can't just say, well, you can wait a long time. There were lots of anomalies in Newton that the moon wasn't in the right place, the perihelion of Mercury wasn't in the right place, and so forth. Things that, some of them they got fixed after hundreds of years. I think the moon story was the way the tides reacted back on the moon. They hadn't thought about that. And of course, the story about the perihelion of Mercury, whatever that is, that never got fixed. That only relativity could explain that. And finally, the Newtonian theory was overthrown by the fact that there were anomalies that they couldn't beat into shape. Then they had to give up the whole thing. And that's all right. But one more thing. Heidegger was very Kuhnian in that he says at the beginning of the Being in Time that science really progresses when there are revolutions. because then you discover that your whole ground plan is wrong. He doesn't say that, but that's what he means. And you get a new ground plan. You get a whole new understanding of reality. That's really exciting and important, and then science really progresses. So Einstein comes in and overthrows Newton. That's not bad news. At the time that Heidegger was writing this, people were busy trying to fix it so they never had another revolution. People like, there was operationalism of, what's the guy's name? Percy Bridgman and so forth. People busily trying to figure out how you could formulate scientific theories so rigorously that you never have to dump them again, the way we had to dump Newton. And then there was a few very smart people, I don't know any besides Heidegger, who understood that the point wasn't to fix science so you didn't have to dump a whole ground plan. The point was to make a ground plan so clear and so rigorous that it would produce anomalies that would finally overthrow it. And that's what this is about. Yeah?
This is, I don't even think we're talking about, but Heidegger's going to accept the Kuhnian point that there's always a sort of choice. There's increasing sense of anomalies, but it's not like you're ever forced into a revolution at any one moment, right?
Right. He doesn't talk about it, but I'm sure he'd be happy with this idea that you can, and I was sort of implying that you can put up with an anomaly a long time, hoping that you'll get it figured out eventually. But when there are too many of them, and somebody comes along with a theory in which those anomalies now fit into the theory, then he'll eventually, presumably, win out, though not immediately. All of this is much more to the Kuhnian. Heidegger hasn't got a story about it.
So the point about counterexamples is that they can't stand as counterexamples. They can't, but you have to take that as that they will be solved.
That's right.
The anomalies
That's
will
right.
be solved.
Exactly. You can't just say they're monsters, they're miracles. What do you expect from the earth, from the universe? It's made out of messy stuff. You can't say that. And that means that some whole new way of thinking has come in. Namely, and this is now really where it gets exciting, that we impose this total order on things, and then we see how it turns out. But what Heidegger's interested in is not so much the story about science, finally, but the idea that our job is to impose a total order, and that we can do that, and that everything then gets its intelligibility by how it fits into the total order that we impose. So now we've gotten to the big issue here. The real discovery, according to Heidegger, is objectification. This is on 127. Let's start at the bottom of 126. We are reflecting, well, let me see, there's something here. Okay. We are reflecting on the essence of modern science in order that we may apprehend it in its metaphysical ground. What understanding of what is and what concept of truth provide the basis for the fact that science is being transformed into research. Now, remember that he thinks that science, back to the age of the world picture, if I could flip to it, that when he's talking about the various ways truth can set itself to work, he says, he gives this whole list, which I'm constantly running through.
63.
Oh, great. Just 51. 53?
60.
Ah, okay. Notice that at the end of that list, where he says there are thinkers and martyrs and gods and so forth, he says that, what?
Right.
No. 62? Yes, 62. Okay, at the top there. He says, by contrast, science is not an original happening of truth, but always the cultivation of a domain of truth already opened, specifically by apprehending and confirming what so and so and so and so. And now, what we're doing is we're passing from the question about what is science to what is the philosophical, metaphysical, new understanding of being that made science possible, that made it possible for Galileo and Newton to think in terms of ground plans. Sort of, well, that was already moving in the practices in Galileo. What metaphysician finally understood what all reality had to be so that you could have research, is how Heidegger's asking the question. What metaphysics is science living out of? And the answer is, it's a new metaphysics in which to be is to be an object. This is on 127. No, but I'll start at the bottom of 126. knowing as research calls whatever is to account with regard to the way in which and to the extent in which it lets itself be put at the disposal of representation. We'll hear more about that in a minute. Research has disposal over anything that is, when it can either calculate it and so forth. Nature is calculated in advance, set in place. Nature and history become objects of representing that explain. I mean, I could sort of try to show how even history gets treated as research gets its universal principles for history, and there are anomalies, but it's not worth going into, so let's just stick to nature. Such representing counts on nature and takes account of history. Only that which becomes object in this way is considered to be in being. We first arrive at science as research when the being, or whatever is sought in such objectness. And now, how do you do that? What is objectivity and representation? Yeah?
Just go back for a minute.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that you glossed the phrase projecting a ground plan with we impose a ground plan.
Yes.
That sounds a bit like an Nietzschean understanding of being.
But he does say it. I'll show you where. I mean, it's all right. Nietzsche is going to draw, you're preparing for Heidegger's wonderful move in his Nietzsche lectures that Nietzsche is the best Cartesian. And it always seems like such a shock. What?
Because he can avow what Cartesian couldn't avow.
Yeah, Nietzsche can avow what Descartes is really doing. But let me find you the phrase that is most perfect for this, and it's going to be what I'm going to be explaining right now anyway. But I'm not sure I can find it. It's about forcing things into our normative realm is what I'm looking for. Well, I think I'll probably come across it. But let me get at it step by step. So what does objectifying mean and representing mean? One of the things, how many have had 25B? Well, you've got to sort of unlearn what you learned about Descartes in 25B. Heidegger would never pass 25B as far as an account of, if this is supposed to be an account of what Descartes means by representation. But of course it's not. In Heidegger it's supposed to be what he calls the unthought. It's what's really sort of implied in Descartes' notion of representation. Because when Descartes uses representation, as you presumably learned in 25B, it's a kind of mental copy of what's out there. And he's got this question of God has to assure that our representations in our minds correspond to what's out there. But that's just because Descartes hadn't fully grasped yet what he was up to, Heidegger would say. And he was prevented in part by the unfortunateness of having to speak Latin and French instead of German, because representation sounds like some kind of representation in the mind of what's present out there. But German says for representation, Vorstellung. The hyphen isn't in the German, but it's in Heidegger's thinking about it. Vorstellung is to place something before yourself. So what Descartes really meant when he said that everything was representations was that and he did say it was an object, which really is throwing opposite. And an object in German is a Gegenstand, that is something that stands over against me. But what he likes about representation is that he reads that as not just something standing over against me, but he reads it like object, something thrown over against me, and it's something that I throw over against me. Now you can see how he's working it around to be like the ground plan. I mean, the representation is the interpretation that I, or man, or us, we Westerners, whoever we are, we Cartesians, I don't know who the we is exactly, we put onto the universe. That is, we throw out a projection, and then we fit everything into it. I've got to find the crucial quote. Somewhere it says, we put everything into our normative realm. I probably have it marked in a different copy of this. I wonder whether I'm going to find it. Maybe it's in the footnotes. That will be unfortunate. I think it must be. Oh, it's a pretty important quote. Well, let me look at my notes. You found it? Maybe I should just stick to we get the picture. Let's go back to 128. We'll get there eventually. So how is this objectifying happen? Well, we get the picture. Man becomes, on 128, the second paragraph, the relational center of that which is. And then, I've got to get it. So the world is conceived as and grasped as picture. Got it, just in time. Well, on 131, the bottom paragraph. In distinction from Greek apprehending, modern representing, whose meaning the word representio first brings to its earliest expression, intends something quite different. Here to represent, vorstellen, means to bring what is present at hand before oneself as something standing over against, to relate it to oneself, to the one representing it, and to force it back into this relationship to oneself as the normative realm. That is, we impose our standards on it. Now, the clearest way to think about this, and I'm so glad you've had 25B, when Descartes was halfway there, Descartes said that all of reality is made up of little bits so that we can analyze it. And that was our job in the rules for understanding. You did get that in 25B, I imagine, that it was our job to analyze things into their elements and then reconstitute them out of their elements, and that's what it was to understand something. And then it turns out that, and why should nature be atomistic and made out of elements so we can analyze it? Well, God is good, and given that's the way our mind works, that's how God made the universe. Well, now just factor out God. That's all Kant did, and said, well, no, I mean, our world is, we assume that it doesn't count as real unless it's made up of bits and we can analyze it. We provide the standard, and we just force everything into our normative realm, that is what we count as intelligible. And we say if it isn't analyzable into bits, then it must be an illusion or a hallucination or an anomaly or something. And we just say that everything has to live up to our standards of intelligibility. And of course, we don't have fixed standards of intelligibility. Aristotle had different ones. But in the ones that it happens that Descartes had the standards of intelligibility, that everything should be analyzed into elements and fall under laws. And now we just say that's what we're going to count as real. And we've gone from Descartes to Kant, who does the unthought of Descartes, because Kant understands. I mean, Descartes really talks about representation, and it sounds like some kind of mental topic. This is Descartes. But then, and then Kant sort of translates representation into Vorstellung and says it's the way we make things intelligible. We subjects turn everything into objects. That's what it is to be. To be a subject is to be able to project our intelligibility, our categories on everything. And to be is to be something that conforms to our standards of intelligibility. And that's now two things. That's what makes science possible. We ask what philosophical move makes science possible. And now I'm going to have to say one more thing quickly, and that defines modernity in the sense that it tells us the essence of modernity is two things, I think, for Heidegger, and we'll come back to this. It's totalizing. It has this total ground plan. That's something new. And it brings the totalizing back to a subject. A subject is the ground of all intelligibility. It takes the place of God. It needn't be a human being. He says sometimes you can think of the nation as the ground of intelligibility, or the folk. That is, he's now going anti-Nazi, but that's another form of subjectivity. Or you could think of the working class as the subject of history. But what's new is there has always got to be a subject, and that subject is going to be the source of the intelligibility of everything. And everything is going to count as real only insofar as it meets that subject standards of intelligibility. That's the essence of modernity. That's all the further I had to get before we... Any questions before we turn this over to Hans, who is an authority on Heidegger and the value question? Okay, Hans.
Okay, well, I'm happy to be here and talk about my favorite project. I have a handout here which I'll pass around. And let me keep on. There are lots of copies here. And I'll get to that in a moment. The Age of the World picture, appendix number 6, page 142 of our translation here. Value is the objectification of needs as goals wrought by a representing self-establishing within the world as picture. Value appears to be the expression of the fact that we, in our position of relationship to it, act to advance just that which is itself most valuable. And yet that very value is the impotent and threadbare disguise of the objectivity of whatever is. An objectivity that has become flat and devoid of background. No one dies for mere values. Well, at first sight that seems outrageous, because one would say, well, lots of people die for human dignity, freedom, justice, and so on. Don't people sacrifice their lives for values? And then I think when one thinks a step further back, one wants to say, well, maybe the situation is a little more complex. One doesn't really die for values, but rather one dies, let's say, because one thinks by sacrificing one's life, one can do something for the liberty of one's people at this moment. So it is, if it's just some act done in a vacuum, I would say this is not a noble act, it's an act of foolishness. But if it is done to further a cause in a real way, either through setting a symbol, making a symbolic act, or doing something actually and constructively to advance the freedom of one's people, then one is acting in a noble manner. So that acting is not from the mere value, one might say, certainly here, but it is rather out of a specific situation, considering the possibilities of that situation, and addressing some specific background and trying to transform what exists within that background. And I'll come back in a few moments to ask the question, why is that specification important, or how is that specification important for Heidegger and Heidegger's understanding of action? But I want to do two things, and the handout shows this. I want to situate this attack, this rather provocative statement, no one dies for mere values, in a somewhat larger context, in a historical context, and I want to spend a little time on that, and then I want to go back and to ask this more general question: how does Heidegger see human action if he doesn't see it in terms of values and the pursuit of values? What are the alternatives? What are the problems here? Why the attack on values? Now, Heidegger talks about values in this negative fashion, not only in this text, but he, for instance, does the same thing even more extensively in the Introduction to Metaphysics, somewhat earlier, from 1935, and maybe in a most sharpest, most pointed, most provocative fashion in the essay, The Word of Nietzsche, God is Dead. And so he keeps coming back to this theme, and it's clearly one of major philosophical interest to him. And I try to argue for this right here by saying that one reason is that the philosophy of value, as a worked out alternative view of the issues, was a prominent concern within Heidegger's own time. And so in order to kind of substantiate that, I have given you something here like an overview of the philosophy of value, pointing out that before the mid-19th century, the term value only occurred within economics, and we still have that meaning in the notion of monetary value, for instance, when we talk in this way. We are not talking about value in any other sense. But then Lotze in the 19th century begins to adopt it in philosophy and speaks of moral values and aesthetic values, the good and the beautiful as values, which are supposed to be, he says, objectively valid but inexistent. They have no reality, but they are nevertheless compelling. And that picture derives from a certain view of the natural world as science describes it to us, namely as a world of mere factuality which is describable in a value and needs to be described in a value-free manner. So the world that science presents to us, the emerging science of the 19th century, is a value-free world, and hence if we are to recognize any significance anywhere, it can't be by seeing value predicates instantiated in the world. Value has to be something else. It exists outside the world of being and is used by us in interpreting and understanding, making sense of the world. And so there evolves something like a metaphysics of value, which Lotze first sets out there in his Metaphysics of 1841. And then it has a long history. Lotze is one of the originators, founding fathers of the Neo-Kantian movement, and this theory of value becomes a kind of staple in Neo-Kantianism. And I mentioned two names here in particular, namely Windelband and Rickert. And Windelband is a direct student of Lotze's, and Rickert, in turn, is a student of Windelband and a teacher of Heidegger's in Freiburg. So there is a direct linkage from Lotze and his first ideas about value and the need to postulate values as objectively valid but non-existing things to Heidegger himself. But in this transition from Lotze to the Neo-Kantians, value theory gets transformed, and now the claim is not only that these values are valid objectively, but that they are existent or real, so that there can be such a thing as an ontology of value. And so metaphysics now takes on the task of describing what the nature of values is. And Windelband works this out in a number of writings. The latest one is this Introduction to Philosophy of 1911. And he adds to the aesthetic and the moral values the idea that truth is a third value. I have in some other writings have shown that Frege actually appropriates this Neo-Kantian and Windelbandian notion, so that when he speaks of truth values, the true and the false as values, he really means that in the Neo-Kantian fashion, and he says of the truth values that they are objective but inexistent. So he is speaking exactly the language of this time. So you could say loosely connected out here Frege with his truth values, right? And then there arises really a very different strand of concern with values in the same period in the 19th century, quite independent of this, namely Nietzsche, who takes on this early debate of objective values, and of course, as we know, attacks it in Beyond Good and Evil of 1887, and then finally in these late notes that are published in 1911 under the title of The Will to Power, he attacks this doctrine of objective value, and he says it really devalues things, it devalues the world. We have to see that values are human creations, and that our task is constantly to create new values, that our old values, particularly this belief in an objective set of values, in a divinely appointed set of values, we might say, is false, has become devalued, and hence a radical destruction of existing values is called for, and a revaluation of all values. So in some sense he's a critic of value philosophy, but by creating a value theory of his own. And we'll see that this is important for Heidegger, because Heidegger, in attacking values, is not only attacking this Lotzian Neo-Kantian tradition, he is equally attacking Nietzsche. He is as much a critic of the Nietzschean subjectified or relativized value theory as he is a critic of the objective value theory. Well, there is a third strand of this, which really derives from Husserl and phenomenology, namely in Max Scheler, who had originally studied with one of the German idealists, Rudolf Eucken in Jena, but then got influenced by Husserl, and he began to write a critical kind of work on Kantian ethics, formalist ethics, and opposed to that what he called a material value ethic. And material value ethics argued that there are indeed objective values, that they really do exist, and that there are not only the three values of the good, the true, and the beautiful, but that there is a whole hierarchy, a whole complex array of values, and that the task of philosophy should be to describe systematically what that hierarchy is, and that we can know what this hierarchy is through a direct Wertschau, a kind of a priori intuition of values. And so Max Scheler, in a book of 1,000 pages, lays out in 1913 to 16 this objective value theory. Well, Heidegger is quite close to Scheler, in fact has a great deal of respect for him. And so Scheler's work on value theory is again important to him. Scheler's work gets further elaborated, I say here, by Nikolai Hartmann in the 1920s in a book called Ethics. He again describes this complex hierarchy of values, arguing that knowledge of value is genuine knowledge of being, he says. And hence, the theory of value has to be seen as part of metaphysics or ontology. You're describing this objective realm of the world when you're doing ethics. Hartmann is in the 1920s and early 30s just as famous, as perhaps more famous in Germany and more respected than Heidegger, and Heidegger often speaks of him as a kind of competitor. He sees himself sort of in a kind of struggle with Hartmann, and that surely contributes also to his preoccupation with values and what's wrong with values. Well, Hartmann to some extent is also influenced by these neo-Kantians, but he really comes out of the Husserl-Scheler tradition with respect to his ethics. The final descendant of all these is a man by the name of Bruno Bauch, who was a student of Rickard's again. And Bauch in 1941 writes a book called Truth, Value, and Reality, which is of the last final classical exposition of this objective value theory. Bauch is also an organizer, and in the 1920s and 30s, and in 1933 gets himself deeply involved with the Nazis, trying to get his own value theoretical views established as the official philosophy of National Socialism, and arguing in articles that Nazi racism and anti-Semitism can only be grounded on an objective theory of values. Otherwise, the notion of racial inferiority would be merely subjective. And so you need the theory of objective values to be a National Socialist. And those who criticize these namely Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and Heidegger get mentioned, they are nihilists because they deny values and thereby undermine National Socialism. They are the enemies of National Socialism. You can see why Heidegger in the 1930s, after 33, would have yet another reason for making quite clear what it is he is holding. And what we'll see, he will argue, is that it's not the denial of values that is nihilistic, but the theory of values itself. So he tries to turn the table on Bauch and his associates by arguing that the theory of values is exactly what is wrong. So that much for this general historical sketch. And if you want to ask any questions or have any comments or whatever, maybe on this historical point, this is the moment. You have read all these works I've referred to, I'm sure. Yeah. But anyway, supposed to just give you a kind of sense of that Heidegger is not speaking here into a vacuum, but he is addressing a powerful philosophical movement, and he has all kinds of reasons for taking that on and taking that seriously, partly because he has been taught by people who believe this, right? Partly he is relating himself to philosophers who believe in value theory, partly he sees them as competitors, partly he gets attacked politically for his denial of value. So there's a whole slew of reasons why this is a major concern for him, and I'll get back to that. So what I would like to do, and what I really want to spend most of the time on, is something else, and it's saying that though Heidegger in this critique of values, in this repeated critique of values, is really focusing to some extent on this specific historical movement and what's wrong with it, there lies behind it a much more general critique, which has nothing to do with value theory specifically, but which is directed against the belief that there are absolute or objective eternal norms, moral or otherwise, according to which we should act or can act. And that he has that wider target, for instance, becomes clear in the Introduction to Metaphysics, where he attacks value theory, but where he describes the rise of value theory as having its origins in the Platonic theory of ideas. So we can go back all the way to Plato and his belief in the true and the good and the beautiful as absolutes that really underlie what Heidegger is intent on criticizing. Now, in many places he does not say that much about, in many of these texts he doesn't speak much about human action, of how we should see human choice, but one place, of course, where he does talk about this and one needs to refer to is Being and Time. And so I have excerpted here on the second page a few passages from Being and Time, and I've taken the liberty of changing the Macquarie-Robinson translation, sometimes just small changes that are really insignificant, but as you will see, there is one passage where I really go all the way and change it in a radical fashion, because I think only then can one really see what he is driving at. So let me look at the first one. This Dasein's lostness in the they, the one, das Mann, that factical potentiality for being which is closest to it, has already been decided upon. So when Dasein is lost to this anonymous one, then what is closest for it in some sense has already been decided upon. And then in parentheses he spells out what that closest is. And he says, the tasks, rules and standards, the urgency and extent of concern for unsolicitous being in the world. So one of the things that the one has already determined for us when we are lost in it are rules and standards. That is, it gives us our standards and rules for action, and then we just implement them and we act according to them. But that's being inauthentic. The they even, or the one even, hides the manner in which it has tacitly relieved Dasein of the burden of explicitly choosing these possibilities, and of explicitly choosing which rules, standards, tasks, urgencies, concernful kinds of being, and so on, it wants to make its own. So among these are, so Dasein makes no choices, gets carried along by the nobody, and thus ensnares itself in authenticity. So the authentic Dasein then presumably is expected to choose these things that are closest to it, namely to choose among other things its rules and standards. Which does not mean that it has to make them up out of nowhere, presumably, but at least it has to reflect on the rules and standards that are presented to it by its social context, and decide on whether it's going to make those its own or not. So at some point or other there has to be a choice of Dasein if it is to be authentic, a choice with respect to rules and standards. And now the choosing to choose a kind of being oneself, that is the choosing of being authentic, that is the facing of these choices, is to be called resoluteness. And of this resoluteness now, Heidegger says in the third passage. Resoluteness exists only as a resolution which understandingly projects itself. But on what basis does Dasein disclose itself in resoluteness? On what is it to resolve? We are supposed to be resolute, but in respect to what, right? In what direction? Only the resolution can give the answer. There is no fixed and given target for resoluteness. It's only the act of resolving that can give the answer on what Dasein is to resolve itself on. One would completely misunderstand the phenomenon of resoluteness if one should want to suppose that this consists simply in taking up possibilities which have been proposed and recommended and seizing hold of them. So that's exactly the inauthentic form of choice, where you just take whatever is recommended and proposed to you and you act on that. Rather, the resoluteness is precisely the disclosive projection and determination of what is factically possible at the time. So there has to be some kind of projection and determination of what is possible, and that involves a choice among these possibilities. Indeterminacy, which characterizes every potentiality into which Dasein has been factically thrown, is something that necessarily belongs to resoluteness. Resoluteness is necessarily indeterminate in the sense that it has no prefixed or given or determinate, absolutely determinate target. It has no objectively or socially determined rules and standards. Only in a resolution is resoluteness sure of itself. The existential indeterminacy of resoluteness, which makes itself determinate only in the resolution, has nevertheless its existential determinacy. So, in some sense, resoluteness is indeterminate, but it's indeterminate in the rules, in the actual concrete rules and standards, we could say, that we adopt or do not adopt, that we are confronted with. There we have a choice, but there nevertheless is an existential determinacy. And I think that is an important distinction for Heidegger to make, since he is often accused, on the basis of these views about human choice and human resoluteness, of being a decisionist, or a pure decisionist. And by that is meant a view according to which, so to say, the human Dasein chooses blindly and arbitrarily, that in some sense all choices are arbitrary, and you just choose one thing rather than another, and then you make another choice, and maybe you base that on some rule or principle you have previously accepted, but that at the beginning of all human choices are some arbitrary commitment, and that what really matters is not what you do or how you do it, but that you commit yourself in some fashion or other. That commitment itself, or decision itself, rather than its content, is what matters. Since that kind of decisionism is often associated with Nazism, rightly or wrongly historically, then it's easy to make a bridge at this point and argue that Heidegger's involvement with the Nazis was simply due to this identification with Nazi decisionism. So he is a decisionist, the Nazis are decisionists, no wonder they got together. Right? And I want to argue certainly that Heidegger is not a decisionist in the sense in which that argument proposes, and that this insistence on existential determinacy makes quite clear that his choices are not to be arbitrary or contemptless. I would also want to argue on this by the side that this was really also the way the Nazis thought, so that it wasn't just arbitrarily deciding to be anti-Semitic or not, but they had a definite commitment to being anti-Semitic, right? Now, in the existential analysis, next remark now, we cannot in principle schematize what Dasein factically resolves in any particular case. So that is the existential indeterminacy. Factically, we can't say what Dasein will do. We can't say it ought to do this now or that now concretely. Nevertheless, we must ask whence in general That's now talking about the existential determinism. When in general Dasein can draw those possibilities upon which it factically projects itself. And this now gets spelled out, and this is section 74 of Being and Time, in a detailed fashion, but in one that is deeply bewildering and that has drawn once again the accusation that Heidegger is prefiguring here Nazi ideology. He says here that the interpretation of Dasein which he will offer in this section is meant to be just a more concrete working out of what he has already said about temporality, and so you expect him to be very detailed and concrete. But that is part of the problem of this passage, that it still remains at a great level of abstraction, and the very terms in which he defines this, or tries to define this, these possibilities for authentic resoluteness, remain very contentious, and I'll try to argue this in a moment in relation to this next passage. And that's the one where I really substantially altered the Macquarie-Robinson translation. Dasein is indeed thrown to itself and delivered over to its potential for being. That is the existential indeterminacy, the fact that Dasein must choose to choose itself, right? That's what we're talking about. Dasein is indeed thrown to itself and delivered over to its potential for being, but yet as being in the world. And so the fundamental condition which constrains or makes sense of human choices is the fact that this thrown Dasein always finds itself already as being in the world. As thrown, it depends on the world and exists factically with others. The resoluteness in which Dasein comes back to itself discloses current factical possibilities of authentic existence. So, by finding these conditions of resoluteness, the conditions of possibility, we discover current factical possibilities of authentic existence. That is, what it is possible to be authentically at a given moment. You can't be not every possible behavior can be authentic at any given moment. That's roughly the implication. And discloses them in terms of the inheritance, Elbe, of which that thrown resoluteness takes charge. And this is one important point where I have changed the translation, because our printed text speaks of a heritage which resoluteness takes over. That is, it passively sort of adopts for itself a heritage. And the word heritage, unlike the word inheritance, of course has a very powerful positive value attached to it. And a heritage is something that you're supposed to value highly, whereas I think the term is really to be understood much more neutrally. It's that which you find yourself with in this concrete situation in which you are in the world and with others. You find yourself with certain givens, you might say, and those you don't just take over, übernehmen, but to ein Erbe übernehmen means to take charge of an inheritance, that is, to do something with it, right? And I think Heidegger is to be understood here in this much more active sense, that this Erbe is not simply something that you are meant to identify with and make your own as a result, but rather something that you transform, or that you do something with at this point. The finitude of existence once grasped pulls one back from the endless multiplicity of possibilities. So theoretically there is an endless multiplicity of possibilities of what one might do, but the finitude of existence, which means our being in the world at a particular moment with a particular group of others, it's that finitude which pulls one back from the endless multiplicity of possibilities which offer themselves as closest to one, and brings Dasein into the simplicity of its lot, I say. And our text, the printed text, says Schicksal, fate, is translated, and of course that is again a heavily loaded term, and going back all the way to the Greeks, right? But I think he is not talking about this here, but he's talking about Schicksal in a much more mundane sense, in which you have to accept the condition in which you find yourself, and one's lot is simply where one is, how one is, the circumstances under which one is, right? And I think one ought to understand Schicksal in this non-neutral fashion. But if allotted, Dasein as being in the world exists essentially in the being with others, it happens, geschehen, translated in our text incomprehensibly as historicism, it happens as a happening with. That is, Dasein happens as a happening with in its allotted condition, because it's always a being with others, happens as a happening with, and as determined for it as something set, Geschick. And again, here our text translates destiny, and again it seems a much more loaded term, particular sense. The Nazis too like to talk about Germany's manifest destiny, and so it seems to kind of already prefigure Nazi terminology, but Geschick can be read in a much more neutral fashion as that which is sent to us insofar as we find ourselves with it. Another word for lot. That is, namely, what is sent to us. Geschick is our name for the happening of a community, of a people. You find yourself with others in a certain social context, you could say. And what is sent as allotted to Dasein in and with its generation makes up the full, authentic happening of Dasein. You don't just find yourself in the world, you find yourself in the world with others, and these others form a group, namely a community of people, and you don't just find yourself with a people, so he's not here talking about the Germans as a nation, but you find yourself most specifically with a generation of these people, because you find yourself existing at a certain moment. So your choices, the choices one can make as a thrown Dasein, the authentic choices one can make are generational choices. And in a footnote to the text, which is reprinted, footnotes, as you know, are reprinted in the back, and therefore one doesn't read them. In the footnote, he refers us here to Dilthey and Dilthey's discussion of generation as that central historical concept in which we really ought to understand historical phenomena, namely that the people who grew up in a certain period together have certain experience, they have a certain past in common, they have certain interests and needs in common, and so they form really a kind of a communal group, and history has to be understood as a generational history, Dilthey says, and it's to that kind of idea that Heidegger is referring us to. Well, the problem with all of this is, of course, what it shows is that the choices that Dasein can authentically make are not arbitrary, they are not empty decisions, they are meant to be defined in terms of the generational needs and possibilities of human Dasein. But of course that still only gives you sort of a range of possibilities, and it doesn't tell you which of these possibilities you should choose. So you could say at the moment when Heidegger finds himself in 1933 in the political situation, what the generational situation tells you, that this is a time of great political and cultural emergency, and so you could, for instance, choose by joining the Nazis, but you could also join the Communist Party, presumably, and see this generational conflict as a struggle for international social justice, or you could be a liberal, and there are many other options you could pursue. Presumably, the generational situation doesn't determine and is not meant to determine what kind of choices you make. So there is a kind of vacuum here, it seems to me. It shows, the account shows that choice is not arbitrary, but it doesn't tell you what else you then do once you have looked at these possibilities for authentic choosing, right? And the next phase, I think, where he does try to say more about this, is after 33, and in the Introduction to Metaphysics in particular, and in some of the writings from that period. Let me see. The next quote, though, doesn't refer to that. So let me give you a couple of quotes. This is from a not yet published new translation of the text by Richard Polt and Gregory Freed, scheduled to come out. There is an early translation of the Introduction to Metaphysics by Ralph Mannheim, which is very deficient, and so a new translation is appearing. And Heidegger is speaking here in the first chapter of the question of being, but also of the decline of the West, the flattening out of the world, the darkening of the earth, and so on. He speaks in very somber tones about the cultural and social and political environment, and we need to do something, we need to act, and so the question then is, of course, to do what, right? And he believes that it's not just a question of changing institutions anymore. The situation is so dire that we really have to go all the way back in our thinking and ask the most fundamental questions about ourselves and the world that we can. And of course that gets him back to the question of being. That is the ultimate question to ask, and only by facing that question can one reverse that decline that is now in process. So, and he then writes, this is on page 29 of the original German text. To ask how does it stand with being, this means nothing less than to repeat and retrieve the inception of our historical spiritual Dasein in order to transform it into the other inception. So the way we now have to proceed, in which we have to act, is to repeat and retrieve the inception of our historical spiritual Dasein. We have to go back to the historical beginnings of our Western mode of thought and of our culture, and this means for Heidegger always to the early Greeks. So we have to go back to the early Greeks. That's the one thing. In order to transform it, we have to go back to this beginning, but transform it into the other inception. That is, we are not supposed to simply do kind of research into ancient philosophy and ancient culture, but we are supposed to use what we learn there not only to repeat and retrieve, but in order to transform what we find there, and to transform it in a certain direction, namely into another, and he will say in other places, into a more original inception. So the Greeks, in grounding and founding Western culture and Western philosophy, have engaged in a profoundly inventive act. And it's our task to act equally and even more profoundly and originally inventive at this moment. So this now defines, I think, more closely for him how we are supposed to choose given these possibilities of these various possibilities of action. That is, it has to be a process of retrieval. We have to define ourselves in terms not only of the present situation of our generation, but of the deep past and of Greek thought, but we have to use that in order to bring about a radical and original, more original inception. Such a thing is possible. It is in fact the defining form of history because it has its outset in a happening which grounds history, that is early Greek culture. But an inception is not repeated when one shrinks back to it as something that once was. So it's not just a question of returning to the ancients. Something which by now is familiar and is simply to be imitated. We are not supposed to imitate the Greeks, but rather when the inception is begun again more originally, and with all the strangeness, darkness, insecurity that a genuine reception brings with it. Repetition, as we understand it, is anything but the ameliorating continuation of what has been by means of what has been. So in other words, we are not supposed to simply ameliorate our present cultural conditions of what has been in this present cultural condition by going back to another past, namely the Greek past, and then adjust things in terms of that Greek. But what is called for is a more original inception with all the strangeness, darkness, and insecurity that brings with it. And he goes on to describe this in detail in this text. And here is another passage where he is talking about Oedipus and the myth of Oedipus as giving us a picture of how the Greeks struggled and how therefore we are meant to struggle. For the thinking of the early Greek thinkers, the unity and antagonism of being itself, he says, is antagonistic and seeming, were powerful in an originary way. So the Greeks really approached the world in an originary fashion. Yet all this was portrayed at its highest and purest in Greek tragic poetry. Let us consider Sophocles' Oedipus Rex. Oedipus, who at the beginning is the savior and lord of the state in the brilliance and glory and the grace of the gods, is hurled out of this seeming. This seeming is not merely Oedipus' subjective view of himself, but rather that within which the appearing of his Dasein happens. Finally, he is unconcealed in his being as murderer of his father and the defiler of his mother. The path from this beginning in brilliance to this end in horror is a unique struggle between seeming, concealment and distortion, and unconcealment, being. The city is besieged by what is concealed in the murder of the former King Laios. With the passion of one who stands in the openness of brilliance and who is a Greek, Oedipus goes to unveil what is concealed. In doing so, he must step by step place himself into an unconcealment, which in the end he can endure only by gouging out his own eyes. That is, by placing himself outside all light, letting the veil of night fall around him, and then by crying out as a blind man for all doors to be flung open, so that such a man may become revealed to the people as the man who is. But we should not see, so this is a profoundly dark vision of Oedipus, right? He finally, having gouged out his eyes and blinded himself to the light, has the doors flung open and be brought into the light, has himself brought into the light and to be revealed to the people as the man who he is. And this is not, Heidegger wants to say here, a tragic failure, but that is really the moment of fulfillment of Oedipus' destiny. But we should not see Oedipus only as the human being who meets his downfall, he goes on. In Oedipus we must grasp that form of Greek Dasein in which this Dasein's fundamental passion ventures into what is wildest and most far-flung, the passion for the unveiling of being, that is the struggle concerning being itself. And in this text, Heidegger goes on to argue that what distinguishes the Greeks as a culture is this immense willingness to engage in this struggle to bring, he says, being to appearance, to reveal being in themselves and in the world and in the polis, in all their works, in the works of art and in the works of thought. And they do that as a struggle, because being itself, he goes on to say here, is a struggle. It's full of divisions and clefts, and it's full of tensions. And he quotes at this point Heraclitus. Polemos is the father of everything. And he says Heraclitus is not speaking here simply of the human struggle, but he is talking here about the essence of being. He shows that being is struggle. And so the Greeks, by struggling with being in this radical fashion in which Oedipus, for instance, is said to be here struggling with being, reveal bringing, make it appear, and in this consists their true greatness. And so the originary inception that we are called to perform now is meant to be a renewal of this struggle. And Heidegger's text itself is such a struggle because the Greeks, he says, are not the ones to be imitated here, but our task is to struggle with them, to confront them as the other, and thereby find out who we are by becoming original and inceptive ourselves. So you could call this a profoundly aesthetic conception of human action, right? As you could say, as the great artist considers the artwork of the past and clearly defines his own achievement in terms of that. You can't simply paint a painting, great painting, by never having seen one, or closing your eyes and forgetting and just doing something on canvas. Right? That's not doing art. You define yourself as an artist in relation to what is already there. This determines the possibility of authentic artistic action. But at the same time, the artistic act is not one of imitation, but one of a struggle with that past, an attempt to transform it and to make it into a new and more original inception. And you have succeeded as a human being or as an artist when you have succeeded in that struggle, when you have made yourself more original. And Heidegger in the 1930s and 40s takes this up again, for instance, in his lectures with Hölderlin, where he says Hölderlin's great insight is a law of homecoming, that we have to leave behind who we are and what we are. We have to leave behind our home and go to the other and see that other as the other to us, and then return home and see ourselves in a new way. And only in that way can we overcome uncanniness, the Unheimlichkeit of the human condition, and find a home. And so in these texts, the other is first of all the Greeks, and Heidegger criticizes the Nazis for trying to see themselves as a new embodiment of Greek culture. He says the Nazis are not new Greeks. We have to see ourselves, the Greeks, as the other to the Germans. And Hölderlin is the other as well, through which one must go in order to find oneself culturally and philosophically. And in the introduction to metaphysics, it's Sophocles, the reading of Parmenides, the reading of Heraclitus. Each one of these texts that Heidegger reads in the 30s and 40s is for him the occasion for such an attempted originary struggle. Right? It's never meant to be an appropriation. And that's why he keeps saying he's not doing philological interpretation. He is not after trying to just say what these people meant, but he is trying to get at something more profound. Namely, you could say, at their struggle with being. Well, one might still feel this is the assimilation of human action in general, including presumably political and social action, to the act of artistic creativity still leaves things much too indeterminate and much open to very questionable moves. I mean, let's say, if one does something very radically strange, tries to force our culture, let's see, what happened in recent years, let's say in Cambodia, you could think of as an attempt by a great politician artist to wrench his culture away from something and make it into something radically new and achieve an originary inception. And would say it may be originary and an inception, but it's also profoundly worrying, right? And there is nothing, it seems to me, that Heidegger offers in this account that would give us tools for a critique of this. Well, let me just turn to these last few quotes on the page. This is where he gets back to the question of value, and I have excerpted from Introduction to Metaphysics and Nietzsche's word, God is dead. The drawing of the division between the being and the ought, Heidegger says here, however, goes upwards. That is, he has said, in Greek thinking, in Greek philosophizing with Plato and with the inception of idealist thought, being is grounded in thought, in thinking, and he says when one thinks of the ought, moral obligation or norms, then we talk about something that sort of goes upwards here. He draws a little diagram of this thought. The drawing of the division between the being and the ought, however, goes upwards. This suggests that being is surmounted by the ought. This is to say, being is no longer what is definitive, what provides the measure. So the idea is there is originally no division between being and the ought, And in the process of philosophy, beginning, I've left this out, but he talks about the theory of ideas next. In the theory of ideas, there already happens that division where value is posited as something that lies outside the temporal sphere, and the temple only partakes in part, incompletely and imperfectly in these values, in the ideas. And then he says this process, which has begun with Plato and the Platonic theory of ideas, this process is completed in Kant. For Kant, beings are nature. In other words, whatever can be determined and is determined in mathematical physical thinking. So being is just that, or beings are just those things that mathematical and physical science can describe. And it describes these things in a value-free manner. And hence, with this Kantian view of nature and of beings, any significance is taken out of the world, and the world is described as neutral or value-free. And if there is to be any value and significance, it's not going to be describable by empirical science, by a description of what's real. It has to be found somewhere else, right? So the categorical imperative is opposed to nature. And what he means by this, that Kant, having described the natural world as one accessible fully to mathematical and physical thinking, therefore has to place the categorical imperative in a sphere outside nature, in transcendental consciousness. In the course of the 19th century, definitive precedence is attained by that which is, in Kant's sense, that which can be experienced according to the sciences. That is, this Kantian view of the natural world as fully explicated by mathematical and physical science in a value-free manner becomes the dominant view in which we still operate. Due to the predominance of beings, the odd is endangered in its role as standard. And so the question is, are there any standards whatsoever? That now becomes the problem. And where would they be? The odd must assert its claim. It must attempt to ground itself in itself. Values as such now become the ground of the odd. So the reason why value philosophy, the one we have talked about, only appears in the 19th century in its fully formed fashion, is due to the fact that only in the 19th century this mathematical and physicalistic value-free picture of the natural world is fully present, and now any odd seems to kind of be undermined unless it's posited outside this mathematical and physical reality. Values as such now become the ground of the odd. With the being of values, the maximum confusion and rootlessness has been reached. And the argument he puts forward for that is to say that once you have stripped being of any value, then you are not going to kind of introduce values or any kind of significance and meaning by saying, well, there is this other realm of being which natural science can't get hold of, and there reside these values, because if being has no value, then these values have no value. And so the appeal to values, these values will be just other posits, which you can then describe in a systematic theory of value, just as you can do a systematic theory of animal species, right? So it just becomes another value-free objective science, so to say, in the hands of Scheler and Hartmann. So values are not going to solve the problem either. And then he goes on to attack Nietzsche and saying that the problem is not resolved by denying just objective values, because even if these values are meant to be just human perspectives, you basically still thereby say that things themselves or being itself has no significance and value. So you still go on with this devaluation of being. In Nietzsche's word, God is dead, reprinted in this volume, Nietzsche recognizes that despite for the devaluing for the world of the highest values hitherto, the world remains. And he recognizes that above all the world becomes valueless presses inevitably, the world become valueless, presses inevitably on toward a new positing of value. So this world, which is in itself valueless, will go on to posit new values, and this is due to the fact that the world is conceived as will to power, and that will to power will interpret the world and will impose on the world values, but none of that can restore the value of being, which has been lost. The will to power is, as soon as it comes expressly to appearance in its pure essence, itself the foundation of value positing, he says here. And then finally, if, however, value does not let being be being, which it doesn't, because it constantly says being has no value, and it's only either in terms of these outside objective values or these posited subjective value perspectives that we can recognize being in it. If value does not let being be being, then this supposed overcoming is above all the consummation of nihilism, because it still ends up with the conclusion that being by itself is without significance, meaning, and value. And so the philosophy of value, whether in the objectivized version or in the Nietzschean version, is not overcoming the problem of how it stands as being. Well, what is the answer? Well, it's not to talk about values, but rather to go back to what he had described, I think, in the introduction to metaphysics, namely a confrontation with concrete possibilities of acting, and the polemical confrontation with these, and the attempt to transform these possibilities in an original fashion. That's what is left. But artists don't create values, they create works of art. And these works of art aren't objective standards to be imitated and appealed to, but rather they are just elements against which we can and must struggle to affirm ourselves in being. Okay. That's it.
I think the people will ask questions.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah. Okay. Hard
yes.
questions.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm still a little confused on what Heidegger's position is.
Yeah.
So we situate in between complete arbitrariness, no direction, and in between determined direction of values. And it seems we've put them in between them, or taken them out of this game by means of saying this confrontation with concrete possibilities, like you just said. And you mentioned some things before about our inheritance and the generational obligation or something like that.
Yeah.
And an attempt to transform the possibilities in a more original fashion. And that's, I can see where that kind of gets them out of this game and everything, but I guess I wonder what it would look like, or what does that mean to transform them in an original fashion of concrete possibilities? Does it have to do with the authenticity business and being in time, where there's a set of possibilities and you take them over in what he says your own most way, and is that a transformation in an original way? And I'm just confused on what that is.
And the neo-Kantian tradition, I should say, really I should say, it really didn't come to an end with Bauer. Its latest representative is Habermas, who is once again appealing to transcendental principles of human action. And this neo-Kantian tradition always tries to, Habermas is a typical example, always tries to put us before a dilemma. And the dilemma is the following. Either you think of human action or choices as totally arbitrary, it's like the rolling of dice, or they have to be fixed rules on which you act. Right? These rules may never be spelled out, but there have to be some kind of rules that determine how you choose. And there are only these two possibilities. And I think the most plausible way to argue against that is to talk about art. Because presumably we don't think that the artist who is trying to be creative is either doing just things arbitrarily. If he does that, then he has a determinate reason for doing that. There are forms of art that rely on randomness as well, but still that randomness is then deliberately chosen in some sense as an artistic procedure. So art generally is not simply a kind of closing of your eyes and you dip your brush somewhere in the paint and then you go to the canvas and you just go on, right? That's the wrong model of artistic creativity. But the other model that the neo-Kantian offers us as the only alternative, I mean that it's all rule governed and rule determined, also seems wrong because there is no rule book for art, right? And not even an unspoken one. And in fact, if there were, then if we could discover that, Rembrandt really was following some kind of formula which we can feed into a computer, and we can now make lots of Rembrandt paintings. At that point, Rembrandt would have lost, or that kind of painting would have lost its interest for us. Right? It has interest for us precisely insofar as it is not predetermined by a rule. So artistic work we think of typically as falling into that in-between, right? As it's not arbitrary and it's not rule determined either. And clearly Heidegger's model here, as it is of others thinking along her line, really Hannah Arendt comes to mind, or Foucault too. Their model is typically the artist model. Right? The artist is somebody who somehow falls in that in-between. The problem is then whether that is an appropriate and satisfactory account for how human action proceeds or might proceed or should proceed outside artistic context or context, right? Because we might think making these free choices, which are nevertheless not blind, is appropriate when you stand in front of a canvas, but are they equally appropriate to stand in front of a jury?
Yes. I mean, I was going to ask this sooner or later. Maybe this is the point. Because there's something I've never understood, but I think it's probably very important, and I'm sure there's a way of explaining it. This business of doing what's factically possible at the time, or disclosing the current factical possibilities. Can you say would the art thing cast any light on that, or how do you understand that? I just don't know what to think when I read that. All sorts of things are factually possible at the time. Too many things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think of it as the artistic paradigm as giving us a story here. Namely, there is a whole history of art, and you can now go back, let's say, and you just decide what you want to do is paint nice romantic paintings. You want to be like Bierstadt, let's say. But that's really a misunderstanding of what is really possible here, because art history has proceeded beyond that, and your task is now to go on. You have to see yourself in terms of your moment or your generation, and the task of that generation is quite different from the task of another earlier generation. So in some sense it's possible to paint a Bierstadt landscape now, but it can't be possible authentically anymore, because it's not something which is possible for our generation.
Where that means that a certain tradition has got us to a certain place where some variations on it make sense, and others would either be so far from it that they wouldn't make sense, or so regressive that they wouldn't make sense. And I like the idea. I wish I could transfer it.
I think that's what the reference to generation here means. I think this is a very important passage, that he isn't just talking about you have to identify yourself with your people and your community, but it's the people and the community in this special historical moment, right? That's what matters.
And that inheritance really is something important. I mean, it's not just whatever happens up to now, but whatever happens up to now understood as what enables us to have some range of what makes sense now.
And of course, for Heidegger, I mean, this is where I think maybe he is, he makes the task definite for himself, but also more problematic for us, is that the thing that we have to refer to ourselves back to is the early Greeks. So there's this whole long history, but we have to go back to the beginning. That's the important thing, and repeat the beginning, the inception in a new way.
I was going to say, but not to repeat it.
Not repeat it, but not to imitate it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Repeat it in the sense of beginning.
Exactly. But then you ask yourself, well, why couldn't we, for instance, go back to the Middle Ages and now decide what we really ought to be? Is given all the disturbances of the time, we ought to become Christians again, and that will solve the problem of crime and all the disturbances of society if we can get a feudal system back going, right? So why not? Why is that?
Well,
why the Greeks and why not the Middle Ages, right?
Well, because all the concrete possibilities have run their course, and it's no longer like your example of the Romantic to revive them. The only thing that the Greeks had, which hasn't been, so to speak, used up, is a sense of the clearing. That's something that we've got now, and it isn't sort of the Greek clearing we've got now, but our clearing. That the one thing that they were sensitive to, which is still happening, and which we can become sensitive to, and which hasn't been used up. Something like that is the picture, isn't it?
But then the next question, why does that matter, right? Why does this concern with the clearing matter? I think part of its answer is always, well, the Greeks are the inception, they are the beginning. But that is, that's where it becomes problematic for me, because in what sense are the Greeks, or that particular era of Greek culture, the beginning, when we know there was Homer and there was prehistory and it goes back, into the darkness somewhere. So why is that the starting point that we ought to return to?
Well,
because the only one we can?
No, I think, now I have to say sort of what he thinks at this stage and what he thinks later. At this stage, he thinks that's where we Westerners became defined as the unique culture we are. I mean, there were other polytheistic cultures like Homer and so forth, but we're the only culture that ever had a unified understanding of being. That's our destiny, that's our essence, that's our identity. That's what he thinks at this period. He gives it up, I think. In the course, we're going to get to the point where he gives it up, because in the end, you're right. I mean, why not go back to polytheism? Which I think does, fine, but not yet. But I see that. I should let other people talk. If they aren't, I will come back and talk more. But there have been so many good questions to me. Giving him a hard time.
I think maybe your exchange cleared this up already, but it seems on the one hand that reading the passage on inheritance and taking charge of inheritance for the sake of a generational understanding of what the factual possibilities are is in the service of some kind of, dare I say, continuity. That inheritance in that sense is understood as a continuous development, and then what it would be, and attunement to what has been handed down. But this other sense of what it would be to make possible a new beginning would have to be some kind of shock, so that whatever those possibilities of the authentic resolute Dasein would take up would only be possibilities whose actualization would change everything and start to open a new world. I mean, in the most extreme sense. So that the kind of inheritance that Heidegger's talking about must be one that is in some way has its concealment. It's concealed, it's covered over, isn't available to certainly isn't available to the one. And because the one has its own sense of inheritance and tradition and history, and he's trying to, in this passage and elsewhere, distinguish himself from those fallen notions of how history works, how tradition works, how heritage and inheritance works. So I'm more interested in the stress on what it would be to press into the practical possibilities that resoluteness, which would be a shock, be some kind of radical displacement of the current world's understanding being.
Yeah, I think you're right. The true inheritance is the concern with being. That's what has to be uncovered and has to be worked through. But then, for me, the question at that point would be, what does this concretely imply, right? I mean, when am I doing this and when am I failing to do this in a concrete situation? So I'm Heidegger there in April of 33. Should I sign up for the Nazi Party or should I not? Am I going to get some guidance here, or is it just up to me? Does it then, at that point, become a rolling of dice? It's these two possibilities. That's the practical range of possibilities. But is there some telling which one it's going to be? He obviously thought there was. That's where I have difficulty.
Did he think, it never occurred to me before, did he think that the question for his generation was, are we going to have a new beginning or not? That would be very interesting. That would make that generation different than any previous generation.
I think it is.
He did, and he thinks that Hitler and the Reich is the new beginning. And it's amazing that he never says it in so many words, because...
He does in the Rectorat statement.
Does he?
Yeah,
sure. The new beginning.
Yes.
For the whole culture.
Yes, for the West. I mean,
for
not
the West.
only for Germany.
Oh, really? And
yeah.
Germany is the vanguard of the West.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. So that's a very special thing for his generation, all right. And they blew it.
Because the forgetfulness of being, or the darkening of the world, has now reached its extreme point. And
right.
so
how
this,
did they blow it?
Yeah.
Well, how did they blow it? They chose a new beginning that didn't work.
Yes.
And it didn't obviously get in the right direction.
And of course, Heidegger's analysis, it wasn't really truly original, right? Because it just tried to appropriate these ancient Germanic myths and imitated the Greeks, and it relied on sort of old-fashioned prejudices about anti-Semitism. So it really was a kind of assemblage of old beliefs and prejudices. It wasn't really a new beginning at all. And that's why I think in the Spiegel interview he says at some point, well, these people were much too primitive. That was their problem, because they didn't really see the task that was at hand. And Heidegger saw it, but in some sense also failed with it. Yes?
This is exactly the next thing I was going to ask you about. I was trying to reconcile what you've been saying, what we were reading in the text we just finished, the basic questions of philosophy. He's talking about in there a new beginning as well. And the picture I get of that it's going to be a new beginning for our whole culture. It's going to be something that happens that's going to affect everybody. But what's kind of sounded like the position we were getting here, the artistic position, certainly an artist is not a whole culture. He's just an individual. And it seems like is this Heidegger's position of something we have to wait for the whole new beginning, second beginning to happen, that anyone can act in this way, or is it something that an individual in our current cultural climate?
Well, we have to not only work as individuals, but as a group. We have to all commit ourselves to a new beginning. So it's meant to be a communal project. It's a project of the generation, not just Heidegger's project, or Hitler's project. Surely there. Yes.
Oh, well, I was going to say something about the age of the world picture. I'm sure Hans is right that from Heidegger's point of view, the National Socialists were primitive in the sense of not original and had a lot of mixed up stuff. But the deeper truth, remember the inner truth and greatness, that's equally bad. He talks about the inner truth and greatness of the National Socialists, what they should have been doing. But turns out, when he finishes messing with his own text, but that's not important, he says it's a confrontation with global technology. And the other way that the Nazis failed is that by having total mobilization, which is in the text you're reading, they became the extremist form of the subject-object understanding of being. And far from being a new generation, a new beginning, were just, so to speak, the artwork focusing the total mobilization, which was the problem. I mean, that's the only greatness they've got. When they, in the end, they're greatly wrong.
Yes. I think in 1935 he thinks they are greatly right.
Exactly.
But then he keeps slowly changing his mind, and he gets more and more negative picture of what
And he changes the text.
But they are unique, and they have in some sense their own truth.
Right.
Except it's their wrong truth.
I'll tell you something funny. I mean, when Habermas and I debated this business of this very text in a seminar. And at this point, when I said, when you see Hitler was ready to criticize the Germans and to say the Nazis were the worst form of nihilism and the worst form of technology, Habermas said, it's just more German chauvinism. They're always in the vanguard. Now they're in the vanguard of nihilism. It didn't make him happy at all.
Yes.
Yes, what was this new project as executed by Heidegger as he would have desired? What would it have looked like? What would this new beginning really look like? I mean, what would the Nazis, for example, have accomplished?
That's a good question. I don't have any concrete answers. In these lectures, I refer to them shortly, these Hölderlin lectures of the 1940s. He said, 1942, he said, the Germans now have to become more German than they have ever been. And more fatherlandish than they have ever been, more patriotic than they have ever been. And what that means, he says, is we have to read more Hölderlin. And through Hölderlin get this access to the Greeks and then see that they have something else. And he takes up a line from Hölderlin where he says the Greeks have the fire from heaven and the Germans their sense of order. And he says, well, you see, now we can understand what the task is. We have to bring to the Germans this sense of the fire from heaven, which turns out to be the question of being, and we have to kind of bring this together, combine this with a sense of order. They're making classifications and being very scholarly and academic and professorial. Once we can do that, then we have done what is now called for. So he withdraws, I think, to some extent, into his professorial existence. Yeah, he finds the task as a
That's
professorial.
really a weird thing to say, because ordering is so much later. The problem, just the idea that everything would be ordered is exactly technological understanding of being. You'll get to that next week. It's the ordering of everything just for the sake of ordering. I mean, maybe the ordering that's the
problematic.
I see,
but ordering with the Greek fire from heaven, that's
well, that would be
another thing.
I don't know what it is, but I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay, that's great.
I haven't answered most of your questions.
Thank you very much. So, I was going to review some things because since we've had Hans last Thursday in between, I have to sort of get back in touch with what I was talking about. And I will also talk about what Hans was talking about, but I'll come to that in due course, where it fits into what I'm talking about. There are several things I wanted to say that I understood better way back then. It seems like ages ago. We got to get back to clear this up. Remember, I was discovering to myself anyway that one of the interesting things about modernity that you see in research is that the struggle between earth and world becomes the struggle between a total projection of a lawful universe, that's the world part, and what's left of the earth is that anomalies show up that resist being fitted into that interpretation. And there is a struggle to fit the anomalies in. And it's a fruitful struggle because science progresses that way and even gets revolutions that way. But the earth is certainly weakened in that once upon a time they were sort of equally important at the time of Dreyfus in the Greek temple, earth and world. Whereas now, I mean, the ideal would be to get rid of the anomalies altogether and have a completely coherent, consistent, complete science. So it isn't as if the anomalies are equal, and their fruitfulness is sort of only a contribution to finally getting rid of them altogether. So it shows, I think, that there is at every epoch a struggle between earth and world of some sort, and that is the style of the epoch comes through. In this case, the style could be called, what Heidegger calls it at one point, total mobilization. The style is everything has to fit in. And that style is reflected in the way the earth-world struggle takes place in that age. So in this case, the style consists in trying to get rid of the earth and the anomalies and establishing a total order. Now, the other thing I learned, this is partly for me, but it's partly for you too, but I mean, I don't know, I don't remember how much of this I said in class and how much of it I learned sort of reflecting on the class. But still on the subject of earth and world, I discovered that I've been emphasizing much too much the light side, the open side, the world side of the clearing. And I hadn't emphasized enough the correlated fact that there is always something that withdraws and is closed. And that's because I was too much interested in the light metaphor. And I was interested in the light metaphor because I was talking about metaphysics. And the light metaphor is the part that helps you understand how the clearing is necessarily withdrawn and invisible, and does its job precisely when it's withdrawn and invisible. And that's what I was focusing on. But the light metaphor is not really nearly as important as the earth or the tree root in the ground metaphor, because that really reflects the fact that the clearing is this kind of reservoir of possibilities or marginal practices or whatever they are. Heidegger never says, but it's the reservoir that is rich and fruitful and obscure, and the tree of philosophy grows out of that and is nourished on that. I mean, that side of the sort of positive, fruitful role of what is necessarily withdrawn and obscure is something that I didn't emphasize enough. Yeah.
There's a further difference between the two metaphors in that the light casts light on, unconcealed, all the objects that are around, right, everyday objects. Whereas the soil, out of the soil grows the tree, not the everyday sort of tree of everyday objects, but the tree of philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Could you say something about the, so in a way that's not, the metaphor of the tree and the dirt is not a metaphor for the clearing itself.
Right, good. I don't know what, I forget how much I said about this last time. Neither of these metaphors does justice to the clearing, because the clearing is not just for philosophy, it's for everything. It does withdraw, and it is the background out of which on the basis of which anything is intelligible, but isn't itself intelligible. And that's the most important thing about the clearing. And that's just captured finally in saying that the clearing has got to be made up of the unconcealed and the concealed. You end up having to talk Heidegger language, and that's the basic thing you can say about it. It's made up of the struggle between the open and the closed, which are equally important, between the unconcealed and the concealed, which are equally important, and it covers everything, not just philosophy. Yes, I think you're right. I should say that. Now, having said that, I don't want to go back over that at all. I just had to sort of get it as sharp as I could. Then I also was told in office hours, or someplace, and it wasn't in office hours, it doesn't matter where, that there was a mistake I was making in describing research, and that I wasn't making clear what scientists understood about research, what metaphysicians understand about research, and what Heidegger understands about research. And I wanted, John told me this, and I want to say it because I think it's very right, and I never saw it before, so let me just go through it. Scientists don't know that they're making a projection in which they're determining what counts as real, and then seeing what shows up under that projection. They think they're simply discovering the universal laws of nature, period. They would be very surprised, particularly up to very recently, now maybe since Kuhn, some of them anyway, might go along with this. I think more and more of sort of the younger generation, if you talk to scientists in graduate school now, they aren't at all, seeming the ones I've talked to, upset and outraged by constructivist ideas about science. But people my age, my old roommate who's head of a lab at NIH, is just finds this preposterous. He's actually dealing with DNA, and I see how it looks to him too. Every day they learn more about this intricate mechanism, the idea that somehow this intricate mechanism isn't the way things are, but just the way things show up given a certain projection. That does not make them happy. Anyway, so scientists, I think, certainly it doesn't belong to the job of scientists to know they're making a projection. Maybe you could make a further distinction, which I was going to make it when I was talking about it, but didn't. There are two kinds of scientists. There are those who are in the ongoing activity authentically, knowing that it's so to speak relative to the current understanding in science that there are these anomalies, and that these anomalies might turn out to show that the current understanding is wrong and lead to a revolution, and that would be terrific. Somebody like Einstein certainly knew that. He was not busy trying to get rid of the absence of the ether drift, but try to find out whether maybe that told us that there was something wrong with our whole Newtonian understanding. But then there are the really, I forget what he calls them, and I didn't look it up, but they're in effect the inauthentic scientists. And those scientists believe they've got the right answer now, and that the anomalies are clearly just failures of measurement or failures of ingenuity or something, and they will eventually get it figured out how the current projection works. The idea that the whole current projection on which they base their world, their life, their identity might just all be wrong, and they're ready for the junk heap of history, and they'll just have to die out till the next generation of scientists comes along who has a different projection. These inauthentic scientists can't stand that and don't think that way. So, so anyway, that's so much for what the scientists think. Then, metaphysicians like Kant know that science works because we have a ground plan. It's our categories that determine how nature shows up, and nature shows up as the phenomenal world. I mean, we don't discover how nature is in itself according to Kant. We discover how nature is relative to our capacities to experience things in space and time, and our passive capacities and our active capacities to organize them according to causal laws. And so Kant understands that it's the human beings who project intelligibility. And then what reality is some phenomenon that shows up relative to that projection. And Heidegger knows that that way of looking at human beings as projecting an understanding of reality relative to which everything shows up in the phenomenal world is itself just the current way the clearing is working. Maybe I should back up. And Kant's story is we really do have this receptivity, we really do have these categories, it really is our nature to propose a certain understanding of intelligibility, and then there is the phenomenal world that shows up. And then Heidegger, so he's one beyond. You see, the scientists just think they're discovering the way the world is. Kant says, no, it's our job, it's human beings, not just us in the West. Human beings, only we're the only ones that are so advanced as to know it. But all human beings, when they finally understand maturely what they are, will understand that it's only relative to their projection of what counts as intelligibility that anything shows up as intelligible. And then Heidegger says, well, what Kant understands isn't what human beings are, but what human beings right now understand themselves to be, given the current way the clearing is working, given the modern practices. Yeah?
Does what Kant knows count as acknowledgement or an understanding that there is a clearing?
No, not at all. What Kant understands is that there's this fact about people, that they are the orderers of things. They lay down the intelligibility. And there's this fact about reality, that it's what shows up as the phenomenal world. And that's not the result of the clearing. That's correct. That's the truth. Because he's a metaphysician. So he doesn't know anything about the clearing. I mean, the last thing Kant would say is, well, that's our current way of understanding it here in the West. we happen to have a bunch of categories and, you know, receptivity, and this is our phenomenal world for a while. That's not it at all. That is the objective world out there that we discover. For everybody, for all time. You look worried.
Yeah, but...
About Kant?
Yeah.
You think Kant was more...
Well,
was
no,
less a
it just goes back
metaphysician?
to the same question about why, that we struggled over so much before, about why a recognition of the clearing brings with it the recognition that it's just one clearing. So, if Kant thinks that humans impose intelligibility, or make intelligibility out of what is otherwise a sort of pool of unorganized intuitions or phenomena or whatever, right? Why, the question is why that doesn't count as itself sort of the disclosing of objects out of concealment, right? And he's got this also has this view that there's, you know, those are the categories. But I don't know. Maybe we should talk about it.
Somehow putting form on matter, which is how Kant understands it, where the matter is something that's always there, metaphysically, and the form is something that's there also, as long as there are human beings.
What about if you think about it epistemologically rather than metaphysically? So in what I do, right, it takes this stream of unordered intuitions and organize it into objects.
Okay, well, for one thing, Heidegger would say Kant didn't think of it epistemologically, but metaphysically, and people misunderstood him, and even Kant, but now we have to stop this, in switching from edition A to edition B of the critique, gave up the psychological way of looking at it for an ontological way of looking at it, I think. But anyway, we're now getting into stuff too specific to worry about for us. So, now we get to go on to new stuff. Not quite, but almost. That is just now we connect up with the view that what is the essential change that characterizes modernity as a new understanding of being is that Descartes introduces the notion of representation. And representation in German is Vorstellung. I'm just reviewing and telling you all that. And that thinking of us as engaged in representation is a new understanding of what kind of being we are and what kind of being everything else has. And that's what we're going to find out about. There's a place where he talks about, I hadn't really realized this, but I mean, I knew it, but I didn't remember the passage. I don't think I've read this. But remember I said that sort of there will always be this sort of magic word that the metaphysicians find, which is going to name the being of beings. And the word here is representation. That's, Descartes had the word, but because he spoke Latin and French, he didn't really understand how deep the word was, but as soon as you get it over into German with Kant, and representation becomes Vorstellung, placing before, then we can see that that's the word by which Kant, as a metaphysician, and Descartes sort of, grasped what was the defining characteristic of their age. And he says at the bottom of 132, not quite the bottom, this third line of the paragraph, of the last full paragraph on 132, we must track out and expose the original naming power of the worn-out word and concept to represent, Vorstellung, to set out before oneself, or to set forth in relation to oneself. Through this, whatever is comes to a stand as object, and in that way alone receives the seal of being. And he's summarizing really the core of it right here. That the world becomes picture. Now we haven't got to that yet. That's the next step. Is one and the same event with the event of man becoming subjectum in the midst of that which is. Okay, now with that, I transition from where I was to where new stuff. And that turns out that the two aspects of representation, or Vorstellung, that Heidegger wants to bring out are picture and subject. So I'm going to talk a while about what it means to say that modernity is an age in which there is something like a world picture, and that other ages, like the pre-Socratics, that we say they had the pre-Socratic worldview, but the pre-Socratics didn't have a worldview because they didn't relate to the world as a picture or a view that we do, or we meaning moderns. I'm going to talk about us as if we're moderns today. On Thursday, I'm going to talk about us as if we're postmoderns. In fact, we just happen to be in transition. It wasn't. I mean, it isn't any. It's just an accident in a way. But we still have one foot in modernity. So we, as moderns, have a world picture. And now I'm going to give you 5 characteristics of a picture, which makes it the appropriate metaphor for understanding what follows from this view that we are related to things by representing them, and that everything is for us a representation, all in this special meaning. Keep remembering of Vorstellen, not of copy, not a picture in the mind, but as object. Whenever you hear representation, remember I wrote on the board that you can just substitute objectification. We are objectifiers, and everything is an object. And all of that can be understood in terms of pictures. So here are 5 characteristics of a picture. First, it's total. We get the picture in its entirety. There isn't anything outside the frame. There isn't anything, so to speak, over the horizon. It's like asking of King Lear, what was King Lear's wife like? I mean, that's outside the story. So when you've got a picture, you don't ask sort of what's outside the picture. Everything that counts is in the picture. And he's talking about this on 129. And there's this important metaphor, which I better explain right away. I'm reading about 15 lines above the bottom of 129, where he's talking about this crucial notion about picture. This whole paragraph is about picture. And the crucial phrase he likes is, we get the picture. Now, unfortunately, we've got to be very clear, particularly if you read it in German and don't know German very well, that the phrase in German is sich im Bild setzen, which means to put yourself in the picture. And there's an earlier translation of this by Marjorie Green, which makes no sense at all from here on, because she translates that to put yourself in the picture. But what's interesting about this phrase, Heidegger doesn't even hear it, because it's just an idiom in German. Sich im Bild setzen means to get the picture. And that means not to put yourself in the picture, but to stand outside it and get the whole picture. So when somebody describes something, we have the same in English. When somebody describes something to you and you say, I get the picture, you don't mean that you now put yourself into the story. It means that you have a total sort of overview of what was going on. When you listen to the hourly news, you get the picture. The last thing you do is put yourself in the picture. You're not in Kosovo or where the earthquake was or anything like that. So this shouldn't bother you much, because this translation has got it right. So starting about 15 lines from the bottom, to get the picture throbs with being acquainted with something, with being equipped and prepared for it, where the world becomes a picture, what is in its entirety, that's what I want to underline, that's the totality, is juxtaposed as that for which man is prepared, and which correspondingly he therefore intends to bring himself before himself and have before himself, and consequently intends in a decisive sense to set in place before himself. The opposite, just because you need a contrast class, to getting the picture, would be the way the pre-Socratics were in the world. They really were in the picture, only they were so far in it, it wasn't even a picture. I never, I think, got a chance to read this great description, a better description of the Thusis world than any one that's in the basic questions, where you can see how different it is than standing outside and getting the picture. Where is it now? I wasn't going to read it, but I now think it's so good that I should. Maybe it's not. Where we are drawn in and driven about by its contradiction? Where is it? I thought- 140.
144, I
I
think.
thought it was in the footnotes someplace. Is that the footnote?
144, I think.
144, not quite. Haven't we had this discussion? Did I read it already? No, is it on 144? I don't see it. It's a long
This is the thing
thing.
about Pythagoras.
Yeah, but particularly, it says what it was for them was to be drawn into the world and driven about by its contradictions. Well, I could have sworn that would be easy to find. Well, now we have to find it. It must not be in the footnote. Ah, here it is on 131. Have I read this? The top of 131? Well, I'm going to read it now. Read it as the contrast class to what it would be like to get the picture. That which is that which arises and opens itself, which as what presences comes upon man as the one who presences, comes upon the one who himself opens himself to what presences in that he apprehends it. That which is does not come into being at all through the fact that man first looks upon it, in the sense of a representing that has the character of a subjective perception. Rather, man is the one who is looked upon by that which is. He is the one who is, in company with itself, gathered toward presencing by that which opens itself, to be beheld by what is, to be included and maintained within its openness, and in that way to be borne along by it, to be driven about by its oppositions and marked by its discord. That is the essence of man in the great age of the Greeks. Well, that's just, you see how different that is than getting the picture. That how that is really, if you get all mixed up, because that sounds like exactly it says you're in it. Of course, you're not in the picture, you're just in it, you're in being. Okay, now let me go on to where I was, about the entirety. He gets it in his entirety. Hence, I'm now at the bottom of 129. Hence, world picture, when understood essentially, does not mean a picture of the world, but the world conceived and grasped as a picture. What is in its entirety, again, is now taken in such a way that it first is in being and only is in being to the extent that it's set up by man who represents and sets forth. Okay, and again, wherever we have the world picture as an essential decision takes place regarding what is in its entirety. Okay, so there is this totalizing aspect. Now, in a certain way, of course, you might want to say that every understanding of being is about what is in its entirety. And that is interesting and important. But it turns out, and this is back to what I said when I talked about research, in its entirety except for the monsters, except for the fact that the receptacle is never quite good enough to get the forms imposed on it, except for the miracles, and so forth. Never really in its entirety. And Foucault is interested in that in his own way, that for the Greeks, aphrodisia, which was sort of erotic caresses, just fell outside the law and fell outside the theories of medicine that were around and so forth. It's just something that happened. Foucault has this amazing example of masturbation. When I first heard Foucault, that was the lecture he gave when he first came to Berkeley, and caused a big scene. But it was French, so it didn't cause the biggest scene as it might have. There were only about 30 people coming to hear him when he first came to Berkeley, not 2,000 in Zellerbach. But his thesis was, and it's in the sexuality book, masturbation was just something that happened until sometime in the 1700s, I think it was, when it was discovered, and we were already in the world picturing, that it was something that had been left out of the account, and the psychologists, whatever they were called in those days, and the pedagogy people, and the religious people, and the medical people, all jumped on this and tried to figure out sort of what it meant and whether it was bad for people and why it was bad for people, and they observed children and tried to, when they decided it was bad for people, then they had to keep children from doing it, and so forth. And that's what happens when you get an entire picture. And that's different than just the way, I put it this way, in any given age there is something that everything that matters is. Remember, and that's the way that the understanding of being is for all beings. But then there's lots of stuff that doesn't matter and isn't quite at all. And that's what's missing when you get it, when you impose this picture. Yeah.
It does mask, whether this means it wasn't showing up at all.
That's right. It was just beneath the radar, as they say these days. Right. That's where masturbation was. That's where aphrodisia was, and stuff. But in this view, everything is in the picture. Now, there's a very interesting subtlety that I hadn't really noticed till this time through. I listened to the tapes of the last time I gave the course, and I discovered me suddenly realizing I'd been making a mistake, because I then talked always about totalizing. Now I've been talking about the picture is entire and is total. In fact, that's wrong, but that's what you get if you follow the picture metaphor. Pictures aren't active. Pictures are static. Pictures already have everything in them that they're going to have in them. Now that's wrong about this way of thinking. Heidegger will get it right in the question concerning technology, where he's very interested in the way new stuff is brought in, like the masturbation story. But where the practices are constantly expanded to bring things into the understanding. But the picture story has no place for that. And so Heidegger has no place for that. So you don't hear about bringing more and more into the picture. The picture is in it as complete and static. And the hint that this isn't right is in the discussion of the research, where new anomalies are being produced and then being beaten over so as to be brought into the projection. That's right. That's what he's going to talk about later. But right now he's got this very static view. The picture just gets everything in it, and there it just sits. Because the picture already has everything in its entirety. And there's some point where he even says it's static. I have found it. I'll find it again when the time comes, and you'll see. Maybe I'll find it now. Who knows? I don't know. Okay, well, if I come across the place where it's static again, I'll tell you. But it's not, it's obvious. The pictures just are. Okay, so number one, you can't say it's totalizing, but you have to say that a picture is total. All the phenomena that count are in it, and every phenomenon, you can't even say it because it's wrong. So, but anyway, it's total, he says. And let's go on to the next. It's all explicit. That is, you see every detail just as it is. Nothing is hidden, as I think Austin says in some respect about the ideal of sort of pure Cartesian perception would be that you had total certainty that everything was in the shop window. I mean, somehow I think the picture is that when things are laid out in a shop window, they're not sort of covering each other up or dissembled. Everything is put so you can see exactly clearly what's there, and that's the way the picture works according to Heidegger. He's talking about this on 129, where he talks about, again, where he says in the middle of the paragraph, we get the picture. Then it says literally we're in the picture. You see, that's what I'm trying to, it's true, but don't let that fool you. That's irrelevant. We get the picture concerning something. This means that the matter stands before us exactly as it stands with it for us. That's this explicitness, this clearness. Okay. You understand, I'm going to come back to this at the end, but you should have this in mind all the time. You should be asking yourself, but how can that be that everything is in the picture? How can it be that it's perfectly clear? And the answer's always got to be because we make the picture. I mean, if we were being sucked in by the overwhelming whooshing around of things, we wouldn't have the whole picture. There'd be all kinds of gods and monsters and new stuff that could whoosh up that we hadn't got before, demigods all over the place. But if we're laying down the rules for what counts as intelligible, then we've got already everything. And if we are laying it out in front of us, so to speak, then we can be clear about it all, even if at first we aren't. In principle, we can certainly get it all clear. And it forms a system, again, because That's how we organize it, presumably. This is on 129. He says, a little right below where I was, we get the picture concerning something does not mean only that what is set before us, is represented to us in general, but that what stands before us in all that belongs to it and all that stands together in it as a system. And what does it mean to be a system? Well, it means that everything is in its place. It isn't just a sort of grab bag of everything. There, the shop window isn't so good anymore. You can put all sorts of stuff in the shop window in any old order. Everything is ordered, and everything is understood in terms of how it fits into the whole. Think of now, this isn't just any old snapshot picture. Think of this as a picture by an artist, where you think of it as every detail of the picture is where it is and where it belongs and so forth. And that's how you ought to think of it, because we are the artist, so to speak. We make the picture. We can make it as systematic as we please already in Kant. I mean, every event has a cause in Kant. He can say that a priori. How does he know that every event has a cause? Because we won't count it as an event unless it has a cause. We are the one who's imposing the order. That's the intuition behind all of this. 141.
Excuse me, I just wanted to ask.
Yeah.
So you're saying that it's not, of course, that everything is actually represented. Only what's represented is what's intelligible to us. So obviously there is a lot left out of the picture. In reality, you're saying.
Well, yes. Yes and no. I mean, that's a perfectly sensible thing to say. Sort of from Heidegger's point of view, in reality, there is all of Earth left out of the picture. Sort of all the practices that we don't understand yet, and all the stuff that is obscure and so forth. That's how it is for Heidegger. But and you could put it your way then, that sort of lots of reality is left out of the picture. But the tricky thing is that the picture defines what counts as reality. So from their point of view, no reality is left out of the picture. To be real is to be in the picture. That's what counts as real. Let me say it again in Kant terms. How does Kant know that every event has a cause? Because it's part of the definition of to be an event that it has a cause. We make that definition, and therefore we know in Kantian terms a priori, before any experience, that any objective event, any real event that we come across, it will have a cause. We may not know it right away, but somewhere we'll be able to find it. And if after a lot of search we couldn't find it, we'd have to declare this thing an illusion or something. It couldn't be real. So back to her point. From within this story, reality is what is. We have an entire picture of reality, and it's clear, and it's systematic, and that's what it is to be real. That is to be objective. That is to be what is presented to us as intelligible to us. And that's what it is to be real. That's being. Now, then you come back and you say from Heidegger's point of view, yeah, but there's something missing there, all right. That clearing, the earth, and so forth. Yeah, right. But they don't count as real. They count as, who knows what to call it. What counts as real is whatever the metaphysicians say is real. And, yeah.
What helps me in this is to think about, I don't know if this will help, but to verificationism as a sort of apotheosis of this kind of view, right? You define what something is in terms of the observable consequences of it. And that's all that you can ever say about what the thing is.
I don't know if that's going to help very many people, so I'm not going to develop it. But if it does help you, good. Okay, let's see now. So everything, well, I was going to do 141. What's on 141? It's more about system. What belongs, the number 6, what belongs properly to the essence of the picture is standing together, system. But this is not meant the artificial and external simplifying and putting together of what is given, but the unity of structure in that which is represented as such, a unity that develops out of the projection of the objectivity of whatever is. In the Middle Ages, a system is impossible, for that is ranked order of correspondences, that is hierarchy. And the system is even more foreign to the Greeks. presumably because of all this stuff that just lay outside the system, like aphrodisia. Ongoing activity is a specific bodying forth and ordering of the systematic, in which at the same time the latter reciprocally determines the ordering. Where the world becomes picture, the system, and not only anything, comes to dominate. The reason he puts it that way is that Hegel is the one, in thinking, who saw that if it's our order that we impose, then we're going to organize it in a way that will make it fully intelligible to us, and that means there won't be any elements in it that we can't fit in where they belong. I mean, research tries to do that for nature. Every element will be fitted into the periodic table, and every event will be fitted into the history of the universe, and so forth. But in general, I guess, however you generalize it, I'm not sure. Well, you can see sort of, because it's happening. I mean, when Heidegger says not just in thinking, he means that in practice the world becomes a system. And that must be happening somehow. Because we keep saying, it's all a system, and the system does it, and we have phrases like this, I had some in my mind earlier. It's not my fault, it's the system. And there's sort of now a multi-global economic system in which everything is being put into place all over the world, and in every way there is this systematic ordering. It isn't complete yet, maybe, and that's the part that Heidegger can't talk about here, that it's developing, because he's got this static view. But in general, we think that there is some kind of big deal order in which we just fit like a cog. And that's the picture that everything is becoming in the practices. Everything is getting ordered in that way. All of this is hard to understand, I think, because it's not really completed yet in the subject-object story he's telling. It only gets much more clear in the technology story, where you got to read it next time as then it'll be a story of how things are going and what direction things are going. And then it gets a lot more clear that things are getting more and more systematic, that we're fitting more and more together, and everything is related to everything else in more and more thorough and complicated ways. And that seems like a very plausible story. Whereas somehow the view that it's already a system, I mean, we can't understand that, I don't think. But this is his first take on it. And, okay, now we get to Hans pretty soon and what he said, because he remembered that if everything is a system, he says, it can't be hierarchical. I guess that means somehow, I'm not sure how to fill this out, there can't be these meaningful differences of better and worse, but everything is on the same level. Somehow that's part of the picture, the metaphor of the picture is that it's flat. Remember, Hans read this talk about that on page 142. He talks about how value is the thread, a little below the middle, the threadbare disguise of the objectivity of whatever is. And objectivity has become flat and devoid of background. Nobody dies of mere values. Yeah, I think it's become flat in two ways. It's become flat because there are no meaningful differences. That is, all distinctions of rank are gone. Everything just fits into this order. And it's become flat because it's got no depth. That's more interesting, I think. There's in the limit no earth. And if there's no earth, then there's no seriousness. Nothing really matters. And now we've gotten back to this question of why nobody dies for mere values. I mean, Hans gave us sort of everything but what I would say, and together we could complete it. I mean, he gave us the historical context in which this takes place, and the political context in which this takes place, the intellectual context in which all this fight about values takes place. The only thing he didn't do, as far as I could see very well, is explain, although he even came close to explaining, I think, why nobody dies for mere values. I mean, what I got out of it, which I thought was very interesting, is that insofar as values are objective, they would have authority over us, but they wouldn't need us. I'm going to fill out Hans the way I would talk about it. And insofar as values are subjective, they need us because they're only there insofar as we posit them, but then they have no authority over us because we posit them. Let me spell each of those out. So objective values don't need us as preservers, and people die as preservers. That is, they die to be exemplars. They die of worthiness and martyrs for worthiness, and because they think that whatever these values are, they're worth dying for, to preserve in this world. And insofar as they're just sort of objective and are true and live in some other world, it would be crazy to be a preserver. Jaspers has a great story about this. He talks about the difference between Bruno and Galileo. Bruno had the religious view about the universe, that there was an infinite number of worlds. And the church said that was wrong, and if he didn't take it back, they would kill him, burn him, for a heresy. And he said, no, he wouldn't take it back. He was a witness to it. It was worth dying for because it was sort of the truth of his understanding. I mean, it was, I don't know, it was somehow a religious truth about the universe that required witnesses, and he was ready to witness it and die for it. It wasn't, he wasn't stating it as correct somehow. I don't know how it works. I mean, Jaspers, as I recall, doesn't explain it. But Bruno died for it as a preserver of this religious idea. Whereas Galileo, who thought that he had objective truths, when they said to the church, said that Galileo had to take back the fact that the earth moves around, or the sun moves around the earth. No, the earth moves around the sun. Then Galileo took it back. And supposedly, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not, sort of said under his breath as he left, but it moves anyway. Meaning that it's an objective fact, it doesn't need preservers, people will discover it again sooner or later, or even if they don't, it will go on doing it. Now, how Bruno understood what he was saying is not like that. I don't really fully understand. But I do see that once you have objective values, it's like they would be objective like whatever the sun is doing, according to Galileo. Nobody would need to die for them because they would take care of themselves, so to speak. That's half the story. And then you say, well, that's since subject and object. If you don't have objective values, it looks like the only other possibility is subjective values. Well, then, boy, do they depend on you, because then values just depend on what you value. And if you decide that dedication to multiculturalism is an important value, then you have to lay yourself on the line for it, because it's not going to be just take care of itself. It depends on you, and you have to fight for it. However, if it just depends on you, you can just change your mind. If it turns out that this gets to be too much trouble to fight for it, since you're the ultimate authority, you gave it the value of being worth fighting for, you can just take it back and decide that what's really worth doing is going off in circuit. And that's the ultimate value, and that's worth doing whatever you need to do for it. If values are subjective, they have no grip on you. They have no authority over you, because you're the authority over them. So there's something in the subject-object picture that which leads you to either subjective or objective values, and subject or objective values you can't die for them. Well, what would it take to have something you could die for? Well, Heidegger thinks it would have to be something that has a grip on you, and that you don't just choose subjectively, and something that has a grip on you that requires you as a preserver. That is, it doesn't just have a grip on you like an independent objective authority, but it needs you to work it out and to make it real in the world. And you won't be able to fully understand that. You will feel drawn to do something that isn't clear to you what you're supposed to do, and it isn't clear to you sort of why you're supposed to do it, but the authority will come from it. I mean, romantic love is one example of it. Kierkegaard's example of it. I mean, you can't decide to love somebody and decide to stop loving them, and you don't understand out of what it is that you love them, and you don't understand fully sort of what you're supposed to do when you love them. But all of that is what gives it its seriousness and makes it something worth dying for at the limit. And this is what he's saying in this passage I read in a big hurry. And what I've been saying now is supposed to make it clearer why I read this passage. It's all got to do with the earth side that gets left out in the subject-object story. On page 55 of The Origin of the Work of Art, where he talks about, I'm going to start where it's world. The world is the clearing of the paths of the essential guiding directions with which all decision complies. And that's the sort of world sort of carves things up in what it makes sense to do. But that tells you a sort of spectrum of what it makes sense to do. What grabs you and tells you this is what you should do? Well, that's where earth comes in. He says every decision, however, bases itself on something not mastered, something concealed and confusing, else it would never be a decision. That is, you've got to decide on the basis of what matters to you, but you can't decide about what matters to you. That's just another way to put it. I mean, you're in Heidegger language, you're sort of thrown into this matter. In religious language, it's got to be a grace or a vocation. In romantic language, sort of marriages are made in heaven, or they're destiny or something, but they're not something that you can choose. So that's the sense in which, in a picture which is flat and has no depth and no hiddenness and no earth, there can't be any serious decisions. That's my piece of what Hans was saying. Okay, that was number 5, that there's no seriousness in the picture, no matter. And finally, 6, what picture also has in it is domination and control of everything. I mean, I'm not sure that fits too well in the picture metaphor, but Heidegger gets it in there. Anyway, the 6th characteristic of modernity, so we've gone through that it's total, it's explicit, it's systematic, it's flat. I mean, flat as having no distinctions of rank, and also flat as having no depth or earth, and finally, it's dominating. Everything comes under our control. That's on 132. And the middle of the page. Man makes depend upon himself the way in which he must take his stand in relation to whatever is as objective. There begins that way of being human which mans the realm of human capability as a domain given over to measuring and executing for the purpose of gaining mastery over that which is as a whole. What Heidegger is now doing is explaining or just repeating what is really all, I think, a rather sort of boring cliche when it's just said. It's not so boring when it's brought into relation with Vorstellung as the understanding of being. What he's saying is our modern way of dealing with things is to dominate them, control them, objectify them, and use everything to satisfy our desires. I mean, you hear that all the time by Greens and ecologists and so forth, how bad we are that we're doing all that. It's sort of dominating, controlling, exploiting, treating nature as a gigantic filling station, Heidegger says at one point when he's in this kind of mood. Now, there's nothing wrong with saying all this. I think that it's not deep enough. It's not getting at what's going on fully enough. And Heidegger will see that in the question concerning technology, where he will give up this story. But we've got to tell it before we give it up. So everything gets dominated, and everything becomes something put at our disposal, he says on 133. the middle. The world stands at man's disposal as conquered. And so much for that, since I don't think it's very, since that's no longer, I think it was really the way things were, probably in the 17 and 1800s, and maybe the first half of the 1900s. But it's not the story of the way things are now, I don't think. And therefore, I mean, the story about how we are dominating and objectifying and selfishly consuming is certainly not wrong. There's plenty of that going on. But something stranger is going on, which we'll find out next time. But let me stick to this time. Remember that all these 6 characteristics become that is, ways of getting the picture become possible for us because we make the picture. We're the ones who relate it back to us as the source of meaning and intelligibility. I'm going to read you 2 crucial passages I read before because they are the transition to the next thing I want to talk about. The next thing I'm going to talk about, well, boy, there's lots to talk about. I thought I was making great progress, but there's so much to talk about that I think, in fact, wait a minute, I'm going to save this till later. And go on to the next subject. Okay, yes, I see why I want to do it this way, but I didn't do it quite right. So we're going to relate everything back to us as the subjects that make it intelligible. And now, this is still part of, I have 2 big parts to the lecture, picturing and subjects, or objects and subjects. And we've done picture and object. We're going to do subject before time is up. But there's a thing in between which we've got to stop at. Because if I say, well, we become the measure of everything. We are the ones who relate it all back to ourselves and give everything meaning and intelligibility. Then some smart person says, this actually happened when I was teaching the course lab, some smart student says, but that's already been said by Protagoras. He said man is the measure of all things. And I didn't know whether to congratulate the student or to blame him, because, so I said, this shows that you're really very, very sharp, but you aren't doing the reading, because that's, of course, what Heidegger says would be anybody's reaction. And then Heidegger has to say, no, this is not Protagoras. When Protagoras says on page 143, man is the measure of all things, of that they are, of those that they are and those that are not, that they are not, he is not saying the same thing as Descartes when he says that we are subjects and talks about the cogito. And the question is, well, what is he saying if not that? Well, I can do this rather quickly. What Heidegger says is Protagoras is really saying what Heidegger said in Being and Time, for those who know Being and Time, but you don't need to know it. He says what Heidegger is saying is, first paragraph on 144, retranslating, as Heidegger does, of all things, those namely that man has about him in customary use, equipment, the ready to hand, and therefore constantly, the particular man, that is each Dasein, is the measure of those that presence, that is, uses some of them, doesn't use them all. I can't both use the desk here and the door to my office at the same time. He's the measure of those that presence, as they presence, like the lectern, and also those to which it remains denied to presence, that they do not presence, the door to my office and my word processor. That which is, whose being stands ready for decision, is here understood as that which presences of itself within this sphere, within the horizon of man. Okay, and who is man? So far, it turns out that that's what he means. And now the interesting question is, and what view of human beings, as he says at the top of 145, what mode in which man is behind this story? That is, what's the different essence of human beings, according to the Protagoras pre-Socratic story and according to the Cartesian modern story? Well, obviously, once you see it, it's pretty obvious. What counts as man for Protagoras is that a human being who is, give you this list, finite, involved, embedded, embodied, coper. That's what we are. I mean, that's exactly being in time story that he's telling, but it's spelled out a lot more in being time. We're finite, involved, embedded in the world, embodied in, and we're coping with things. And if you're that, then you're the measure of all things, in the sense, simply, that it depends on what you're coping with. It's up to you and your current coping interests for what shows up and what doesn't show up. That's the sense, he says at the top of 146, that man is metron, the horizon of unconcealment. And that's pretty straightforward. And how does this differ from man for Descartes? Well, instead of being a involved coper, we are, for Descartes, a theoretical knower. That is, we are detached, disembodied, and instead of perceiving, we're imagining, because in our imagination we can survey everything, and we are universal theoretical knowers. We can contemplate the whole world at once. This is in the middle of 147. It is one thing to preserve the horizon of unconcealment that is limited at any given time to the apprehending of what presence is. That's the story I just told you about us as copers. That, by the way, it's interesting that there he talks about horizon. For us as copers, there's always something over the horizon we can't cope with, like the stuff in my office. Now, if you're a picturer, there's nothing over the horizon. Everything that matters is already in the picture. So that's the other half. It is another to proceed into the unlimited sphere of possible objectification through the reckoning up of the representable as acceptable to every man and binding for all. That is, as a theoretical knower, you get the picture from outside, so to speak, of everything. You're not embodied and embedded. You're a pure contemplator of everything. And that's the other version of man as the measure of all things. He sums this up on 147. Let me go on. All subjectivism is impossible in Greek sophism, that's Protagoras, for here man can never be subjective. He cannot become subjective because here being is presencing and truth is unconcealment. Okay, well, now we need to understand what Heidegger means by being a subject and why. You'd think, well, still, after all, even the coper is a subject, you would think. But not the way Heidegger understands subject, and we got to do that next, but I just want to make sure. Good. Okay, we still have time. Anybody want to say anything? I shouldn't intimidate you for not saying anything. There's been an awful lot of silence, and I now see that with 15 minutes I can do what I have to do. Yeah?
If Protagoras is receiving the unconcealment of being, how is he measuring? Is measuring like
yeah, he's receiving the unconcealing, and he's the measure of all things, namely, it's up to each individual and their current coping what shows up for them and what doesn't show up for them. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's a really simple point. And that's, he says, what Protagoras meant. And that's all, and that makes sense if you understand who we are as embodied, coping, and even perceiving beings, though coping is better, and he puts it in terms of coping, and I don't know whether he's right or not, but he gets it out of his translation, because it's about things of customary use, like hammers and lecterns and stuff. And right now, lecterns are showing up for me and not my word processor, and that's because I can only be in one place at this one time. That's my finite, embodied, embedded nature. But wherever I am, around me there's a horizon of stuff that is perceivable and available, and therefore I'm the measure of what shows up and what doesn't show up at every moment. That's the line. Anybody got any problems with that? And he seems very complicated when he explains it, but I think it's really very simple. But what's fascinating is that nobody doubts that we have the capacity to cope, to perceive, to imagine, to form theories, and so forth. What's interesting is which of those capacities you think of as essential. And he says the pre-Socratics thought being finite, embodied, and coping was what was essential. And then derivatively, people could sit back and stare at things and have theories about them. And then, with Descartes, really with Plato, though he doesn't say that, but with Descartes, he says, then what becomes essential is us as disembodied, theoretical, imagining beings. After all, the rest is just animals are copers. Surely that can't be what's essential about us. And then you get this whole different story about what it is to be the measure of all things. Namely, let's just repeat it, we become the source of what counts as intelligible and the ordering into a system of everything. And that's quite different. Yeah, John. Oh, I thought you had your hand. Okay. Let's go on, because I do want to be sure. And then we get to the next chunk. Okay, one piece and we're finished. We've done what it is to be an object, namely, sort of part of the picture. Now we have to talk about what it is to be a subject. Well, we know already, but it's just very important to go over it, because it's, I discovered in talking to the TAs this morning what an interesting and deep and rather subtle point this is. To be a subject is to be what underlies all the accidental properties. Already in Descartes there were subjects. They were the hypokeimenon. This is the middle of 128. What is decisive is not that man frees himself from previous obligations. He's saying, by the way, you might think that the essence of modernity is that man becomes mature by taking over complete responsibility for himself and becoming free, as a Kantian picture. Well, he would say, yeah, that's correct, all right, but it's not the really deep thing. What is decisive is not that man frees himself to himself from previous obligations to the Pope and the King and all that, but that the very essence of man changes, in that man becomes subject. So far, I've sort of only half explained what it is to become subject. I've said, well, it's to become this disembodied coping, but that's, this disembodied theoretical knower. But it's stronger than that, of course. We must understand this word subjectum, however, as the translation of the Greek hypokeimenon. Well, I just realized, that's when I said, in Plato already, people were minds, not bodies, and theoretical was more important than practical and all that. Why would that be the modern? Well, that isn't what's modern. That is what the part that he wants to contrast with the pre-Socratics and Protagoras. But now that isn't essentially modern, because it isn't Plato. But this is what is essentially modern. That we have to understand subjectum hypokeimenon, and now let's go on. The word names that which lies before, underneath, that is, as ground, gathers everything into itself. This metaphysical meaning of the concept of subject has, first of all, no special relation to man and none at all to the I. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sort of jumping around. So first, the notion of subject goes back to Aristotle. And there it just means whatever it is that underlies everything else. So the table is a subject. It underlies all the properties of the table. That may strike you as strange, but that's exactly what Aristotle thinks. And it's related to grammatical subjects. After all, the table is flat, the table is hard, the table is here in the room. The table is the subject of all those predications. And that's all it means to be a subject. That which underlies and holds together all the properties. And there's nothing amazing about that. However, with Aristotle, man becomes the subject, and only man is a subject. And you find Aristotle pulling this weird move where he talks about us as subjects, and he knows that he's changing everything. However, when man becomes, I'm reading now, the primary and only real subjective, that means man becomes that being upon which all that is grounded as regards the manner of its being and its truth. Man becomes the relational center of that which is as such. And this is possible when the comprehension of what is as a whole changes, and so forth. So now that the crucial move is we become, the modern subject is, at first approximation, people, you and me. That's only the first approximation, but let's get used to that first. The big switch is that the subject is that which is the ground of the intelligibility of everything. It underlies everything. It makes sense of everything. It decides what is and what isn't. And to talk at the bottom of 131, this very important talk about how the subject is what represents, and what represents means to bring what is present at hand before oneself as something standing over against it, to relate it to oneself as subject, to the one representing it, and to force it back into this relationship to oneself as the normative realm. That is to make it into a picture, that is to make it intelligible, and that's what subjects do. And when you do that, that's what makes you a subject, because then you underlie all the rest of the intelligibility. You draw the guidelines for everything, as he says it on 134. I don't want to stop to read that. So Descartes now has changed the meaning of subject by 180 degrees. I mean, now, instead of tables, like in Aristotle, it's us, because we underlie all intelligibility. Now, that's already, I mean, everybody used to that, because there's one more move, which is kind of dizzying, so you got to get used to that. To be, right now, in Descartes, each of us is a subject. And there are as many subjects as there are people in this room. But notice the way I defined subject, following Heidegger. It didn't require that the subject be conscious. And it didn't require that the subject be an individual human being. It just said that the subject is whatever underlies everything else and makes it intelligible. Now, to see the funny, interesting transformation that happens after Descartes is first you see in Kant the transcendental subject, which isn't exactly you or me with our identity and our biography, but that thing that sort of is in each human being, but it isn't exactly yours or mine, the organizing principle of the world. Never mind if you don't know Kant. I'm going to give you an example that you don't know that I can explain better. If you've ever done Marxist philosophy, you know that the phrase appears there that the working class is the subject of history. Now that's terrific for getting an understanding of what subject means when it stops being you or me. The working class is not conscious like one individual. I mean, individual workers are conscious, but the working class is conscious. And how is it the subject? And it is the subject of history. Well, you can understand all of history in terms of the working class. That is, in terms of how they were exploited, and finally they will take over and so forth. They're the only ones who really understand history, because everybody else has been covering up the exploitation, and they're not exploiting anybody, so they're not covering anything up, so they can really make history intelligible. And history is also intelligible because it leads up to the working class, and law is intelligible as the way that the class of property has tried to protect itself. That's what the law really is one more way of keeping the working class from understanding what's really going on. And the value of all things depends on how much labor has been put into them. The value of objects is intelligible in terms of the labor of the working class. I mean, Marx spells out how the working class is that particular subset of all the entities that there are and all the practices there are that makes all the entities and all the practices intelligible. So that makes the working class a subject. The subject is any subset of everything that's going on that doesn't itself need to be explained, but in terms of which you can make sense of everything else that's going on. Now, the important thing is to know that I didn't make this up, that that's what really makes this interesting, is that Heidegger has seen this, and it's on page 152. And it's what makes all this so interesting. That is, that finally the notion of subject sort of takes off from people, and it becomes a whole lot of possible underlying explanatory entities. And here it is. The second sentence in the first full paragraph on 152. Man has become subjective. Therefore, he can determine and realize the essence of subjectivity, always in keeping with the way in which he himself conceives and wills himself. So far, it's like Descartes. Man as rational being of the age of enlightenment, that's Kant, or Descartes, is no less subject than is man who grasps himself as a nation. So now, but by the way, this is doubly interesting, because it is anti-Nazi as well as an interesting view of what it is to be a subject. So there's the nation. So if you think that you can explain everything in terms of the destiny of the German people, or the manifest destiny of the American people, or whatever, anybody who thinks that they can explain everything in terms of their nation, that's a form of subject. Or wills himself as people, that's folk. So if you think somehow that everything's going to be explained in the fact that German folk will take over everything, that Germany today and tomorrow the world. I mean, I don't know whether that's about nation or folk, but it's certainly about subjects. Where are we? Fosters himself as race. That's another Nazi story. Are the Aryans the true subject of the world? Is everything led up to Aryans, and everything going to be explained in terms of the final domination of Aryans? And finally, empowers himself as Lord of the earth. Well, that's going to turn out to be sort of Western human beings. And finally, all human beings are going to set themselves up as the exploiters and dominators of everything for the satisfaction of human beings. Then they're going to be they're going to be the subject, and everything is going to be explained as in the service of human beings. You want to say something? Oh, I thought your hand was up. So that is, and now I'm just reviewing it with other passages. The subject is going to be whatever is the source of meaning and intelligibility of everything. You get it on 132 at the bottom. And here, this is the last thing I guess, this is one of the last things I want to read. Only because and insofar as man actually and essentially has become subject is it necessary for him as a consequence to confront the explicit question, is it an I confined to its own preferences and freed into its own arbitrary choosing, or as the we of society? That is, which is going to be the subject, the community or the individual? Is it an individual or as community? Is it as a personality within the community or a group member in the corporate body? Is it as a state and nation, as a people, or as the common humanity of modern man, that man will and ought to be the subject, that in his modern essence he already is? So all of this struggle about individualism versus community and so forth, all these struggles can only take place, as he says at the top of 133, once the argument is over what is the true subject of history. And then you'll get the state, the working class, the race, the community, the individual, all fighting it out to be the ground of all intelligibility. And I think we can just stop with that. Now we finish the age of the world picture. We go on to the question concerning technology. Thank you. Okay, the next time I'm going to put off the part on causality, which is at the beginning, the four causes of the question concerning technology, because it fits perfectly with something in your reader, namely pages 40 to 48, where Borgman is talking about how a wheelwright a century ago understood his jobs of making wagons, and the four causes are just illustrated exactly the way Heidegger describes them, and you can see how it's still a marginal practice that you can get in touch with, and how it could have been the main way of doing things. So in your reader you've got Borgmann, and part of the Borgmann is several different bunches of pages. It's this on causality. Okay, and over here I'll just put the notes like that on Nietzsche and Foucault, on Freud. In Dwinell, what was it again? 370? 374? Okay, at 5. So we have to end immediately at 5, so anybody can run over there who wants to. And she'll start late because she knows that some of us, we need.
Sorry, I think they said 370 on the 7th floor.
Ah. Okay, 370. If anybody thinks that's wrong, now is the time to say so. I have no independent evidence. Okay, now, but today we're going to do the question concerning technology, and we're going to finish it next time. And I'm going to just sort of go through and read it with you, and try to, and feel free to talk so that we can, because part of the interest of this essay is finally we've got, and maybe I should give this kind of prologue as I see it in my mind. So we did the meta stuff first, about the history of the West having its beginning and then turning into metaphysics. And then we switched to the actual history of the West and came in at the time when the subject-object metaphysics came in, and read the Age of the World picture. And now we're reading the current understanding of being, the current truth of being, to talk Heidegger language, or we want to understand the technological way of revealing, or the technological clearing. And since Heidegger wants to make a big distinction, naturally, between the technological clearing and technological devices, technology, since the clearing is, as he puts it, not at all technological, the furthest thing from being technological, I mean the clearing being the style, the coordination of the practices to produce a style, to get things to show up a certain way. But so I'll try to remember to call it technicity, that it, just so we can have a different name for it and won't get mixed up. So Heidegger's trying to understand technology by understanding it as a mode of revealing, as our current clearing. And he's calling the style of our current clearing technicity. Now, that's just the framework. Now to get into it step by step. And his goal in doing this is like his goal all along, to get us to understand that our current style, technicity, which he's going to try to describe later, is just our current style. Not more and not less. I mean, that's already pretty amazing, and it determines, remember, what things show up as, and what it makes sense to do, and it gives us meaningful differences if there are any. They're pretty minimal at this point. Or in another way to put it is how we relate to ourselves, how we relate to others, how we relate to entities. So the style is tremendously important. So, but when I say it's only a style, I mean it's not metaphysical. It's not the being of beings. It's not the way everything is everywhere all over the universe, only we're the first to have discovered it. It's just the way we are in the West now. And then I said just again. Well, but of course that's pretty important, and it's hardly merely the way we are now. We can't change it just by willpower. We can't even fully understand it because we're so immersed in it. But that's the job. And if we could do it, that is, get an understanding of technicity, then what the goal is to have what Heidegger calls a free relation to technology. That's what he says right at the beginning, and he comes back to it later. It's going to free you up from this metaphysical understanding where you just automatically and because you have no idea there is any other way to do things, and you think anyway it's the right way to do things, just behave with the technological style. He wants to, as he says right at the beginning on the very first page, we'll be questioning concerning technology, and in so doing we'd like to prepare a free relationship to it. The relationship will be free if it opens our human existence to the essence of technology. Well, now I have to say a word about that. You know, from past already, he said it already in basic questions, that for him, the essence of something is not sort of the necessary and sufficient conditions of something that's counting as technology. It's not some universal characteristic of technology. To get at the essence of technology is to get at the way the practices work when they've got this particular style. There's a good footnote about that. He's got the way in which something pursues its course, and he's got stuff about how it presences and maintains itself and so forth. All that is ways of getting at what I would just simply say we want to understand how technicity works. And of course, and this is what I said already, but I'll read you the passage, this, whatever that is, technicity, that's not technological. That's not a bunch of technological devices, and it doesn't have the way of being of technology. The clearing is what gives everything else the way of being of technology. Yeah, John.
Just for emphasis, there's never been a free relation to any prior
clearing. Interesting. Good point. Except the pre-Socratic. Don't you think they had somewhat free? Well, it's a good question. Certainly once metaphysics sets in with Plato, and truth is understood as correctness, and it's understood that when you get the being of beings right, you just get how they are, and you don't have to be a preserver, and you're not grateful, that's it. But now, remember we have this puzzle that the pre-Socratics were sensitive to the clearing. That is, I think they did have a free relation to it, in the sense that they understood that they were preservers of it, and if they stopped preserving it, it would go away, and they were grateful for it, and they weren't as free as we are, because we are free to get in touch with marginal practices and other understandings of being from our past. They didn't have that. So I guess the answer to your very good question is there are two kinds of freedom, a free relation, one pre-metaphysical and one post-metaphysical. You looking worried about that?
I'm not sure why the pre-metaphysical one counts as a free relation.
Well,
insofar as it's not metaphysical.
Well, it's free not in the sense that they could go to some other one, but insofar as they understand their role as being preservers. I mean, the Athenians sort of have a freer relation to the Athenian way of life. They understand that it's up to them to do something about it and so forth. That's all I meant. Whereas if it were metaphysical, they could just sit back and it would happen and there wouldn't be anything they needed to do. But to be really free, to be able in a certain sense to take it or leave it technology, which is what Heidegger wants us to be able to do. But notice, I mean, we'll get back to this. Of course, you can't just leave it and walk out of this style into the blue. This is the only style, the only full-fledged style we've got. We've got bits of other styles around. So you can't really leave it, but you can certainly modify your relation to it. He talks about how you would modify your relation to it. You won't feel, let's just read the next sentence here. Well, in the same paragraph, second paragraph on page 4. The essence of technology is by no means anything technological. Okay. Thus, we shall never experience our relationship to the essence of technology, that is, technicity, that is the way the clearing works to produce our understanding. We'll never experience our relation to the essence of technology so long as we merely conceive and push forward the technological, put up with it, or evade it. Everywhere we remain unfree and chained to technology, whether we passionately affirm or deny it. So the Luddites are just as badly off as the techno-freaks. None of them have a free relation to technology. That we will, if we understand this course, and not just, of course, intellectually and go around repeating it. He said, remember what he says, and you can't just go around and say, aha, Heidegger says technicity is so-and-so. But if you understand it in a way that changes the way you, really deeply, and it can change the way you behave. that's what he wants to do. So, and his another name for it, which I've used already, but it's so frequent in here, I want you to realize it's the same thing that he's talking about when he says that technology is a mode of revealing on page 12, about 4 lines down. And it's familiar talk. It connects up with what we've been reading in the basic questions. He says, we are questioning concerning technology, and we arrive now at aletheia, at revealing. Of course. And what has the essence of technology to do with revealing? The answer, everything. For every bringing forth is grounded in revealing. Now, here it gets a bit confusing, because bringing forth, he then proceeds, how will we put this? I mean, bringing forth is poesis. And he immediately goes into this part we're going to talk about next time, the poesis mode of revealing, and how it's related to our current mode of revealing. And in a certain sense, of course, there's a very weak sense of bringing forth in which the clearing enables us to bring things forth in any epoch. Even now, we bring things forth. But our particular way of bringing things forth, he says, is challenging forth. In other words, we're not in the nurturing business anymore. You could contrast the way he does, the way people were bringing things forth when they planted their crops. That's later. Oh, well, top of 15. See, maybe I'm confused. Every bringing forth is a mode of revealing. No? I don't know. See, I want to say technology isn't a mode of bringing forth. It's not a mode of poesis. They're all modes of aletheia. They're all ways that things show up. I think he's using bringing forth sometimes in this broad sense. He says every bringing forth is grounded in revealing, and he's just talked about aletheia. It looks like he's talking about any way that things show up. But then he immediately starts talking about poesis, the certain kind of showing up. And from then on he talks about that for quite a while. And so I don't really know. I thought I understood this, but I'm not sure how to use the term. I'm going to use poesis, as he says at the top of 13. Techne belongs to bringing forth to poesis, and so forth. And I'm going to distinguish that from challenging forth, which is what technology does at the middle of 14. And yet the revealing that holds sway throughout modern technology does not unfold into a bringing forth in the sense of poesis. The revealing that rules in modern technology is a challenging forth, which, while I'm at it, in the middle of page 14, the translation is wrong, which puts to nature the unreasonable demand that it supply energy. Now, who could say that? Why would that be unreasonable? I worried about the translation. I mean, that sounds something like, I don't know, an ecological story or something, but there's nothing in Heidegger that says that it's unreasonable to force nature to supply energy. There's no unreasonable in the German. It just says, which calls to nature to supply energy, which can be extracted and stored.
Why did they?
I don't know. I have to go back to the German. I won't do it now. But I remember worrying about it and have it crossed out here. But I don't remember why that happened. But so it does put on nature this demand, and the difference between poesis and challenging forth he explains very well at the top of 15. The work of the peasant does not challenge the soil of the field. In the sowing of the grain, it places the seed in the keeping of the forces of growth and watches over its increase. That poesis is nurturing. Remember, it helps the thing come forth, the seed, or if you play with your kid with a poesis way, you help the kid develop whatever it is the kid is good at and enjoys doing. That's very different from the way we do it now. When you think of the Central Valley, where you put on as much fertilizer as you can and pesticides as you can and make the Central Valley just into a producing area and make it produce the maximum amount of stuff. That's what he says next. It sets upon, in the sense of challenging it. Agriculture is now the mechanized food industry. Air yields up nitrogen in the earth, or, well, never mind the nitrogen. He gets as far as the fertilizer, and then he goes off and worries about uranium. So we're now going to talk about the technological style and find out what it is, now that we've got this general introduction. That is the technological mode of revealing. So the first thing you might think is that the technological mode of revealing is that we objectify things, that we, and this challenging force makes you think maybe that we dominate things and we control them in order to satisfy our desires. Do you have enough of an ear for the course to know why that's not the right way to think about? Well, no, you wouldn't know because I haven't even posed the problem well. But if, well, there's something very peculiar about our situation and Heidegger's situation. We're going between two different understandings of being as he writes this. We're sort of not fully in either. And the modern one, which is the which is the Cartesian one, which is the subject-object one, that's the story of domination and control, and having our subjective desires and objectifying things and making them fit into our normative realm and satisfy our plans and show up in our ground plan and all that. We've heard that story. That's not challenging for us. That's Vorstellung. That's placing things before us, so to speak, on our terms in a static way to satisfy our fixed desires as subjects, as autonomous subjects. Now, Heidegger's never, and we are certainly partly in that. To give you a feel for it, people say that modern industry and modern technology is what overcame nature, built bridges and railroads and electricity, lighted up the cities even at night, and got water and all that. We're still doing things like that, and building durable, stable, middle-sized dry goods like refrigerators and cars and stuff. We do all that, and that's considered the modern industrial technology that everybody notices and talks about, who worries about this sort of thing. But there's some new kind of thing coming in, which is the sort of high tech, which is very different, very flexible, where things are made to conform to all sorts of different combinations and desires, and 300 kinds of Walkman, and instead of, when I was young, there was just Fords and Plymouths and Chryslers and Buicks and Dodges, I guess, and there was one kind of each, and that was that. Before I was young, a little earlier, the Ford is famous for saying they can have a Ford in any color they please as long as it's black. But now flexibility, and you can change your desires, and you can, and the products will sort of elicit new desires, and this kind of let's call it postmodern. I mean, postmodern is very misused, but in this case, I mean, if there is such a thing as the modern subject-object understanding, then there is this new level of industrial technological development, which is personified, of course, or exemplified by the computer, and even more so by the internet, which is a different form of technology than the subject-object kind. So now let me go back. So when people talk when you hear challenging force, you might think that it was just exploiting, objectifying, dominating, and controlling. And control was, remember, one of the things on the list of the world picture story. And Heidegger does talk that way sometimes. I brought a quote from 1940. This is 1953, he's saying. He first said the question concerning technology. 8 years earlier, he was still talking in a way that much more like he was in the subject-object mode. He says Western history has begun to enter into the completion of that period we call the modern, which is defined by the fact that man becomes the measure and center of being. Sounds familiar. Man is what lies at the bottom of all being. That is, in modern times, at the bottom of all objectification and representability. That's fine. That's like a summary of what we read. But there's something else going on now besides objectification and representability. And what modern technology, the postmodern technology, is something really entirely new and different. And Heidegger begins to understand that. But for a while, this talk on 14 and 15, where I was, about challenging force and about how you relate to the agribusiness relates to the Central Valley, that sounds more like this sort of heavy industrial time. It's only gradually that he gets a sense that there's something new and different going on. He talks about, on page 5, he says, that technology's always been instrumental, and we've always sort of used things to satisfy our desires. That's correct, but not true. And then he jumps to the claim, in the middle of page 5, that technology is something completely different and therefore new. And it turns out it's so new and so different that it isn't even a subject-object story anymore. The way he figured this out, and it just isn't in this course, is reading Nietzsche as the last metaphysical thinker. He found in Nietzsche an understanding of being a step beyond the subject-object understanding of being, that owed a lot to Descartes and couldn't have happened if there hadn't been a subject-object understanding. But he reads in Nietzsche phrases like constant overcoming and the will to power, which he understands as the will to will, as no more a story about subjects with specific goals and desires dominating objects and making them satisfy those desires. So one way to put this is Heidegger went to a stage in which he was like a ecology person, or a green, in which he really felt that this sort of exploiting nature was the problem. He says in one point, we're turning the world into a gigantic filling station. And that's not wrong, that's correct, but I think he'd say now, not, and even true, insofar as we're still in the subject-object. But insofar as he wants to get at technicity as something new and different, then that's not got it. So we have to find out now, well, what is it when he does get it? Well, I think he gets it when he gets it when he reads Nietzsche, and we get it in here, not on page 15, or even the top of page 16, but he finally gets it at the bottom of 16. But let's just, the top of 16 is the wrong way to think of it. Well, let's say the hydraulic power station on the Rhine is like a work of art, in the sense that it really holds up in a glamorized way that shines and you can and shows you what we're up to. And so he's going to do an analysis of it. What understanding of being does the power station on the Rhine, the hydroelectric power station, show us? And the first story is very much a story that sounds like it's all a question of controlling nature. He says the hydroelectric plant is fed into the current of the Rhine and it supplies hydraulic pressure, and there's a network of cables. And then in the context of the interlocking processes pertaining to the orderly distribution of electrical energy, even the Rhine itself appears as something at our command. And that's two subject-object. We subjects, turn the Rhine into an object. And even at the end of that paragraph, he says, but the Rhine is still a river in the landscape, is it not? Perhaps, but how? And then he says, in no other way than as an object on call for inspection by a tour group ordered there by the vacation industry. Why do you laugh? Because he falls right into it. There he is, in the subject-object business. And then he goes into a really different, wonderful story. The revealing that rules throughout the modern technology, well, isn't that interesting? Of course, he doesn't have a word postmodern here. I just didn't realize. He's stuck with this thing that I mean, I'm making clear a distinction between modern and postmodern, but he isn't, because he's sort of in this transition. That I would just write in post, you could put it in brackets, it isn't in Heidegger. But now, he's going to move to the post part, because the object stuff is the wrong story. I mean, I'm not making this up. I mean, I'm going to read you a line in a minute where he says things aren't objects anymore. So it's not my idea, but his idea, that this can't be right, the tourist story, or at least it's right. It's correct. It's even true about part of the way we still practice. But now, what's new in our practice? Okay, the revealing that rules throughout, parentheses, post-modern technology, has the character of setting upon in the sense of challenging force. But now we get a new story about challenging force. It does not mean dominating and controlling. The challenging happens in that the energy concealed in nature is unlocked. What is unlocked is transformed. What is transformed is stored up. What is stored up is in turn distributed. And what is distributed is switched about ever anew. Unlocking, transforming, storing, distributing, and switching about are ways of revealing, but the revealing never simply comes to an end. What an amazing claim. No more objects, no more control. That's not the point. The point is endlessly flexible, adaptable, situationally appropriate switching about. And it's not even true what he says here. And that's part of the reason he's having such trouble. Notice, I mean, it's wrong. Electricity is not switched about ever anew. It finally comes out giving us the light to satisfy our desire for lights or heat, coming into the radiators for heat, or the electric blanket, or the radio. I mean, it gets sent to subjects. However, he's got the right idea. Electricity is the nearest thing he's got to what he thinks is the sort of paradigm stuff that is revealed by technicity. What if he had digitalized information? That's what he needs, which is switched around ever anew, and you can put it on CDs and take it off CDs and re-record it and listen to it and send it around, and you can turn pictures into digital, and we're getting to the point where things could really be transformed, stored up, distributed, switched about ever anew. And it isn't clear what we would be doing in there yet, because, I mean, you think, well, here we are, we want to listen to that music or something. But if you think of this now even further, and it becomes the internet, and then lots of information is being switched around in this flexible way, and stored and used, but put back into the system and so forth. And if you think of sort of global conglomerate transnational companies that switch around their offices and their workers to any part of the world where work is cheaper, and companies keep taking each other over and transforming and swallowing each other up, it's getting more and more like the picture he has of what is fundamental about the new understanding of being. Namely, I think if you sum it up, so far we've got that it's flexible. We're soon going to find out more about what it is. But let's just go. So far, this regulating itself is, for its part, everywhere secure. Regulating and securing become the chief characteristics of challenging revealing. But then he gets, and then he introduces, let's go on. I mean, it's such a good essay, really, that you can just read it sort of page by page, as long as you see that he's sort of developing his own, or maybe your understanding as he goes along. If he's developing just ours, he certainly is not making it easy by talking about objects all of a sudden. But here's where he gets rid of objects, on the top of 17. What kind of unconcealment is it then that is peculiar to that which comes to stand forth through this setting upon the challenges? Everywhere, everything is ordered to stand by, to be immediately at hand, to stand there just so it may be called on for further ordering. See, he's really got a different idea. This is not the story about dominating, objectifying, stabilizing, consuming. It's not a consumer story. It's standing by for further ordering. Whatever is ordered about in this way has its own standing. We call it standing reserve. That's one of the magic words. Heidegger now is running for thinker, in that he's going to name this new understanding of being that's moving in on us. He's going to name both the being of beings, and he's going to name the way the clearing works to produce beings with that kind of being. This is the name for the being of beings. Beings are Bestand, that is standing reserve. But you need a field for that. And the field for that is to substitute the word resources. We call it standing reserve because he's making puns with the word Bestand, and stockpile, and standing by, and all these German associations, which are nice. But what he thinks is that everything is turned into resources that can be endlessly reaggregated, or disaggregated and reaggregated in all sorts of ways, flexible ways. That's half of it. Just so I won't keep telling you that there's another half. Let me see if I can jump to it. This isn't the order I expected, but there's the other half of it. Must be very near here. Well, I'll tell you, we'll find it pretty soon. The other thing is that it's optimizing. That it's trying to get everything into the optimal order. Both, I mean, what is the optimal order? Well, it's the whatever order there is in things that makes them always easily reorderable. It turns out that what we really want is ordering just for its own sake, he thinks. That's what he thinks Nietzsche was getting at with the will to will, and with constant overcoming. But let's take it step by step. I won't try to jump ahead. So we got Bestand now. And notice the end of that paragraph now. I rest my case here so you won't think I'm making this up. Whatever stands by in the sense of standing reserve no longer stands over against us as objects. Period. So Gegenstand, in Heidegger's fun, has become Bestand. And that's why he's using this word. Gegenstand is that thing over against us, the object of which we stabilized, objectified, consumed. Bestand is this stuff which is resources. And if you're really following this, you'll see a very interesting thing, which I never would have put this way until this minute. That it doesn't make any sense to think that subjects could all become objects. Because any subject can become an object for another subject, but there's always got to be a subject in there. But everything could become resources, even us. And that's what's interesting about this new kind of stuff. We could also become completely flexible, adaptable, optimizable kind of entities. That's what he thinks is happening. And I'll give you phenomena to back that up in just a minute. So he says there are going to be no more objects when this really gets fully developed. And he gives us an example of the airplane standing on the runway in the next paragraph. An airliner that stands on the runway is surely an object, somebody says. And the answer is, of course, that's correct. But that's not true. See, that doesn't get at the being of the airliner. The airliner's mode of being now is to be just a cog in the transportation system, flexibly switched about to fill up this growing, systematic, global, adaptable transportation system. He says that because, but then conceals itself as to what and how it is. Revealed, it stands on the taxi strip only as standing reserve, inasmuch as it is ordered to ensure the possibility of transportation. And he says, once upon a time, a machine was an autonomous thing, an object. Now, he says at the end of the paragraph, the machine is completely unautonomous, for it has its standing only from the ordering of the orderable. And I think he's close to saying that people aren't going to be subjects anymore, but they'll be resources to fill planes. So the tourist industry produces people who don't really have desires to go to wherever, Tasmania or someplace, but the tourist industry tells them that that's where they want to go, and thereby produces a lot of other resources who are there to fill these planes that need to be filled as they go around. He talks on the next page in the second paragraph about the current talk about human resources, about the supply of patients for a clinic gives evidence of this. So they have to have a supply of people for all those airliners. Yeah.
There are difference between network relations that he's describing that embed the airplane distinguish the airplane from bed such that it not be an object, and the way the equipmental totality works for coping, self-coping activities and being time.
Interesting. Okay.
The idea that there was a time where there was such a thing as an autonomous machine, I don't know how you...
That's good. That's good. And yet, there's a difference. We have to think about it. I mean, the way the hammer, in Being in Time, Heidegger says you can't have a hammer without nails and wood and people whose job it is to be carpenters. It's the equipment forms a totality of interrelation, and it's interdefined. And it looks like, but now, this is very complicated. The answer is hard. Let's think. But that can't be quite the same thing as the technicity story, because he thinks that there was always an equipmental totality, even at Aristotle's time, and certainly there was. I mean, if there were shoe people who had hammers and tacks, they needed and shoes and so forth, and there was equipmental totality, and yet in the equipmental totality, the equipment didn't have, or had a kind of autonomy, he thinks, that equipment doesn't have now. I mean, I think he would say that the referential totality is correct but not true, and I'm trying to figure out why. I'm correct because, of course, the equipment is always instrumental. It's in order to do something, as he says in Being in Time. And you can't have any instrumental equipment without being in equipmental totality, as he says in Being in Time. That's going to be correct. But now, what's the difference? I tried when I taught this last to see if I could distinguish the difference between the tourists who are supposedly taking these jets just because they've been given these desires by the transportation industry, and it's all one big system that isn't really there to reach any goal, and everything is just a cog in the system. I said, suppose there was, what would it look like for somebody still to be in the subject-object mode? And I thought, well, how about the CEO of a company who has his own private jet, who really isn't so just sitting on the runway as part of the transportation system, but sitting on the runway to serve this guy who has his desires to get to some place or other. Now you can see that CEO is going to become part of the trans-global, switch-aboutable, fire any CEO and replace him with another system pretty soon, but he may be still somewhat in the old form. So now what would we try to distinguish? That, of course, this jet, when John answering John, is part of a referential totality. No jets on the runway without runways, control towers, mechanics, and so forth. And yet, I think Heidegger sees it as not just a quantitative, but a qualitative change between that and this plane, this part of the just not there to satisfy anything except that United gets bigger and gets more partners and serves more countries. Now, why could this be? Does anybody have anything they want to say about this? Sounds like a good paper topic, unless we figure it out. I mean, I think it's safe to say that Heidegger thinks, and I bet he's right, that that there's difference between being a Gegenstand and a Bestand, difference between being an object and a resource. And it's got to do with whether something sort of comes to an end and satisfies a subject's desires and gives them control, or whether the end is just the more flexible, better functioning of the system. But I haven't said anything more than that. First you and then you. Yeah, let's hear some help.
Well, there's something different, like he mentioned the craftsman's tool.
Mm-hmm.
There's something different than the airplane.
Right.
But I mean, there's something different. All of your tools are a totality, right? But they're not interchangeable so much.
That's good. That's
but
good.
The airplane is just sort of like, the system. That airplane is just something that can be transformed into money, and then like it's just it doesn't have any of its objectivity. It's not like a thing.
Well,
it can be
good.
turned into.
I think you were on a better track. Maybe you were on a better track a minute ago. I mean, you could think that the old carpenters with their tools, it was their, hammer and saw. They cared about that. It wasn't just any old hammer and saw. And I mean, you can get it extreme with musicians. I mean, you just don't give a violinist just any old violin. They really want that one. And the idea that the more interchangeable they are, the better, which is part of this, is not a craftsman's view. And the autonomy of the equipment is, maybe that's the autonomy. Of course, it's still in a referential totality. I mean, but they cared about the particular piece of equipment as their equipment, which they had really gotten to know and took care of and so forth. I think maybe that's what he thinks is missing. Yeah.
It seems like it's the role of Earth again.
They really,
With planes, you just, you trade them, you get rid of them, you get, upgraded ones. It's just sort of, they rush through much more quickly.
Okay, it's not like having your own private plane, and that seems important. And that's the only autonomy I can think of, because John's question is still right. I mean, there is no such thing as autonomous equipment. And it's the Earth again?
I was going to say, it seems like what's important in the other picture, in the old picture, is the particularity of that thing, right? And even if it's the private jet, it's not so much the privacy of it as sort of, pride in that gleaming sort of curve.
You decided on the color, and you decided on the furnishings inside, and
appreciating the object, the thingly character of it. Seems like that's part
okay, well, that might be. That goes with subject-object. You think there's still some thingly character?
There's some left, although already
subject-object
is moving away from it. Right.
And
the craftsman is not paradigmatic of the subject-object.
Okay, and we get rid of the thingly character. I mean, we would like everything to be interchangeable and optimal, and there's no other reason to have this plane except that it flies faster. Like the computer. I don't know, does anybody develop a kind of personal relation to their personal computer? You do? I don't think I do. I'm ready to trade it in as soon as I find one that's faster and more flexible without shedding a tear. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, another, difference between the referential totality and things as resources, and things in referential totality for the sake of which, would we say that resources really?
Well, maybe they don't have it for sake of which. Aha. Well, that's another possible move. For those who haven't read Being in Time, the for sake of which is that the hammer is finally for a carpenter, and the carpenter is these roles. I mean, what hammers are for is finally that people like carpenters use them. I don't know. That goes. See, the trouble is, if the for the sake of which meant sort of what desire it satisfies, I think it would be back in the subject-object thing. But the for the sake of which is a very funny thing. It's for the sake of somebody who has the identity carpenter. And I don't know where that is. But I think you've got an important point, but of a following sort. And it's open a whole new ballgame. That there you were really, is it subjects that are using this? We haven't talked about that. Well, no, if the people using it are also switched about a lot, so that you have different. Let me quickly. There's a book called The Corrosion of Character by Richard Sennett, which is popular now, which says that the average person now has 12 different jobs, not just works in 12 different places, but does 12 different things in the course of their career. They don't have one identity, which they're getting better and better at. And they don't have any character, it turns out, because character is a subject-object notion where you develop through your life, you perfect your skills and your identity and your values into one sort of solid, continuous thing. And so that when he says sort of the corrosion of character, he's criticizing the fact that people are becoming more and more just adaptable cogs in the system, and they don't have a fixed identity, and they don't develop character. So Richard Sennett says. And so that's the other end. So the for the sake of which once was a fixed identity, Being in Time, he says, how does it go? I'm trying to think of these words where it's unchangeable practically. You remember for it? It's this thing about, I'm thinking Division 2, when you get one of these authentic commitments, it's steadfast and resolute, but steadfast. I mean, steadfast goes with subject. And then you see, and people don't want to be steadfast anymore. I mean, that's now, think of, I mean, you have to get a feel, we all have it, both these fields. I mean, now that would be stodgy to be stuck in the same job all your life, and too easy. I mean, what's really interesting is to be, to train people, we want to train them now not to be steadfast, but to be adaptable. Yeah.
Is he concerned at all about the issue of, with reciprocity and relationship, and seeing something as a resource not to control, but more of the reciprocity that, in other words, you know, it's not...
I think I know what you're saying. Let me try this.
Yeah.
He's concerned with it as the poetic, that is nurturing, form of relation to people and things, which was the one, not the one before the subject-object one, which was already the objectifying one. He thinks that those practices are still around, poetic practices. And in many situations, I think he would think they would be the ones that you would be appropriate or something like that. You would be called to do them, except insofar as you're already sort of totally into the subject-object style, you wouldn't be able to see any nurturing opportunities anymore. And by the time you're in the technicity style, the Bestand style, you certainly won't see any chances like that anymore. What you'll see, I mean, I hear this from my friends, is networking. That's the technicity mode of relating to other people. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say something. It was interesting in a description of sort of what United is up to, right? There's two ways you can hear it. One is sort of them creating demand so that they can get ever bigger and control a bigger share of the market, right? But the other part of what you said is so that they can serve more countries, right? And it seems like there is also this, offer more flights, have more. So it seems like as the subject fades out, so does the subject controlling some portion of something. So the subject, and it does become somehow more like sharing of resources.
That's right, sharing. No, but see, when you get to the United, it's got the Star Alliance, and now there's 7 different companies, and they're all part of one company. That's it. I'm thinking of that. And I'm sure the CEO could be switched for another CEO without anybody batting an eye except the CEO, and even he will go to another company.
Right? Their growth helps everybody else's growth. Growth's all over.
That's the picture. That's the flexible global economy. Yeah.
Yeah, we should go back to the being in time story.
Okay.
I think the question occurred to me because in being in time, Heidegger wants to account for our understanding of ourselves as subjects and as stuff out there as objects, according to the breakdown case of the equivalent totality. So it's the presence of hand. The presence of hand as the being of the entity is only ever, which he would describe as the object in the Cartesian sense, it only ever shows up for us in particular cases. We abstract from that case, the philosopher abstracts from that case, then the being of being. And so the story that's told in Being Time of
don't worry you now being in time, people.
Okay.
Just don't listen.
Well,
Don't look. Yeah, well, you should. We should talk in my office.
Right.
It doesn't
Sure.
feel right to me.
Sorry.
But it's interesting. I see where you're heading. And let me just say quick, and then we go back to where everybody's in on it. I mean, it looks like in Being in Time, Heidegger's already beyond subject-object, but he doesn't know what he's in. And that might be true. Okay, let me get back. See, that would be funny, because though he was beyond it, so to speak, in his thinking, he wasn't beyond it in other aspects of his understanding of sort of what was going on in the culture. He was still thinking about objectifying is what we're all into. Anyway, let me. Everybody happy to come back to where we were? So let's see now. We've got optimization. Now that's what I was looking for. Now we'll find it. So we've got these. It's back. I skipped it. It's on 15. It's important. I got to go back there. It's right after the field. The second paragraph. I said flexibility is the first paragraph, and now something else. This setting upon the challenges forth the energies of nature is an expediting, and in 2 ways. It expedites in that it unlocks and exposes. That's not the important one. Yet that expediting is always itself directed from the beginning towards furthering something else, towards driving on to the maximum yield at the minimum expense. That is, instead of having any particular goal, just optimizing getting the most flexibility, the most order. You sort of get that feel in the computer when you get the idea that it's going to be faster and faster and faster and faster and smaller and smaller and smaller. After a certain point, it doesn't really matter how fast it is. It's as fast as you could possibly want it to be, and as light as you could possibly want it to be. But there is just this tendency to get everything to be more ordered, more flexible, and it goes on to try to get those maximum yield at minimum expense, which I'm going to call optimizing. That isn't part of, when you're building bridges and railroads and Model T Fords, optimizing is not the name of the game. It's just objectifying, stabilizing, and so forth. Okay, did I see a hand? Now, now I want to just illustrate. It's always interesting to have somebody who gets it all wrong. Since none of you got it all wrong, we'll use the guy who did the translation, who ought to know better. On Roman numeral 19. I mean, you'd think he would have read this rather carefully. But there's a wonderful paragraph there, which is part of the moral, is never read the translator's introduction. If they understood things, they'd be writing better books and so forth. 29 or 19? 29, sorry, 29. XXIX. Okay, I'm going to read you the second full paragraph. The rule as such, the rule of such a way of revealing, which is the technological, we just said in the previous paragraph, is seen when man becomes subject, when from out of his consciousness he assumes domination over everything outside himself. I read this because it just shows what a rut people can be in thinking this way. Without paying any attention. Domination over everything outside itself. When he represents and objectifies, in objectifying begins to take control over everything. That's like a summary of the age of the world picture. Has nothing to do with this essay, or hardly anything. It comes to its fulfillment when, as increasingly the case, things are not even regarded as objects because they only important qualities become their readiness for use. Well, he's getting closer. That's the closest he gets. Today all things are being swept together in a vast network. He's got that. In a vast network in which their only meaning lies in their being available to serve some end that itself will be directed towards getting everything under control. Well, he blows it again. And then he says that's standing reserve. So that's to help you beware of falling into that. And now I'm going to read you something. I mean, and now we've been doing it already, in fact. I don't have to read you this, but it's pretty interesting. You ask yourself, well, what is the contemporary phenomenon of everything becoming resources? And really, what I want to switch to is, what is it like when people tend to become resources and stop being subjects? And for that, I found an interesting article in the New York Times of 1995. It's a lot easier to see now than it was 50 years ago when Heidegger wrote this, apparently. And there was an editorial called "An Era When Fluidity Has Replaced Maturity." Maturity, like character, is a Kantian notion. Remember Kant said the Enlightenment is when humanity becomes mature and takes responsibility for their lives and lives according to principles that they give themselves and so forth. So now maturity is out. The author of this says, for many people, shape-shifting and metamorphosis seem to have replaced the process of maturation. And then she quotes Robert J. Lifton, who's apparently a famous therapist, who notes in his book, The Protein Self, that, quote, we are becoming fluid and many-sided. Without quite realizing it, we have been evolving a sense of self appropriate to the restlessness and flux of our time. Well, there's somebody in tune with the current understanding of being that's moving in on it. And then she gives her little gloss on that, which is kind of nice. She says, certainly signs of flux that Mr. Liston describes can be found everywhere. On a superficial cultural level, we are surrounded by images of shape-shifting and reinvention, from science fi-fixers who morph from form to form, to children's toys that metamorphosize from people to vehicles. Well, that's really stopped me. Are you of the Transformer generation? I thought so. Women are not. I thought only boys had Transformers. Women have Transformers too. My daughter still had little pretty ponies. Well, my son had Transformers. But anyway, it gives you pause. why all of a sudden this interest in Transformers? When I was a kid, the toys stayed what they were, and more power to them. The better for it. I mean, but now it's not an interesting toy unless it becomes something else and maybe two other things. And maybe that, I mean, wouldn't it be wonderful if that was the understanding of being in the practices, getting in there early and getting people to appreciate that transforming is where it's at. And that really struck me. And then there's also a lot of stuff which I think may be less important by Sherry Turkle about how on the internet you can take on different personalities, and you can even have characters that morph if you push a certain button and take on some other personality. And then there's apparently the story that in business that people have more and more what are called hot groups, which are sort of business version of rock groups where people get together to make one product, and they stay together long enough to make this product, and then they disperse into other hot groups and make some other product, but there's no long-range commitment to some company or to some product. And all that is pretty interesting. Apparently the Macintosh was the result of a hot group, so my informants say. There's a book that has a good feel to this called The Soul of a New Machine. That's about 10 years ago now, where it's about the making of some operating system by a group that was put together just to do it and then disbanded when they had done it. Okay, all of that is just to tell you that this isn't just something that Nietzsche and Heidegger made up, that Nietzsche really was a thinker and saw ahead, and Heidegger sees ahead standing on Nietzsche's shoulders, though he sees it sometimes a bit flickeringly. Let's see where we are. I have done this page. So subjects are gone. Remember what subjects are. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know, but I like this thing that you have written in your notes about the difference between Cartesian subjects.
Oh, have I passed it without reading it? Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, let's see. Technopower constitutes as what we might call a new kind of subject, an orderer. But this is the direct opposite of the Cartesian subject, because as a center, he's not intelligible and doesn't produce objects. That's right. Oh, that is important. In fact, that's a new idea I had yesterday, so I'm not used to it yet. One of the things that I didn't understand about this essay, the many times I've taught it up to now, is that Heidegger talks about how it's no longer appropriate to think about airlines as planes as objects, and makes it clear that this sort of it's no longer a lot of the stuff we do isn't an object anymore. It's some transitional, flexible, transformer-like thing. But he never says that we're getting rid of subjects. I was just reading you stuff about that. So what does he think is going on? Well, he certainly knows that autonomous, sort of Cartesian kind of subjects are on the way out. So what are we now? Well, at the top of 27, he tells us what we are. And it's interesting, this whole paragraph, beginning at the bottom of 26. Yet when destiny reigns in the mode of enframing, it is the supreme danger. The danger then attests itself to us in two ways. As soon as what is unconcealed no longer concerns man, even as object, but does so rather as standing reserve. And man in the midst of the objectlessness is nothing but the orderer of the standing reserve. So now that's a new kind of subject, so to speak. That it's important, maybe we shouldn't even call it a subject. I mean, there is this human being, and this human being is still an agent, and the agent's job is to be the orderer of the standing reserve. Why isn't it a Cartesian subject? Well, remember, a Cartesian subject is got to be a self-sufficient and self-intelligible source of all intelligibility. Whether that's an individual conscious cogito in your who you really are in Descartes, or whether, remember, it's the working class in terms of which you can understand the badness of the capitalists and the law as an intent to protect property, and nations as standing in the way of the international unity of all workers, and so forth and so forth. The working class is intelligible. They've got nothing to hide, unlike the capitalists. And everything is intelligible in terms of the fact that all value really goes back to the working class, and so forth. So, and then there's all these, remember the list of subjects. It's very important to keep remembering it because you tend to think a subject is just us. But we want to say that this orderer of everything is not a Cartesian subject. Here's the list of Cartesian subjects on 152. We read this, I'm sure, once, but it won't hurt to read it again. It's the first full paragraph, where it says, second sentence, man has become subjectum. Remember, that means hypokimenon in Greek. That means that which underlies and explains all the properties. A table, remember I said, is a subject in Aristotle. It has the properties black and hard and so forth. So now man has become subjectum. Therefore, he can determine and realize the essence of subjectivity, always in keeping with the way he conceives and wills. So there's man as the rational being. That's Kant at the Age of Enlightenment. Is no less subject than man who grasps himself as a nation. So you can think that you can understand everything in terms of how it contributes to being a good American and the flourishing of the United States, or the Third Reich, if you're Heidegger just before this. I mean, he's criticizing the Nazis here. This is 38, because all these subjects don't work anymore. The nation, or a people, that's a folk, or a race, each of those is supposed to be something which is perfectly obviously the most important and intelligible something or other, and in terms of which you understand everything else, until man empowers himself as Lord of the earth. Now that's interesting, because what is it to be Lord of the earth? To be Lord of the earth seems to be the last stage where subjects are turning into resources, but they don't know it yet. I mean, you can't tell it from that, but look on page 27. Lord of the earth comes back again, that phrase. So let's read it, the next sentence. So he's the orderer of the standing reserve. Then he comes to the very brink of a precipitous fall. That is, he comes to the point where he himself will have to be taken as standing reserve. Meanwhile, I think meanwhile that means, or while this is happening, right now, in the course of this, man, precisely is the one so threatened, exalts himself to the posture of Lord of the earth. So just when he thinks that he is sort of controlling the ordering of everything, he's really in the process of just becoming one more thing ordered. That's the Heidegger picture. In this way, the impression comes to prevail that everything man encounters exists only insofar as it's his construct. This illusion gives rise, that's maybe where we are in certain kinds of postmodernism, where it looks like science is a construct, and society is a construct, and identity is a construct, and it looks like, we must be the ones doing the constructing. But then it's hard to know who we are, and it begins to look like there's all these constructs running around, and that's all there is. This illusion gives rise in turn to one final delusion that seems as though man encounters himself everywhere and only himself. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if that illusion is really around. And then he gets off talking about Heisenberg, and maybe that's what's got him off from thinking clearly about this. Heisenberg was a friend of his, and he liked science, and must have just had dinner with Heisenberg and discovered that everything was subject or something. But anyway, the basic point is that what replaces the subject is this transitional stage where we understand ourselves as the orderers of everything, and when you get to that stage, you're on the way to becoming no subject at all, but just part of the one big system where everything is ordered. Remember I said last time that the one thing he couldn't talk about in the world picture essay was this process dimension. The world picture seems to be static because of the picture metaphor and because of the subject-object stability practices. But now it gets clear that we're in that things are transitional, and they're becoming more and more ordered, and we're becoming more and more part of the system, and the whole thing is totalizing into one big, interconnected, flexible system. That sort of falls outside of the world picture story. It's in there in the research story, but he doesn't make much of it. I mean, anomalies get stamped out, and science grows by producing more and more anomalies and bringing them all into the ground plan, and thereby covering more and more and more. until everything will, I mean, maybe you'll never reach the end of it, but the idea is the ground plan is expanding and taking in more and more stuff as it produces and assimilates the anomalies. That means that, I mean, I shouldn't just rush on though. I want to make a clear move. I want to underline what I'm doing here just a second, because I've gone from one thing to another. Let's stop with one. So, we're the orderer, and we're moving toward everything becoming resources. Period. Now, another aspect of everything becoming resources that he doesn't stress, but which I think he sees later is very important, is that, among other things, all marginal practices are going to be swept up into this. Because one of the special things about technicity is it doesn't allow marginal practices. That's what I want to say now. The medievals left the pagans around and had even pagan festivals. The Greeks, Foucault talks about how they, I talked about this last time, didn't I? Okay, good. So the technicity takes over all the marginal practices. First I'll read it to you, and then I'll tell you what the phenomena looks like. On 27, in the first full paragraph, third sentence, where this ordering holds sway, it drives out every other possibility of revealing. Above all, in framing conceals that it revealing itself in the sense of poesis. Ooh, there's that misleading thing again. That's what presence has come forth into appearance. Oh, I don't know which to talk about first. I think I'll go to that in a minute. That's the kind of sentence that is very confusing. But the previous one is easy. So, where technicity holds sway, it drives out every other possibility of revealing. That is the marginal practices. I mean, in medieval times, they still had poesis around, even though being creatures and being a shepherd of creatures was the way you were supposed to be. You're worried about this.
I don't see why it follows more from, in this case.
Okay, well, I think that's the right question, and I have to try to give you a phenomena out of which you can hopefully figure out the answer.
Yeah. And it seems like you could read this as a general statement
about any understanding of it.
It drives out any other mode of revealing.
Right. But I don't think it does. I think I have to make this point. I think it's true to the phenomena to say that any other mode of revealing says this is what's central, and this is what's important, and drives the pagans and the witches and so forth to the periphery, where they just sort of grow on the margin. I think that's so, but I'm not sure. But let me try to give you the feel of it. I mean, the technicity story, because it's driving toward one most efficient, most well-ordered system, can't tolerate swamps of other stuff which is not efficient and not part of the system, I think. And take this is the example I came up with. If you're playing with your kid, you don't have kids yet, but imagine your younger siblings or somebody else's kid or something, you can be enjoying just thinking that's great playing with your kid. This is more true of parents. But if you're in the technicity frame of mind, you feel that you're sort of wasting your time, that this is not serious, unless, of course, you're developing the kids to be, their brains and their neurons are growing better so that they can be optimized and get the most out of their possibilities, and that they're really becoming the kind of flexible human beings that they should become, and so forth. Now, it's this idea that if it isn't efficient, we'll make it efficient. That's maybe, I see that you could think of that in other ones too.
Certainly that sounds just like science, the rigor of science, right?
Yes, of course.
Of course there are anomalies,
yeah.
But it can't let them lie there anomalies.
Right.
They have to try to turn them into.
Right, good. But you see now, that cuts both ways, but it's fine. That's the place where, in the subject-object story, as represented by science, you're on the way to technicity, and no wonder it's in science. But now you can see how it's different, that you make a very clear case for it being different. Rigor and anomalies is not a medieval sort of notion. They don't feel obliged to make the medieval ground plan cover everything.
But they burn the witches?
Yes, I know they burn the witches, but they also allow the pagan holidays. I think it's ambiguous. And they go out and try to convert a lot of other countries and bring them into it, all right. And yet, how will I argue this? I think, and yet, I told you the story, the Foucault story about masturbation, didn't I? And how it stayed outside, and then it was all of a sudden it had to be brought in and shown to be healthy, or else not allowed, and so forth. The tendency to go out and find phenomena that don't fit and aren't efficient and flexible and fix them seems to be stronger in the ground plan story.
So, okay, I mean, but we've gotten the story all along that world is all governing.
Right.
I mean,
There's always going to be, and Liz is defending the other half, and it's important. Whenever there's an understanding of being, or a dominant style, people know what's important and what it makes sense to do. And the marginal people are understood as not important. They will have trouble explaining to themselves and everybody else why what they're doing makes sense to them to do. And I guess to some extent the dominant ones will want to stamp out the marginal ones. But not, I mean, that's already true in the medieval story. I don't think it was true in Athens yet. It certainly wasn't true in the according to Foucault, in the aphrodisia part. I mean, there were chunks of human experience which they just didn't feel that because they were anomalies, they had to go find them and stamp them out. You can figure this out. Again, it's a possible paper topic to see if it's right or wrong. I do think Heidegger thinks, Foucault too, that there is something special about this ordering which drives out every other possibility of revealing, drives it out in a way that the previous ones didn't. Yeah.
The last thing I was going to say, I think that sounds okay to me as long as we think of, I mean, that makes sense in that it's the end of history, right? I mean, so
that's right.
We've been achieving ever more of that.
That's right.
Totalizing.
That's good.
And more and more worlds.
And there's less and less resistance from Earth, you could say, too.
Right.
So that this is the last understanding of being, technicity, Heidegger says. And that's because it will just finally either get overthrown by a new one, or get rid of all the marginal practices, making everything efficient and bringing it all into order, where there's no place anymore for another understanding of being. That's what he thinks. And this line is the only line. Later he talks this phrase, the wasteland grows. And I used to think that was just a banal story, sort of T.S. Eliot or something. That everybody knows this is a wasteland. But I think the emphasis is on grows there that upsets him. That it's the way, and it's back to the anomaly ground plan story, it's the totalizing character of these practices, which is somehow more extreme, and I don't even think it's a matter of degree, though I haven't succeeded in explaining why, than the previous practices. So that's, does somebody want to say something over here? Okay, that's another important feature of it, but it only gets mentioned there. But I know what I want to do next. Look at that next sentence. It's very upsetting. Above all, and framing conceals that revealing which in the sense of poesis lets what presences come forth into appearance. He somehow has got, you think at this stage in his life he's clear about this, that poesis is not the name for the clearing, and the way the clearing lets things come forth. The poesis is not aletheia. Poesis is a particular mode of revealing. But it looks like he equates poesis and revealing.
I just want to remind us of another point where there was something weird like that going on, which was the story about productive seeing in basic questions, where it looked like Plato turned so much into Heidegger was sort of talking about productive seeing as what Plato thought in such positive terms.
But that was
so much right.
Okay. That
became confusing.
Right, but that was a different kind of confusing. We expected Plato to be sort of super metaphysician, onto-theological, and lo and behold, Heidegger is trying to make him poesis, and that's puzzling. But then he wasn't confusing something happening in the clearing with the clearing.
But there was this. It seemed as if he was saying Plato, or whatever, productive seeing, right, really gets something right about the way in which unconcealing works.
Oh, I see. About the way that unconcealing works. Well, if he was, and he may well have been, then it's the same puzzle again. Why he thinks that, why he shouldn't think that, and of course it goes back to the ultimate double meaning of the Aletheia story, that the pre-Socratics understood that things showed up and that was unconcealing. But they didn't have the clearing, which was what made it possible for things to show up. Yes, John?
Yeah, I think you're reading this line with a view to another distinction that you want to make, but he's really making the comparison between the shell and poesis.
And just wanting to say that in framing conceals...
he said in framing conceals that revealing, i.e. one mode revealing. It's the contrast class that was used.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. John is right. I canceled what I said for the last 3 minutes. I said it was strange for him to still be confused about this in 1953. No, he's just deciding to give an example where this ordering, namely challenging force holds sway, it drives out every other possibility of revealing. Above all, in framing conceals that revealing, which in the sense of poesis, lets what presences come forth into appearance. Well,
so,
I'm not sure yet. What to think?
So we're supposed to read it. In framing conceals that revealing, which, for example.
Yeah, right. And the emphasis would have to be lets what presences come forth into agreement, as opposed to forces things to come forth. Now, okay, then it would make it okay. So that's nice to end with things being okay. And only as partly as a review and partly as sort of repenting something I feel I didn't do very well. I think I didn't explain very well the sense in which the modern jetliner is not an object. I said, well, it's part of the transportation system. That's certainly true, and that's what Heidegger says. But what we would expect, remember, is that if it's not an object is a stable something or other that is made intelligible by subjects and serves to satisfy their desires, something like that. Things are objectified and what do we say, dominated and exploited and so forth is the picture. But when it's a resource, it's brought out in a different way. It's what a resource is revealed in its flexibility and its ability to be ordered and reordered and in whatever the situation demands. Well, I can say more about the airplane than Heidegger could. I don't know what he had in mind. Being a philosopher, he can say deep things without knowing what he's talking about. But now we can know that an airplane on the runway could be used for packages by FedEx or by tourists as a charter plane or as a private jet by the people like the Gettys who have their own 727 that would be being like, they are like subjects, but that would only be one of its uses. It could be an object for subjects. It could be tourists, FedEx, and so forth. That's one of the ways it's very flexible. And another way that just is very recent that Heidegger couldn't have known, that you can turn it into whatever you want because of the way the computers, let people change the prices on the seats, and there'll be only a certain number of seats for the kind of people who want to fly and spend 2 weeks and have non-refundable tickets, and more seats for subjects like businessmen maybe who still have desires and identities and goals and so forth. So all of this can be regulated according to demand and change. And that's what makes it no longer like an object. I'm trying to think, it's just asking myself now, it should be different than a railroad. And somehow railroads can be used. It's a different kind of train if you're transporting coal and stuff than if you're transporting passengers. And when you're transporting passengers, then you've got there's only one price ticket and or two, Pullman and coach or something. You can see that it's much more rigid and it's sort of restricted to going where the tracks go, whereas the planes can be rerouted all the time. That's another way that they're much more flexible. So you get a picture like that, of how you just trying to spell out. Maybe I don't know what he had in mind. Maybe it was the fact that the plane could be sent anywhere. I don't know. Anyway, that's all just a review and me trying to get clear about the phenomenon. Now, let's go on. So, the practices are set up to make everything challenged forth into resources. And the name of that, the way the practices work to turn everything into resources, we just have to have this as a next thing to fill in before we get to the really interesting new stuff, is on the top of 20. That's the story about Gestell. According to ordinary usage, the German word Gestell, frame, means frame, it means bookcase, that ordinary word. It means some kind of apparatus, for example, a book rack. Gestell is also the name for a skeleton. And the employment of the word Gestell that is now required of us seems equally eerie. And he's doing this weird thing of introducing this ordinary German word and turning it into an extremely strange technical term. And that is, he's going to make Gestell, which gets translated in framing, mean the way the practices work when they set upon things, the way the practices work to turn everything into resources. And they do that, the way they work, he calls challenging forth. This is the second full paragraph on 20. And framing means the gathering together of that setting upon, which sets upon man, that is, challenges him forth to reveal the real in the mode of ordering and standing reserve. And framing means that way of revealing that holds sway in the essence of modern technology, though of course it's nothing technological. So you could translate this word Gestell. I mean, and framing is sort of a pretty good literal translation, but it might be better to, I would translate it, I think, an ordering, because the basic thing about it is that it's the practice's way of dealing with things is to order it all in this flexible way. Heidegger needs some word for this, and he wants it to go with all the other Stellen words that he uses on 21. I mean, it's impossible to understand it by any intuition about the German. He's just making it mean this new thing. He's taking this word bookcase and turning it into a deep philosophical word. I was at the lecture when he gave the Frage nach der Technik in Munich. I forget which of the many times he gave it. I think it was in 55 to about 1,000 people. Can you imagine just listening to this and believing you could understand a word of it? I mean, the people all listened very respectfully, and he sort of went on in his quiet incantation-like way. If you know German and want to hear him, I've got 2 LPs of him doing other things. I don't have. There exist 3 different things that he's done, which are on LPs. 2 Hölderlin lectures and a lecture called Identity and Difference. And he does it in a kind of low-key, hypnotic way. But what was funny was all the people coming out of the lecture were saying, "Was heißt Gestell?" I mean, what does Gestell mean? That was obviously the newest, importantest idea that Heidegger had given them, but they couldn't naturally make any sense of it. But it means that what's important about it is it's the practices. It's the way the practices work. They work by and framing, by and ordering, and that is what leads people. I mean, and what sort of skill is that? I mean, what actual practices are those? Well, Heidegger isn't very concrete, but he says they're practices of challenging forth. That's as far as he gets. And Foucault fills all this out with great detail. I mean, for instance, giving people exams is a form of Gestell. It puts them, it orders them. I mean, once you give people standard exams like IQ tests, then you can make normal curves and you can say where they are on the curve, or you can give people exams in courses. That means you can break down the course into components and check whether they've learned each component, and you can also check how much they should know at each point, so you can give them exams at various times, and then you can, and all of this is a way of, it's a kind of practice for producing this kind of order in which we now have all these records of how people how well they should perform at each stage and with each component of each discipline. I mean, Foucault says it seems so obvious to us that that's how you check on people, because we are in this. He doesn't use Heidegger jargon, but I'm mixing the two. We're in this inframing, challenging fourth mode. But in the old days, you didn't do it that way. You had to contrast an apprentice. When you wanted to understand whether somebody had learned to make a violin, you didn't divide it into component tasks and what they should know at each stage and give them exams to see how they compared with on the normal curve. You just, they hung around for a certain time, and when they were ready to make their own violin, they made it, and then the masters played it and listened to it, and then they either said, yes, you're now a violin maker, or you're not. That's a much a more nurturing, much less challenging fourth way of understanding what it is to acquire a skill. So, what we're interested in this one, and so this, what happens is, for Heidegger, it turns out, and this is what I was learning this morning, and it's still new to me, and I'm getting used to it, just two basic ways that people can relate to things and let them show up. They either let them show up by bringing them forth, or they let them show up by challenging forth. The name, now we've got all this up here somewhere.
If that looks okay, we should put it up top so people can see it.
What do you mean?
Well, once you check it over, you should put it
I see what
above.
you mean. Okay. So I'm sure it's okay. I'm going to put it up and take a check. Well, let's see, because already I'm wondering. In relation to the clearing, so poesis, in relation to things, historic, okay, is techne. We don't have the big distinction anywhere.
Down in poesis versus in framing, bringing
okay, right. Okay, so poesis is bringing forth, and then and framing is challenging forth, right? And okay, so let's put it up. But I already see that I've said something slightly wrong.
I put what you put.
I know. I'm not happy with this now. Historical modes of revealing our relation to entities. That's okay. Yeah, okay. Those are the two modes of revealing. And it turns out that that's what really interests Heidegger. Now, and I guess what I'm looking for is in framing. Okay, in framing, challenging forth, right. Now, it's very confusing. And I was very confused about this today, and I'm just beginning to come out of the confusion. Heidegger's, because if you read this knowing all the distinctions and technical terms we got in basic questions, you're going to be confused. Because in basic questions, poesis was the name for one stage in the history of understandings of being. There was physis, which were things bursting forth, poesis, which was a nurturing, bringing forth, techne, which was a kind of production of things, and creation, which was was God's production of things. And now it turns out that the way Heidegger's doing it, I think not because he's changed his mind, or because he's lost his mind, but because he's trying to give a lecture and has the amazing illusion that people are going to understand this if only he makes a few pedagogically helpful moves. And his big pedagogical helpful move is to say, well, we're going to divide everything into just two modes of revealing. The bringing forth mode, poesis, and the challenging forth mode in framing, and that will simplify everything. That means that he never talks about poesis as one stage here in the history of the West. He talks about physis, he talks about techne, but he's saving the word poesis now for this general term for every kind of bringing forth. Now let's see where I am. On 21. It says I should read the whole top paragraph, or at least a lot of it, so I will. The first, maybe, I want to read 20. Have I read in framing?
Yes.
I did that already. Framing means the gathering together. I read that. Okay.
Yeah.
No. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I'm ready for 21. The word stellen, to set up... What? Okay. The word stellen, to set upon, in the name Gestell, and framing not only means challenging, at the same time it should preserve the suggestion of another stelling, from which it stems, namely producing and presenting, which in the sense of poesis lets what presence come forth into unconcealment. So it's supposed to remind you of poesis, but it's sort of the evil twin of poesis. I mean, it's like poesis, only utterly different. This producing that brings forth, like the erecting of a statue, and the challenging ordering now under consideration are indeed fundamentally different, and yet they may remain related in their essence. Well, what? They're two modes of revealing. That's what they've got in common. But they're two utterly different modes of revealing. Both are ways of revealing, of aletheia. And in framing, that unconcealment comes to pass in conformity with the work of modern comes to pass in conformity with which the work of modern technology reveals the real as standing reserved. Okay, so that's and that means that things, and that's what we put in the no essence part. Did we put the no essence up there? Oh yeah. Okay. So when you bring forth, you've got to have something that already has some kind of essence to bring it forth. You can't bring forth. There's got to be something in there that you're helping burst forth, or that you're even in creation, God sort of calls people to their vocations, creates them with some particular destiny. There's always something that unfolds. And on the other hand, in technicity, there are no essences. That's the whole point. There's no essence of airplanes anymore. They're not for transporting people or packages or whatever. There's a whole list of things you could do with airplanes, and you could probably add more. Yeah?
Could you say why, if at all, subject-object belongs...
I was just going to say that next. Okay. Yes, subject-object is interesting. And you might want to say that it has no essence, that it has essence or that it doesn't have an essence. Try to figure it out. If the model for subject-object is science, then it's interesting. Scientists put out a ground plan, and relative to that ground plan, things show up with essences. That is, the essence of anything is matter and, force, mass, and motion. Heidegger tells you what in the Newtonian ground plan counts as the essence of all objects. But it's a funny thing, because it's not as if you could bring out the essence of things, because it's only relative to a ground plan that they've got the essence. Under the Einsteinian ground plan, the essence of things are going to be, I don't know, where they are in curved space-time or something. I don't know enough about it, but it's certainly not going to be the Newtonian essence anymore. And that's not going to be the last ground plan. So, subject-object is sort of transitional. It's not pure flexibility, but it's not things with essences independent of what we with independent of the intelligibility we give them. Yeah.
Just wondering, essence, isn't the point of essence that it comes in advance?
Yes.
So in modern science, you get the same thing.
Well, but there are two essences coming in advance. That helps. Is the essence that comes in advance something intrinsic, where you're cultivating it, bringing it out, like in plants, where you cultivate the plants, or in friendship, where you cultivate the friendship, or in children, where you try to help them become who they are, not who you want them to be if you do it right? That's one form of a priori. It's really in there. And another form is you decide in advance what will count as a such and such, and that's the ground plan one. And that makes the ground plan one a kind of challenging forth, because you insist that they can only come forth under your grounds for intelligibility, and you're not trying to get it, help them be what they are. Does that help any? You don't look convinced.
Aren't those merely stylistic differences between the way essences are brought forth and the
Well, no, according to Heidegger anyway. Let's get clear what we're trying to do. And first, whether we're disagreeing about Heidegger, I don't think we are. Heidegger's got it clear, and I'll read you, maybe I'll read you quotes for a minute, that even the subject-object, and that's what I'm trying to explain because Liz asked me to, and I was going to anyway, that even the subject-object story is a story of challenging force. He says so on 22. The modern physical theory of nature prepares the way, the top paragraph, first not simply for technology, but for the essence of modern technology. For already in physics, the challenging, gathering together into ordering, revealing holds sway. But in it, that gathering does not yet come expressly to appearance. Modern physics is the herald of framing, a herald whose origin is still unknown. And I'm trying to explain that. What's happening? Well, an order is being imposed on things, relative to which they have an intelligibility and an essence. But since it's subject to change and up to us what order is imposed, it's a priori, but it's not innate. Put it that way. The essence story is that these things, trees and children and so forth, have essences, and you can't change them by changing your ground plan with respect to them. Yeah?
In what sense is it up to us?
In the ground plan.
Because it doesn't...
Not up to individuals. Not up to individuals.
No, but
Up to science. Well, it's up to the community of scientists, as far as science is concerned, what ground plan they're all going to accept and what anomalies they're going to find, what will count as anomalies, given their ground plan. That's up to them. That's what I mean. They are going to challenge things forth as, say, matter-energy. And
So they don't think of themselves as...
That's right. We just said that last time. Remember, I was following John's point. Yes, they don't think of themselves as doing that, but we observe them and they're doing that. And Heidegger wants to make this big break. I mean, we could have written on there, poesis is pre-modern, and in framing is modern and postmodern. And that's how he sees it. And I'm just trying to explain it. Yeah.
I think the last thing that I think, in order to make these distinctions, is to say why techne doesn't count as challenging for it. Okay?
Techne does? Oh, okay. Well, we aren't ready.
Techne in the...
Right, in that sense. That's...
Because it looks like they're...
Well, yeah, let me know. We know the answer to that one, but I'll get there. There's so many hands about this so far. Yeah.
If Heidegger says that we're to take essence as verbal sense, and that would mean that essence has to do with the way of revealing, then the way of revealing of technology is Bestand, and that is its essence.
Is its essence. Yes, right. Sorry, or...
So I no essence.
Okay. Well, I see what you're all having now. Forrest makes it clear. I am using essence in two ways, or in the old-fashioned way. Heidegger uses essence in this way, that essence is how the clearing works, or how the practices work, to do a certain kind of revealing. Remember, I said he's just switching the notion of essence. So you can talk about the essence of technicity, and that means how does it work? So technicity has an essence, and no wonder I'm confusing it. I'm going back to the old way of talking, where it belongs as part of the pre-modern picture that things have in them some tendency which we can further. Now, I've been using nurturing examples where there's sort of something the child or the friendship or the plant is trying to be, and you can help. Now, he doesn't use nurturing examples because this funny fact that I guess I want to get up there and cross out poesis, but in a funny way. It's on the list, but he won't keep it on the list. He wants to cross this one out just for the sake of exposition. He talks about, I'll read you passages, he talks about how, as bringing forth, he says there's physis, there's techne. He doesn't talk about this one either, but it's not that I think he's just not interested in this one. And this is, I put old-fashioned essence. Otherwise you will certainly get confused, and rightly so. And this is no old-fashioned essence, where things are being just flexible. it's really, there's an ontic and an ontological story about essence, I presume. When Heidegger's talking about essence, he's doing this ontological story. It's how a clearing works. And he's not even interested in the old-fashioned question of what's the essence of chestnut trees and dogs and children. That doesn't, that's, I don't know, just not on his list of things to concern himself with, I think. Now, but there was something else I was going to talk about. Oh yeah, well, let me go through step by step, because I wrote this down so we could try to get this sorted out. We got to get all this terminology right. So let's go to 29, because that's where he distinguishes Dreyfus from, that's where he distinguishes two kinds of revealing at the bottom of 29. We start with that. The two basic kinds of revealing I've been talking about. Revealing is that destiny which suddenly, inexplicably to all thinking, apportions itself into the revealing that brings forth, and that also challenges, and which allots itself demand. The challenging revealing has its origin as a destiny in bringing forth. That is, that's the first kind, which turns into the second kind. But at the same time, in framing, in a way characteristic of destiny, blocks poiesis. So the first kind is poiesis. It turns into inframing, and inframing that is challenging forth makes it impossible to have a letting come forth relation. Yeah?
Can you just talk about destiny for a second?
Okay, yes. Well, what destiny for him is that there is, I think the point about destiny is that it's not up to any particular people or any group of people. There's no subject. It's not the working class or the folk or you or me that does it. It's something that happens, in my language, in the practices, and there's no way to explain it. And it's destiny means it just happens, I think. But he's very
always
what?
revealing, not just this
What?
one. It applies.
It's always a revealing. They just happen, and that's destiny. But it isn't fate, he's going to say. Just because it happens outside of any understanding and control of us or any other subject, big or little, doesn't mean that we aren't free in respect to it. And I'll come back to that. To say that it's a destiny and not a fate means to say it happens outside of our understanding and control, but nonetheless, it doesn't push us around. We can have a free relation to it. Can you say something? Okay. But we're getting, so now we've got this distinction of the two, and then he starts putting everything into place around them. So you get poiesis is related to physis. We got to go, where is that? I've put down the wrong number. I've written page 10. It couldn't be on page, well, it could be on page 10. Maybe it's not, it is on page 10, well, you know. Okay, on that one, he says that near the bottom, physis also, the arising of something from out of itself is a bringing forth, poiesis. Physis is indeed poiesis in the highest sense. That is, because it's bursting forth, it's we are the most receptive. If the essence, well, essence is the wrong word, but if it's characteristic of poiesis, of bringing forth, that there's got to be something that we're being receptive to when we bring it forth, then physis sees us as the most receptive, and everything is over on the side of the bursting forth thing. I got that someplace. Let's see. Well, I want to say, but we still receive it when it bursts forth. That's the sense in which physis is still a kind of poiesis, a kind of minimum kind of poiesis, where that is, how do we bring it forth when a rose blooms or a tree blooms or a god rushes up? Well, we're still involved in its showing up. It couldn't show up if it weren't for us to have something to show up to. But that's our minimum role in bringing it forth, is just to give it a space, a clearing, and us to show up to. So that's physis. Now let's hear about techne. When you bring something out of some material that could have been shaped in several ways, and you shape it in one way, that's techne. This is in the middle of 13. This is Aristotle's version of techne, which is, when you look, that is the techne which is here. It turns out that techne is going to be, we don't have that anywhere. How would it be? Oh yeah, here it is. It turns out that techne has to do with all kinds of being created. But insofar as techne is a particular mode, then it's not a bursting forth mode. Heidegger skips the nurturing mode altogether, the way of revealing that's called poesis. Do we call these all ways of revealing? Yeah, modes of revealing. So he's got this mode of revealing. What's this mode of revealing? Well, that's the whole four causes in the chalice story. Let's just review that. When the four causes in Aristotle are not sort of efficient causes, none of them are efficient causes. It's not like our causality, where we think of causality in a challenging way as sort of what pushes things around. None of these causes is a way of pushing anything around. What happens is, there is, with all of this is on page, where are the four causes?
6.
Yeah, and 7. So you list them on page 6, and then you get them laid out on page 7, where he talks, starting on the 3rd paragraph. There's the Hele part, that is, the chalice is indebted to the silver. There's the Morphe part. The Hele part is normally translated matter, but you don't want to think of this as just sort of pure, undifferentiated stuff. Silver already has capacities to be made into chalices and rings and money, but you can't make it into food. Good. So it's the stuff, and you're indebted to. And then the form is the sacrifice. The sacrificial vessel is dedicated to the eidos, the aspect, which is like the form. That it's got the silver's got to be in a certain shape in order to be a chalice. And final cause is very interesting. The final cause is that it has to serve the needs of the community. I mean, you make the chalice because there are certain religious ceremony which requires the chalice. It's a sacrificial vessel, so the religious practices of the community are determining what's going on there. And then there is the maker of the chalice, and that's the one we think is the efficient cause. He's supposed to be sort of banging it into shape, but that's not Heidegger's story at all. Now I'm in about the 4th paragraph on 8. The silversmith considers carefully and gathers together the 3 aforementioned ways of being responsible and indebted. That is, he picks the right kind of silver, he gets the right kind of shape for a chalice to be in this kind of religious ceremony, and then the fact that he bangs on the silver and gets it into that shape doesn't show up anywhere in this description, according to Heidegger. Did you get a chance to read about the wheelwright in Borgman? How many read that? Can you see? Well, only a few. Can you see how perfectly it fits this? Borgman has found the exact example of the wheelwright who goes around and looks for just the right kind of wood to be made into the wheels, and makes the wheels so that they fit the bumps, fit both the landscape where the guy's going to use the cart and what the guy's going to do with the cart, and therefore bends this wood which has the capacity to be wheels into the wheels to make the cart for that person who has that use for it in that community. Okay, all this is meant to be a story of the specific kind of technique that Aristotle was interested in. It's that's a mode of revealing. It's a way of bringing forth. Now let's see. So techne is itself a kind of poesis. see how confusing this is from basic questions where techne was Aristotle and poiesis was an earlier stage in Plato. Remember, in basic questions, there's the physis stage, which is the time of the temple. There's the poiesis stage, which is the productive seeing in Plato. There's the techne stage, which is Aristotle, and we would have a Christian stage and so forth. Now, we just skip the poiesis stage, because it's been raised up to the ontological level.
But that's just for explanatory purposes.
Right, yeah, I think he's just doing this so that people won't get confused. Of course, they haven't read basic questions, so they won't get confused. We have, and what is pedagogical for a lecture that's given in Munich to a gang of people is a disaster in this course, but we will straighten it out. So at the top of 13, that he's talking about techne is the name not only for the activities and skills of the craftsman, but also for, that's the one we just discussed, the chalice maker, but also for the arts of the mind and the fine arts. Techne belongs to bringing forth, to poiesis. It's something poetic. Poiesis is the general category of bringing forth. All these are modes of poiesis. That's the, is that all clear? Yeah, John.
Are you going to take some more time to describe why you would name poiesis name relation to clearing?
Yes. Oh, that comes next. Oh, absolutely.
I'm not sure that that's something explanatory.
No, that needs a lot of explaining. And moreover, I in looking as much time as I had, I don't think he ever uses poiesis as the name for our relation to the clearing. So we should put some kind of strange marks around that too. And there are other words that take the place of poiesis. Again, he's going to save poiesis for this. I mean, he's a good teacher. I mean, he doesn't want to use it ambiguously. But he uses all kinds of synonyms for poiesis when he gets to the clearing. So let me get to that. On page 27, there's a place where, and this is a hard one. Let's try. I had other ones. What did I do with them? That's weird. I'll find them again. Oh, here. When the talk is about us being receivers and preservers. That's poiesis, really. And where is it now? I say it's on 25, where he's doing all this. Okay. Now, what we want. Here's my story, and now I'll try to map it on Heidegger's story. What we are is receivers of clearings. We have to. And clearings need us, and we can. Further them by bringing out the practices of the clearing and ignoring the marginal practices and refining the mainline practices. I would call that a role as preservers. Heidegger talks about how the creators of works of art need preservers for the works of art. Well, clearings in general need something like preservers, which I don't mind calling it. They need receivers and preservers. Now, they need people who do this sort of thing. I'm going to read this, though he never calls it poiesis. This is the top paragraph on 25. Man becomes truly free only insofar as he belongs to the realm of destiny and becomes one who listens and hears, and not one. Okay, so one of our jobs is to get into a listening and hearing relation to the clearing. And then skipping a little, next, the big paragraph. Freedom governs the open in the sense of the cleared light of reveal. It is to the happening of revealing the truth that freedom stands in the closest and most intimate relationship. All revealing belongs within a harboring and a concealing. Well, harboring is another word for this preserving and nurturing, I think. What else could we be doing but preserving and nurturing the clearing? Now let me see, I want one more, I think. No, maybe I don't have another one. We are needed. Let me see if we go further. Well, now maybe I should go to 24 at the top. I mean, and the general relation is, of course, that the clearing needs us. He says, does this happen, this revealing happen somewhere beyond all human doing? No. But that is, but neither does it happen exclusively in man or through man. That is, it's something that we're needed for, but it's not something that we are clear about and control. All that is part of that same picture. Now, Forrest, you want to say something, I think.
No.
And where did I see a hand? John? Nobody? I thought I saw a hand. Okay, so there are hints all over, I want to say, that we have this relation to the clearing in which we are. Now I can read this difficult thing on page 27. I mean, now I want to say, and now I'll read you a passage, a line that I think says it. We are in a poiesis relation to the clearing all the time, whether we're sensitive to it or know it or not. It's up to us that the practices are preserved, perpetuated, and that's enough. And so poiesis is going on all the time, so to speak, in the background and in relation to the background. And I think that's what this sentence says in the first full paragraph on 27, the third sentence. Well, we're talking about enframing. Where enframing holds sway, it drives out every possibility. Well, that's not the line I want. Above all, enframing conceals that revealing, which he does say it once, which in the sense of poiesis lets what presences come forth into appearance. We've had this discussion. This is a very puzzling sentence, and Forrest and I read it in two different ways. But this is a very important sentence because it's the use of the word poiesis, and we don't. And how could enframing? And the question is, enframing conceals something which is going on anyway, and that is the puzzling thing. What could enframing conceal that was going on anyway and lets things come forth into appearance? Well, my reading is the only thing that is happening all the time and lets things come forth into appearing is the clearing. That's the opening in which things show up. It can't mean, if this sentence makes sense, I don't see how poiesis could possibly mean bringing forth as opposed to challenging forth, because then it would say a contradictory thing, that enframing conceals a revealing. Well, I know, I see it flips back and forth. I can see how Forrest reads it. I don't know which way to read it. Which way do you want to read it?
Well, right now
I'm inclined to Forrest reading right now.
And if you look at the reading of the sentence above, right, it says, where the sort of holds sway, it drives out every other possibility of revealing, right? Above all, which you might think would be the sort of, prime example of this driving out. Enframing conceals that revealing, which in the sense of poiesis lets the presence come forth into appearance. That is, it conceals all the previous other possibilities of revealing. Now, that means, in order to make that reading make sense, you need to equate driving out and concealing, which seems very strange.
Which seems very strange. That's why, Liz is right, and Forrest is right, and I'm right, everybody's right. It's very confusing, because it's the word conceals, which is such a big problem. Anybody want to look it up in the German? I've got the German here. I haven't got time to look it up, but it's near the end there. And who knows German wants to look it up in the German while I'm talking? Anybody? Well, I'll have to bring you a report next time. Greg, will you do it, or one of you? Okay.
First, this idea of preserving is not the same as bringing forth, though, and that seems to be...
No, preserving is not bringing forth.
Well, but then you're saying in this poiesis here, that it's up to us to preserve and perpetuate, and that's how poiesis is related to the clearing all the time.
Right.
That's what you said.
Right.
That makes poiesis into preserving or perpetuating, as opposed to bringing forth. We don't bring forth.
No, we nurture it.
All right,
And you
well,
see,
that's fine, but
okay,
not
you see,
bringing
this poesis, the nurturing one, which has been suddenly blanked out of this story, has gone up here in my only way of understanding it. And now this relation of nurturing and helping come forth is what is the way we are needed by and harbor. What were those other words that I had found? Let's find them again.
Well, nurture can be two senses here.
Yeah.
That preserving is a kind of nurturing, but nurturing, I don't understand nurturing as bringing forth.
No,
you
it
don't
is.
nurture the chalice, for example. You do bring forth the chalice, but I don't see that as
No,
nurturing.
you don't. Nurturing doesn't show up here. Bringing forth the chalice is techne. It's things bringing themselves forth as pieces. What happened to poesis as nurturing? Well, I think. Well, here though, in this funny sentence, what happened? Let's see now.
I guess I don't know what nurturing means.
Well, harboring, what giving, safekeeping, he has all these funny terms for it when he doesn't want to say, we do something to the clearing. Let's start with that, which is called harboring it. All revealing belongs within a harboring and a concealing and so forth. And then we have also this talk of, where's the other one? We should be listening and hearing the clearing. All of that is funny words. Let's see now how it's related to poesis here. And framing is a challenging forth. Framing is bringing forth is also a destiny in this sense. Okay, so poesis is a destiny and challenging is a destiny. They're both ways that we don't control, that things can show up for us. We are now challenged forth to challenge things forth. Now let's see. And the destiny holds sway over man. And he listens and hears it. He doesn't just obey it. And then it turns out that he harbors it. The freedom ends in all revealing belongs within a harboring and concealing. The freedom. Well, I don't find more, but I think that there is something. I don't know what we should call it, but we have this. Let's just talk about the phenomena. We have this relation to the practices. We can further them, and we can press on in a frenzied way with, for instance, challenging forth, or we can try to sort of put the brakes on them and look at marginal practices and try to bring them out and help them come forth. This is our kind of freedom. Let's talk about this.
But we're not in a position to do that. I mean, we're not in control of it, Heidegger says. It is something that comes upon us. It is our destiny. We can't decide whether to do this or not.
Well, that's true. But how do you distinguish that from a fate?
No, fate-ted. I think it is fate, but not fate-ted.
You think that we have no freedom at all then?
No, I think freedom is not in this modern liberal sense of freedom at all.
No. What is it?
That's all. It's freedom to be receivers and freedom to be preservers.
Yes.
Freedom to be the kinds of beings that we in fact are.
Well,
but it's not freedom to decide whether we're going to be in framing or whether we're going to be poesis or be any of these things. This just comes upon us.
That's all true, but on the other hand, we seem to be able to resist it or to drive it on further.
Well, I don't see how we could even resist it, since it is this way of revealing in which we are. We can't get outside it. We can't get in it. Into it. We are in it.
Oh, we certainly are in it.
And we can't choose to be out of it.
Okay. And what is it to have a free relation to it, as opposed to push on with it in a blindly and frenzily?
To understand it, get at its reason.
And when we do,
that is the free relation. Then we can have this.
And then we won't push on with it blindly. What will we do?
We will do no other than push on with it. It may not be blindly, but that's a question.
We will push on with it. You think so? That's not what I think we'll do.
We just have no choice.
Well, it's not a liberal choice, all right.
Okay.
But if our practice, if we could, if in our practices we understood ourselves as the receivers of and preservers of the enframing practices,
Yes.
we would already no longer have an enframing understanding of being. And we would be out of it, so to speak, no longer in it. We would still have technological devices, but we would have sort of exploded. That's what Heidegger wants us to do. He wants to get us by his kind of genealogical story, where we are no longer understanding everything in terms of the flexible ordering of ourselves and everything else, but we are now understanding ourselves as receivers and preservers. And don't that make a difference in what we do?
I suggest that would make a difference so long as it is a turning in the sense of the essay turning.
Right.
But that's not something we can do.
Well, it's certainly not
We're
something.
being.
Okay. Well, John, you want to say something about this?
Well, it just seems that the distinction you're trying to make between that if one has a free relation to technology that and one understands oneself in the deep sense of what we understand as a preserver of the clearing, then I can't understand why that wouldn't already be some transformation.
Well, I think.
Knowing that it's not quote unquote a decision or a choice.
Right. But we agree then. You're agreeing with me. Yeah. But I think Forrest is agreeing too that once we really had this understanding, not just of course intellectually, so we repeated it and got A's on exams, but once it made a difference in how it would. Once we really understood it, it would make a difference in our practices. And I do think that we're free in that sense to sort of start sort of preserving and enforcing our receptive side instead of our challenging fourth side. Wait, John wants to say more, and then Forrest.
The question, I mean, to return to the question, is that, are we going to describe that relation to clearing by using the word poesis here, or using the notion of poesis that is given us? I.e., if we come to understand ourselves as preservers, do we only have a poesis understanding of being to account for that relation? And knowing that he's put a poesis understanding of being at the origin, and there's nothing that comes before that.
Well, that's right.
Right?
Yes.
So is it a reiteration of the beginning then that he's asking for, or calling for?
Well, now let's see. There is this poesis here, which is bringing forth, and that's kind of ontic story. And now he wants us to, of course, it's not a kind of, if poesis belongs here at all, it's not the way we nurture children and crops and friendships. It's got to be something like the way, I mean, but Heidegger talks how the clearing has been given us for safekeeping, and we're sort of, and harboring, and all these sort of protection words. But it doesn't have any essence in this old-fashioned sense of essence. You can't sort of let the clearing grow up to be what it's trying to be. So whether poesis is the right word for it or not, I'm not sure. There is a sense in which we are supposed to help the clearing along, or we can sort of, I think, help alternative clearings come along. Yeah.
It seems like the phrase "bringing forth" is helpful there.
Okay.
In that living in the light of the clearing, right? Encountering things as the clearing reveals them, and means sort of letting the clearing, bringing forth the clearing in its fullness, right? So maybe the bringing forth gets away from some of the strong language about nurturing or some of the strong language.
See, but you may want to have something sort of change the challenging forth practice.
And then you will be bringing forth
other
the
practices,
marginal
practices. And I think that's part of our freedom. Let me read the best quotes I can, because there's sort of my view of what he ought to say, and then there's sort of what he does say, and I try to bring them together if I can, but maybe I can't. Okay, so let me go back to where we were. So I'm still worrying about this sentence, but whether... Okay, I'm going to just read my passages because I still don't know what to think of this one on 27, which I'm still worrying about. Remember this use of poesis. We don't know until we see the German. Anybody got the German yet? What that word conceals is?
It's the normal one.
It's what verbergen. Okay, so above all, in framing conceals, that revealing.
What drives out?
See, it sounds like it conceals, that it stands in the way of our understanding. Is that how? That's how Forrest reads it. That revealing which in the sense that lets what presences come forth into appearance. I think that might be right. I think that's right. So that passage, poesis in that passage on page 27 is this. And there isn't any use of the word poesis for this. And maybe it's just as well. And maybe Heidegger is right not to use poesis for that.
Perhaps part of my difficulty is the difference between you're talking about clearing and understanding of being. Because clearly we cannot inaugurate or change understanding of being. They're different.
We can do something. I mean, first thinkers can do it. But I mean, we ordinary people
So they
can't.
can name it. Can they inaugurate them?
Yeah, they can reconfigure them. I mean, they can't do it except insofar as they're responsive to the practices that are
they're
there.
already there.
Right,
And
and
they
moving
can't-
in.
they can't
And then
inaugurate them.
that's right. I mean, Jesus can do a pretty big deal by when he reconfigures, by bringing the margin to the center. But if there wasn't already marginal practices there, and if they weren't already moving to the center with other weird sects all having these same ideas, he couldn't do it. There's this sort of funny thing between liberal freedom, where you can just as an autonomous subject do what you please, and some kind of determinism of the practices, sort of like Bourdieu, if any of you know it, where you're simply formed by and locked into the practices of your culture, period. And I think Heidegger wants something in between. So let me go back to my quotes, because I think maybe we all will agree about it when we get it laid out. One, we just might do it in passing because we may not get another chance. The important line on 27, besides the one we read, is where technicity holds sway, it drives out every other possibility of revealing. So that's the danger. We got to know what the danger is before we know what we can do about it. The danger is that technicity has this peculiar character of driving out all the other modes of revealing. Why is that? Because everything can be made efficient, whereas somehow this doesn't make any sense for the other modes of revealing. I tried to think about it. I mean, in the Christian one, everything is already a creature, or else it's a non-being. You don't find somehow more and more stuff being brought into the creation business. And in other ones, they don't cover everything, and you can't picture them covering everything. There's lots of not techne stuff, which is physis stuff, and the techne stuff can't take over the physis stuff. So it's a unique thing, I think, about efficiency practices, that anything can be made efficient. Remember, I think I said playing with your kids can be made efficient, friendship can be turned into networking, Yellowstone can be turned from a wilderness into a place for sort of recreation so that you feel more strong when you go back to work, and so forth. Yeah?
We talked this morning about art as a possible counterexample, and what you're going to say there is art can be turned into entertainment, right?
Yeah, I guess I would say that, right. And experience, to be more general. Art can be turned into aesthetic experiences, and is, right now. So technology can take over all the other modes of revealing. That's just something to notice. That's what makes it particularly dangerous and necessary that we resist it. Yeah?
So let me just take this theory out of that. You're retracting the statement essentially we're always in a poiesis relationship to the clearing.
Well, I'm retracting the word, right. We are always in a relationship, and I'm trying to, two things. I think it may be confusing to say we're in a poiesis relation to the clearing, so I'm willing to take that back and leave him the only use of poiesis that he wants. I mean, there is still poiesis here. We can't really cross this one out, because he uses it in other places, and we certainly went through a stage in the culture in which this happened, but he doesn't want to talk about it. Okay, so he doesn't have to talk about it. This is his use. I do want to keep up here, and this is what we're talking about now. What is our relation to the clearing? Let's not call it poiesis, but now we've got other words like harboring, safekeeping, and maybe preserving, and we want to know what that is because that's the sense in which we have a little bit of freedom, I think, of a very important sort to do something or other about the clearing. But all I've said so far is that there's a big danger, the technicity uniquely, and it would be an interesting paper to work it out, why technicity among all the various modes of revealing has this capacity to take in everything. It goes back partly to the ground plan, which remember already took in everything. It's got to do with the totalizing character of the modern understanding of being that the other ones didn't have. Somehow, they also covered everything that was, but they didn't cover everything that was so completely. Remember, rigor is the ground plan that has no place for miracles, no place for monsters, no place for messiness. It's just everything has got to fit into the ground plan, or else you've got to give up the ground plan. And that's modernity, Heidegger thinks. And technicity is like that. Everything has got to be made efficient, and it will be made efficient, and there's nothing that can resist being made efficient. Yeah?
I just don't understand why the Christian story was involved. Everything must be a creation of God. Everything has to be a
Well, I said that's funny. Everything is a creation of God, even the miracles.
And you know it ahead of time, almost like a
right.
ground plan.
Almost like a ground plan.
Yeah.
It's the nearest. But what you don't have is sort of expanding. You don't find stuff which isn't yet a creation, and then you take it over and make it a creation. The funny thing about the technicity one is, that's what I tried to say earlier, but let me say it again. I thought about this a lot, that either you get modes of revealing that are just not total, like the technicity and the Dreyfus ones, I think, or you get a mode of revealing that's already total, like the creation one. Everything is created by God, or it's just non-being. And you don't have any that's like this one, which has sort of the imperative to be total. Everything isn't just already efficient, but everything can and must be made efficient. That's the current practice. Yeah.
The closest one is science of the modern understanding.
That's right.
Because it's approximate earlier.
That's right. The subject-object ground plan research story is the beginning of a new idea that everything isn't yet in the ground plan, but we know beforehand everything must be put in the ground plan. So it's totalizing. It's not yet total. And technology is totalizing. It's not yet total, but it keeps wanting to will bring in everything else. That's how it. I mean, there's something special about inframing, where this ordering holds sway. It drives out every other possibility of revealing. He didn't say that about Christianity or technology. It sounds like it's a unique feature here.
But, for example, theodicy would be an example where you're trying to take over something that doesn't look like it possibly could be created.
Yeah, well, you're trying, but you know beforehand that it was. I mean, it isn't as if you want to make it created, the way you want to make, say, child raising.
You know ahead of time in this way of revealing that everything is Verstand, too, and you need to take it over.
Well, somehow I think about it. Everything has got to be a challenge forth, and that is turned into Verstand, I think.
But you know ahead of time you can do this, because this is the way everything gets revealed.
You know that ahead of time you can do it,
yeah.
But you've got to do it, and then, well, all I want to say is, there's some way, each one of you could try to figure it out, that I do think this sentence where he says this, where in framing holds sway, it drives out every other possibility of revealing, is meant to be something special about inframing. You don't think so?
Say that, though. It says
Well-
it does it. It doesn't mean nothing else does it.
Yeah, but it's funny. I mean, he says it as if these are things about in framing that you better worry about. He doesn't. I mean, if it was just that any understanding of being drives out every possibility of revealing, it'd be a funny thing to say about in framing. He would just say, remember, in framing is a possibility, is a way of revealing, and any way of revealing drives out every other possibility.
And there are ways in which that's true, right?
Well, there are ways in which they
To a
make
greater extent.
the other ones make the other ways unintelligible. We get again the pagan practices hang around, but they become unacceptable and unintelligible for the Christians. But they don't feel that they have to take them all over. Let's find a different one. The nurturing practices hang around, but one doesn't feel that one needs to nurture the stones or something like that. What I think is that that this one has this peculiar character, that it requires you to bring everything into it, and that's unique. That starts with modernity. Yeah, I didn't answer you very well. What did you say again? Say it again.
What I said was that there are these features of worlds that we've talked about before. They're all governing and they withdraw.
Yeah, right.
So,
they all governing and they all withdraw, but that's not the same as expand. The sense in which the technological practices it's one thing to just ignore the other ways of revealing. It's another thing to not tolerate them, to insist that they disappear.
That's what you said before.
Yeah, okay. And I want to say the other ways of revealing hang around as unintelligible and bad, even wicked, but they hang around. But in the technology thing, they don't hang around as unintelligible and wicked, the inefficient things. They just get made efficient. That's what I think is the difference. Yeah, somebody had a hand up back there. Yeah.
It just seems like in the Christian understanding of being, like the theologians and stuff, they're not letting those marginal practices, the witches and stuff, be unintelligible. They're creating entire theologies trying to give them explanations. They're not just letting them be kind of these weird things. So I don't see how that isn't a total.
Okay, well then I would have to make a distinction, which is complicated here, between what the theologians are doing and what the everyday people are doing. Okay. In the technology one, we're all in there making the stuff efficient that isn't efficient, raising our kids. It isn't just as philosophers who say raise your kids so as to get the most out of their brain cells, and that seems to be the point. It's the practices themselves at their everyday level, which are this growing, stamping out kind. Yeah.
The other way I think you can go for the way in which in framing is more totalizing, what's come before, is that is the thing about it driving, it being more world dominating and there being less space for Earth, right? So it's the moment at which, at the limit, seems to drive Earth out entirely.
Yes, and where Earth is the unintelligible and what resists being made intelligible, then in framing, that's another way to put the same point. If you think that in framing gets rid of Earth, then you think that in framing has a special way of taking over everything and bringing it into its form of intelligibility without residue. Yeah. And okay, it's very important to get the rest of this out because we're not going to go back to this. We've got to go on to things thingy. And so we're still in, I just want to say what I can about the freedom thing and show you the passages. So the question is now the danger. We've been discussing the danger. The danger is that all other modes of revealing will be stamped out. I think that's what he thinks. And then the question is, how do we resist? And the answer is, gain a free relation to technology. That's what the first pages tell you this essay is going to enable you to do. So the question is, what in the world can that be? I mean, in the face of what Forrest says rightly, it can't be sort of liberal freedom. But it's got to be something. He says, the very first page, we want to prepare a free relation to technology. And so how can we do, what is it to do that? Well, I'll pick the pages I can and try to explain them as best I can. I'm trying to get the crucial ones. 25, have we read? 25, that's what we need to read. Okay, about third line of the first paragraph. But the destiny is never a fate that compels, for man becomes truly free only insofar as he belongs to the realm of destiny, and so becomes one who listens and hears, and not one who is simply constrained to obey. You certainly can't tell yet whether that just means we should sort of be aware of what's happening to us or do something about it. I'm trying to argue that there's something we can do about it, so let's see if I can get anywhere. Freedom governs the open, I'm skipping down, in the sense of the clear and lighted. That is, it is to the happening of revealing, and that is of truth, that freedom stands in the closest and most innate kinship. All revealing belongs within a harboring and concealing, but that which frees, the mystery, is concealed and always concealing itself. All revealing comes out of the open, goes into the open, and brings into the open. The freedom of the open consists neither in unfettered arbitrariness nor in the constraint of laws. Now let's see if I can. Freedom is a realm, skipping to the end, is the realm of the destiny that at any given time starts a revealing on its way. It's getting, I don't know what that means yet, but and it isn't something you and I can do, but it's got something to do with us not being simply sort of pushed around by it. And so let me go on. I'll find you the passages. I'm not sure I can explain them. I think what I think is happening is we are free to seek marginal practices or to go on in a frenzied way, push on the technological practices. Let me see if the bottom does it. When we consider the essence of technology, then we experience in framing as a destiny of revealing. In this way, we are already sojourning within the open space of destiny, a destiny which in no way confines us to a stultified compulsion to push on blindly with technology, or what comes to the same thing, to rebel helplessly against it and curse it as the work of the devil. Quite the contrary, when we open ourselves expressly to the essence of technology, we find ourselves unexpectedly taken into a freeing claim. Now, what is that? Well, let's see if I can find anything more that tells us anything about it. I'll try. Well, okay. I think what happens then is that there's one sense in which we can. I mean, I'll do it half Forrest way and half my way for the next 5 minutes. There are two ways that we might get out of technology at the bottom of 35. And he says, the closer we come to the danger, the more brightly do the ways into the saving power begin to shine, and the more questionable we become. Okay, what are the two ways into the saving power? One of them is the hope that techne will again produce a work of art. That would be like having a new God. And this is on 34. There would be a new overall style. We would have to receive it. We couldn't produce it. It would have and only the people who were the sort of the reconfigurers would have a certain amount of freedom to deal with it, but mostly it would just happen to us. That is, he talks about there was once a time on 34 when techne was the bringing forth of in the fine arts, and it brought about the presence of the gods and so forth, and that at the top of 35 would get us into the founding a new business. Could it be that revealing lays claim to the arts more primordially, so that they for their part may expressly foster the growth of the saving power, may awaken and found anew our look into that which grants our trust in it? It could just be that we get a new work of art and a new God. For instance, I don't have much time to go into it. I mean, ecology and the earth might turn out to be a new God. Gaia will be our new God. New meaningful differences will be whether you help the earth or don't. What makes sense to do is to conserve everything, to be vegetarians, and to minimize our destructiveness. Everything will show up as endangered, and so forth. Then, and there will be some artists and some thinkers who found a new way of being on the basis of our relation to ecology. It's quite possible. And some new statesman which could be an eco-fascist who takes over the world on the grounds that he's going to save the earth, even if he has to kill millions of people, and everybody says, yes, do it. That's one crazy vision of what a new God might be. There might be nicer new gods. But in any case, the other one is just the transition we've got 3 minutes to make. There is also something we can do, and that is, and this is one paragraph below the bottom of 33, through this we are not yet saved. Well, then first, whatever it is, by the way, there's a precondition of the two moves. Until we understand technology as a mode of revealing, we're certainly stuck in it and pursue it and are pushed around by it blindly. So first, we do what the whole book, what this essay has just done. We get a free relation to technology by understanding it as a mode of revealing. But then he says, through this we are not yet saved. Of course not. What are we going to have besides just now we understand that we're so to speak caught up in and framing and challenging forth? Well, the first one he says, we are summoned to hope in the growing light of the saving power. How can this happen? Here and now in little things, that we may foster the saving power in its increase. That's the active one. That we could do something to foster the saving power through our relation to the humble things. Little things is not right there. Geringe Dinge, the humble things. So the question is, and that's the active one for us. So here's my story, that there's one kind of change, getting a new work of art, which doesn't give us normal people any freedom at all, and only gives the reconfigurers and the statesmen and the artists who have a certain important kind of freedom to reconfigure anything to do. And then there's something we can all do. We can, what does it mean? Foster the saving power of the humble things. Fostering is something like, I mean, that's what I wanted called nurturing, but it never is called nurturing, so we'll just have to say fostering. I wonder what the German word is here. But that seems to be something that we are free to do. And now the question is then, what does that look like? Well, that's what Borgman and the Thing essay and the Building Dwelling Thinking essay is all about. How we can resist technology in the name of the humble things, strengthen those practices, and thereby resist the technological practices. We don't know what that means yet. That's what we're going to find out next. Okay, everything's arranged. We can start talking. Let's see now. There was so much that wasn't clear yet when I was talking about the technology part. And the technology is so interesting and important and exciting because finally all this abstract stuff that you learned in the first 5 weeks about ways of being and revealing and concealing and modes of revealing and so forth, finally you get to your own mode of revealing and you get to bring your own experience and phenomenology into relation with this very abstract Heideggerian way of thinking about it, and that is very exciting, I think. There was so much that wasn't clear yet when I was talking about the technology part. And the technology is so interesting and important and exciting because finally all this abstract stuff that you learned in the first 5 weeks about ways of being and revealing and concealing and modes of revealing and so forth, finally you get to your own mode of revealing and you get to bring your own experience and phenomenology into relation with this very abstract Heideggerian way of thinking about it, and that is very exciting, I think. But I was tired, and it was so hard, and so I'm going to go wrote out as clearly as I could what I thought the general point of all this was. So, our practices have two major ways of working, as bringing forth in pre-modernity and as challenging forth ever since modernity. In bringing forth, we have a nurturing relation to things and a sense that we have to harbor and protect the things and the clearing. But there was this confusion because this bringing forth, this poesis, Heidegger uses it as a general term for a nurturing relation to things. He never uses it, just because I think it would be pedagogically confusing, for the equally nurturing relation we have to have toward the clearing. He calls that safekeeping. The clearing is granted to us for safekeeping. It gets translated on 33. And the footnote says that means, or is related to the verb, to watch over, to keep safe, and to preserve. So just as we're preservers of works of art by acting in their light and doing what it makes sense to do, so, and in the same, not only in the same sense, but so to speak, at the same time, we're preserving the clearing and nurturing it by bringing out as clearly as we can what the clearing, what understanding of being and of us the clearing is granting us. And of course that's a lot clearer when it happens in the Oresteia, say, because the Athenians had a sense of their role as preservers, than it is later. But it nonetheless, any clearing needs us and depends on us to be what it is through our practices and our preserving. Now, as I say, the Athenians had a sense of that, and it got lost later. But it didn't get completely lost as long as there was metaphysics. I wasn't very clear about this. Metaphysics is ambiguous. I mean, in a certain way, it's a bad thing. And by bad thing, I mean it covers up the clearing and substitutes for the clearing the ontotheological story, that there is one beingest being, and that being creates, that is, that's too Christian, that being is responsible for the existence of and intelligibility of everything. But the metaphysicians are obviously sensitive to the fact that something or other is, so to speak, making it possible for things to show up as anything. And that's their sense of the clearing still. But the people who lived with the metaphysical practices would still have a sense that something special was going on. Take the Christians. Namely, God had created and preserved everything and made it all intelligible. And they would all have a sense, when they're in metaphysics, that it was their job to get into the right relation to this metaphysical story about whatever it was that was the source of the existence and intelligibility of everything. So as long as there's metaphysics, there is a sense of our being receivers and preservers, though a very dim sense and covered up and distorted sense, and it gets worse and worse. Our sense of being receivers gets less and less, until by the time you get to Nietzsche, you get the idea, Heidegger thinks, that we're not really receivers anymore, but we're the orderers of everything. And with Nietzsche, too, you get the idea that metaphysics is complete nonsense and a waste of time, and never was on to anything, and that being was really just a vapor and a nothing. And by then, we've lost all touch with the clearing. But nonetheless, when we're challenged forth to treat everything as resources and challenging everything forth, we are still responding to the clearing. I mean, we're being called by the practices or by the style to challenge, but that is, we're being called, that is, challenged forth by this technicity style to challenge everything else forth. But we have no sense anymore, once we're in the technicity understanding, that there's anything else that needs to be understood or appreciated about why anything exists or why anything makes sense. It just seems obvious that everything is resources, and it makes sense that we treat ourselves and everything else flexibly. And one of the things that happens is all the other modes of revealing can be co-opted and made efficient, and thereby, as Heidegger puts it, technicity drives out every other mode of revealing. That sounds like the wrong way to put it. I mean, that's like driving everything out to the periphery, like driving the witches and the pagans out of the town into the woods or something. It's not like that. In a way, it's worse than that. Every other mode of revealing can be taken over and made efficient. That is, for instance, playing with children, which is a nurturing kind of practice that's still around, turns into a challenging forth practice where you were challenged for it, to challenge forth the kid to get the most out of its brain and its body, and you take it around to its athletic courses and its martial arts courses, and it listens to Mozart and all this in order to get itself, you challenge it in all sorts of ways. And nothing resists that. It always looks like whatever you're trying to do, thanks to technicity, you can do it better. So it can take over the nurturing, it can take over the thesis, it can take over the objectification, and always it looks like it's doing it for its own good, so to speak. Borgman has a good sense of that in what you have read. I mean, the thing about technological devices is they provide exactly what you want in the most immediate, most flexible way. You already get that with these devices in the subject-object stage, and you get them even more the more they get flexible. I thought of a funny story. I used to say, before I understood how complicated this was, and I was sort of wrong, that the perfect example of a technological object was a styrofoam cup, because it satisfied your desires for keeping the liquid whatever you wanted, and then when you were finished with it, you could just throw it away. And now I think the styrofoam cup is really in the subject-object thing. There you are as a subject with desires, and there you've got this object, and you make it to a Gegenstand, a thing that does just what you want to have done, and then you dispose of it. And I used to contrast it with Japanese keeping ceremonial teacups that are full of significance and passed on from generation to generation, but they're delicate and they can break and they have to be washed and you have to take care of them and store them and bring them out again, and how inefficient that is, or how that takes so much trouble to satisfy the desire that the styrofoam cup satisfies so clearly. That's not wrong, but that's still too subject-object. But I then thought, and this is just a further, the styrofoam cup's a little more, it's on the way from being an object to being standing reserve, because it's efficient in the sense that it keeps hot things hot and cold things cold. It's got a certain kind of flexibility about it, and that's getting to be what you want. I mean, if I can't picture what it would be to go further, but if it had even more flexibility somehow, it would be, and it wouldn't just be satisfying your desire for drinks. I don't know how I can picture that. Anyway, the more it gets to do lots of different things and could fill in lots of different functions, the more it stops looking like an object and starts looking like standing reserve. And then, that was an aside. Now back to, so, and we become resources too, and I'm talking about the special evils, I haven't made it clear, the special dangers in Heidegger language of this last, and he says it's the last in other places, this last understanding of being. And I'm telling you really why it's the last, which is the danger. One, it has this business of not driving out, but taking over and turning into technicity every other mode of revealing, and all the marginal practices out of which you could ever make any new mode of revealing. So insofar as it goes, as it reaches its culmination, there will be no place for a new understanding of being, no marginal practices to reconfigure and make center. Everything will just be efficient. That's half the danger. The other half the danger is that we won't understand ourselves anymore as receivers and preservers of clearings, that we too will just understand ourselves as resources. And so all we will want to be doing is switching around and getting the most out of our possibilities and adapting flexibly to any situation that comes along. And we won't have any more sense of ourselves as having any kind of role in the way things show up, or any kind of freedom about how things show up. we would just be sort of, Heidegger thinks it will be frenzied. I don't know why it might not be sort of elegant or something, but anyway, we will be just constantly adapting to new situations and as flexibly as possible. So that technology as a mode of revealing necessarily denies that it has no place for that it is a mode of revealing that we're receiving and that we're receivers or disclosers. So another way to put this is, when in the other clearings, we would have a sense that we were, let's see, I'm not sure I want to read this. I'm not sure it's right. This is it. Well, it does seem like this, but I don't feel I have a good grip on the phenomena. That in the other modes of revealing, we're called to get in tune with them. And that we're back to this again, they need us to flourish, and the more we get in tune with them, the more they become the dominant mode of revealing. In technicity, of course we're not sensitive to technicity as the current style. But that current style, it's part of this style, to deny that there's anything like being receptive and getting in tune with and preserving, because that current style is just flexibly adapting. Those are just hardly words. This is an open thing for somebody who's writing a paper, if you want to write more about, which is just exactly what is the special danger in technicity. But now let me go on. That's the best I can do right now with that. So the next move is the funny reversal. And what is Heidegger trying to bring about? Well, if we became sensitive to technicity as a mode of revealing, then we become sensitive to ourselves as receivers, preservers, and nurturers of that mode of revealing. And we'd be outside of that mode of revealing. We'd be outside the technological understanding of being. That's the sort of paradox. That it's the only one who, if you understand it as an understanding of being, you immediately understand. I guess they all might have that to some extent. I can see that in Christianity too, if you understood that being a creature was a mode of revealing, you'd have a different view of God than the kind of metaphysical God. But you could still be a Christian. Heidegger is trying to figure out a way to be a Christian in a non-metaphysical way. But the idea that you could understand that technicity was a mode of revealing and that your job was to be receptive, you can't understand that and think that the basic way you're related to everything is challenging forth. Once you see that you're being challenged forth to challenge for it, you're being called to challenge for it, you're the receiver of this call to challenge for it, you've already understood that you're not just a resource, and that there's something important going on that isn't challenging for it, namely receiving and perpetuating this particular style. That's certainly what he thinks. So we would understand ourselves as harboring the clearing, as cultivating a technological style, and we could then resist the technological style, and we could cultivate other styles. I think I'm going to read one passage which I didn't read, which seems to me to have a lot of this stuff in it, on page 32. The top of page 32. Every destining or revealing comes to pass from out of a granting, and as such a granting. For it is a granting that conveys to man that share in revealing, which is the coming to pass of revealing needs. There's all this emphasis on our role, that revealing needs us. As the one so needed and used, man is given to belong to the coming to pass of truth. The granting that sends in one way or another into revealing is as such the saving power. That's the reversal. That is, once you understand it as a granting, you already are saved from it. That's what I'm trying to explain. For the saving power lets man see and enter into the kingdom, enter into the highest worthiness, might be better than dignity, the highest worthiness of his essence. What is the highest worthiness of your essence? To be the place where clearings happen, and to be the preserver and safeguarder and focuser, so to speak, of the clearing. This dignity lies, in here's language, is in keeping watch over unconcealment, and with it from the first the concealment of all to the and with it from the first the concealment, naturally they go together, of all coming to presence on this earth. It is precisely an inframing which threatens to sweep man away into ordering as the supposed single way of revealing, and so thrusts man into the danger of the sphere of his free essence. It is precisely in this extreme danger that the innermost, indestructible belongingness of man within granting may come to light, provided that we, for our part, begin to pay heed to the coming to the presence of technology. That's sort of the moral of it, of all that I've been reading. So I think, now I'm going on in my version. So I think there's really several different ways that we get a free relation to technology. One of them is a non-way, but I used to talk about it, and I still think it's illuminating to talk about, but it's not our way. I mean, one of the things you need to see clearly, the technicity is not technological stuff. And one thing we could do, we can't do it, but I mean, imagine that we could. We could just say we'll keep our technological stuff, but we'll just stop having an understanding of being. That means we've got all these efficient things around, but we won't think that that everything should be made as efficient as possible. Now, I could at least explain what that would be like. We can't do it, but the Japanese can do it, or did do it. I mean, for a long time, they kept, I don't know whether they still have, but they kept their understanding of the teacup and of tradition and of the thousands of gods and of the household gods. At the same time, they were fanatics for Sonys and cameras and televisions and the most technological country in the world, I suppose. That is, when I visited Japan, I always tell people this because I was so struck by it. I visited a very modern family. I think that the guy in charge was some kind of scientist, but nonetheless, his wife kneeled at the table to serve him dinner in the traditional way, and the family had the family gods and the television set on the same shelf and took them equally seriously as far as I could see. And that's what it would be like to have technological devices without a technological understanding of being. And it's not important that we can separate them. But that's not something we can do, because we are in the understanding of being, and we can't just step out of it and change our attitude to it. That style pervades our practices and defines us as 20th century Western people. So what can we do? Well, if we understand that we're the preservers of this clearing, there are two options that we've got that we didn't have before. Before, our only two options, Heidegger says, are to press on with it in a frenzied sort of way, or to resist it in a Luddite sort of way, both of them being unfree relations to it. But now, he says, he opens up a new possibility, I think, though he never spells it out. If it's a mode of revealing, then we can receive it and further it where we feel it's appropriate, like in word processors when we're writing our papers. And we can resist it and prefer some other mode of revealing, and nurture some other mode of revealing when we're writing, say, personal letters. I still admire my French friends who always write to me in writing, and I wish I could do that, and I could do. I'm free to do that, and I should do that. And anybody, and Heidegger certainly would want us to do that. And if you write your love letters on a word processor, you're really far gone. Or send them by email. But So that's the first thing. We would be able to, a free relation to technology, I think, means being efficient in those domains where it's appropriate to be efficient, or, I mean, there's no right answer, but where it seems to us to be appropriate to be efficient, and in other areas where other understandings of being seem appropriate. When you're gardening, for instance, you can hardly garden efficiently, but you would be gardening nurturingly, and you wouldn't have a feeling that you were wasting your time, which is what you would feel if you were really in the grip of the technological understanding of being. You're wondering why you aren't getting sort of more fertilizer or having your plants chipped in and chipped out as they, or whatever, or just give up on gardening altogether because it isn't very efficient. So that's the first thing. And of course, part of the sub-point of the first thing is you wouldn't ever think of treating yourself as a resource, because you know, I mean, you could treat some aspects of your life, I suppose, in which you tried to maximize your efficiency. But you'd never think that who you were was an efficiency maximizer, because you'd always sense that who you were was a discloser who could choose to further, who was called upon by all these different modes of revealing, and you could further with the mode of revealing that you felt was appropriate. My 2 points are really 1 point. Because I said and my second point was we can cultivate other modes of revealing. How does that differ? Oh, I see. Well, I did mix them together, that I don't have to make. Well, I think they are the same. To say that you're efficient when it's appropriate and resist efficiency when it's not is the same as to say you cultivate other modes of revealing. And there I was giving the children example again, where you think that it's when you're raising your children, you don't have to do it efficiently. Now, I take it, this is my last, yeah.
I think maybe you could say a little bit about why they're the same point.
Okay, so obviously, why would you think they weren't?
Well, I mean, the reason they have to be the same point is that you can't just not resist efficiency.
In the name, without in the name of some other thing. Right, that's why they're the same point. And I didn't realize it, but now I did. I mean, yes, to resist, either you'd be resisting it blindly and in a Luddite way, which is what you could do if you were still in the grip of it, or you now understand that it's a mode of revealing, and then you're free to resist it, but in the name of the cultivation of, receiving of, harboring of some other mode of revealing that's still around. And I take it that that's what restores our freedom, and that's our freedom. We're free to cultivate other modes of revealing. We're not free just to reject technology. There will be times when getting in tune with efficiency and cultivating efficiency will be just what it feels like we ought to be doing, and that's fine. Okay, it restores our freedom, and that means that it prepares the way, but it only prepares the way, this is where we were last time at the end, to get out of the leveled, well, no, again I've combined two things. Understanding that it's a mode of revealing prepares the way out of the leveled, frantic, dispersed world we're in. Now, it prepares the way, and then we've got 2 or 3 possibilities. I think 3 possibilities. The one I just said, further other modes of revealing. Another possibility, now we're in for the 2 at the end. The Heidegger doesn't say that one. I'm saying that one. The 2 that Heidegger mentions at the end that we're prepared for. I take it in my story, when we understand that it's a mode of revealing, we know we have to further it sometime, or we're called to, and we can be called by others. I said that. But that's not yet enough to save us. And then he has 2 more things that could save us. One, we could get a new God. It's a possibility that we will get a whole new understanding of being. Wait, but I think I may be seeming to contradict myself. Is that what you're going to say?
No.
Okay, I was going to say, we can do that as long as the marginal practices aren't used up. I mean, if it gets bad, and as long as we haven't turned ourselves into resources, but it's getting more and more unlikely and more dangerous and game to play, but it's still possible that some new work of art could come along and give us a whole, reconfigure, take marginal practices and make them central, give us a whole new way of life. Yes, ma'am?
Would that new God have to be the last God? Would it have to be a God that showed itself as...
I think so, right. I think
we've got that free relation to
right.
technology.
I think, yeah, well, not because you had a free relation, although that would be part of it. If you understood this mode of revealing as a mode of revealing, you would then be prepared for a God that revealed itself as a style and as a God, and not just think that this was the way things were. You would be at least like the pre-Socratics with their temple were supposed to be, and they knew that the temple was not for everybody and not forever, like the metaphysicians thought, but just for the time that it worked. But you'd also understand, which they didn't understand, that it works by showing a style and by our being preservers. I mean, they sort of understood it. I mean, that's what's puzzling. The Athenians understood it. What more would you understand? That's now what puzzles me. Even if it was the ultimate God, the last God, what would it show you that the Oresteia people didn't know?
I guess you wouldn't think the Spartans were barbarians.
You mean that you had the right answer? That's interesting. So Liz got an interesting answer. I mean, the Athenians didn't just think that they had some temporary understanding which was terrific and that they were preservers of it. They weren't metaphysicians either, in which they, thought that it was true for everybody, everywhere, for all the time and forever. But they did think it was the best one around, and they said so. And that already suggests that it's something tending toward metaphysics about it. Maybe. I mean, this isn't something we have to get straight. Yeah, Forrest.
Whenever you're at a point where you're ready for
I'm one sentence from the end. And then, there is a new God story, but it's so brief at the end of the technology thing that we would have to fill it out. Maybe we will be able to fill it out. I told you, I think, did I tell you already that there's the chance that we're going to get this? I don't think I did. Did I tell you already? Okay. I said yes, don't buy Time and Being. Well, what I've asked for is the part of this Beiträge book which is called The Last God, or The Ultimate God, and maybe we'll find out when we read that in English. And reading it in German, I certainly didn't find much out. And the other way is that we would hope in the humble power, in the saving power of the humble things, and that's where we're going to go from here after we have a stop for discussion. Okay, Forrest.
Yeah. Given that these ways of revealing are total, and that we can neither get into them nor out of them, it appears that you have to tell me if this is what you mean, that we would end up here with two different understandings of being: a technological understanding, and then this marginal practice way of understanding, or nurturing understanding, or something of the sort. And so it would seem we would become like the Japanese then, and that we had achieved this through our willing, through our doing, through our resistance.
I see.
Which seems not really...
No, that can't be right.
No.
That can't be right. The first half is right, and a good way to put it. I mean, we wouldn't, any understanding of being seems total. That's because it's an understanding of being. It defines what there is. It's only because we would understand that the technological understanding of being is itself a granting, and so are the other understandings of being, that we would then see, well, they can't all be a story about what there is, and we'd be outside of them, if we could see this, and be able then, it wouldn't be somehow that we could just sort of freely pick and choose among them. It would be like different ones would call us and pull us in at various times, and we, with our children, the nurturing one would pull us in, and we wouldn't feel guilty and feel that we had to be efficient. And when we were at our word processor, the technological way of doing things, technicity would pull us in, efficiency, and we wouldn't feel that we should be writing pen letters. That makes sense to me. Now, the question is, how did we get a chance to do this, Forrest is asking, and rightly so, because if they were our total understanding of being, how could we ever get out of it?
How could we resist?
Well, there must be some point in Heidegger writing this essay and going around and giving this lecture, though that's sort of, he understands, kind of hardly going to save us. At least it's an attempt. I mean, the idea is, if you could get people to see that technicity was an understanding of being, which is to perform a kind of Nietzschean genealogy on it, to take it out of the taken for granted, the way things are, and make it seem to be a gift that requires us to nurture it. My point is, and Heidegger says this, it would immediately flip around. There would be a Gestalt switch. This is in an essay we haven't read called The Turning. It would turn around, and the way it would turn around, I presume, is that we would no longer, it couldn't anymore be our total understanding, because it's got this contradiction in it. Let me say it again. It's an understanding of being that denies that there is any such thing as receiving understandings of being, has no place for that. And so now, when you understand that it's an understanding of being, you immediately are out of it in some way.
Can we in the West ever not be in a total understanding? And if you're out of it, then we need a new understanding of being we don't have.
Well, if we're out of it, we've got two possibilities left, it seems to me. We're never so far out of it because some practices or other, we've got all these styles still around, including the efficiency style, and that's the styles we've been raised in. There's still Christian practices around and nurturing practices around, and we're not out in the nowhere practices. We're not in Bali practices. So the most we can do is get this loosened up relation to these understandings of being, which now turn out to be various styles which call to us. And we are only free, and Forrest is trying to emphasize our unfreedom, which is right. We're not sort of, as he puts it, liberal or Cartesian egos standing outside of everything and freely choosing them. The most we can say is we're constantly being called into, drawn into, some style of practices, some mode of revealing or another. But no mode of revealing would anymore have this kind of total grip on us. That's what it would be to have a free relation, I think, to technology, in my reading. I mean, it's hard to figure out, and you certainly wouldn't get it by reading this essay, and that's why Heidegger is not greatly optimistic. He's fearing that the world is going to come to an end. Literally, the world will come to an end because there won't be any disclosures and there won't be any worlds. There'll just be all these efficient resources going around efficiently manipulating themselves and everything else. Yeah.
If we have this scenario where these different styles are floating around and none of them grip us, can't we raise the same criticism against Heidegger as a nihilist as he did against Nietzsche as the values?
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that, but you're right. You put in a clause that I was definitely trying to avoid, that none of them grip us.
You said that, that's why.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
Did I? I thought I said just the opposite. Anyway, I meant to say the opposite. What did I say?
I think you said that.
Oh, anyway, I'm glad you thought so, because now I can at least make clear that I don't want to. Anyway, no, if that happened, we would be pure, free, floating egos, or we'd be sort of turning them all into technology because we would be choosing whichever one seems to get the most out of the possibilities. We'll nurture now and we'll be religious. I mean, it sounds a little bit like the Japanese thing, which I've heard. It's not a joke. You know, there are more. If you ask in Japan what religion people belong to, there are more. How do we put it? There are more members of the various religions than there are people in Japan, because they belong to several religions. And someone Japanese told me it was very popular right now to get born with a Shinto ceremony, married with a Christian ceremony, and have your funeral with a Buddhist kind of ceremony. Now, it's all right in Japan, because they're not technological, but you can imagine a kind of technological world in which you just sort of all the practices became resources and you just played with them. And that's sort of Nietzschean. In fact, Nietzsche talks about how the free spirit plays with all the cultural resources of the culture. Certainly it's not that. But it's not even sort of freely picking whatever kind of mode of revealing is around, not just because it's most efficient, but just because it seems appropriate, as I put it. That was when I was not quite right. And you don't pick it because it seems appropriate. When I got it right, I said, you let yourself be drawn into and used by and receive as a gift various modes of revealing whenever one of them comes along. And then I want to say, and if you're playing with your children, you will be drawn into the nurturing mode, maybe you won't. But that's the picture. It won't be nihilism, it will be a kind of polytheism. A nurturing God will be shining on you at that point. Yeah.
Okay, then one of the criteria for our new understanding of being is that there are no essences anymore. So with the example of your
Right.
computer,
Yeah.
when you're writing the love letter, then you're kind of rejecting the computer as an efficient word processing machine. So
Well,
it doesn't have an essence anymore.
Well, it doesn't have an essence anymore. I'm not sure what you're saying.
In the new way of revealing of writing a love letter.
Do you understand what he's saying? You look
I
like
think
you do.
you would say, well, if you really have relation technology, couldn't you just use the word processor, but in a non-technicity way?
To do what? To write the...
To write a love letter.
in a non-technicity
So I'm saying,
way.
if you choose to write the love letter, then
How?
Then like the people in France, I'm sure they
With pen.
Right. Oh yeah. I mean.
Oh, I see. Okay, you're writing it with a pen.
Then it's like the computer is now being concealed in a way.
Yes, I mean...
Whatever the computer is, it has different essences still. So like, even if you have different styles, then things still don't have essences. Even if you don't choose the style.
I see. No, I think I understand you. It looks like things will have essences or not, depending on which understanding of being you're in. And when you're in the technological one, the computer will just be the perfect orderer of everything. And insofar as you were really in it, it would order your love letters and order your business letters and order your term papers and so forth. But if you get in touch with the nurturing practices, then boy, do things have essences. You want to bring out the essence of your child, and when you're gardening, you want to let the plants flourish in their way, and so forth. And of course, nothing intrinsically. You would then know a non-metaphysical thing about essences. That essences aren't there because God made the things that way, or the good made them that way. And things have essences only relative to certain kinds of practices, that if you got into those practices, things would be revealed to you as having essences.
I still think you're caught in the technological understanding of being, in that if you have the different styles, that even if you don't choose the styles, the styles grip you in certain ways, then there's still, like you said with yourself, you don't think of yourself as being efficient all the time. Like when you're with your child, you're not the efficient worker. So still, even if a new style overcomes you when you're in the presence of your child, you still don't have a fixed essence as you would if there's just one total essence style.
You don't have a fixed essence as you would if there was... No, you don't have a fixed... I mean, we're talking about us? No, we would be disclosers. What? Nobody has, even the child. Well, that's right in a way. I mean, the child can show up in Heidegger world as a resource to get enhanced and to be made as versatile as possible, and to get over any tendency to just be one way and have one style. That it could do that, but the child could also show up as having sort of one destiny, which you're trying to find if you're in this romantic mood practices. And of course that's sort of odd. But whenever you're in one of these worlds, that's what you're responding to, and you understand, presumably, if you're in this weird form of post-metaphysical state, that you don't have to claim that things have sort of eternal essences in order to treat them as if they have essences. I think that must be what it amounts to. I think you could treat the same tree as flexible lumber and toothpicks and shade and all that in a very technological way, or you could treat that tree as having the possibility of flourishing into just what its telos required. And things are just like that. I mean, I don't know if that helps any. That's the weird world. That's my version of the Heidegger world. Did I see a hand? Yeah.
Well then, are you saying so that you don't approach styles or ways of being as going in as a salad bar and today you pick this way?
No, that's the risk.
Right.
Boy.
So, okay, there must be something that he wants to say about commitment or authenticity, because otherwise, why maybe your French friends just believe that there's something to be said about the personal letter, because they're adopting a style where the personal letter pen to paper made sense or it was very important then.
Right.
So it seems to me that where do we get, are we just constantly then borrowing back other styles that we somehow...
I think so, but wait, we don't pick them. I mean, I want to just don't say too many things because I'm losing track. We don't want to pick the modes. And it isn't even, I think, helpful much to think about authenticity. But that's such a long story, I don't know. And I don't think it's a question of commitment either. None of that feels right. What feels right is this view that the situation could draw... You have all sorts of skills. You have nurturing skills, you have objectifying skills, you have efficiency skills, because you grew up in this culture. And different situations would draw... That's why I'm going to say you wouldn't choose, but different situations would draw different actions out of you. This is why Heidegger got interested in polytheism, where he likes the idea that the Homeric Greeks understood that when Aphrodite was around, everything showed up as erotic, and it wasn't up to you. That was the light that was shining at that point, and you had the skill to respond to things that way. And then Ares showed up, and everything shows up under aggressiveness and warriorness, and then again you can't choose. Things show up for you that way. Heidegger thought that was terrific, and he would like to have that back, I think. Does that help him?
It does.
Okay. I want to stop with this, but Forrest, I think, wanted to say one more thing.
Well, just the idea is that sounds a little bit too being and time oriented, because by the time Little Heidegger, you need a work of art to show these ways of revealing. So I don't understand this phenomenon of being affordance.
Well,
you talk about these practices sort of grab you.
Yeah.
But in order for that ways of revealing to be shown, you need something like a work of art.
Okay, well, of course, for them to be all governing, you need a work of art. But none of them are all governing anymore. Technicity's managed to do its job without any work of art, and even it almost got to be, and it could be all governing. So, what is it? You need, it isn't as if, there's a complication I never thought about. To have an understanding of being which has meaningful differences and mattering, you need a work of art, for sure. And earth and world need to struggle and so forth. But it turns out you can have one without a work of art, namely the technicity one, but it's a flat one, and because it hasn't got any earth and it hasn't got any struggle and hasn't got any mattering anymore. That's one point. But even the early ones, they're around now, not as focused, all-governing modes of revealing, because their works of art are dead, but the practices are still around. Heidegger certainly talks, he says other modes of revealing are around. He says this funny thing in his letter to the student, I noticed at the end, an interesting line if you're thinking about these things. He says at the bottom of 184, in the destiny of being there is never a mere sequence of things one after another, now and framing. It says now frame, but that should be now in framing, then world and thing. Rather, there is always a passing by and simultaneity with the early and the late. That's that's part of it. But let me read you another one. And the first full paragraph on 184. The default of God in the divinities is absence, but absence is not nothing. This is more apropos for what Forrest said. It is precisely the presence which must first be appropriated of the hidden fullness and wealth of what has been, and what thus gathered is presence of the divine in the world of the Greeks, in prophetic Judaism, in the preaching of Jesus. That is, they're still around somehow, even though the God is gone. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, I'm going to make a switch, okay? The last thing, we know what a new God would be, and we know how that would save us. It would be, let me just put it this way because it's important to what I want to say next, a new understanding of being, a new all-governing understanding, where everything would show up, having some characteristics and mattering would be. And remember, I gave you the example. Think of the earth goddess and the fact that everything could show up in terms of ecology in the earth, and all that worthiness would be whether you were serving the earth, or badness would be whether you were hurting the earth. You can make up the story. So, but we know what that would look like. a new God, sort of roughly. We don't know in concrete terms, but we can imagine things. Anyway, but what we don't know anything about is things thinking. And from now on, we're going to talk about things thinking the rest of today and all of next Tuesday. If I found my watch, I'd know what the rest of today was. Here it is.
25 minutes.
Half an hour. Don't expect it. Okay, I found my watch. Cheat me. Okay, so now, and we need at least to get somewhere with things thinking so that you can appreciate why I'm talking about Babette's feet. So let's plunge in. I used to think that things thinking were like mini works of art. That is, they somehow organized and held up a world. And they are somewhat like mini works of art. Heidegger says in the Building, Dwelling, and Thinking, he talks about how they shine, and they do whirl the world. He says that clearly by the end of the essay. But they're also in very important ways unlike a work of art. Clearly, the most important way is they're not all governing. They don't set up a struggle between earth and world, and therefore they don't set up history. So there's some new sort of ontological category, and we got to find out what it is. Now, he starts out in a way that is very oblique, and the whole thing it's a weird essay. If it means maybe it means something entirely different than I think it does, and if it does, maybe all the stuff that I don't see as relevant is relevant. But I have a lot of trouble making much sense of it as it starts out. It's worried about the fact that there's no nearness, and that television has abolished all distance and so forth on page 165. And that means there's no distinction between the near and the far. But it turns out that that's not a question of distance. That's just a kind of metaphor for what's missing. And nearness, as spatial nearness, is a kind of metaphor for what you want. So we don't really know clearly what's missing. And we don't really know what we want. We just got these sort of empty words. Nearness is missing, and nearness is what we want. Only by the end will you understand, and when you see Babette's feast will you understand what nearness is, because, take my word for it, at the feast they've got nearness, and it isn't because they're all in the same room. That's not the point. Okay, so what is missing? Well, I'm going to just say it now, so that it won't seem mysterious. What's missing is that we aren't sort of enclosed together for some temporary period in a local world in which we sense that we share with the others enclosed in it the activity of preserving it. Something like that. What nearness is being in a mini world. That's what I think. And Heidegger's changing his understanding of world, because in Being in Time, the notion of a mini world, temporary and local, doesn't make any sense. And in the origin of the work of art and through the whole history of being, it doesn't make any sense. You've got to give up the notion that world and being have anything to do with each other, because being is always about everything that is. But this thinking essay isn't about everything that is. And so really he shouldn't ever mention being in this essay. And I was amazed one day, first to discover that he hardly ever does, and that made me very happy. And then to discover that at one point, when he's talking about mortals, he does. That made me very unhappy. And then I discovered something which I'm not going to even tell you yet, where he comes out on my side. And he, in effect, says, and you'll have to find out why gradually, where things thing, being is not only irrelevant, being is gone. And that's very interesting. And I think he sees that where being is still something that matters and makes a difference, things thinking are going to be, if not blotted out, sort of obscured. But I can't explain that very clearly yet. Although you can sort of see what's happening. There's a kind of antagonism between the total and the local, such that if you're going to have one, you're going to sort of put the other one out. Yes?
I'm sorry, did you say a partial world or like a small?
A small world. Did I say a partial world? Okay, I shouldn't. A mini world, is what I said. A small world. Yes. Okay, so let's keep going at this because I want to get as far as I can. He says, so he makes this fast transition, which I just don't buy for a minute, that at least you can't believe it as it goes. Well, we want to talk about nearness. Well, what's near? Well, things are near. Look at that. So let's talk about things. That's what he says on 166, and that gets us to things. Near to us, he says in the last paragraph, are what we usually call things. And he's off. Boy, is that all very strange. But I mean, he knows what he's doing. It's just we don't know what he's doing. I mean, he's trying to show us that things, when they thing, form a world, and that's what nearness really is. But if you don't know that, you have no idea what's going on. And then he goes into this long discussion of the jug, which isn't all that illuminating either. It turns out that what's important really isn't the thing, the jug, but it's something like what the jug does. And what the jug does is sort of take part in for instance, a celebratory meal or a feast. And then you're getting closer to what things thinking are. But he does this strange detour in which he does start with the jug, and he goes on and on about the jug, starting on 168. The jug comes into its own in the second paragraph, but that which is the jug's nature, its own, is never brought about by its making. The self-supporting jug has to gather itself for the task of containing. Well, he's sort of smuggling in there this important notion of gathering. Gathering is the most important concept or, notion in this. Gathering is what the thing does. And he's starting to talk about gathering. Now, then he gets that the wine, that the jug holds wine, and it's empty, and that science doesn't understand it's empty because it thinks it's got a fluid in it called air, and this all seems to me somewhat a waste of time to talk about all that. What's important is he's getting around to the role of the jug in a feast. I'm partly preparing you for Babette's feast and partly for Borgmann, both of whom think that the movie and Borgmann, that what's really important is what Borgmann calls focal practices, which is the way that things can gather together, people, and lots of other stuff, which we haven't talked about yet. But he talks about the celebration of the feast at the bottom of 172. This is what the jug does. When it stills and elevates the celebration of the feast. The gift of the pouring now is neither given in and in, nor is the poured gift a drink for mortals. The outpouring is the libation poured out for the immortal gods. The opposite of a celebratory feast, and the jug's role in a celebratory feast, is just having a shot of whiskey in the bar by yourself in an efficient way before your drive home. I mean, this is sort of Mothers Against Drunk Driving have sort of got rid of this, but Heidegger's still complaining about it on 173, where he says that this pouring decays at the end of the top full paragraph, the top non-full paragraph. The pouring in and pouring out decays into the dispensing of liquor at the bar. Pouring, the outpour, is not a mere filling and decanting. So the sort of efficient, quick drink is not what it's about. And that's sort of the opposite of what he's interested in. So let's go on more about the gathering. What does it gather? Well, this weird thing. It gathers the fourfold on page 173, in the middle. In the gift of the outpouring, earth and sky, divinities and mortals dwell together all at once. These four at one, because of what they themselves are, belong together. Preceding everything that is present, they are enfolded into a single fourfold. So there is the fourfold, he writes like this: sky, earth, divinities, gods. What does he say? Divinities there? What? Divinities. Well, the mortals are down here. Mortals and divinities. And he writes it, and there now I have to give away this thing. He writes it like an X, and what gets crossed out by the X is being. He doesn't write that to do it in here, but in another essay. So that's the fourfold. The fourfold of these four is going to cross out being, because it's not going to be important anymore that everything has something or other in common. What's important is that this particular feast for instance, is pulling these people together, and the sky, and the earth, and the divinities. And that's what's going to be. That keep telling yourself, and that is inefficient. Moreover, it's not even any of the other modes of revealing. It's not efficient. It's not nurturing. It's not bursting forth. It's not a Christian creation. It's just a different story. Heidegger's just a remarkable character. Unlike any other philosopher, he just is full of surprises. Who would have thought that after thinking all this time about being, he would just drop it, cross it out, go off on some other path? He always says he's not got theses, he's on a path. Funny thing about Heidegger is not already that's pretty unphilosophical, being on a path and not having a thesis or a goal, that he can be on several paths at once. He can go on thinking about being, and maybe a new God will save us, and start thinking about things thinking, which is the antithesis of that story. So you've got to really be agile to keep up with it. And then he pulls another amazing move. I mean, he really is in great form here, because he decides to discover what thing means. He's going to go back and look at the old German for thing. Well, that's familiar at the top of 174. He's always doing that. He's going back and looking at the Greek words and the German words to help you get a sense of the phenomena that he's talking about. So I'll come back to the fourfold. That right now, you've got to do this because it's relevant to why the fourfold crosses out being. What is gathered in the gift, down at the top of 174, gathers itself in appropriatingly staying the fourfold. This appropriatively is this word erigness, and it always means sort of brings things into its own. I mean, it brings the fourfold into its own. This manifold, simple gathering is the jug's presencing. Our language denotes what a gathering is by the ancient word. The word is thing. The jug's presencing is the gathering of a one-fold, fourfold into a single time space. That's all right. And then he goes on, the things gather. Thinging gathers. You see, that's where gathering is clearly the most important. Appropriating the fourfold, it gathers the fourfold, and so forth. Now, now we've got this German word thing. What are we going to do with it? Well, at the bottom of 174, this is where it really gets surprising. It just threw me off for about 15 years of teaching it. Because I assumed that what he was getting out of the old German word must be what he wanted to get out of it. So he says, in Old High German, thing means a gathering to deliberate on a matter under discussion, a contested matter. In consequence, the Old German word things and ding become the name for the affairs of matters of pertinence. They denote anything that any way bears upon man, concerns them, is a matter for discourse. And then he says it's the same as the res publica, which means not the state at the bottom of the page, but that which known to everyone concerns everyone and is deliberated in public. Well, if you have any feel for what I've said so far, this is beginning to be very confusing. Because now this is what made me think the thing was a mini work of art. It looks like what it's doing is sort of, there's a struggle of interpretation about something that's very meaningful and matters to the whole community. And when they are all there debating it, that's what it is for there to be a thing. But then he suddenly says, and this is the funny part, well, he goes on and on about it, on and on and on about that. And then he says at the bottom of 175 that the decisive point now is not at all the short semantic history we've given of race, ding, causes, shows, and thing, but something altogether different, to which no thought here, whatever, has heretofore been given. So, never mind all this etymology. What I want to talk about is not that at all. And at that point, the whole point of all this seems to me to be very puzzling. But I think the point is that what he doesn't want to talk about is that the thing has to do with what is of public concern to everybody, because what he wants to talk about is, well, here's the strongest statement. This is really, we've got through all this etymology. Now look at 177. Neither the general, long outworn meaning of the term thing as used in philosophy, nor the old High German meaning of the word thing, however, are of the least help. Well, there goes etymology. And there goes why he did the last 3 pages, except maybe just to blow the minds of people like me and you, who expect him to do something. But he has one semantic factor in the old usage of the word thing, namely gathering. Does speak to the nature of the jug, and that's that. So, okay, drop the public concern, drop what concerns everybody, drop mattering, drop meaningful differences, just gathering. And we're back, after such a strange detour, to where we were before. Now let me see where I am. Okay. But now you can see why being is going to be crossed out. Because being is that where there are shared meaningful differences and shared mattering. That concerns everybody, about everything. That's not the issue. Only gathering matters. And that's another sense in which things are humble. They're not like the temple or a tragedy or even a god. All of which, well, I don't know about a god. They're not like God anyway, but a capital G. All of which are these total, everybody agrees, important something or others. They're not like that. It's more like having a glass of wine together. And and the celebration of the feast, well, I'm going to just back over that. And then that gathers the fourfold. And that's what nearness is. We're going to get the fourfold in a minute. Okay. The things, I'm at the bottom of 177. It stays earth and sky, divinities and mortals. Saying the thing brings the four in there. I'm not sure remoteness is right. It's the German is farness. I don't know what to think. Maybe that's the same. It brings them near to one another. I wouldn't worry about it. This bringing near is nearing. See, but what I want to read is now we discover what nearness is. It's not a distance. It's somehow that all these things get related to each other and to the people. And it's a different kind of near, but that's what nearness is. Nearing is the presencing of nearness. Nearness brings, and then we got to change the translation. Brings near. Cross out the draws nigh to one another. It brings near the far, and indeed as the far. Nearness preserves farness. That is, it keeps separate earth and world and mortals and divinities while interrelating them. It doesn't fuse them into one thing, and it doesn't disperse them all over the world, all over. It gathers them in some funny new way that he's trying to get. He says preserving, you have to translate this next, preserving, farness. The near is nearness. I tried to figure this out once. Preserving farness. The near vase, that's normal word. We don't know how to translate it. So nearness functions in. So farness functions in its nearness. I mean, all this is very weird. The translation is trying desperately to make sense of it, but it's getting it all wrong. Not that getting it right makes it much clearer. Then it's bringing near, or nearing, in this way. Nearing conceals its own self and remains its own way nearest of all. I'm sorry I read it. I don't find that helpful. So let me go on to what I do find helpful. Okay, let's try to talk about the fourfold. That's what I think I can sort of make some sense of. So to understand what's going on here, we should understand how it unites the fourfold in a way that it brings them near, brings them together, keeps them separate, stabilizes them for a while, but doesn't sort of fix them in any final unity. That's all what he's trying to get at. But I think, and there's some disagreement between me and lots of other Heideggerians, that we have to sort of generalize the fourfold. When Heidegger talks about fourfold, he says, well, the earth is that stuff we walk on and grow plants in, and the sky is that blue up there where the stars and sun go by, and so forth. I think, at least for me to understand it, and how they take part in a celebratory meal, for example, though there are lots of other cases where things seem too. But let's stick to that one. He lists a whole bunch at the end. Anyway, I'm going to try to generalize them into more sort of functions of this special kind of gathering. It has, you could say, the special kind of gathering that produces nearness or produces what I'm going to call a temporary local world has 4 aspects. And here they are. First, the earth I'm on 178. He says, earth is the building bearer, nourishing with its fruits, tending water and rock, plant and animal. Well, I hope earth is still what it was in the origin of the work of art, namely that which is withdrawn, concealed, and makes something matter, but no longer, of course, everything matter, but just something matter in this local situation for a while. And it's the sensuous, and you see a lot of that in Babette's Feast, and it's what you can't make clear and conceptualize. And the making clear function, which used to be the world, is now the sky, because the world is going to be the name for the result of all these aspects. And what is the sky? Well, he says the sky is the sun's path and the moon and the stars and the blue depth of the ether. Not much help for me. I want to say the sky is what is manifest, where things are brought out, where, well, I don't want to use the word things, where whatever it is has clarity and is brought out in clarity. And then there are the divinities. Those are the gods and the messengers of the godheads and so forth. Well, the divinities are what you are grateful to. And it's all helpful now. When you have a celebratory feast, you can get all the people together and the good food gets cooked and everything gets ready and the people are all there, and it just might not work. How many have read Virginia Woolf To the Lighthouse? Okay, To the Lighthouse is terrific because there is Mrs. Dalloway's big feast in the middle of it. That is, she's trying to make a thing thinking. She's trying to do the same thing as Babette's trying to do. Only it doesn't work at first because, as I recall, I haven't gone back and read it, the men are all talking politics. And so they got the wrong view of the thing, so to speak. The old German view. They think that what they should be doing is discussing matters of shared concern. And that exactly keeps it from being a closed world and opens it out into all the other things that they're quarreling about and in conflicting interpretations of these public affairs. But at a certain point, remember, she serves her special dish, the boeuf en daube, which is just so good, and the wine is so good that they forget all that, and the dinner works. And when it works, she feels that she's got a moment of eternity. I think Virginia Woolf sort of blew it there. If she read Heidegger, she wouldn't have said a moment of eternity. But she would have said the thinging, and look at this, it's gathering the earth and the sky and the mortals and the divinity. And I'm talking about the mortals. There's a moment in which, and the eternity is supposed to be a grasp at it, in which you feel indebted to something that you don't control, that you receive this as a gift, that this is working. And if you're secular, you say grace, and if you're if you're religious, you say grace, and you thank the gods literally for it. If you're secular, you give a toast, and you're grateful that we're all together on this occasion and so forth. But there's got to be this dimension of it's not under our control and it's not efficient. If it's happening not out of some. It's a gift. That's the divinity part. It's the gratitude part. Now, the mortals are the weirdest part, because the mortals is where he starts talking about being. And he says, death is the shrine of nothing, at the bottom of 178. That is, that which in every respect is never something that exists. That's talk from being in time. That says that death can never be represented as an object. It doesn't seem very relevant here. He talks about the mystery of being. I mean, not with the capital B, of course, is just as usual, just an artifact of the German. But it's big deal being of everything, and it's just not what he should be talking about. He talks at the end there, mortals are who they are as mortals, present in the shelter of being. They are the presencing relation of being as being. Well, You can't have it both ways. I mean, if you're going to use this to cross out being, then you can't have the mortal sort of bringing it back in. I mean, it's as if he had a module in his word processor that was left over from being in time and pushed mortals, and a paragraph came out. It just doesn't seem to me to fit in here. I'm sorry about that, but I can't do anything with the mortals the way he does it. I'd say, yeah, the mortals belong there, and here's how I would do it. There's a certain fragility about a thing singing, the dinner. Now, I mean, it's not going to last forever, and you're lucky if it ever takes off at all. Grateful, lucky, blessed, whatever your variety of this is. And moreover, people, if it's true that you get a certain identity within the thing singing, that identity is fragile in the sense that you'll have a different identity when you get pulled into a different thing singing. I think that's interesting. In the family dinner, which Borgman is so interested in, what is brought out, and these things singing bring everything out into its own. So fathers are brought out into their own, and children and mothers and grandparents and everything at the family dinner. They all do what they do, and they shine, and they're at their best, and they've got those identities. And they are brought out in their own most, to talk like Heidegger. But then everybody goes off into another world, and the kid is in school, and the father's at work, and there may be things singing there too. But they'll be brought out in their identity as CEO and class joker, or whatever their particular identity is in this other thing singing. So that your identities are mortal in the sense that when you're in one of these, you don't have the sense that you are getting some stable understanding of who you are forever. That's gone. The stable understanding of who you are forever was a subject-object, autonomous, Kantian kind of understanding. I mean, it's not gone. It's now one of the things that can happen to you when you're writing a love letter to somebody who you are experiencing as the person that's going to be with you for the rest of your life and defines who you are. Then in that situation, you will experience yourself as having a lasting identity. I don't know what the mortality will then be, the fragility of the whole relationship, that you may lose it. But in any case, there's always going to be some sense of fragility. Now, all of that then discloses a world. And he says that over and over. But let's just read before time is up, which is 3 minutes. I can read you some of the best world-disclosing passages. The bottom, it says, the appropriating mirror play of the simple one-fold of the earth and sky and so forth we call the world. And the world's presences by worlding. And then on 180, he keeps just saying it again and again, there's more going on now, and this is fun for the movie. You'll see. I think that Denise Denisov, is that her name, I think, who wrote this, had read Heidegger. You'll see why. There's a kind of joke, I think, in there, but I won't tell you what it is. But there's something further going on that's important, that without, never mind the movie. It's important that the fourfold does not have a struggle, because the sky is not trying to cover everything, and the earth is not trying to keep from having everything covered, and be there is the sensuous side, the hidden side, and it's cooperating with the manifest side, and the gods are cooperating, and the identities are working. So there's no sense in which there's a struggle. In fact, it's more like a marriage, he says. And then he says it's a kind of ringing. I don't remember where they're betrothed. It's all in the second full paragraph on 180. The fouring, the unity of the four presences is the appropriating mirror play of the betrothed, each to the other in simple oneness. So they're married instead of struggling. The four presences is the worlding of the world. The mirror play of the world is the round dancing of appropriating. Therefore, the round dance doesn't encompass the four like a hoop. The round dance is the ring that joins while it plays, as mirroring, appropriating. The gathering presence of the mirror play joins in this way the ringing. Keep your eye open for the round dance in the movie. And 181, the bottom line, the top line of 181 is the bottom line of the story. The thing stays, gathers and unites the fourfold. The thing things world. That's the punchline. And I want to say that it's a local and temporary world. and it shines, and while it's shining, it's there, and then it suddenly comes into being. I'm just going to read a few things from this last page for a minute here. But it's the first full paragraph. Whatever becomes a thing occurs out of the ringing of the world's mirror play. Only when all of a sudden, presumably, world whirls as a world, only then does the ring shine forth. So it's sudden, and it shines, and that's when it starts working as a thing. The ringing of earth and divinities and so forth, it achieves a compliancy, a simple oneness. And that is nearness. Let me see if I have anything more to say. So it's a temporary local world that gathers together these dimensions and all the people and cuts them off from the shared concerns and the issues about understandings of being. But it gives them the sense that they're disclosures and preservers while it's working. And since that's what's really worthy about people, that they are disclosers and preservers, and that's where they're really free, the thing is a new way for them to get in touch with what it is that they are and what's worthy about them and their freedom. I mean, I think that's everything I want to say, but hold on a second. So what's near means everything in it, and what's far is everything outside it. Everything in that world is near, not necessarily spatially near, though maybe. And whatever is outside that world is just forgotten and far in that sense. So what's missing when nearness is missing is our sense of preserving worlds. And what's there when worlds are working is that we have that sense. And the nearest I can come to this, I'll read this paragraph, the last full paragraph on 181. When and in what way do things appear as things? They do not appear by means of human making. That would be subject-object. But neither do they appear without the vigilance of mortals. Vigilance is now the nurturing story. The first step towards such vigilance is a step back from the thinking that merely represents to the thinking that responds and recalls. That doesn't perhaps add anything. But I've said all I have to say. Okay. Then, here we go. Starts talking about that speech. How many have seen it finally? Either seen it already or seen it over there or taken it home and seen it? Okay, well, those of you who haven't, you will see when we talk about it that it would be well worth seeing. It's an awfully good movie. Okay, scared me. It's all right if it's yours. If it's this one, I don't know what to do with it. You can always borrow mine. So to start with, things that strike me about it, that maybe wouldn't strike you if you hadn't been reading Heidegger in this course, is, for one thing, that the styles of these people are so different. They all come from very different worlds. And that's sort of interesting because all those worlds are going to get, so to speak, trumped by the world of the feast finally. But that doesn't mean that these people don't lose those styles. Each one's style is brought out in its own most by the feast. That's one of the things that happens when a thing things. Everything involved is brought out at its best. And so the sisters with their meek, downcast eyes, submissive, accepting everything, and having made sacrifices is one style. Babette, who's proud and looks people in the eye and jokes with and flirts with the merchants and fights with them over the price, which the sisters would never do. The general with his worldly French style, who recognizes good food and good wine and knows what to do and say on every occasion. And then the practitioners are hard to understand what their style is so drab that it's hard to know what it is to bring their drabness out into its own. I mean, they get to be a little more alive by the end. And so now at the dinner, everybody is sort of brought out at their best. The spiritual love of the sisters, the authority of Babette, the knowledge and good manners of the general, and the practitioners becoming as lively and appreciative as they can get. So So much for the setting. Now, obviously, well, I should say somewhere, that there's a kind of ambiguity in what I'm saying because of the way Heidegger sets up things to be really things, like the jug. But it's clear that he would include a celebratory feast. He mentions one at one point as a thing, I believe. At least he should, I think. And anything that does this job of of gathering and opening up a world, or opening up a world and gathering the fourfold, which we're going to talk about in a minute, is a thing. And here's the celebration of the feast, where the jug goes over into the celebration of the feast at the bottom of 172. I mean, in the end, it seems to me it's not the jug, but the occasion in which the people are sitting together, presumably in the Black Forest, drinking the local wine, using the jug, but it's all being pulled together by the occasion, it seems to me, or the event, and the jug is just a part of that. But Heidegger puts a lot of emphasis on the jug as a thing, and it's just going to be a kind of disparity between what I'm going to say, which is more like Borgmann, where something like the family meal, his example of focal practices, which is his phenomenology of things thinking. I mean, he's a perfect Heidegger book. And I want you to read this partly because I've said I'm a big fan of Borgmann's. He does what I think you ought to do when you read Heidegger. He doesn't sort of wallow around in the jargon. He brings in the phenomena. He lets the text show him to some phenomena which he might not have seen otherwise. That what goes on in the family meal and gardening and playing music together or being a horse person or being what else have we got? Well, having family meals. Things like that are the phenomena that fill out the text and what Heidegger's pointing to. And then you can go back to the text once you've got the phenomena and read it, and it doesn't seem just like weird words all put together anymore. It seems like a way of talking about something that's important and that nobody has paid any attention to ever in the history of the West. So Borgmann is using these focal practices and not entities. Notice gardening, playing music together. He's not saying the violin is the thing thinking, presumably, but the quartet. And it isn't the racing shoes that are the things thinking, but the activity of running. So he's transposed it away from the entities into the activity, and I go along with that. And so that feast is my thing, and not the turtle, and not the wine, and not any particular entity or in it. So, and what does it mean then that it gathers the fourfold? Well, I'm going to stick to the movie first. I mean, we've gone to the phenomena, then we can come back and try to generalize. In the movie, the earth seems to be, at that dinner, the sensuous. The food, the wine, the erotic, loving glances. It's a very erotic movie, though nobody even touches anybody, as I recall, in the movie. But that side of it, that the sort of embodied side of it is I think the earth side of it, and it is sort of hidden in the movie and covered up and concealed. What's out in the open is spiritual love, that which is what they're all sort of showing and talking about, and that the sisters have, and the woman and the general have, and in that kind of love, that sky kind of love, everything is clear and in a certain way disembodied, because they are always together, the general and the sister, but they never get together bodily. And I think I may have read it. I'm not sure. Did I read my quote for what the sky is in here? Maybe not. It's on 225. I think I might have. He talks about the self-disclosure of the sky when he's talking about poetry. Did I read that? If not, I will read it now. About 15 lines from the bottom, the poet calls in the sights of the sky, that which in its very self-disclosure causes the appearance of that which conceals itself, and indeed as that which conceals itself. Well, the sky is obviously taking the place of world in the story, in the origin of the work of art. It's that which is unconcealed and sort of calling to be unconcealed, it looks like here. That's what sky is here. It's not even doing much calling, I think. It's not. It's just that which is out in the open and manifest. And the spiritual and the sensual are united without a struggle. I mean, that's part of the remember in the thinging. I'm sort of giving you this in bits, but it'll all come together. There is the ringing together, the marriage of the fourfold, not a struggle of the fourfold. And the general says at one point, for this woman, the dinner was a love affair that made no distinction between the sensual and the spiritual. That is, they're ringing together. By the way, I'm quoting from, I could put it on reserve, the Dennis and Babette's Feast, which is remarkable about this movie, and it's so surprising. The world is just full of surprises. You wouldn't think that you could make a very, very good movie just by literally following a story, just step by step, showing what it says, and quoting everything that everybody says verbatim. The movie just takes the short story Babette's Feast and does it without any change. So if you want to sort of find out what any of these people said, or when it's important, what they said, or even if it isn't, I guess, everything they said, I think, is just in here. Okay, so the mortal part, I take it, they know it won't last. The general says about it that he will sort of always be at dinner with her, but he doesn't mean literally always be at dinner. He means that this moment will have made a difference in his life and his relationship to her. It works here and now for a short time, and it's I said this last time, it's vulnerable, and I see that I'm contradicting something I said. I said that the identities that are brought out there are vulnerable. I'm confused on that subject, I realize. I don't have any examples of things singing that brings out identities which don't exist outside of the world of the thing singing. I mean, when the family meal brings out the family in its own, and fathers and mothers and sons and daughters, all in their own. They are in their identities of fathers and mothers and sons and daughters, and those identities don't go away when the meal goes away. Maybe they're not as rich except during the meal. Well, I think I'm just wrong. I have no quote, no text to back me up that they're fragile, that the mortals refer to the fragility of the identities. And I don't know what they do refer to. I still don't understand the mortals. Except for the fact that the dinner itself, I mean, the thing is certainly mortalish in that it is there for a while, and everybody knows that it's not going to last, and nobody's trying to make it last. That's very important. It isn't as if when the dinner is over, it somehow failed to do what a dinner would do at its best, namely last forever. I mean, it's built right into things thinking that they are local and temporary, but I'm not sure that's the mortal. I'm lost. I don't know. Anybody know what the mortal is? Well, I don't either. So we'll have to remind me. I don't know. Right.
Well, don't you just still need like mortals, like humans?
Yes, but what is it about humans? I mean, it isn't. I mean, that they've got hair and laugh, or I mean, it's got to be something essential about humans.
But there's the disclosers. I mean, you still have to have them in the.
Oh, you have to have humans. Oh, yes, you have to have humans. Maybe you're onto something important. Maybe but he does say it's very important that they're mortals, that they're finite, that they can die. And so I thought, well, that means that they have to be able to give up their identity as they go from world to world. I'll come back to that. My picture is the following, something like, I'm afraid it's rather old-fashioned and banal, but let's just take the father. We could have taken the mother. Well, let's take the mother. The mother is a jet pilot and a nurturing mother. we'll be far out. And when she's doing her job and the jet is doing things well, and then jets can thing too, technological things can thing. I'll come back to that. But remember that the highway bridge can thing. So there, she got her identity as jet pilot when that's happening, and she could have another identity at home when she's the nurturing mother, and she might have another identity too, going out and perhaps being a politician and getting elected to the local city council or something. And in all those different cases, the mortality consists in that when any one of these things are working, they'll bring out her identity in its sharpest and richest and fullness as a jet pilot or a city council member or a nurturing mother. And it will also be clear that in another context of another world, of another thinking, she'll have another identity. And she's not supposed to be trying to hold on to one of them or make one of them last for across all of the worlds. I guess I still believe that. Yes?
Yeah, I guess I'm not clear what the problem that you're seeing here is. I mean, Heidegger certainly is explicit that being a mortal is being able to die.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find out what die is. Because those
that
are...
would be the death of being, I can see that as the death of being in time, which is not what happens to you at the end of life, or simply losing an identity.
Well, I don't know, maybe it is losing an identity. It's what it isn't, is something like, in being in time anyway, dying is not what happens to you at the end of your life, on your deathbed. It's not croaking, as John Hoagland, a former student of mine, says. And it's not something that's in the future, even. So when I read being in time, I think it means that you have to be ready. You have to hold on to your identity in such a way that you have to realize too that you may have to give it up. That's what it is to be mortal. I mean, that's just my try. But if that's true, then the thinking would certainly bring out that kind of mortality, namely that you have to hold on to your identity, bring it out in its own most, but realize that you shouldn't hold on to it in such a way that you're not ready to give it up and get another one in another world. That's what I'm doing. I mean, that's the best I can do. I'm not, I mean, if somebody does better, I'm open to anybody who can do better. But it's a try. So, now divinities is very interesting. But let's go first just to the divinity of, in this. I was really sticking to this right now. The divinities are at least there. This was I got a new view about divinities, which doesn't contradict the one I had last time on Thursday. And here, I want to say, well, at least the divinities is in the speech of the general with a sort of a toast and talking about grace has been poured upon them. And he isn't talking specifically about God or even Babette. He's being thankful for this occasion that's working. So that's part of what the divinities are. Now, do I want to come back to this or do I want to do it now? I think I might as well do it now. What else are the divinities? Oh, now I have a whole new story to tell about the divinities. That is, that maybe the divinities are the marginal practices left over from other understandings of being that are still around and enable us to participate in or to preserve or to help bring off cases of things thinking. Now, I haven't talked about this at all, so let me say a word about it. It looks to me like, though Heidegger never stresses it, that there are various ways of things thinking. They can think in the nurturing style, which is certain what this dinner is doing, I guess. I'm not even sure which the dinner is in, whether it's in the nurturing, I suppose. But they could also think in a Fusus style, and that would be, I take it, what ponds and trees and herons and deer do at the end. You could also think, though Heidegger doesn't talk about it, in a subject-object style. That would be what a bridge like a railroad bridge or a good old industrial bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge or something, would do when we come, I'm trying to do too many things at once, and I don't know what order to do them. Well, now that I've got this far, we've got to go to poetry, language, thought, to building, dwelling, thinking, and the story about the bridges, because there you get something which gives you the idea that there could be these different styles. So you won't lose me. Let me tell you what I think, and then I'll try to spell it out. I think that things can be brought out in various styles using the marginal practices that belong to the poesis days, or to the physis days, or to the subject-object days, or even to current technological stuff. And those marginal practices are fragments from worlds when there was a one world focused by one God. And these fragments are still called the divinities, because they are leftover bits of other worlds. Now I have to explain that. I'm getting sort of stories within stories in a way that I do not think is elegant. But I'll come back to it. So first I want to say things thing in various styles. Styles draw on various marginal practices. I'll come back to why we might want to call those divinities. But I wanted to illustrate what I mean by things singing in various styles by going to the bridges, because he's got this list of bridges in here, and they are bridges from various styles. Where are they?
152.
The bottom starts at 152. Well, yes, the whole bottom paragraph. So the bridges turn out to be something, the middle of the page. It gathers the earth and sky and so forth. He's talking about that. And then he gets on to, are the mortals in there? Yeah, they get the end of the paragraph. The bridge lets the stream run its course and at the same time grants their way to mortals so that they may come and go from shore to shore. Bridges, I've written something here for the German. Lead in many ways. I don't know why I want. That sounds okay to me. Those many ways are going to be the various styles that bridges can do things in. The city bridge leads from the precinct of the castle to the cathedral square. That's the medieval kind of bridge, and that's going to be related to the Christian kind of bridge, I think. The river bridge near the town brings wagons and horse teams to the surrounding village. Well, that is the sort of poesis thing, I think. Or subject-object, I don't know, because the old stone bridge, humble brook crossing, gives to the this is the poesis bridge, maybe, gives to the harvest wagon its passage from the fields into the village and carries the lumber cart, so and so. The highway bridge is tied, and now this is the funny one. The highway bridge is obviously a technological bridge of the fullest sort. The highway bridge is tied into the network of long-distance traffic, paced as calculated for maximum yield. So, I mean, there's the clue. I mean, that's the technological bridge. And always and ever differently, the bridge escorts the lingering and hastening ways of men to and fro so that they may get to other banks, and in the end is mortals to the other side. And now in high arch and low, the bridge gathers. And so first, there's as many kinds of bridges as there are styles. That's what I want to say there. So poesis bridge, there's a physis bridge, a poesis bridge. The subject-object bridge isn't very clear, but I'm going to use the one that goes from the country, brings the wagons and horse teams to the villages. I don't think that's a very good subject-object bridge. Maybe it's not even supposed to be. I would prefer a railroad bridge, a bridge that's sort of solid and locked in and hard to build, and when it gets there, it really does the job of dominating and controlling and so forth. Maybe he just doesn't mention that kind of bridge. Okay, then he says, the end of the paragraph, the bridge gathers as a passage that crosses before the divinities, whether we explicitly think of and visibly give thanks for their presence in the figure of a saint on the bridge, or whether that divine presence is obstructed or even pushed aside. There's no holy in the German, but pushed aside, it's just as much, I think. Now, what what I want to say about this is the following, that the divinities might be the various remaining marginal practices that make it possible for us still to experience things in various styles. Now that seems a sort of crazy idea, and I certainly would never have had this idea, but he does talk that way on page 94 about divinities. You haven't got this, but in talking about what Hölderlin means by divinities, he says that they are, the middle of the page of 94, traces are often inconspicuous and always the legacy of a directive that is barely divined. A directive is very close to a style. A directive is that which you have to conform to and get in tune with. To be a poet in a destitute time means to tend singing to the traces of the fugitive gods. That is why the poet in The World's Night utters the holy. So there is now something like the divine for us anyway is at the top of 95, traces leading to the lost track are well nigh obliterated. The more obscure the traces become, the less we can find them and so forth. But the poet is sensitive to them. Well, that wouldn't be enough, surely, to make my case. But then you add 184, which I mentioned, which is in the letter to the student that he writes at the end of the thing essay. And then it all comes together, it looks like. The default of God and the divinities is absence. But absence is not nothing. Rather, it is precisely the presence which must first be appropriated of the hidden fullness and wealth of what has been and what thus gathered is presencing of the divine in the world of the Greeks, in prophetic Judaism, in the preaching of Jesus. So, it looks like now the leftover practices from when there was a God and it focused a world, from the Greeks, from Judaism, from Christianity, are what's there as the divinities when things think. Now, anyway, once upon a time, the divinities weren't there as absent, but were there as full-fledged present, I suppose. Now, no, I don't want to complicate that. That's enough for that. But it does let me understand one strange thing, and this may be, as I said to the TAs, too clever by half. I've always worried when something gets just too clever. But I've worried a long time, why is there no God for the highway bridge? Where's the highway bridge again? $152. Okay. No, and top of 153, remember that somehow the divine presence is pushed aside. The divine presence could be obstructed. I don't know what that is, but even pushed aside. Now, that means that maybe there's only a threefold when the highway bridge is there, and not a fourfold. Well, you see what could follow from what I said. If the divine are the remnants of previous practices that belong to worlds that had gods once, and we still got the practices that go with the thesis world, the poesis world, the Christian world, and maybe even the subject-object world, I think so. Although, anyway, if there was something like a God there, those practices are still around. But for the highway bridge, what you would be using was the technological practices, and they wouldn't be remnants from another world where there had once been a God and the practices were still around, because the highway efficiency practices are right here now. You don't need to have these sort of saved divinities from the past. Now, I don't know if that's true. And that was all an aside. Let me not lose you.
But if that were the case, if it were only a threefold, it wouldn't be a thing.
Well, the puzzling thing is that it's a thing and it's only a threefold. I mean, I grant you this is extremely puzzling. What do you make of it?
I don't see that that's possible.
Well, what do you think? Is the highway bridge a thing?
It would be a thing so long as one weren't looking at it technologically. It could function as a thing in the same way that any other bridge could, if it did this gathering.
Well, but it would have to do the gathering in the way that something which is built for maximum efficiency and so forth does the gathering. Otherwise, it wouldn't be doing it as the highway bridge. So I think, I mean, I grant you that the thing should bring together the fourfold. But if you don't need the divinities.
Well, I think you do need
Well, the highway bridge, I leave it to you. I mean, I don't have an answer to this, but I'll read it again. That it looks like bridges always are able to bring together the fourfold. 152, was it? Yeah, at the bottom. Okay. The highway bridge has got this totally technological thing, and we're told that now in a high arch, now in a low. The high arch is, I think, the Autobahn Bridge. I'm thinking that he's thinking here of this highway bridge, by the way, is a bridge. I mean, you've got a picture. It's a bridge out in the middle of nowhere. It's just a big over some chasm, and but it's not relating some town to some other town. And it's got, let's put with it a whole lot of interchanges, so you can go this way or that way. It's a very flexible bridge. It just allows you access to everything as efficiently as possible. And when you're on it, you're a resource, and it's a resource. Now, you wouldn't think that that bridge would be a bridge that gathers, but they all are, and they all have the fourfold, and they all seem to cross before the divinities, except when the divinities have been pushed aside. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, just when you think even the bridge has its divinities, and then it says the bridge, seems to mean all of them, gathers in its own way, and I like that. I think each bridge gathers what I think its own way means in the style of something, poesis, creature, so forth. Each bridge gathers in its own way, earth and sky, divinities and mortals. And he's just told you that the highway bridge, or at least I'm presuming it's in the highway bridge, where the divine presence has been pushed aside.
No, that's not the way the clause reads.
Oh, yeah?
Whether it does this, even if the divine presence is instructed or pushed aside.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, I mean, I read it, and all these bridges do it, even the bridge that has the pushed aside. Do you think they could be pushed aside on any of these bridges?
Yeah. I mean, from the context, it seems that the divinity still, one passes before the divinities, even where we think, I guess, whether they've been instructed to push wholly aside, even then. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, it means that the default of the gods is still a presence.
The gods are still there in their
absence. In their absence.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you think.
Yeah, and
okay.
that's the way the sentence reads. The bridge gathers as it passes through the crosses before the divinities, whether X or whether that divine presence is obstructed or even pushed wholly to the side.
So in the
it
highway
doesn't matter, even if it's pushed wholly to the side, still it crosses before the divinities.
You could see the divinities in the highway bridge as well if you saw it as a thing. Now, if you don't see it as a thing, the gods aren't going to be there.
What divinity are you going to see in it if you see it as a thing?
Well, not what divinity, the divinities.
Okay, but what divinities?
Well, the sense of gratefulness, the sense of
okay, well,
not
that's
being simply an object or not being simply
to me that only complicates the problem, because if you're really going across the highway bridge as a good resource, using a good resource and are very flexible, I doubt if I don't picture you having any gratitude.
Then the thing won't be thingy.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe it will.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
I don't know if that's enough for this highway bridge that Tiger's talking about,
Yeah.
but for the Golden Gate Bridge, I actually saw a special on public channel or something on how they made the bridge and all the people who died in making the bridge. And so maybe since in the technological era, men or the people are the lords of the earth. Maybe we think of maybe we're grateful. When we think of who we're grateful for the men who created the system.
I think that's interesting.
I don't
know if anybody feels that maybe if they don't feel it, maybe it's not thinking. And if they do feel it, grateful that the Golden Gate Bridge is a subject-object kind of bridge, but it's of the very nicest sort. But it's a big, hard job, and it's very stable, and it doesn't give you a lot of flexibility. It just gets you from one place to another place, but that's good, because that's the places you want to get from and to. It reunites the two banks. All of this, and you're grateful that there is such a thing. Grateful to the workers and the designers and the material that wasn't able to do it and all that. Yeah?
But it seems, I mean, this only occurred to me because, sort of in light of that, but it sounds like you want to also be grateful, sort of, that the chasm is spanned, right? I mean, that...
Well, that they're able to do it is what I mean, yes.
Well, I mean, but you don't even have to locate it in, sort of, that, you
Okay,
know,
good. Not that they're able to
side
do it, but that the chasm is spanned. You're grateful that you can get efficiently, or if not efficiently, well, whatever the previous stage was, directly or something from one side to the other. Okay, so I'm going to give up. It was too clever by half. You should be very careful of that. I suspected it wasn't right. Okay, so now what have we got? The divinities are, I'm not taking that back because I was reading that. The divinities are what's left of the practices from other times, which are marginal now, which had gods centering them once, and which still can work to bring out a thinging, each in its own way, that is, with each of the different styles that are still available in our culture. That's part of the divinities. And you can be grateful for that. And moreover, you can be grateful for whatever it is that this particular object is doing for you. Is that what you think? Is that all right? Yeah.
Well, I just wonder about the early Greeks. It's things for them.
Yes.
They didn't have marginal, like, previous...
Oh, well, their the divinities would be much more immediate, I think. I'm talking about, how things once they're gone. In any given... Well, that's when I muttered to myself, I don't think I better talk about this. You've now brought it up. It's puzzling to what extent things in a time when there is a big deal divinity, a temple or a cathedral or a creator god or a transcendental subject that is making everything intelligible and shining very brightly. If things at all, they do it in a marginal, very unimportant, humble way, because what's really important is serving God, or whatever it is that the big deal thing says. So
then it would seem
maybe
like
you're right on a track.
Thing couldn't sing if there was still a work of art.
Well, you're on a very interesting track. Put it off until next time. But I do think that that they are, as they say in science, conjugate variables. The more there's a big thing, the less the little things can thing, and the more that you get rid of the big thing, the more the little things can thing. And therefore, what are you concluding? Why did you say this? Let me just come back.
I was just sort of bringing.
You brought this in as part of the fourfold.
Questioning a little bit how it is that the divinities are.
Yes, you were asking how things. Right.
Practices.
Yeah, that's fine. That there are divinities from previous marginal practices is okay. What you were asking is that when those marginal practices were central and not marginal, then what would be the divinity in the thing singing?
Right.
And what you get to is.
Then you get back to the Greeks who didn't have a previous one. They only had
or even any of them really, when they've got some big mainline practices anyway. You've got two questions. We'll put them both aside. What about the time when there aren't any marginal practices from previous stages like the Greeks? And what about the time when there are, but they're really very marginal and the people don't need to have them because they've got the mainline ones that are still doing the job of gathering for them? Okay, let's put that aside till next time. That's hard. Let's go back to easy things. Okay, so we've done the sky, the earth, the sky, the mortals, and the divinities in the movie and in general. I'm not going to come back to them, I think, because we ended up saying all I could say about them. And the next point is that there's no struggle in the movie or in general. When a thing things, it's like a marriage. Remember that we talked about the sensual and the spiritual are just put together in the dinner. In general, the four factors all fit together perfectly in a kind of marriage, in a kind of ringing that reconciles all opposites. I've said there's something, the general says something interesting about that on 59 of the copy that I have, which I could put on reserve. And he says, "Mercy and truth, my friends, have met together," said the general. "Righteousness and bliss shall kiss one another." This is just another sub-case of what looks like oppositions all reconciled. Yeah,
You said this last time, but just the oppositions are reconciled without collapsing into
each other.
Right.
Right, that's right. The oppositions are preserved, not merged, but they all support each other instead of struggle with each other. And then you get the idea that when that's all working right, the thing shines. Heidegger says that, talking about things shining at the end of the thinking. We'll come back to the shining in a minute, but just to show you, this is very much like what happens in the movie. I mean, this is where I think that Denise Dennison must have read Heidegger. The next two things she dramatizes them in such a bizarre way that who would have even thought of it? Here's the paragraph. Whatever becomes a thing occurs out of the ringing of the world's mirror play. Only when all of a sudden, presumably world whirls as a world. Presumably? I don't know why I said world whirls as a world. Only then does the ring shine forth, the joining from which the ringing of earth and heaven, divinities and mortals, achieves that compliancy of a simple oneness. Okay, two things. Shining. His idea is that when the work of art is, when the thinking is really thinging, it's shining, we see everything in the light of it, it's shining in a somewhat similar way to the way the work of art shines. I'll get back next time to the similarities and difference between things and works of art. But the shining is really quite remarkable. I don't know how many of you noticed this when you saw the movie. I didn't until I read it. They didn't remember much of that evening, it says. None of the guests had any clear remembrance of it. They only knew that the rooms had been filled with a heavenly light, as if a number of small halos had blended into one glorious radiance. So there was shining going on. And of course, in this incredibly weird way, there was ringing going on when they go out and dance in this circle at the end around the well or something. Why do they do that? I don't know. But it seems to be the version, a kind of expression of this ringing. But what the ringing is really about, the ringing is only a metaphor. They don't have to dance in a circle. The ringing is about the self-containedness of the event of a thing. Now, what do I mean by that? That's important. That means that inside it, all the social concerns are irrelevant. I mean, it just is not proper to be talking about whether we should bomb in Yugoslavia in the middle of Babette's feast. Only the people, each brought out in their own, and their relationships brought out in their own, is relevant there. And only the past in those people's lives that have to do with their gathering and their relationship is relevant. And nothing else is relevant. So it has a kind of that circular thing in which it's self-contained. And this, I'm going to 174. It's got a single time space, a single stay, he says about 10 lines down. And what I take that to be is nearness. That is, nearness finally is what's missing, remember, he says, is nearness. But when the thing things, then there is nearness. Why is there nearness? Because the distinction, it isn't a spatial kind of nearness, though they all happen to be in the same room. That's not the point. You could be in the same room and there wouldn't be any nearness. The nearness is that it makes a self-contained world in which it's clear what's inside it, and the farness is everything else, which is outside it. When you get that, that's when you got it all put together. I was going to find a nearness quote, but I guess I don't have a nearness quote. Where are we going to get some nearness? The ringing is on page 180. There ought to be a lot of talk about nearness, but I don't know where it is. Here it is at the top of 178. Oh yeah, I did read this. Nearness preserves farness. That means, drawing a distinction in this circle between what's inside it also makes clear what's outside it. Preserving farness, I said all this is badly translated, and I reread it the way it is in German. Preserving farness preserving farness, the near in its nearness. Preserving farness. The near is, that is, vast, in its, that is, essences, in its nearness. That's all. Nearing is the work of bringing near as the thinging of the thing, he says next. All of this has got to do with this self-enclosedness of it. Okay, one more thing now, and then I'm going to come back to this. But it's interesting to me in the movie that it seems that the thing does, the dinner, Babette's feast, what the old minister could never do, actually gather these people together into a loving community where they would all be brought out in their best. It seems, as far as one can tell, they've always been bickering and cheating on each other and generally causing lots of trouble, ever since it started. That is, it didn't work in its, Christianity didn't do the job, but Babette's feast pulled them together. That is, it's the minister's words, mercy and truth and righteous and bliss should kiss one another. But it didn't look like they did it. So what does that mean? Well, it means, I think, that what you can have that really works is this kind of focal, local world that the thingy can produce. It's sort of the Christian community deontologized. What happened is the Christian community got too mixed up with metaphysics and a lasting God and sort of requirement of loving your neighbor, where that means everybody all over. Nearness and farness disappears when everybody's your neighbor. And so Christianity didn't bring it off, but this does. And somebody pointed out to me last time I taught this, I don't know if it's true, I wanted to go back and count, but I forgot, that there are 12 people at the dinner. Is that right? If so, it's the right version of the Last Supper. And maybe the Last Supper was like this too, a thing. But it certainly didn't work for long in Christianity, but now it works here. Let's see. And it's got to be able to sense that this is a local world that lasts for a while, and there will be other worlds and other communities. The Christians lost that in a hurry, and of course Peter went out and converted everybody. Was it Peter or James? Somebody that you could have circumcision of the heart. You didn't need real circumcision, and so anybody could be a member. They didn't have to be Jewish. And pretty soon it loses its local temporary character, if it ever had it. And that's what Heidegger wants to get back. Yeah.
I guess the thing I want to ask about is in the film, there's at the dinner, there's a point where the general says that the Queen reads the minister's sermons. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
I guess the reason why I'm asking that is because it seems like the farness and what's far and what's local are somehow brought together in a way where the far doesn't threaten any longer or compromise the intimacy of what's local. And I guess what I'm reacting to is a minute ago when you were saying no one sits at the dinner table and talks about whether to bomb Yugoslavia or not. But it seems like at that dinner, that kind of discussion can take place, but it has a different character about it. Like when he references the Queen, like there is this thing that he wants to bring in that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I suppose if it's somehow made relevant to that intimate gathering, anything can be brought in. But it can't just be something that the community cares about or the current events happening and so forth. Yes, so for instance, if you're going to bring out children in their own, it may turn out that what the child has just been doing at school or on their horse, in their horse jumping, it's going to turn out to be relevant at the dinner, right? But okay. But that
needs to happen in a way that doesn't disperse the nearness.
That's right, and doesn't make the distinction. It doesn't get rid of the distinction between the nearness and the farness. That's what we all want to say. That's what he really has to preserve in the story. Okay, let's see what else. So it's local, it's temporary. It doesn't set up one long-term world. It doesn't produce meaningful differences. It doesn't produce stable long-term identities. It doesn't have a struggle, and it doesn't produce history. And Therefore, it doesn't deny the possibility of other worlds the way any particular big field world that defines an understanding of being for everybody everywhere does. So that's the first pass of things to me. We're going to come back to some of these things. Everybody okay about it so far? Yeah.
Is the Last Supper a thinking?
It is if, and I think it's a great question. I mean, if you think at the Last Supper that they understood that this was just for them as a local group with their God and their kind of love and so forth, it could be a thing. As soon as they think metaphysically that this is the truth, this is the revelation of the true Creator God, and we should love our neighbors everywhere and convert everybody everywhere, the nearness and farness is gone.
But isn't that also history being made?
Well, yes, it will turn into history, but it's no longer a thinking, right? It will turn into Jesus, the God-man, the center of history, the fullness of time, the new way of being, and so forth. And if that's what the Last Supper was about, then it was not a thinking. It was a piece of him as a work of art working. Yeah.
I mean, could it be a thinking that then gets taken up and transmuted into a work of art?
Yeah. And in Heidegger thinking, at least late Heidegger thinking, sort of misunderstood and distorted into a work of art because it's too metaphysical. I mean, there are good works of art and bad works of art, to put it sort of crudely. The Greek temple and the 5th century people didn't claim that the temple was forever and for everybody. But as soon as you think that what the temple is doing is sort of representing an eternal truth for everybody everywhere, then you're in metaphysics, and then works of art. They're still works of art, the medieval cathedral, for instance, but it's lost a very important feature of it, namely that it understood that it was a mode of revealing, or at least, yes, that remember, we've gone through this. We talked about this today too, the teaching assistants, all these things come back. It seems that Heidegger has to think, and maybe he does think, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, that only once, sort of in the history of the world, has there been, or at least of the West, I mean, I don't know what he thinks of, he doesn't think about what Native Americans knew, but, or Bali people. But anyway, only once in the history of the West. No, it couldn't happen anywhere but in the West, because it's got to do with history. Only once in the history of the West, and only the West has history, was there a work of art working which didn't deny that it was a temporary mode, that it was a mode of revealing which only lasted as long as it was preserved by the preservers and didn't correspond to the truth about reality. Because as soon as you get to Plato in correspondence, or Aristotle in correspondence, wherever it starts, the work of art business is over. So, and that's about what we said, right? I don't think.
But you didn't say when that was.
When? You mean when? 500 BC? You mean, yeah. 500 BC, at the time of the Oresteia, at the time of the Greek temple, they had, we've talked about this, a sense of being as a gift and as a mode of givenness, and of their role as preservers, and of the whole truth as revealing and not as correspondence. And only then did the work of art work in its fullest form. And why was that the work of art at its best? Because that's what's really happening. It is always a mode of revealing, focused in a work of art. But every other work of art covers that up. And not even the Greek temple showed it, as far as I know. I think we'd have to go back and read it to see if the temple shows that it's created and needs preservers, I think, doesn't it? Pretty sure it shows its createdness and it shows it needs preservers. So the Greek temple comes close to showing that it's the center of a mode of revealing. It just doesn't interrogate it, and it doesn't make it somehow important. It just happens that way, and they're sensitive to it that way, like the Oresteia. I mean,
So
it
there's a
shows.
bigger sense of the importance of it in the Oresteia.
Yes, the Oresteia has the most clear sense of the fact that it only works while we're preserving it. That's the crucial thing, by the way. Let me just say that one more time. That as soon as you've got a correspondence story, then that understanding of being, and as focused in that work of art, doesn't need us. It just is there. I mean, that's how it is. Everything is created, or everything is techne, or everything is whatever it is. It doesn't require to be safeguarded, nurtured, preserved, and all of that. And so as soon as you get to the correspondence stuff, the importance of our role as preservers and receivers of disposing is just gone. That's clear in Heidegger. Okay, let's go back to this. Yeah, Forts.
Well, is it gone or is it just not acknowledged?
Okay, good. Not acknowledged. It's never gone, because these are modes of revealing, and we are preservers, right? We don't anymore understand ourselves as preservers, right? And that means we act differently. I mean, we don't go around trying to nurture these things and being grateful for them. We may go around instead trying to convert everybody to them because we believe they're right. Okay, then let me do the next thing. So, again, with the help of the TAs, we've worked out a question of sort of the various stages, or the various, I don't know what stages isn't the right way to put it, but how can the various, not ways of thinking.
I don't know, it's the various sort of circumstances or something.
Okay, the
in
various,
which a thing might
the various
the question of whether they
circumstances that things thing in the various ways, or something.
But I
And
thought-
that's the wrong kind of thing,
But
ways.
I thought this was all, well,
Go ahead, yeah.
I thought this was a question of whether things thumb in each of those, in each of these.
Okay. Well, okay, there are four cases, let's call them, and we can ask whether they're things thinking. They're all related to things thinking. Keep in mind the Borgman-like stuff, the culture of the table, gardening, music, and so forth, and then you can see that it can be concealed. Where's the concealed quote? Do you remember? We talked about it this morning, and I also was thinking about it.
170.
Okay, on 170 he talks
The
about
middle of the bottom paragraph.
never comes to light.
The thingness of the thing remains concealed, forgotten.
The nature of the thing never comes to light.
The confirmation that the thing as a thing remains known.
Okay, that can happen. Then when the thing is concealed and forgotten, that can happen in various ways, at least two ways that I could think of. One is, it might be, as our conversation suggested, that when there's a big, glorious work of art working and shining, and everybody is understanding everything in terms of that, the distinction between nearness and farness goes away, and everything is sort of in one big world, organized by one work of art, and then it would be that then the humble thing and its little world would be concealed and forgotten. That's one way to do it. I think what Heidegger is more likely to be thinking of here is that in a world of efficiency, in the world where everything is challenged forth to be as flexible as possible, and nothing has a nature to nurture anyway, then things thinking which are inefficient, on the one hand, the family meal. Think of the difference between the family meal, Borgman goes into this, and the disaggregated technicity meal, where everybody can have their television dinner, they can eat their meals anywhere, anytime, in any order, all by themselves, in front of their television, and so forth. And that challenging forth is an assault on things, Heidegger says. That means that if you really make efficiency the ultimate, there's not going to be any nature of a meal, or any nature of anybody else either to bring out in the meal. And that's the way then things, I think, will have turned into devices, to talk like Borgman. And the possibility of things thinking is concealed. So there isn't anything
Are they
thinking at all.
thinking there?
Are they still
Is it a
thinking?
thing?
Or
I mean,
I would say the possibility of things is there's no things thinking. What do you think?
well, he says, the way he puts it there, it sounds like, in a sense, it's the thing in its thingness, right, is
Yeah.
forgotten and concealed. Which makes it sound, well, I don't know.
The nature of the thing never comes to light, never gets a hearing. This is what we mean by the annihilation of the thing. I think it means
Yeah.
that things never get
They're
the
not.
chance to think. Don't you?
And as long as they're concealed, then they're not
Doing it.
They're not.
Right.
Not
I mean,
doing
they're
it.
supposed to shine and gather, and if they're concealed and nobody's getting gathered, I think they're not thinking. You, John, you want to say anything about it? Did you? Oh, okay. That's the first case. The first case is when they're blotted out. And you can ask yourself, surely technology is trying to blot them out. And whether they were blotted out in other ways, too, Heidegger doesn't say. Now, then comes the three other ones. There are four in all. And those three are the ones, all of which things are thinking sort of. One is, you've got a way of life that has a place in it for things, a readiness for things. Though the jug is on the shelf and the good silverware and the tablecloth are put away, you've got the skills and you know the occasion when you would have a celebratory meal, and we've got the practices for that. So somehow those things around aren't annihilated. They're just kind of standing by. And I don't think they're thinking when they're standing by like that, but they are ready to think. And then the next one is, we just do it. We have a celebratory meal. By the way, we aren't celebrating, it seems to me, if we're consistent, something like the 4th of July, where you're celebrating some common thing that with everybody else in your culture or in your society. And I was puzzling about Thanksgiving. I don't know whether it's a funny kind of meal which is celebrating the same thing that everybody's celebrating, but it looks like a good thing. What?
Well, it seems like there are two ways you might do any of these. One is sort of as a national holiday, right? The other is sort of as
a family event.
As a family event that's marked in the calendar for happening then because of some event.
It's harder to have a 4th of July, I think, family event somehow. It's so, because it's defined as what it is a celebration of the public thing. Whereas Thanksgiving isn't so mainly a celebration of the fact that the pioneers, the pilgrims sat down with the Indians and had turkey. It's supposed to be a gratitude for something. So you can certainly do your Thanksgiving dinner as a thing, I think. Anyway, and when you do that, and you do it well, it can be either a family meal or a meal that is celebrating something inner. Babette's feast, interestingly enough, is what? On the birthday of the founder, right? But it doesn't really have anything to do, it turns out, with the founder. It turns out that it's got this self-contained character in which the birthday of the founder doesn't make any difference. And remember, the people in the feast, I forgot to say this, are busy trying not to enjoy the food and to follow what they think is the guidance of the founder. But more and more they forget the rules of the founder, who's very austere and ascetic, and they forget that they're not supposed to enjoy the food, and they start doing this other thing. Yeah?
Yes, I think it's important that their contract with one another was to not talk about the food.
That's right.
And one thing I love about the movie is that when they were enjoying it, they just began to say all the same things they'd ever said before, but this time it's as if they were able to displace their...
You mean their old quarrels were all there and everything, but all somehow forgiven and accepted and integrated. Yeah.
And to us, it's clear that, as spectators, that they disavow their pleasure on the one hand, but they avow it elsewhere.
Right. Well, they forget. Somehow, I would say, but I think we're saying the same thing. It's supposed to be celebrating the birthday of the founder. If it did, it wouldn't have the kind of nearness that it did have. But the founder just gets left outside, and the gathering of that group gets to be what matters to them. Okay. So anyway, and it shines. We're back to that again. So the third. Remember, we got one where the work of art is really annihilated. Then the thing is annihilated. Second, we've got the case where it's sort of on hold, and we're ready, and It's in our practices, but we're just not doing it. Then there comes the one where it's shining, and we are really seeing it and absorbed in it. Then comes an interesting one that he's talking about in building, dwelling, and thinking. Building, it looks like, is forming the practices that make it possible for things to think. So let's stick to dinners. I mean, practices that tell you when it's the right time to have the dinner, and you know how to cook the food, and you know how to place the guests, and you know all the things that, say, Mrs. Ramsay knows into the lighthouse. You know how to make a dinner as really a dinner. And that's the deep meaning of building, he says. I take it, and Borgman calls that cultivating the practices that make it possible for there to be focal practices. So you've got to know a lot about music to be able to be part of a quartet, or a lot about gardening in order to be gardening. And that's Heidegger, oddly enough, calls it building. He says it's the old deep meaning of building. Well, what's dwelling? That's the funny one, and that's what we're coming to now. Dwelling is when it, and he's got this pun in German on wohnen, which is dwell, and gewöhnlich, which is customary. Dwelling is when you are so good at things thinking that you can just do it without even making a fuss about it, I think. Now, consider the family meal. I mean, there is the big deal meal where the light shines and where everybody is in it, like in Babette's feast, and it only happens once in a while, and everybody knows what a rare occasion it is. But if you're just going to have the family dinner, what is the culture of the table, as Borgman calls it, and if you have a family dinner every day, or even every Sunday, let's say every Sunday noon at least, the whole family gets together and does one of these things, they after a while they get so good at it that it becomes part of this, what is sort of customary and in the background. They just dwell in it. They take it for granted. And that's all right. That's in fact, I take it the way Heidegger would like it to be. Every once in a while, all of a sudden, something shines, remember he says. But I take it that we don't have to wait for this sudden thing where the ring shines forth. That's on 182. That was my third kind. There is a way in which things sing even when we don't notice it. We just dwell with it. At least that's how it looks to us when we thrash it out. Have I done justice to it?
So they are singing in the fourth case,
yes,
even if they're not shining.
Yes, that's right. A distinction between the shining occasion when it's really sort of got our full attention and we're totally taken up in it, and much more ordinary occasions. Because I think Heidegger would like to think that in the world, lots of the time, just because we are dwelling and have cultivated the habits, namely building, things are just singing off in a normal sort of way. That's how I picture it. Yeah, B.
There's this weird quote on 181 though, where he says, "When and in what way do things appear as things?" And he says they don't appear without the vigilance of mortals.
Ah, that's good. I like that. Doesn't bother me, but I'm glad you read it. I would have read it. Okay, what is the vigilance of mortals? I don't think that's sort of watching for them to shine and saying, wow, when they do. I think that's thinking. I'm sorry, building. That's building. The vigilance of mortals is cultivating the skills and practices that make it possible to have things singing at all. I take it it's the Borgman picture. Vigilance is the same as, well, where do we get this whole list of things? Let's look at, it's in building, dwelling, thinking, I think, of nourishing, protecting, watching out for, where he's talking about dwelling, and man has to learn. Here it is on 151. Well, let's see where this takes us. Well, that makes it cultivating. Dwelling turns out to be. I'm not sure now what's going to happen. Cultivating, I'm at the end of the second paragraph, and construction are building in the narrower sense. Dwelling, insofar as it keeps or secures the fourfold, is in this keeping a building. So he's going to bring dwelling and building together. But building ought to be maybe that's not the best quote. I want it to be cultivating and vigilant and so forth. Where does he first tell us about building? Here it is, on 147. That's what I wanted. There we are. Okay, building turns out. Now let me remember what we're answering. I think vigilance equal building, although I don't have any evidence for it. But that is sort of being ready for things thinging. And now let me read what happens here. The old word bauen, which means that says that man, insofar as he dwells, means at the same time to cherish. This is all this nurturing talk, this thing that we're free to do. And remember, in Borgman language, cultivate focal practices. Cherish, protect, preserve, and care for. Till the soil, cultivate the vine. Such building only takes care. It tends to growth that ripens into the fruit of its own accord. Building is the sense of preserving. There we are, preservers again. And nurturing is not making anything. Okay, so I think building is nurturing, building is having and keeping up on these practices enable these things to do it. And I think that's the same as vigilance, though I couldn't prove it. Anybody doubt it? I mean, unless you doubt it, let's say that it's okay. Now let me see. Well, I had a lot of Borgman in here just at this point, so maybe I should just go on with this. So I take it you read this, and it's so straightforward. You got it, that there is things like. But let's just go through for a minute a big example, his best example, that the fireplace is a focal thing, and in the fireplace, which is literally the foyer, which is literally the focus. It once held together the family who had to have the skill for chopping the wood, for bringing it in, for keeping the fire going, and for getting up and starting it again. And they cooked around the fire, and they studied around the fire, and they got married in front of the fireplace, and the household gods were around the fire. And all of that is just the opposite of the central heating system, where bit by bit technological devices take over, which efficiently and flexibly give you just the heat you want, when you want it, and where you want it. Utterly better as far as providing the commodity you wanted, namely heat, than the focal thing, and a lot easier. And that's why they're so dangerous, and so attractive. It's just fascinating how the central heat just gets rid of it all. You could still, it's so funny to me, my daughter always sat and studied in front of the heat vent in the floor. It was sort of pathetic, where the heat draft, and she had all her toys and dolls and books and everything. And she had a little corner that was the pathetic remains of the foyer. But of course, the central heating in the floor. Well, some they'd be radiant heating in the floor. And then she wouldn't even have a place even to go and sit in front of, because it'll just disappear. A device just gives you heat, and it gives it to you, and the thermostat does the work of getting it where you want it, when you want it, and it comes out all over the floor. No heat vent. That's not very perfect yet. And then you've lost it. The fireplace is gone. But you can do something else, Borgman thinks. You can't get back the fireplace, really. I mean, that would be a little bit. You could, but it would be pretty strange. And central heating is just so much more attractive and does the job so much better. But you could do it with it. You can save the dinner from the fast food people. Yeah.
He does say that a lot of places have have a fireplace, right? But if it's not working,
That's right. It
it's
doesn't.
not- I mean,
That's right. You don't cook in front of it. You don't. The family doesn't meet in front of it. You don't have to have these skills to keep it going. You just yeah. So you can have a fireplace. And the little things he says, sort of pathetic remains. The family pictures are still on the mantelpiece where the family gods were. It's still somehow tiny bit, but it doesn't work anymore. And he's not going to try to revive it. But he's got a better taste with the meal because he thinks that you will see. The difference is, I'm just thinking out loud. I had never thought about this before. The difference is that there's nothing wrong with the heat that you get from the radiant heating in the floor. Why would you want to go back to all the work and the unevenness and the non-flexibility of the fireplace? But so his meal story is much better. There's something really wrong with the TV dinners and the Big Mac. They just aren't. There's so much of what goes into a really nice dinner with your family or friends that's missing when everybody goes out and flexibly eats this grabbable and gulpable food, that the more that happens, the more that he thinks dinners shine, now in his sense of shining, which is not quite the same as Heidegger's sense of shining, namely, look attractive to us and make it seem worthwhile to bother to have a tablecloth and to bother to get all the family to eat at the same time and bother to cook the food and so forth. That is worthwhile. And that's what you've got to cultivate when he's talking about that on 204, when he's talking about the great meal of the day and how that's got a certain quality which he describes very well as opposed to the food industry, and then he goes into TV dinners and talks about them very well. But I'm trying to get to something else. But just on 205, this is why meals are different than fireplaces, because he says, it's about 5 lines down, but having gotten along for a time and quite well, it seems, on institutional and convenience food, scales fall from our eyes when we step up to a festively set family table. The food stands out more clearly, the fragrances are stronger. To understand the radiance and wealth of a festive meal, we must be alive to the interplay of things and humans and so forth. But what I was going to talk about is his sense of the building, what Heidegger calls building, cultivating the necessary practices. He's got it sort of spelled out on 207. On the spur of the moment, we normally act out of what has been nurtured in our daily practices, as they have been shaped by the norms of our time. And then he tells us how the bad way that is with the and so forth. We sink into our technological comfortable chairs and so forth. But then he says, the human ability to establish, this is the first full paragraph, and commit oneself to a practice reflects our capacity to comprehend the world, to harbor it, this is Heidegger talk, in its expanse as a context that is oriented by its focal points. To found a practice is to guard a focal concern, to shelter it against the vicissitudes of fate and our frailty. And and that is building. It's exactly what Heidegger's saying on 147, which I just read, where building is preserving, caring for, cherishing, and so forth. I think, anybody want to say anything? That's a place to stop. I want to talk next time about the difference between things and works of art. And, yeah.
So is there any new readings for next
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm trying to decide whether for next time we're going to go on to languages. I don't think so. That would be confusing. No, just keep reading the Borgman and Building, Dwelling, Thinking, and the Thing essay, reading them with the new issues that we've raised in mind. Yeah.
But the next thing will be read after that?
Yes, the next thing for next week is what I passed out to you. But first we're going to read language, which is in here, and then we're going to read on the way to language. The next 2 weeks are language. And then, did I tell you we did get the Beiträge? Have I told you that? I don't think I told you. We're going to get a big chunk of this unpublished Heidegger mystery masterpiece, and that's what we're going to read during the last 2 weeks. Okay, having made all those important announcements, we're now ready to turn to the text. Don't forget, these are 3 things that I told you. Okay, now we're going to go on to Building, Dwelling, and Thinking, which is written 2 years after the essay on the Thing, and in some ways, I think, has gotten better about certain issues. But in general, I must say I was disappointed rereading it today. I was hoping to get more support out of it for the view I think it holds than I can. So I'm going to have to put a rather heavy interpretation on it to make it interesting. And I'm not sure whether it supports it or not. But at least we can start as a kind of review of the fourfold, to just getting clearer about the fourfold, because it seems to me that Heidegger's gotten a lot clearer about the fourfold. So let's start on 150 with the mortals. They're always so hard. Now, it looks a little more like what I wanted to say on the second paragraph on 150. Okay, the mortals are the human beings. That's fine. They're called mortals because they can die. Well, we don't know what that means yet. That means to be capable of death as death. Well, now comes the part that I said, but it wasn't very clear in singing. But that's got, I would say, to put it extremely, nothing to do with what happens to people on their deathbed when they're croaking. I said that, but it didn't have much text to back it up. I just said that's how it was in Being in Time. But it's even clearer here than in Being in Time when he says only man dies, and indeed continually. Well, you've got to ask yourself, what in the world can that be? It doesn't mean that you're just getting old and gradually shriveling up and will eventually come to an end. It means that there's something that you do all the time as a mortal, and either you hide it or you are in touch with it. But as long as he remains on earth, under the sky, before the divinities, that is, while he's doing that, man is dying. It has nothing to do, he says at the top of 151, nor does it mean to darken dwelling by blindly staring towards the end. It hasn't got anything to do with the end, I don't think. The end is something in the future, and dying is whatever it is happening right now. And so, what is it then? Well, he doesn't give you much help. But at least there's no more talk about being and nothing, which is Being in Time talk that was there in the thing singing. So what is it? Well, all I can think of is it's a way of living such that you have an identity which you are always ready to give up for another identity. Certainly, if you're going to let yourself be pulled into various worlds in which you will have different identities. Remember, my mother, who is also a jet pilot, is going to have very different identities in the different worlds where things are thinking. And that means you would hold on to each of these identities while you were in them in a different way.